Chapter 1 My Wi-Fi's incredible. 4-year-old Wu Zhaoqin was already fast asleep when Yaling and lay covered her with a warm quilt. With utmost care, she quietly closed the door to the bedroom she shared with her daughter, stealthily entering her husband Jubo's room like a thief in the night. Jubo enveloped her in his arms, and after a passionate kiss, Yaling displayed funiculario of a mature woman revel in thorned hand fervor of her husband's affection. Yet, just as he was about to fully surrender to her desires, Jubo, with a gloom expression, slumped away from her. Yaling softly inquired, "What's wrong, darling?" Nothing, Gattle, Jubo panted, clearly somewhat exhausted. Yaling, feeling gasons of lingering disappointment, complained, "Bureau becoming increasingly ineffective?" Jubo hesitated, mumbling, "Well, it's because. Could it be that our haven't gone affair?" Yaling short skipped a beat. Jubo into the voice that the mental pressure from I was overwhelming. "You fearing it would hurt their feelings," Heinstead remarked. "It's because of me Wi-Fi's just too incredible." "Really, amith it remarkable," Yaling chuckled. "Haven't you heard, women at their theory like wolves at 40, they're like itagers." "You certainly know what me keekskis," Yaling replied, somewhat displeased. "Now go wash off that disgusting sweat." Relieved, Jubajum Padutov Badan hurried into the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. Upon returning, Yaling continued to voice her frustrations, saying, "If you do this again, I might just look for some O'Neills." "Doyadair," Jubo teased, playfully pinching her. "Just watch me and see," Yaling pouted defiantly. Jubo pleaded, "Dear, let's not play around. I'll try harder next time, I promise." "Trying isn't enough, you might as well see a doctor tomorrow." Hereward seemed to nighty spark of determination in him. Jubo mischievously pulled her closer, trying to rouse his desire on some more, while Yaling feigned a ultra demeanor, yet remained unresponsive. "Stop pretending," she huffed, pushing him away. Jubo gazadather with guilt, and Yaling took advantage of the moment to free herself from his embrace. With a soft sigh, she descended from the bed and made her way to the bathroom. Turning on the hot water, she listened to a zoething sound of rushing water before drying herself with a towel. "Has amoeba stood the test of time, still retaining the freshness of my full beauty?" Wiping a large patch off the mirror, Yaling beheld a figure of grace large, gentle and erratic in complexion greet her. Examining her mature physique in the mirror, her curvaceous body appeared alluring, her hair lustrous, her cheeks rosy, and her skin fair, and suppletty curves of her figure sparked endless fantasies. Her hands instinctive like light over her delicateskin, gradually awakening a different kind of impulse, and she found herself lost once again in daydreams. After quite a while, Shara said from her reverie, "Mommy, what are you doing?" Startled, she turned to find her daughter standing behind her, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. A flush of embarrassment washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly regained her composure and blushingly said, "Mommy has a stomachache and just wanted a rub a bit. Do I and meto help you?" Yaling couldn't suppress a chuckle at her daughter's naive question. Smiling, she replied, "None, Mommy can manage in her own. Chachien, why aren't you asleep yet?" Chapter 2 On the bus, without Mama by my side, I feel so frightened and can't sleep alone, the daughter lamented the following day. Yaling rose quite late. After attending to her morning routine, she tidied her disheveled hair before the mirror, hastily applied a light touch of makeup to her face, downed a bottle of yogurt, and then slung her bag over her shoulder as she hurried out the door to catch the bus. Before departing, she instructed her husband, "Jubo, I fear I may miss my work schedule, please wake up early to take Shaya to kindergarten." Her husband merely responded with a grunt and turned over, sinking back into deep slumber. Dressed in a cream-colored top and a light-hued long skirt, Yaoling's graceful and voluptuous figure was exposed to the covetous gazes of passers-by. Her beauty lay not only in her enchanting appearance but also in her refined demeanor. Wherever she went, she attracted numerous glances, her swaying walk inspired endless musings, while some lascivious onlookers regarded her with searing eyes, as if attempting to peer through the fabric of her clothing. Those piercing stares often caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. During the peak hours of commuting, the streets were teeming with traffic and throngs of people. One bus after another passed by the stop, and after what felt like an eternity of waiting, the bus she needed finally arrived and came to a halt at the platform. The vehicle was already packed with passengers, and she struggled to squeeze through the throng to board. However, the bus door clamped onto her body, preventing it from closing. Just as she feared being pushed off the bus by the crowd, a tall young man aboard reached out and pulled her in, allowing the door to shut promptly behind her. Once the bus lurched into motion, the man pressed against Yaoling, holding her hand with no intention of letting go. She glanced at him and, feeling an electric shock, swiftly shook off his grip, protecting her bosom with her hand as she said, "Thank you, sir." The man then wrapped his arm around her slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Miss, you are truly beautiful." Flushing at his words, Yaoling shyly removed his hand from her body, asserting, "Sir, please refrain from such behavior. This is a public space, and I would appreciate your respect." Noticing the attention of fellow passengers, the man withdrew his hand, now hesitant to overstep. Yao Ling desperately tried to escape his unwelcome advances, yet despite her efforts, she could not free herself from the friction of his body against hers. The bus eventually stopped at a station, allowing some passengers to disembark, yet a greater number surged onto the vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, she shifted to a different spot, but the man, like a phantom, squeezed in behind her, pressing against her ample form. Instinctively, she twisted her body, and he mirrored her movement. Though she found his conduct thoroughly distasteful, the bus's jolting motions began to elicit an inexplicable sensation within her. Under the man's practiced allure, she ceased her struggle and succumbed to a state of intoxicated reverie. This stranger nearly robbed her of her reason. Her body and mind gradually melted away, akin to a leaf swirling in the sky. Her thoughts became a muddled cacophony. Time slipped away, and she lost track of how many stops the bus had traversed, clinging to the handrail while trepidatiously savoring the man's tempestuous affections. Leaning closer, the man softly inquired, "May I ask, miss, where do you work?" Yao Ling jolted back to reality at his question. Glancing outside at the passing streets, she realized she had already missed 2 stops. Ignoring his inquiry entirely, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly squeezed toward the bus door. Before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, she fled like a thief escaping into the night. Chapter 3: A moment of reflection. Due to the difficulty in hailing a cab and her apprehension about being late, Yao Ling had no choice but to don her high heels and sprint back 2 bus stops along the way. By the time she arrived at the foot of the office building, she was breathless and fatigued, her legs aching with discomfort. "What has become of me? Why do I behave so recklessly in front of strangers?" she chastised herself, muttering, "It's no wonder my feet are swollen. This is the price of indulgence. Yao Ling, how have you become so shameless? How embarrassing would it be if someone I knew saw me getting cozy with a complete stranger on the bus," she pondered. A sense of unease gnawed at her, as if a pair of scrutinizing eyes were fixed upon her, whispering to one another, "Don't be deceived by this woman's facade of propriety. Beneath it lies a wanton spirit." As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she flushed crimson and glanced back, only to find that no one was paying her any heed. She feigned composure and took the elevator to the 13th floor of the company. Upon reaching the office door, she glanced at the time and realized she was a full 20 minutes late. After pressing her finger on the fingerprint scanner to mark her arrival, she was relieved to find that Manager Wan was not in the office. Without drawing attention to herself, she quietly settled into her chair at her desk and began translating advertising materials for a cosmetics company with unwavering focus. Yao Ling's workplace was a prominent advertising agency, well known nationally, and several advertisements aired on CCTV had been conceived by this firm. She had graduated from a prestigious university and had joined the agency as a clerk right after her studies. Owing to her high proficiency in foreign languages, she had taken on the crucial responsibilities of the company, translating numerous documents and crafting advertising slogans. Her amiable nature and diligent work ethic earned her the esteem and affection of her superiors. She earned her keep through merit, maintaining a decorous demeanor at work, never resorting to leveraging her beauty to curry favor or entice her bosses. Besides commuting, she rarely dined out with clients or frequented entertainment venues. Her income was relatively high. While it did not reach the standards of affluence, it was sufficient to cover the daily expenses of a modest household. Her husband, Zhu Bo, had previously owned a computer company, but due to market conditions and mismanagement, the business had folded within a few years, leaving him burdened with a mountain of debt. Nonetheless, he was a man of lofty aspirations, often discontented as he observed his university peers driving luxury cars, residing in elegant homes, and dining in upscale restaurants, leading him to feel undervalued and dismissing the notion of working for others entirely. He was resolute in his desire to become a successful entrepreneur. Daily, he would scour various websites in search of lucrative opportunities, even resorting to buying lottery tickets and dabbling in stock trading, all in hopes of making a comeback. Yet, fortune was not on his side. He reached out to several multinational companies seeking agency partnerships, but without capital, he was unable to meet their requirements. He purchased countless lottery tickets, yet failed to win even a minor prize. He invested in several stocks, only to lose his principal. Thus, he found himself devoid of ambition, resigned to a life of sighs and lamentations. Yao Ling did not reproach him, rather, she offered words of encouragement. "Darling, where there is a will, there is a way. If this path proves unfruitful, we shall seek another. As long as you remain undeterred, your intelligence and ingenuity will surely carve a successful avenue for you. Rest assured, I shall support you." With her husband idling away his time, he naturally took on the domestic duties. Over time, his culinary skills improved remarkably, and both Yao Ling and their daughter came to relish his cooking. Each day upon returning home, Yao Ling savored her husband's delectable meals, which brought her immense joy. After effortlessly organizing the advertising materials, she noticed that Manager Wang had yet to return to the office, allowing her to recline in her chair and close her eyes to rest. At that moment, the vivid scenes from the bus replayed in her mind, and she felt her cheeks flush as she reminisced about every detail shared with that unfamiliar man. Chapter 4. I discovered the mere recollection of that man's sensory provocation sent her heart into a frenzy of delight. Although she and the enigmatic stranger had never crossed paths before and would likely never meet again, his brief yet audacious actions on the bus were enough to leave her yearning for more. She found herself inwardly questioning, have I truly fallen from grace? Throughout the years, amidst all those familiar to her, no one had ever dared to engage in any lascivious behavior towards her. This proud woman had consistently maintained a lofty demeanor in front of those lecherous souls. While some may have eyed her with unbridled desire, they feared that their attempts would result in nothing but embarrassment, leading to unnecessary ridicule. Yao Ling adeptly navigated among these men, who possessed lustful intentions yet lacked the courage to act, preserving the dignity of a traditional, beautiful woman in seemingly tranquil circumstances. Seated on her office sofa, Yao Ling found herself lost in thought, oblivious to the return of Manager Wang to the office. It was only when he rapped his knuckles on her desk that she snapped back to reality. She retrieved the printed advertisement materials from her drawer and handed them to Manager Wang, saying, Manager Wang, I have meticulously organized the advertising materials for Xin Yuan Real Estate Company. Please take a look. After accepting the documents, Manager Wang remarked, I noticed Yuan T arrived at the office on time and was concerned that something might have happened to you. While I was at the head office meeting, I worried Yuan T be able to present the materials. Yao Ling inquired, wasn't he had stated that the submission deadline was this afternoon? Manager Wang clarified, indeed, but Xin Yuan Real Estate called this morning, urging us to provide samples today without fail. If there are no significant issues, they need to be sent to the printing house for binding immediately. Very well, I shall revise it once more after your review, she responded, exuding a newfound confidence. Manager Wang, a respectable man in his early 40s, though slightly balding, carried an air of authority. He was exceptionally capable in his role and held a considerable influence in the industry, being a promising middle manager at the head office. After placing the documents on his spacious desk, he sat down and began to scrutinize them earnestly. He quickly completed his review, marking problematic areas with a red pen. Calling Yao Ling to his desk, he said, this advertisement material is quite well conceived, but there are a few areas where the phrasing is problematic, and I noticed some typographical errors. Please make the necessary amendments and print it out again for my review. As Yao Ling returned to her seat with the revised materials, she noticed Manager Wang gazing at her with a look of astonishment, his eyes fixated on her posterior. She thought, hasn't Manager Wang always treated me with respect? What has come over him today? Does he wish to take advantage of me? Upon sitting down, she caught him still staring curiously at her. Feeling perplexed, she discreetly reached back to touch her rear, and it suddenly dawned on her that it was the handiwork of that stranger from the bus. A flush crept across her cheeks, reaching her ears, and she wished desperately for a fissure in the earth to swallow her whole. In a flurry, she sprang from her seat and hurriedly dashed to the restroom. As she traversed the office corridor, colleagues greeted her, but fearing they might discern her embarrassment, she responded with a bashful smile and quickened her pace into the women's restroom. One female colleague, puzzled, asked, what is wrong with Yao Ling today? Another, half-jokingly, remarked, perhaps she has been too busy with her husband, causing her some distress? Laughter erupted in the corridor. Upon entering the women's restroom, Yao Ling swiftly found a stall, closed the door, and removed her skirt. As she glanced down, she thought, what audacity, doesn't he fear being caught and ridiculed? She pondered, how did I remain oblivious to his actions? Was I truly so enraptured? At that moment, images of him flooded her mind, and instead of chastising the man, she felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through her body once more. Chapter 5. Unfulfilled desires. Engaging in such behavior at the company left Yao Ling feeling exhilarated. Had she truly descended to such depths, or was it merely her body protesting after a prolonged period of deprivation? After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, her body swaying slightly before she stood up to cleanse the dried stain on her skirt with water. Of the fabric, once dampened, was soon saturated in a large area. Resigned, she donned the wet skirt, feeling a chill against her backside, the outline of her underwear faintly visible. Fearing ridicule from Manager Wang upon her return to the office, she feigned a need to tidy her hair in the restroom mirror, deliberately splashing water onto the drier parts of her attire to give the impression that she had inadvertently spilled water on her skirt. Glancing at her watch, Yao Ling realized that nearly 10 minutes had passed since the end of the workday. She surmised that Manager Wang had likely gone home for dinner. Cautiously, she exited the ladies' room. The corridor was eerily silent, suggesting that most of the staff had already departed. Upon returning to the office she shared with Manager Wang, she was dismayed to find the door locked, and her keys absent from her possession. Oh no, my keys are left in the office. Her heart sank as she stood in the hallway, feeling lost. Instinctively, she touched the damp fabric of her skirt and muttered to herself, "Where on earth can I go looking like this?" The door to the adjacent office stood ajar, and feeling it imprudent to linger in the corridor, she mustered the courage to poke her head inside. Her colleague, Shali, immediately called out to her, "Sister Tao, have you eaten yet? Would you like to join us?" Embarrassed, she hesitated before replying, "No, thank you. I just wanted to ask if Manager Wang left my keys with you when he left." "Yes, he did." Shali emerged with a set of keys and handed them to Yao Ling. Noticing the wetness of Yao Ling's skirt, she curiously inquired, "Sister Tao, why is your skirt wet?" Feigning nonchalance, Yao Ling replied, "I accidentally got it wet while using the restroom." Concerned, Shali asked, "Is it serious?" Yao Ling brushed it off lightly, saying, "It's nothing. It will dry out in no time." After receiving the keys from Shali, Yao Ling carefully unlocked her office door and, with a sense of relief, closed herself inside, her form now obscured from view. Chapter 6. Has she been unfaithful? Prior to Yao Ling's return, Manager Wang found himself contemplating the very same matter within the confines of his office. As a man of experience, he was well aware of the nature of the stains on Yao Ling's dress. However, what perplexed him was the thought, Yao Ling is an exceptionally fastidious woman, how could her dress bear the marks of another man? Every morning before departing from her home, she meticulously adorns herself, never would she arrive at the office wearing a soiled dress. This morning, her tardiness was conspicuous, and the traces on her skirt were strikingly apparent. Could they perhaps be remnants left by another man? He pondered for a considerable time without arriving at any resolution. Ultimately, he concluded, these stains could not possibly have originated from Yao Ling's husband. Then whose could they be, he mused. Could it be that Yao Ling is having an affair? Did she not return home last night? The nature of man is indeed curious. Regardless of one's status or wealth, the intrinsic impulses of desire remain inescapable. One may sit in a facade of decorum, commenting on the scandals of others, or condemn infidelity with a self-righteous air, yet deep within, one grapples with an inner turmoil. While observing others in affectionate embraces, does one feel envy towards them, or does one harbor resentment towards oneself for lacking such fortunes? Men are peculiar creatures, that which is unattainable always appears more alluring, and another man's wife seems superior to one's own. When encountering an attractive woman on the street, men often fixate their heated gazes upon her face, bosom, thighs, and posterior, lingering even as she walks away, yearning to penetrate the veil of her existence and fantasizing about her moments of uninhibited joy. Yao Ling's frantic dash into the restroom ignited a flurry of thoughts in Manager Wang's mind. As a biologically normal man, he was acutely aware of his desires. As the saying goes, a man at 40 is a flower in bloom. At his age, if he felt indifferent towards a woman as captivating as Yao Ling, he would undoubtedly be a hypocrite. He typically maintained a facade of professionalism in his interactions with her, never permitting any frivolous behavior to surface for fear of jeopardizing their superior-subordinate relationship. For years, they had preserved a pure camaraderie devoid of any transgression. However, following Yao Ling's trip to the restroom, he could no longer remain seated. He thought, if other men can share her bed, and I am in close proximity to her daily, why not test the waters? If I were to directly inquire about the origins of the stains on her dress, she would certainly be reticent, perhaps even resentful, which would only serve to exacerbate the awkwardness of the situation. He contemplated what approach could compel Yao Ling to feel ensnared, yet lead her to willingly submit to my desires. After much deliberation, he devised a plan that was neither overtly demeaning nor lacking in dignity. With his strategy in place, he settled into his office, awaiting Yao Ling's return from the restroom. However, as time passed, she remained absent. Surmising that she might be too embarrassed to re-enter the office, he reluctantly secured his desk drawer, locked the office door, and descended directly to the elevator. He drove his assigned Citroën from the company garage, merging seamlessly into the thrumming flow of traffic. Chapter 7. Temptation. Yao Ling returned to her office and firmly shut the door behind her. She ordered a takeout meal via phone. After finishing her meal, Yao Ling laid her head down on the desk and fell into a deep slumber. It was only when Manager Wang opened the door that she awakened, hastily smoothing her dress and feeling a sense of relief upon realizing it had dried completely. Manager Wang took his seat at his desk and, with an earnest demeanor, inquired, "You didn't have any matters to attend to this morning, did you?" Yao Ling masked her discomfort with a response, "Nothing at all, I merely felt a bit under the weather." Manager Wang continued, "The food outside has become increasingly unsanitary. A moment's negligence can lead to unfortunate consequences. Thus, it is advisable to wear darker clothing when venturing out. Any peculiar substances that may come into contact with you will not be conspicuous." Manager Wang's double entendre rendered Yao Ling crimson with embarrassment. At a loss for words, she lowered her gaze in silence. Observing her bashful demeanor, Manager Wang felt his suspicions confirmed. He discreetly approached her side and inquired with concern, "Nothing untoward has occurred, has it?" Yao Ling looked up, meeting Manager Wang's burning gaze, and once again lowered her head, nervously rubbing her hands as she replied, "Manager Wang, what are you implying? Nothing has transpired at all." Manager Wang, being astute, refrained from probing further and tactfully shifted the conversation, asking, "Has the advertisement for Xin Yuan real estate been prepared?" Suddenly realizing that her work was incomplete, Yao Ling opened her computer and meticulously revised the content as per Manager Wang's instructions. After formatting the advertisement, she printed a copy and delivered it to Manager Wang. He reviewed it once more before dialing the phone number of General Manager Zhang from Xin Yuan Real Estate. "General Manager Zhang, your advertisement materials are ready. When shall I send someone to deliver them? I am currently at the construction site inspecting the progress, please have someone bring it over tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Manager Wang informed Yao Ling, who was still standing at his desk, "General Manager Zhang is at the construction site today. She requested that you deliver the materials to their office tomorrow." Yao Ling responded with a brief before returning to her seat. Manager Wang's gaze fell upon her dress. Although the visible stains had been removed, a subtle mark remained, barely noticeable. The results of his earlier probing left him exceedingly pleased. It seemed that before long, he would have the opportunity to indulge in a more intimate acquaintance. Chapter 8. The injured woman. When Zhu Bo was roused from his slumber by his daughter, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. "Daddy, why aren't you up to take me to kindergarten? What time is it?" Zhu Bo asked lazily. 10 o'clock. Upon glancing at the clock, he hurriedly dressed, led his daughter to the bathroom to wash her face, and in the kitchen, prepared a packet of milk powder and fried 2 eggs. After the father and daughter hastily finished their simple breakfast, Zhu Bo picked up his daughter's little backpack and took her hand as they descended the stairs. Along the way, Zhu Bo admonished his daughter, "Xiaoya, please don't tell mommy that I got up so late, causing you to be late for kindergarten, alright?" "Daddy, do you know why mommy wanted you to take me to kindergarten today? Isn't it because your mommy overslept and got up late? No, it's because mommy is sick." "How do you know that?" In her innocent manner, his daughter replied, "Last night, I saw mommy rubbing her tummy in the bathroom, and she was crying out in pain. When I asked her what was wrong, she said her stomach hurt." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhu Bo grasped the situation and felt a twinge of guilt. To deflect his daughter's concern, he interrupted, "Oh, I see, your mommy had a bit too much to eat last night and got a stomachache. Then should we let mommy eat less at night from now on?" "Sure." As they conversed, they unknowingly approached the entrance of the kindergarten. A lovely lady, around 25 years old and standing about 5 feet 5 inches tall, emerged to greet them, asking, "Xiaoya, why are you so late to kindergarten today?" Xiaoya looked up at her father with a sense of grievance, unsure how to respond to the lady's inquiry. Zhu Bo, however, was momentarily mesmerized, staring at the lady without regaining his composure. Noticing his lingering gaze, the lady queried, "Are you Xiaoya's father? Why hasn't her mother come? Is she ill?" Zhu Bo, feeling flustered, stammered, "Yes, it's nothing, but she is better now." The lady reproached him, "Parents like you should pay more attention to it. It's essential to instill a sense of punctuality in children from a young age, lest they develop lazy habits." His face flushed with embarrassment from her words. Zhu Bo chuckled nervously, "We will definitely be more mindful next time." Without further ado, the lady took Xiaoya's hand and led her away. Xiaoya called out, "Goodbye, Daddy," and the lady didn't even glance back as she ushered her daughter into the classroom. After leaving the kindergarten, Zhu Bo found his thoughts in disarray. He couldn't help but compare this lady to his own wife. The lady was lively and charming, while his wife was elegant and poised. If the lady were to be likened to a vibrant flower, his wife would be a fine vintage wine. Though both possessed their unique virtues, they shared a commonality: both figures were sensually curvaceous. He mused, "If only this lady could lie in my arms with the same allure as my wife, perhaps I wouldn't have found myself in such an embarrassing predicament last night." Lost in thought, he found himself responding physically, prompting him to clench his buttocks and walk with his legs tightly together. This awkward gait caught the attention of passers-by, and realizing he was drawing curious glances, he slipped one hand into his pocket to mask his embarrassment. After a prolonged struggle against his desires, he finally felt them subside. Once he resumed a normal stride, he couldn't help but chuckle at his earlier impulsiveness. He inwardly chastised himself. What a useless fellow, only bold when the moment calls for restraint, yet brimming with bravado when it's unwarranted. After wandering the streets for quite some time, lunchtime approached, and he still hadn't returned home to prepare a meal. Fortunately, his wife was dining at work, and their child would be having lunch at kindergarten. Otherwise, this homemaker would inevitably face his wife's reproach. At noon, Zhu Bo grabbed a quick bite outside, and after hastily resolving his hunger, he felt a lack of direction and returned home alone. Being in the house by himself felt somewhat desolate. He reclined on the living room sofa, flipping through television channels with the remote, only to find every program monotonously similar and uninspiring, prompting him to turn off the television. Seated before his computer, he logged onto his QQ account and dove into a local chat room. Under the moniker Deeply in Love with the Internet, he roamed the chat room, frequently sending friend requests or, before even exchanging pleasantries, hastily inquiring about others' ages, heights, weights, and even attractiveness, yet few responded to him. Just as Deeply in Love with the Internet faced repeated disappointments and felt disheartened, a user named Injured Woman initiated a conversation. Injured Woman asked, "Are you from this city? Yes, nice to meet you. May I ask you a question? Of course. What would you like to know? I want to ask, besides possessing a woman's body, do men not need anything else? I believe that humans are emotional beings. Between men and women, beyond desire, love is of greater importance. Only with mutual care and tenderness can intimacy become more enjoyable. But is your family happy? Do you and your spouse have a harmonious relationship? I find it difficult to answer that. A happy family doesn't necessarily require perfect harmony in intimate relations. What truly matters is mutual care, understanding, and respect between spouses. Have you ever forced your partner to be intimate with you? No, our relationship is based on mutual consent. Have you experienced domestic violence? My partner and I respect each other. We treat one another with courtesy, so how could there be domestic violence? Then you must be a gentle and considerate husband, perhaps. I truly envy you. I sense that you are a very straightforward woman. It is my greatest honor to know you, and I hope we can meet someday. You are also a very responsible man. In truth, I am quite conservative. I'm only discussing these matters with you because I'm feeling down. Whether we meet or not is left to fate." For reasons unknown, their conversation came to an abrupt halt. Jubo had yet to ask for her name or contact details when she hurriedly logged off after Injured Woman went offline. Deeply in Love with the Internet scoured the chat room once more, but could find no suitable conversation partner, leading Jubo to close his computer in disappointment. Chapter 9: The Deceptive Heart. In the traditional mindset of society, men are expected to earn a living for their families, while domestic duties and kitchen responsibilities are deemed the purview of women. However, Jubo finds himself without a legitimate profession or any source of income, relying solely on his wife's salary to sustain their household. The fact that he receives his wife's understanding and encouragement, and has humbled himself to embrace the role of a stay-at-home husband, is a fortune he has accrued from a previous life. Despite his growing weariness of preparing meals for his wife and children while constantly gauging his wife's mood, she remains steadfast in her wifely duties, never abandoning him, and continues to harbor high hopes for him, which brings him solace. Deep down, Jubo possesses a roguish inclination, often reminiscing about the glorious days when he was a business owner, longing for the joyous times filled with revelry. Consequently, he often evades his wife's gaze, seeking opportunities to indulge in extramarital escapades. Yet, with empty pockets, how could he possibly find a woman who would bring him pleasure without costing a dime? In this open era, amid the bustling city, the wealthy squander money like dirt, indulging in various upscale entertainment venues. The young women, adorned in vibrant attire and exuding charm, naturally become their prey. They exchange their understanding for generosity, their laughter for lavish gifts, and their bodies for monetary compensation. In this world rife with the stench of avarice and desire, each party seeks to fulfill their needs. As long as one possesses wealth, they can easily entice young women, regardless of age or familiarity. These women will nestle like little birds in their embrace, engaging in intimate encounters as if they were long-separated spouses. Until satisfaction is achieved, they perceive indulgence as fashionable and shame as a badge of honor. Thus, older men become brothers, and these brothers transform into their temporary husbands. Strolling through the bustling streets, one is enveloped by a cacophony of voices and the rumble of traffic, while shops display an array of enticing goods accompanied by jarring music. Jubo reaches into his modestly filled pockets, discovering a handful of coins left by his wife for purchasing groceries. After meandering through the streets for a considerable time, he finally spots a sign for the Longhua dance hall. He spends 2 yuan to purchase an entry ticket. Inside the dance hall, the lighting is dim, and soft melodies fill the air, while the dance floor is packed with people, making it impossible to discern their faces. He stands in a corner for a while, eventually spotting a bench occupied by a few patrons who have yet to join the dance, and he tentatively takes a seat. As the music concludes, the lights brighten considerably, scattering the couples who had been entwined in close dances. Some search for dance partners, others stand alone awaiting the next tune, while a few weave through the crowd, seeking their next target. With the onset of another dance, the men surge forward like warriors charging into battle, a mix of the stout and the slender, the tall and the short, the young and the old among them. They deliberately select and invite their partners from the diverse array of women present. Some pretentious women feign modesty, remaining motionless on their benches, rejecting invitation after invitation, until the lights dim once more, obscuring the faces of their suitors, prompting them to embrace a tall stranger and step onto the dance floor. Certain men exhibit remarkable patience, wearing down their partners with persistent entreaties until they finally yield, clinging tightly to one another, reveling in the sensations ignited by their bodies' proximity. Jubo is fortunate. The woman beside him displays no airs. Without uttering a word, he nervously gestures for her to dance, and upon catching her eye, she stands up like others on the dance floor. He gathers his courage and wraps his arms around her waist as they enter the crowded dance area. The dance floor is overwhelmingly packed, nearly immobilizing their feet, as couples find themselves swaying to the enchanting music as Jubo mimics the movements of those around him, their heights align, bodies pressing closely together, the woman as supple forms sending ripples of excitement through his senses. Gradually, he draws his face nearer to hers, tightening his embrace, seizing the opportunity to caress her waist. Amidst the sultry melodies of the hall, Jubo appears to thoroughly enjoy himself, occasionally emitting heavy breaths. Just as they lose themselves in the rhythm, exploring each other's bodies, the music ceases, and the lights brighten. Reluctantly, Jubo parts his hands and leans in close to her ear, whispering, "May I invite you to dance once more?" The woman shyly nods. At this moment, he finally observes her features. Her face bears the marks of approximately 40 years, devoid of visible wrinkles yet echoing the passage of time. Her figure is remarkably well maintained, exuding a sensuality that stirs the imagination, undoubtedly a woman of mature allure. And so, they dance, one song after another, throughout the afternoon. As they prepare to part ways, Jubo asks, "Shall I meet you at the entrance of the Langto-Osha tea house tomorrow at 2 o'clock for tea together?" Chapter 10. The burden of shame. One evening, just as Jubo had set the table with several delicious dishes he had prepared, Yao Ling entered the room, holding her lively daughter by the hand. The moment they stepped inside, the daughter complained, "Daddy, it's all your fault for waking up late this morning. The kids at kindergarten laughed at me for being a lazy bug." As Yao Ling hurried to the bathroom, Jubo pulled his daughter aside and whispered, "Didn't I tell you this morning not to let mommy know about being late?" "Aunt Chen already told mommy, and mommy even apologized to her," the little girl replied. "Which Aunt Chen?" "The one who took me into the kindergarten this morning." Aunt Chen from kindergarten, Chen Bing, was quite familiar with Yao Ling, and naturally, the news of their tardiness had reached her. After Yao Ling finished in the bathroom and washed her hands, she remarked, "Jubo, you must ensure our daughter is never late again. Aunt Chen from kindergarten has very strict expectations for the children. If Xiaoya continues to be late, she will find it difficult to hold her head high among her peers." "I'm sorry, I'll be more mindful next time," Jubo said apologetically. "Xiaoya, Daddy was wrong." Xiaoya responded, "Daddy admits his mistakes and corrects them. That makes him a good comrade." Yao Ling chuckled and asked, "Where did you learn that from?" "Aunt Chen taught us, she even taught us many songs." Just as Xiaoya was about to demonstrate her singing, Jubo interrupted, saying, "Xiaoya, if you don't wash your hands and eat soon, the food will get cold. Let us listen to you sing after dinner, alright?" The little girl mischievously made a face, which amused both Jubo and Yao Ling. As Yao Ling savored the meal her husband had prepared, she recalled her absurd actions and felt a pang of guilt, which dampened her appetite. Jubo, noticing her distracted demeanor, inquired, "What is wrong? You seem lost in thought. Are you feeling unwell?" Feigning nonchalance, Yao Ling replied, "Oh, I'm fine. Can't you see I'm perfectly alright?" Their daughter chimed in, "Mommy, didn't you have a stomachache last night? How could you forget so quickly?" The couple exchanged amused glances, and Yao Ling humorously remarked, "Oh yes, I did have a stomachache." At this, Jubo, having just taken a bite, burst into laughter, spraying a mouthful of rice. Confused, their daughter asked, "Daddy, did I say something wrong?" Yao Ling reassured her, "Xiaoya, you did well by showing concern for mommy, unlike your father, who just sleeps like a lazy pig." Jubo protested, "Wife, you're unfairly blaming me. I only overslept because of you." With that, he began to chuckle again. Their daughter was utterly perplexed by their banter. The couple, wary of inadvertently revealing too much in front of their daughter, chose not to revisit the events of the previous night. After dinner, their daughter insisted on taking a walk by the river. Yao Ling, feeling guilty, said, "Xiaoya, mommy's feet hurt today, so I can't go out, alright?" The daughter stubbornly replied, "No way. I want both daddy and mommy to hold my hands while we walk." Jubo glanced at his wife and asked with concern, "What is wrong with your feet?" She replied reluctantly, "I suppose it's because I've been walking too much. My feet are swollen." Jubo found this puzzling, thinking, didn't she take the bus to work? How could she have walked so much? Seeing the seriousness of her expression, he refrained from probing further. Instead, he offered, "Do you want me to massage your legs or rub your feet?" "No, it's fine, I just need to rest a bit," she responded. Observing her mother's pained expression, their daughter ceased her insistence. She switched on the children's channel to watch a film titled Finding Nemo. Yao Ling reclined on the sofa while Jubo gently massaged her delicate feet resting on his thigh. Under her husband's tender care, her legs felt considerably more agile, alleviating the swelling and pain. A stream of warm tears trickled down Yao Ling's cheek, as her emotions became profoundly complex at that moment. Chapter 11 Unveiling the Wife's Secret. Jubo whispered softly in his wife's ear, "Do you desire it tonight?" Yao Ling, feeling a twinge of guilt towards her husband, blushed and inquired, "Are you capable?" Recalling the fervent moments he shared with his dance partner in the ballroom, Jubo confidently replied, "My dear, I shall deliver a most satisfactory performance this evening." Yao Ling, remembering the intimate encounter she had with that man on the bus, shyly responded, "Well, if you believe you can, I have no objections." Before retiring for the night, their daughter clung to her mother, making it difficult for Yao Ling to extricate herself. Shu Bo remarked, "Xiaoya, you are growing up, are you not?" "Indeed? Then you can sleep in a room on your own, can't you?" "No, I am afraid. Your mother is unwell, and you cannot tend to her." "What shall we do?" "Then Daddy can come and sleep with us." "Are you not afraid of being cramped?" "Not at all, it is quite warm for three to share a bed." To accommodate their daughter's wishes, the family of three nestled together on the spacious mattress in Yao Ling's bedroom. For some inexplicable reason, Xiaoya was particularly lively that night, incessantly requesting her father to recount stories from Finding Nemo. The father and daughter engaged in animated conversation, which caused Yao Ling to grow weary, prompting her to complain, "Xiaoya, when will you be done? Aren't you concerned about being late tomorrow?" Fearing that his wife might become too drowsy to be intimate, Jubo decided to excuse himself. "I think I shall return to my own bed," he whispered to Yao Ling, suggesting, "Perhaps wait until Xiaoya is asleep before you join me in my room?" Yao Ling nodded in understanding, and after Xiaoya bid her father good night, she snuggled into her mother's embrace. Upon returning to his own room, Jubo found himself waiting in vain for his wife to arrive. His heart was in turmoil, akin to being clawed by a cat, as desire consumed him. He tossed and turned restlessly before rushing back to Yao Ling's room, gently tapping her shoulder. Yao Ling, ensuring their daughter was comfortably tucked in, stealthily followed Jubo as they prepared to close the door. Suddenly, Xiaoya sat up in bed and asked, "Mama, where are you going?" Yao Ling was startled and hurried back to her daughter's side. "Xiaoya, why are you still awake?" The little girl rubbed her eyes and replied, "Mama, if you aren't asleep, how can I possibly sleep?" The couple found themselves in a humorous predicament, and Yao Ling returned to her husband, whispering, "You go back first. I will come to you once Xiaoya has fallen asleep." With a resigned sigh, Jubo acquiesced and retreated to his own room. Before long, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 12. Encountering the bus pervert again the following day, Yao Ling resolved never to don a skirt while taking the bus to work again. Instead, she chose a light-colored blouse paired with black trousers. After a simple yet elegant grooming, she exuded a distinct charm. As she prepared to escort her daughter to kindergarten, her husband remained in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber. She thought to herself, since Jubo has nothing to attend to upon waking, let him continue to sleep. Concerned that excessive reproach might wound his pride, she refrained from urging him to rise. After dropping off her child, Yao Ling retrieved the business card of General Manager Zhang from Xin Yuan Real Estate Company from her bag. Upon inspection, she noted that the address was several bus stops away from her own company, conveniently located at the terminus of the bus route she regularly took. This time, the morning rush hour had subsided, and the bus was relatively uncrowded. She boarded the bus and swiftly found a seat. Once seated, she cautiously surveyed the other passengers, her heart racing, only to discover that the lecher who had harassed her the previous day was absent, which brought her a sense of relief. The bus arrived at its final destination, and she successfully located Xin Yuan Real Estate Company. The office building was quite impressive, soaring to a height of 30 stories. Upon reaching General Manager Zhang's office, she found him already waiting for her with a warm smile. He graciously welcomed Yao Ling into his office, inviting her to settle into a spacious leather sofa. After instructing his secretary to pour her a cup of warm water in a disposable cup and placing it on the coffee table, he took a seat in a plush executive chair across from her and remarked, "Ms. Tao, Manager Wang has spoken highly of you as a rare talent at Jiqing Advertising Company. I trust the advertisements you've crafted for us are exceptional." Yao Ling produced the neatly bound advertising materials from her bag and handed them to General Manager Zhang, modestly replying, "I am grateful for your kind words, General Manager Zhang. I have brought the advertising materials required by your esteemed company for your review." General Manager Zhang meticulously perused the documents Yao Ling had provided. She was quite taken with his approachable demeanor. Taking a closer look at him, she estimated his age to be in his 60s. He was of short and stout build, with a head full of silver hair. He appeared vigorous and commanding, and the deep lines etched on his face suggested he was a person of considerable life experience. After reviewing the materials, General Manager Zhang amiably stated, "Ms. Tao, these advertising materials are quite commendable. However, there are some technical terms and data that require adjustment to align with industry standards and specifications." I will have Yang from the engineering department assist you with the modifications once completed. Could your company expedite the printing in accordance with our contract? Thank you, General Manager Zhang, Yao Ling replied with a smile and a nod. Rest assured, I will ensure it is organized precisely to your company's specifications. General Manager Zhang summoned his secretary, instructing her, please promptly notify Yang from the engineering department to come to my office. The secretary immediately dialed the engineering department's phone. In less than 5 minutes, Yang knocked and entered the office. Upon standing, Yao Ling's face blanched, and Yang recognized her, his face flushing crimson to the ears. Observing their expressions, General Manager Zhang inquired with confusion, do you two know each other? No, we do not, Yang stammered in response to Zhang's question, only to regain his composure and extend a hand towards Yao Ling, introducing himself, I am Yang Jianqi. If Miss requires anything, please do not hesitate to ask. Yao Ling feigned calmness and replied, I am Yao Ling. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 13 of The Perverse Man. Yang Jianqi is none other than the man who caressed Yao Ling's body on the bus, a figure who evokes both irresistible desire and utter humiliation. Despite her anger and resentment towards him, she finds herself inexplicably captivated. Haunted by thoughts of him, she strives to banish him from her memory, yet he continues to materialize before her like a lingering specter. Had it not been for the presence of General Manager Zhang, and the necessity of their business dealings, the embarrassment and awkwardness of their encounters would surely have driven Yao Ling to flee. Indeed, the affairs of the world are filled with ironic twists. Often, the very individuals or situations one wishes to evade become the most inescapable. Human interactions resemble pieces on a chessboard, bound to move within the confines of established norms. The concept of fate suggests that two strangers, brought together by chance, are destined to embark upon a remarkable journey. Yang Jianqi stands approximately 1.75 meters tall, around 27 or 28 years of age. He possesses striking good looks and an air of confidence. With a well-proportioned physique and robust musculature, his demeanor radiates refinement, making it difficult to reconcile his appearance with that of a lecherous wolf preying on women aboard a public bus. As they exited General Manager Zhang's office, each harbored their own thoughts, appearing quite reserved. Yang Jianqi tread carefully ahead, while Yao Ling anxiously followed in his wake. Upon entering the elevator, Yang Jianqi, noting its emptiness, quietly remarked, Miss Tao, I apologize for my behavior on the bus yesterday. Yao Ling, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze and replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but I've already forgotten what transpired yesterday. Please, let us not revisit the matter. Yang Jianqi pressed on, to express my regret, may I invite you to lunch after I finish organizing these documents? Irritated, Yao Ling retorted, Mr. Yang, as I have previously stated, nothing occurred between us aside from our impending business collaboration. I wish to maintain no personal relations with you. I must insist that you respect my wishes. Therefore, I believe it is best to forego lunch. Though he presents a facade of propriety, his character is questionable. His invitation to dine is but a pretext to draw closer to me. I suspect his intentions are anything but honorable, she mused. Yang Jianqi, sensing the futility of his insistence, relented. They soon arrived at Yang Jianqi's expansive office on the 24th floor. Inside, a dozen employees were busy at their tasks, each workspace separated by transparent panels, creating small, private offices. As Yao Ling entered, everyone was absorbed in their work, paying little heed to the unfamiliar and attractive woman. Though a few cast her curious glances, Yang Jianqi poured a glass of water for Yao Ling and gestured for her to take a seat on a nearby stool. He proceeded to modify the documents on his computer based on the materials Yao Ling had provided. Once completed, he printed a copy and handed it to her, saying, Miss Tao, please let me know if you find anything amiss. Yao Ling reviewed the documents and responded, everything appears satisfactory. Please wait a moment. I shall visit General Manager Zhang to obtain his signature for the legal representative section, and then you may proceed with the printing, Yang Jianqi informed her. Very well, but please be expedient. I must return to report to our manager, Yao Ling replied. After Yang Jianqi departed, Yao Ling surveyed the simplicity of his office. A large stack of construction drawings cluttered his desk, incomprehensible to her as a layperson, yet her attention was drawn to a particular book titled The Sexual Man, authored by the Japanese writer Daikura Sanken. She was familiar with the book's content, which narrates the story of an elderly man who harasses young women on public buses. She pondered, could it be that Yang Jianqi's deviant behavior on the bus was inspired by the scenarios depicted in this book? At that moment, the scene from the bus replayed vividly in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush once more. Nevertheless, she refrained from succumbing to the allure of her thoughts. Constrained by the unfamiliar environment of Yang Jianqi's office, several young men from the office wandered over, ostensibly seeking Yang Jianqi, but their true intention lay in admiring her beauty. Yao Ling couldn't help but think, are all the men in this company so lecherous? Is the renowned Xing Yuan company truly a den of vice? Chapter 14. Timeless charm. Deep affection. Online had spent quite some time indulging in voyeuristic pursuits yet failed to catch a glimpse of the injured woman. Overwhelmed with disappointment, Zhu Bo logged onto QQ to search for an adult website known as XX Community. At that moment, the enchanting visages of numerous women filled his screen, and the vividly depicted scenarios in adult novels stirred an emotional tempest within him. His heart raced like a wild stallion, galloping through the intoxicating realm of the narrative. After resolving his own desires, he glanced at the clock, realizing that only 20 minutes remained until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, he recalled his dance partner from the ballroom, whom he had arranged to meet at Langtoosha Tea House at 2 o'clock that day. He pondered, when I invited her for tea, she did not explicitly confirm her attendance. Could she possibly stand me up? He further mused, better to hope for the best than to assume the worst. If she does not come for tea, I could always seek another partner at the ballroom. With a sense of tentative optimism, Zhu Bo shut down his computer and ventured out the door. A woman in her 40s is akin to a fine, aged wine. Only through slow appreciation can one truly savor her unique richness. When a mature woman is eager for connection, she resembles a pile of dry kindling. Once ignited, she will blaze fervently, and even if reduced to ashes, she will harbor no regrets as she returns to nature. Lu Xiaoying's husband is a highly esteemed civil servant. Due to work obligations, he was transferred to another city over 100 kilometers away to serve as the director of the Mianqing Construction Bureau, where he juggled numerous construction projects and led an exceedingly busy life, returning home only once a week. Previously a head nurse at a hospital, she resigned to care for her son, who was in his final year of high school, thus choosing not to accompany her husband to his new location. She had no desire to spend her days idly at the mahjong table like a typical city dweller. Aside from her morning runs and fitness routines, she possessed few other hobbies. In her youth, she relished dancing and held a great fondness for music. Occasionally, she would hum familiar tunes to the accompaniment of melodies, yet she suppressed her voice, fearing that too much volume might disturb her neighbors. Over time, this led to her disinterest in singing. After her son began school, she found herself alone at home, often succumbing to boredom, which drove her to frequent shopping excursions, leaving her drenched in sweat amidst the bustling crowds. Just yesterday, curiosity had compelled her to visit the Hualong dance hall for the first time. Upon entering, she was struck by the dimly lit atmosphere, a stark contrast to the brightly illuminated dance halls of her past. She contemplated leaving but was captivated by the tender exchanges of couples dancing intimately, stirring feelings reminiscent of her own romantic past. Being the wife of a respectable official, she was reluctant to dance with just anyone, seeking a dignified partner amid the array of men present. Despite numerous brazen invitations from men, she consistently declined, stating, "I do not dance, please find someone else." When questioned, "If you do not dance, what brings you to a dance hall?" she found herself reflecting, "What indeed am I doing here?" In her search among the sweaty men, she failed to find a suitable partner. Just as she was about to leave, Zhu Bo appeared at her side. She secretly observed this clean, refined, albeit somewhat awkward man, genuinely hoping he would invite her to dance, yet he wasted several songs sitting beside her. When Zhu Bo finally mustered the courage to extend an invitation, her acceptance was immediate. As he tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist, she felt an exhilarating surge reminiscent of youthful ardor. As they embraced warmly, their faces mere inches apart, Lu Xiaoying was utterly entranced. Her heart had melted in the presence of this unfamiliar young man. Their dance steps were tentative yet harmonious, akin to a pair of soaring geese gliding through the azure sky, landing gracefully upon the clear waters of a lake. Enveloped in Zhu Bo's embrace, she felt as if she were floating, her desires ignited by this young man. When the music ceased, she reluctantly released him, yet her heart soared when he invited her once more. After the dance concluded, fearing she may never see Zhu Bo again, she responded with ambiguous politeness to his invitation for tea, only to feel a pang of regret as he walked away. With her husband preoccupied with work and stationed out of town, Lu Xiaoying had not engaged in intimacy for nearly a month. That evening, she felt like a blossoming maiden, immersed in a kaleidoscope of emotions. Suddenly, an overwhelming impulse surged within her, leaving her parched and longing, propelling her time and again toward the shores of bliss. Chapter 15. The fall from grace. From a distance, Zhu Bo spotted his dance partner standing at the entrance of the Sentosa tea house. He hurriedly approached her with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sister, I thought you weren't coming." The dance partner chuckled and replied, "Do I seem like someone who..." She laughed and said, "Please refrain from calling me sister," repeatedly, as if I were an elderly woman. My name is Lu Xiaoying. May I call you Sister Lu, then? Zhu Bo, somewhat flustered, introduced himself, saying, "I am Zhu Bo." "You can call me Xiao Bo." Lu Xiaoying, clad in a white dress, possessed a curvaceous figure and a rosy complexion, which belied her 40 years. She wore a light touch of makeup, making her appear no older than 30. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator. "Welcome," a female attendant greeted them with a bow at the elevator's entrance and inquired, "May I ask how many of you there are?" Just the two of us. Would you prefer a private room or the main hall? Xu Bo glanced around the dimly lit hall, which was filled with patrons seated haphazardly. Fearing the embarrassment of being recognized, he did not consult Lu Xiaoying and responded to the attendant, "Let's opt for a private room." The private room was rather snug, furnished with a long. Once seated on the sofa, the attendant promptly served them 2 cups of tea and a plate of sunflower seeds, smiling mysteriously as she said, "Enjoy your time." After gently closing the door behind her, a silence fell between Lu Xiaoying and Xu Bo, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xu Bo lifted his cup and offered it to Lu Xiaoying, saying, "Sister Lu, what are you thinking about? Drink some water." "I am contemplating whether I should have come here with you today." "Is this your first time out for tea?" "Not exactly, but it's the first time I've come out for tea with a man alone. Actually, it is my first time inviting a woman out for tea as well." "Then how did you find this place?" "I often pass by here and noticed many people coming in and out, so I thought it would be nice to invite you to see it." "Oh, so I mistakenly judged you? You must have thought of me as a lecher, right?" Lu Xiaoying replied with a flirtatious smile, "What is there to fear from a lecher? Let me tell you, I have practiced taekwondo, and if anyone tries to bully me, I'll make them eat dirt." "Are you really that formidable? Don't believe me, why don't you try?" Lu Xiaoying immediately demonstrated a taekwondo move, while Xu Bo pretended to be caught off guard and feigned injury, causing Lu Xiaoying to stifle a laugh. Undeterred by her playful intimidation, he cautiously placed his hand on her shoulder. Noticing her lack of resistance, he let his hand slide down her shoulder, across her back, and gently embraced her waist. Lu Xiaoying relished the moment as she leaned into his embrace. Their lips instinctively met in a kiss, and Xu Bo lifted Lu Xiaoying's skirt, his hand easily gliding up her thigh towards her most intimate regions. Xu Bo was the second man in Lu Xiaoying's life. Apart from her husband, her moral decline stemmed from her husband's diminishing affection after he was transferred to work in another city, leaving her starved for intimacy and tenderness. His desires had waned significantly, often using work fatigue as an excuse to brush her off. Whenever Lu Xiaoying saw her husband soundly asleep, snoring loudly, a wave of despondency would wash over her. Eventually, she discovered flirtatious messages on her husband's phone, where he affectionately referred to another woman as wife. After enduring 18 years of shared hardships with her husband, she was devastated to find he was now keeping another woman. She could easily envision the young and beautiful visage of the woman. Confronting her husband about it would yield no admission, so she resolved to observe his behavior discreetly, ultimately concluding that her husband had transformed into an entirely unfamiliar man. To avoid disrupting the family and to ensure her son's studies were not affected, she chose to swallow her grievances. It seemed her husband had transferred all the pent-up energy he had previously reserved for her to another young and attractive woman. Lu Xiaoying mused, "Since my husband seeks pleasure elsewhere, why should I remain chaste for him? Why should I endure a life of solitude when my own desires persist?" She spoke to herself, "Darling, while you indulge in your escapades, I too have my own rendezvous to consider. Don't be surprised if I end up giving you a taste of your own medicine." Thus, at the tea house, she inadvertently chose to engage in an affair with Xu Bo. As they prepared to part, the intoxicating thrill of the encounter left Lu Xiaoying feeling somewhat reluctant. Shedding her mature womanly restraint, she became even more proactive than Xu Bo, asking, "Do you have a contact number?" Xu Bo, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Not at the moment." "You don't even have a phone at home?" Xu Bo hesitated to meet her gaze, while Lu Xiaoying smiled and reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't cling to you, nor will I disrupt your family life. Since you have your concerns, let us do this. I'll give you my phone number, call me when you think of me, and please don't forget about me." Xu Bo then requested paper and a pen from the service desk, wrote down her number, and they parted ways. Clutching the slip of paper with her number, Xu Bo felt a surge of excitement, and the memories of their time together in the tea house flooded his mind. Chapter 16 Yao Ling's drinking. Yao Ling returned the advertising production samples of Xin Yuan Company to Manager Wang. Marking the completion of her task, she felt a sense of satisfaction in her achievements in advertising. Manager Wang, with a beaming smile, looked at her and said, "You've worked hard, but I must trouble you to accompany me on a trip to the printing house to deliver these samples." "This is my duty." "There is nothing arduous about it. I'm more than happy to accompany you, Manager Wang," Yao Ling replied. She seldom traveled in Manager Wang's car for work, and he had never allowed her to interact with the printing factory personnel. As the car navigated through the bustling streets, with the air conditioning on and soothing soft music playing, her spirits lifted immensely. Manager Wang inquired, "How long have we been working together?" "Approximately 5 or 6 years, I suppose," Yao Ling responded with a smile. "Why do you ask, Manager Wang?" He sighed, "Time truly flies. The years have slipped away in the blink of an eye." Indeed, when I first joined, you were merely an ordinary employee, and now you've become the manager of the company. You too. When you first reported to the company, you were just a young girl, and now you're an indispensable talent, a valuable asset by my side. I am grateful for your support over the years. Working in the same office with you has been a pleasure, and it's thanks to your mentorship that I am not cramped in a large office like Shaoli and the others. Oh, that is merely the result of your hard work, he joked, adding, however, seeing a beautiful and charming you every day invigorates me. Yao Ling laughed, what beauty do I possess? Surely your wife is not lacking in charm, don't you see her enough when you return home? My wife is quite formidable. By the time I return home, I feel nothing at all. What do you mean by formidable? She was pampered by her father since childhood. If things don't go her way, she can be quite the handful, always wearing a stern expression that is utterly unbearable. So that's how it is. Is your marriage unhappy? What's there to be happy or unhappy about? We just make do. This was the first time Yao Ling had heard Manager Wang speak of his family, and her curiosity piqued, prompting her to ask, have you ever considered divorcing your wife? Manager Wang sighed, I have thought about it, but after so many years together and with our daughter now in college, what would be the point of a divorce? Yao Ling mused, it seems every family has its own difficult scriptures to read. Manager Wang then asked, speaking of personal matters, I realize I know very little about your family situation. There's not much to tell. My husband treats me well, and our family life is relatively happy. That is good to hear. Having a happy home is more valuable than anything else. I believe earning too much money doesn't hold much significance. Yao Ling was aware that, aside from his regular salary, Manager Wang received considerable kickbacks from the advertising deals he secured for the company. As they were conversing, the car had already entered the gates of the printing factory. A plump boss approached, bowing and scraping, to open the car door for them. Upon seeing Yao Ling in the car, he jokingly remarked, Manager Wang, when did you acquire a female secretary for yourself? Manager Wang introduced her, Director Huang, please don't jest. This is Yao Ling from our company, she is the mastermind behind this advertising campaign. Director Huang smiled sheepishly, saying, Miss Tao, my apologies. My surname is Huang, I look forward to your guidance. Yao Ling laughed and shook his hand, replying, no problem. Director Huang led them to tour the printing factory workshop, and afterward, they signed a contract, paying him a portion of the deposit. Once the formalities were completed, they realized it was past lunchtime. Director Huang drove a Buick, accompanied by a young and attractive female secretary, while Manager Wang's Citroën followed closely behind. The cars entered the parking lot of Tangchang Grand Hotel, and the four of them proceeded directly to a reserved private room on the 5th floor of the hotel restaurant. This 4-star hotel was well equipped and quite renowned in the city. The restaurant staff escorted them to a reserved private room, and Director Huang introduced his young secretary to everyone, saying, this is Xiao Wang. I hope the two esteemed gentlemen will nurture her in the future. Xiao Wang, tall and alluring, exuded grace and warmth. After striking up a conversation with Yao Ling, she asked, Sister Tao, what kind of wine do you enjoy? I never drink alcohol. I'll just have a soft drink, Yao Ling replied. Director Huang countered, how can that be, it's our first meeting, it wouldn't be proper to abstain from drinking. Manager Wang intervened, suggesting, let us just share a bottle of red wine among the four of us. Alright, since Manager Wang has spoken, I insist that Ms. Tao drink white wine. Director Huang conceded. He ordered a bottle of Louis XVI from the waiter and requested a lavish spread of dishes. Once the food and drinks were served, the four raised their glasses in a toast. Yao Ling, unable to handle her liquor, turned a rosy hue after just a few sips of the wine. Post-drinking, she appeared even more enchanting, causing Manager Wang to feel a flutter of emotions. Chapter 17. The temptation renewed. Xiao Wang possessed a remarkable capacity for alcohol. Having consumed nearly half a bottle of red wine, her demeanor with Director Huang was rather casual. She would occasionally serve him dishes or pour him drinks. Their affectionate display made Yao Ling feel exceedingly awkward. After dinner, Director Huang reserved a luxurious suite at the hotel and invited Manager Wang and Yao Ling to play mahjong together. Yao Ling declined, saying, we have work in the afternoon, and besides, I am not very proficient at mahjong. Director Huang chuckled and replied, with the leadership present, is there really a need to work? Moreover, entertaining clients with business mahjong is still considered work, isn't it? He gestured for Xiao Wang to present an envelope filled with cash, placing it in Yao Ling's hands, saying, the small token is our greeting gift. Please accept it, Miss Tao, I believe this amount should suffice for our mahjong game. He glanced at Manager Wang, who smiled and added, since it comes from Director Huang's heart, you should feel free to accept it. With the leader's endorsement, Yao Ling graciously accepted the money and placed it in her bag. Accompanying them into the hotel suite, Yao Ling excused herself to the restroom, where she retrieved the envelope from her bag and counted its contents. To her astonishment, it contained a full 10,000 yuan equivalent to 3 or 4 months of her salary. Before starting the game, Director Huang suggested, since we rarely gather, let us enjoy ourselves today. After finishing mahjong, we will dine here and then head to the Tangcheng nightclub for karaoke. We can return home a bit later, what do you all think? Yao Ling protested, that won't do, I must return early to pick up my child from kindergarten. Manager Wang interjected, Yao Ling, let your husband handle that. Don't let our fun be spoiled, okay? After a moment's reflection, Yao Ling conceded, realizing the validity of his words. She dialed her home number, but the phone rang unanswered for quite some time. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 2 in the afternoon, and thought, where could that lazy man have gone? Lacking a mobile phone for her husband, her options for communication were limited to the landline. She reasoned, there is still plenty of time, I can contact him again around 4 or 5. Thus, the 4 of them settled down to play Sichuan mahjong. Yao Ling's skills at mahjong were impressive. She frequently achieved a clean hand or won big pairs, while occasionally causing others to lose. Within less than 2 hours, she had won 2,000 yuan. Director Huang remarked, Miss Tao claimed she was not adept at mahjong, yet she plays like a master. Were you merely being modest? Xiao Wang added, Sister Tao is like a formidable warrior, leaving us utterly bewildered. Manager Wang laughed and asked, where on earth did you acquire such skills, Yao Ling? She responded with a smile, I taught myself, Manager Wang. You must never underestimate me. Director Huang humorously quipped, it seems you have an innate talent rather than self-taught skills. His comment elicited laughter from Manager Wang and Xiao Wang, while Yao Ling's cheeks flushed crimson. Being seasoned individuals, they understood the implications of Director Huang's jest. Stealing a glance at the time, Yao Ling tried her home number again, but it went unanswered once more. As they continued playing until 5:30, Shubo finally answered her call. Without preamble, she demanded, where on earth have you been? Why did no one answer the phone? I went for a walk, he replied. Do you think a stroll takes that long? Shubo provided a lengthy explanation, but Yao Ling, impatient, cut him off. Enough! I have no time for your explanations. Hurry to the kindergarten to pick up Shayad. I want to be home for dinner tonight. I'll likely be late. You can put her to bed first, alright? While she spoke, the others paused their game, exchanging glances. Director Huang remarked, I never anticipated that Miss Tao had such prowess. Xiao Wang playfully chimed in, what do you know, Sister Tao simply knows how to manage her household. Yao Ling continued, men are just like that. If you let them off the hook a little, they become unruly and misbehave outside. Manager Wang countered, your view seems rather one-sided. Realizing her harsh demeanor towards her husband might seem unflattering in front of them, Yao Ling smiled and said, oh, I forgot. Manager Wang is a model husband and should be exempted. Director Huang asked, and what about me? That's a different story, she replied, prompting hearty laughter from the group. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wang teasingly tugged at Director Huang and said, this man is full of mischief. You needn't pay him any mind, Sister Tao. Having clarified matters regarding her daughter with her husband, Yao Ling felt a weight lift from her heart. She began to play with renewed confidence. As it approached 7 o'clock, Director Huang suggested a 10-minute break. After a long afternoon of play, everyone agreed. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Director Huang exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wang before stepping into the bedroom, with Xiao Wang following closely behind. Observing their actions, Yao Ling comprehended the situation. However, as the mahjong game had not yet concluded, Yao Ling felt it inappropriate to leave abruptly. The atmosphere in the living room with Manager Wang grew somewhat tense. Suddenly, they heard Xiao Wang's loud moans from the bedroom, accompanied by Director Huang's deep, guttural sounds. Is it comfortable? Very comfortable. In what way? All over. Followed by a series of intense thumping noises. For a married woman with strong desires, such intimate sounds were all too familiar, resonating like intoxicating music in Yao Ling's ears. Igniting her senses, she felt her cheeks flush, gradually succumbing to the arousal. Manager Wang felt similarly distressed, his thoughts dulled by the tumultuous affair of Director Huang and Xiao Wang. He was tempted to rise and embrace Yao Ling, yet he repeatedly reminded himself to maintain his composure. When Yao Ling could no longer contain herself and dashed to the restroom, her alluring figure, fair and delicate skin, enchanting beauty, and slender waist painted an enticing image in Manager Wang's mind. His rationality was thoroughly shattered by Yao Ling's presence. As Yao Ling stepped into the restroom, barely managing to close the door, Manager Wang followed suit, pulling her into his embrace. Yao Ling struggled lightly for a moment before wrapping her arms around his neck, her face pale, beads of perspiration glistening on her delicate features, her cherry lips quivering, unable to suppress his longing any longer. Manager Wang pressed his lips against hers, and the two began to kiss passionately. Chapter 18 of the enchanting scene. Wu Xiaoya was the last student to be picked up by her parents. Chen Bing, holding her small hand, peered out the door, yet there was still no sign of Yao Ling. She pondered, where could that person have gone? Just as she was about to give her a call, Zhu Bo hurriedly approached. As it was Zhu Bo's first time picking up his daughter from the kindergarten, Xiaoya appeared exceedingly excited. She joyfully exclaimed "Daddy" and leaped into his embrace. Chen Bing, standing to the side, pouted and complained, "Why did you arrive so late?" Zhu Bo, feeling guilty, replied, "I apologize, I just received a call from my wife, and with the rush hour traffic, I ended up being delayed." Chen Bing blurted out, "Aren't you the family caretaker?" Zhu Bo was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and asking, "Who told you that?" "Your wife, Yao Ling," Chen Bing replied nonchalantly before bidding farewell to Wu Xiaoya and hastily departing the kindergarten. In Chen Bing's eyes, Zhu Bo was quite the lecher, and her statement served a dual purpose. On one hand, to make Zhu Bo, the unemployed vagabond, aware of his own standing and discourage any fanciful notions about her. On the other, to caution him against engaging in any indiscretions behind the back of her good friend. Watching her retreating figure, Zhu Bo felt a sense of loss as his wife had laid bare everything before Chen Bing, completely extinguishing any fleeting thoughts he harbored about the alluring woman. Upon turning back and witnessing the affectionate interaction between Zhu Bo and his daughter, Chen Bing felt a pang of envy for the harmonious family that Yao Ling represented. She chastised herself, thinking, "Is it my own familial misfortune that breeds bias against all men? In this way, has Zhu Bo become an unwitting victim of my disdain for men?" Aware that exposing Zhu Bo's secret would harm his self-esteem and fearing it might lead to an argument with Yao Ling, she began to regret her overly harsh attitude towards him. After returning home and finishing dinner with his daughter, Zhu Bo allowed her to play with her dolls in the living room. He switched on the television and lay dejectedly on the dark sofa, his eyes drifting with the vibrant images on the screen, yet his thoughts were far removed. He reminisced about the afternoon encounter with Lu Xiaoying in the private room of the tea house, recalling how he had greedily caressed her entire being, gradually growing dissatisfied with the barriers of clothing, and clumsily maneuvering his hands under her skirt. The joy of liberation that Lu Xiaoying experienced after a prolonged period of repression lingered in his memory, evoking an insatiable desire within him. Human beings, it seems, are inherent. The mere recollection of their intoxicating moments together stirred a tempest of lust within him. He recalled the phone number Lu Xiaoying had given him and pulled it from his pocket to scrutinize. He pondered, should I divulge my home number to her? If she were to know it, would she call me? What if my wife discovers our affair? Would she cast me out? At that moment, Lu Xiaoying's earnest request for his number flashed before his eyes, leading him to consider, since we are both married, exchanging numbers shouldn't pose a problem. He further mused, given her tone, it seems she intends to assist me. What if she truly wishes to help, yet misses the opportunity because she cannot reach me? After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to call Lu Xiaoying. He picked up the telephone in the living room and dialed her number. Lu Xiaoying answered softly, "Why are you calling now? Is it inconvenient?" "No, I just worry about your wife overhearing our conversation." "Don't worry, she hasn't returned yet." "What brings you to call now?" "Nothing much, just wanted to share my home number with you." "Alright, I'll save it in my phone." "You should hang up quickly, I wouldn't want your wife to come home and catch us. If anything arises, I will contact you after she goes to work." With that, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Noticing her father on the phone, his daughter gleefully ran over and asked, "Daddy, is that mommy calling?" "No, it's just an uncle on the line." Skeptical, the daughter took the receiver from her father's hand and innocently inquired, "Mommy, why haven't you come back yet?" Chapter 19. The psychopath. Upon returning home, Chen Bing found Yang Jianqi lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed, engrossed in the television. As soon as he noticed her arrival, he bellowed, "Why are you coming home so late today? Have you been with some lover?" Chen Bing, incensed by his words, retorted, "And what of it if I were? Are you intentionally seeking a quarrel?" "I'm not arguing with you, just look at the time. You haven't even prepared dinner." "I'm not your maid, why don't you cook for yourself?" "You know full well that I can't cook, are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" "Pray tell, who is provoking you?" Just as Yang Jianqi was about to hurl the remote control, Chen Bing, uninterested in his theatrics, donned an apron and retreated to the kitchen to prepare their meal. She had grown accustomed to these pointless disputes. Each time they argued, Yang Jianqi would vent his frustrations on any object within reach, and the number of remote controls he had shattered was beyond count. Yang Jianqi was a deviant, habitually indulging in unsavory literature or browsing dubious websites. Whenever he beheld the enticing allure of seductive women, his desires ignited within him like a fervent flame. He harbored an insatiable interest in women's figures, often leering at unfamiliar women with his heated gaze or making unwelcome advances towards alluring females on public transport. With his handsome visage and a fade of, he and Chen Bing had been high school sweethearts, their romance imbued with a poetic charm from courtship to marriage. Initially, their married life was harmonious, yet ever since Yang Jianqi became infatuated with depraved materials, she gradually succumbed to a growing fear of her husband's actions, and as her trepidation fostered emotional distance, she found herself unable to satiate his ever-expanding cravings. Thus ensued a cycle of violence and discord, transforming their once idyllic home into a desolate space, to the point where Chen Bing contemplated fleeing. From the day Yang Jianqi embarked on his misguided path, their precarious household teetered on the brink of collapse. As Chen Bing set the table with the meal, Yang Jianqi feigned contrition, saying, "My dear, I apologize. I was wrong to accuse you." With a sigh, she replied, "Just eat your dinner and spare me the chatter." Relieved, Yang Jianqi settled at the table, picked up his utensils, and began to relish the meal. His ploy of exchanging a mere "I'm sorry" for a delectable dinner was a well-worn tactic. Having been pampered throughout his life, he was utterly incapable of culinary endeavors, relying heavily on his wife for sustenance. This semblance of a family, already tenuous, would inevitably tilt towards chaos upon encountering external emotional entanglements. Despite Yang Jianqi's commendable success in his career, he could not mend the wounds inflicted upon Chen Bing's heart. What she craved was not material satisfaction, but rather emotional solace. She yearned for tenderness and genuine care, not merely the possession of her husband's body. Chapter 20. A battle scars. After finishing her dinner, Chen Bing claimed to feel unwell and retired to bed early. Yang Jianqi, in a state of turmoil, sat on the sofa in the living room lost in thought. He had never anticipated that Yao Ling, whom he had harassed on the bus, would have business dealings with their company. The moment they met in General Manager Zhang's office and Yao Ling recognized him, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and humiliation. Observing the warmth with which Zhang treated Yao Ling, he sensed an unusual closeness between them and feared that she might expose his despicable. However, when he noticed that Yao Ling appeared equally uncomfortable, he felt a slight sense of relief. He hoped to find an appropriate moment to apologize to her in person, and if she was amenable, he was willing to offer her a suitable monetary compensation for her. He was acutely aware that there are no secrets that remain hidden indefinitely. Should his perverse behavior become known among the employees, he would undoubtedly face their scorn, and the female staff would likely avoid him as if he were a plague. He pondered, as long as Yao Ling has business ties with the company, it is inevitable that she might inadvertently reveal this matter. If it reaches General Manager Zhang's ears, what then? After being rebuffed when he invited Yao Ling to dinner, his heart remained in a state of suspension. When he handed the advertising samples to Zhang for his signature and then passed them to Yao Ling, who took them without a word and exited his office, he realized that this woman harbored a deep-seated resentment towards him. Is she merely feigning superiority, or is she intentionally distancing herself from me? Yao Ling's frigid demeanor perplexed him. The contrast between her entranced and docile demeanor on the bus and her current demeanor was stark. Are all women so adept at putting on a facade? Rising from the sofa, he began to pace the living room, ultimately arriving at a bold decision. He would do whatever it took to possess this woman, ensuring that she would kneel beneath his dominance, silencing her once she became his. At that moment, Yao Ling's demeanor and appearance from earlier that day in the office flashed through his mind. Although she had not worn a skirt, her alternative attire stirred his imagination even more. Approximately 168 centimeters tall, she towered over his wife by a couple of centimeters, her oval face framed by expressive, seductive eyes. Her light top could hardly contain her ample figure, while her fitted black trousers accentuated her shapely rear. Her physique was impeccable, with curvaceous thighs and long, straight, smooth calves. Her shoulders were elegantly poised, her neck neither too thick nor too slender, and her straight, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding an extraordinary grace. He found himself once again lost in memories of their ambiguous encounter on the bus, recalling the intoxicating sensation of caressing Yao Ling's body, oblivious to the crowded. That breathtaking, soul-stirring scene lingered in his mind, fueling his desires. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed all his pent-up frustrations upon his wife, Chen Bing. He burst into the bedroom, Chen Bing felt him try to push her away, but his hand seized her wrists, rendering her helpless. It felt as if she had a fly lodged in her throat, wanting to retch, yet she could not move as he silenced her with his mouth. Resigned to her fate, she lay there in despair, allowing her husband to violate her in a grotesque manner until he finally released a guttural cry, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, before she managed to extricate herself from his grasp. Tearfully, she retreated to the bathroom, allowing the rushing water to wash away the indignity she had suffered. Glancing in the mirror, she was horrified to discover her body marred with bruises, evidence of Yang Jianqi's cruel grip. which had left bloodied marks across her skin. Chapter 21. Doubt. As Yao Ling wearily dragged her exhausted body home, she found her daughter already sound asleep. Her husband, Zhu Bo, was still in the living room watching television, waiting for her return. She felt a pang of guilt and asked, "Why are you still awake?" "I'm waiting for you," he replied. "Then you should rest early, don't stay up too late, your health is important." Zhu Bo found it odd. He had expected his wife to berate him for being out all afternoon, yet she was instead so considerate. Gratefully, he cast a glance at her, but Lu Ling appeared nervous, as if she were hiding something. Zhu Bo inquired with concern, "You must be tired, right?" Yao Ling, her cheeks flushed, nodded and placed her handbag on the sofa before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. As the sound of running water filled the air, Zhu Bo sensed something unusual in Lu Ling's demeanor, as if she were concealing a secret from him. Once he confirmed she was indeed showering, he discreetly opened her handbag and discovered a thick envelope inside. Upon opening it, he found it stuffed with 100 yuan bills, estimating at least 10,000 yuan in cash. Without revealing his discovery, he meticulously placed the envelope back and lay on the sofa, pretending to watch television. Approximately 20 minutes later, his wife emerged from the bathroom clad in a delicate nightgown. The sheer fabric hinted at the beauty beneath, her hair slightly damp and her cheeks radiating a rosy glow, exuding an enchanting aura of spring. She took her handbag, sat next to Zhu Bo, and retrieved the envelope filled with money, asking, "Can you guess how I came by this 10,000 yuan?" Zhu Bo playfully responded, "It didn't just fall from the sky, did you pick it up on the way?" "Things aren't that simple," she replied. "It was given to me by Director Huang from the printing factory." With a hint of sarcasm, he said, "Since when did you become so capable? Why would he just give you money for no reason?" Yao Ling defended herself, "Just let me finish before you jump to conclusions." "Go ahead, I'm all ears." "Here's the thing, I managed an advertising project that required a large quantity of printed materials, which needed to be produced at Director Huang's factory. This money is likely a commission they provided to me." After hearing this, Zhu Bo's suspicions eased considerably. Thus, he teased, "Who would have thought, my wife possesses such prowess?" Unaware that his words were laced with irony, Yao Ling pulled out the money and said, "Could you please keep this for now?" Zhu Bo quickly pushed the money back, saying, "This is your hard-earned money. It's better for you to keep it. I wouldn't want to spend your laborious earnings without proper explanation." She pondered for a moment and replied, "We are a family, why should there be a distinction between you and me? Precisely because we are family that I trust you, wouldn't you agree?" Zhu Bo's seemingly casual remark struck a nerve with Yao Ling, causing her to feel a sense of unease. She responded, "All right, I will save this money for now. What if you need any, just ask." Zhu Bo acknowledged with a simple "oh," and Yao Ling stood up, saying, "You should also get some rest, I am feeling quite fatigued." "Then you should sleep first." Yao Ling carried her handbag back to her room. Having navigated the business world for several years, Zhu Bo understood the tactics employed by these cash-driven businessmen towards attractive women. They would first offer a taste of sweetness to cultivate a sense of gratitude, followed by persistent flattery to win her affection, all the while scheming for ulterior motives. Although Zhu Bo had unwavering faith in his wife's character, he feared that Yao Ling might fall into someone else's trap, manipulated by the allure of money. Chapter 22. Self-reproach. Yao Ling sensed that Zhu Bo had uncovered her deceit. Having betrayed her husband, her confidence faltered as she spoke. By nature, she was forthright, unable to tolerate even the slightest grain of sand in her eyes, and incapable of harboring secrets within her heart. She dreaded the prolonged scrutiny of her husband's gaze, especially when it came to confessing the events of the day. She recognized that the money she had acquired was a result of her own compromise. If she were to recount the entire affair with manager Wang in detail to Zhu Bo, her husband would undoubtedly be driven into a furious rage. Lying in bed, Yao Ling found herself unable to sleep. The events that had transpired at the hotel felt like a haunting nightmare, leaving her in a state of disquiet, influenced by the unrestrained behavior of Director Huang and Xiao Wang. When manager Wang kissed her in the restroom, her thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. Her body, ablaze with desire, responded uncontrollably as she embraced manager Wang, her frail figure appearing more delicate than usual. In that moment, she was even more proactive than manager Wang. As he stood, unfastening her trousers with the ease of peeling a scallion, she remained oblivious to his actions. Just as manager Wang prepared to fully possess her, her consciousness abruptly returned, and she forcefully pushed him away, silently donning her pants, thereby preserving her dignity and loyalty to her husband. Manager Wang, taken aback, gazed at her with confusion, while Yao Ling, her face flushed, hurriedly exited the restroom, leaving him to follow her like a remorseful child. At that moment, Director Huang and Xiao Wang were already seated at the mahjong table, awaiting their return. Director Huang's gaze was lecherous, and Xiao Wang exchanged knowing glances with a foolish grin. Yao Ling felt as though she were a fugitive, caught in the glaring light of day. She yearned for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. Without uttering a word, she seized her bag from the mahjong table and dashed for the exit. Fearing pursuit from Manager Wang and the others, she deliberately descended 2 flights of stairs before taking the elevator down. In a flurry, she requested a taxi at the hotel entrance and made her way home. Upon reaching her doorstep, her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to retreat to the lawn below, where she sat for over half an hour until her heartbeat steadied. Only then did she return home. When she encountered her husband's mistrustful gaze, a wave of anxiety washed over her. If it were merely an ordinary mistake, she would have confided in him, seeking a solution together. However, this was a matter of principle, an issue that could never be forgiven. She could never reveal it to her husband nor share the burden of her transgression. She preferred to swallow the bitter fruit of her own making rather than inflict upon her husband the pain of betrayal. Yet, with Manager Wang working in the same office, they would inevitably encounter one another daily. A voice within her questioned, "What if Manager Wang attempts to coerce me into another clandestine affair?" Another voice responded, "You are a married woman with children. Do not allow an extramarital liaison to destroy the family you have painstakingly built." Thus, she resolved to maintain a respectful distance from Manager Wang, to forget the events of that day, and to act as if nothing had transpired when at work. With this determination, she decided to take a day off the following day, intending to spend quality time with her unfortunate tortoise of a husband. She planned to visit the market to buy 2 fine ingredients, hoping to cook a meal herself as a means of atonement for her misdeeds. After watching some television, Zhubo stealthily entered Yao Ling's bedroom, lifting the covers and asking, "Darling, shall we sleep together tonight?" Yao Ling apologetically replied, "Honey, I'm feeling a bit tired today. Is it all right if I don't join you?" Zhubo was overjoyed, for he had just spent all his savings that afternoon on Lu Xiaoying at the tea house, secretly relishing the thought that his foolish wife remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 23, The Yellow-Faced Woman. Before departing, Director Huang instructed Xiao Wang to retrieve 50,000 yuan from his satchel to hand over to Manager Wang, stating, "I am immensely grateful for Manager Wang's unwavering support for our small factory. This sum, though modest, is a token of my respect. I hope you will continue to lend your support to my humble self in the future." Manager Wang feigned reluctance, replying, "Let us not worry about the money. If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." However, Director Huang pressed the money into his hands, insisting, "After spending a day with us, you deserve some rest. You must accept this money, so you can return home and provide an account to your wife." The mention of his wife sent a chill down Manager Wang's spine, and he unceremoniously placed the money into his briefcase. After uttering a thank you, he exited the room, while Director Huang and Xiao Wang accompanied him to the elevator before embracing and turning back to their hotel room to continue their intimate tussle. By the time Manager Wang returned home, it was already midnight. His wife was in the living room, cracking sunflower seeds and watching television. Upon seeing him return so late, she immediately interrogated, "Have you been out drinking at a nightclub again?" "Of course not," he replied. "Then why are you so late? Were you with some wild woman?" He retorted, "What is wrong with you, always thinking the worst? Then where have you been?" He pulled the money from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table, saying mysteriously, "I was playing mahjong with a client." It was a gift from a client. Being a woman who valued wealth above all, she ceased her reproaches and instead praised him, saying, "Darling, you truly are capable. I must reward you well tonight." He felt a tightening in his chest at the implication of her reward, thinking to himself, "Oh no, tonight I shall once again be tormented by this yellow-faced woman. I'll go take a shower first." "Please count the money and put it away," he instructed. His wife, cheerfully seated on the sofa, began counting the cash without lifting her head, replying, "All right, just make sure to wash up nicely." Manager Wang did not spare her a glance, letting out a soft sigh as he entered the bathroom. His wife, around 40 years of age, was of short, stout build, with a round face, small eyes, a large mouth, a flat nose, and a thick neck. Her abdomen was encased in layers of excess flesh, her hips were wide, and her thick legs swayed unattractively as she walked. Her snoring at night was as thunderous as a storm. Perhaps it was the common plight of the less attractive, as she relished applying layers of thick powder on her face, drawing bold black eyebrows, and wearing vibrant lipstick, adorned in gold and silver trinkets as she pranced about. Having retired early from her job and with their daughter studying away, she devoted her attention to her husband, treating him as her personal possession to command at will. She kept a close eye on him, requiring daily reports of his work upon his return home. On one occasion, when a stranger's name slipped from his lips, she interrogated, "Is this person male or female?" He teased her, responding, "She's a woman." Her curiosity deepened, "Is she young or old?" "Young and beautiful," he replied. Her expression soured immediately as she pressed, What did you do together? What else could we do? We went to a hotel, he jested. At this, his wife began to cry, lamenting, "You heartless creature, I toil at home cooking, washing, and cleaning for you, while you frolic outside. Tell me, do you have any relationship with that woman? If you don't clarify, I won't let this go." Manager Wang chuckled, "She is a key client, do you think I would dare have an affair?" His wife, wiping her tears, laughed, "I doubt you have the audacity for that." When Manager Wang worked at a state-owned enterprise, his wife was the daughter of the factory director, who greatly admired his talents and arranged for their introduction. Having just graduated from university and coming from a humble rural background, he quickly succumbed to the director's temptations and married her. After their marriage, he discovered her personality to be quite stubborn and willful, so he indulged and pampered her. After giving birth, she grew plump and carefree, while their daughter was well-behaved and cherished by Manager Wang. Although their family faced many trials, he endured for the sake of their daughter. Later, when the factory's performance declined, Manager Wang resigned and secured a position at Xin Yuan Real Estate Company. Their financial situation gradually improved, and his wife's behavior began to temper somewhat. Chapter 24. A regrettable incident. As Manager Wang indulged in a warm bath, his thoughts inevitably drifted to Yao Ling. There was simply no comparison between her and his wife. One resembled an ungainly hippopotamus, while the other exuded the ethereal beauty of a celestial being. They belonged to entirely different realms of existence. Having joined the Jiqing Advertising Company 2 years prior to Yao Ling's arrival, he had secretly observed and harbored an infatuation for her since the very day she stepped into the office. Had he not been married, he would have pursued her ardently. Despite being a decade her senior, his mindset remained aligned with that of the youthful and enchanting woman, and their professional. Yet, whenever Yao Ling's alluring physique, her flowing locks, enchanting smile, and curvaceous form danced before his eyes, it ignited a torrent of unfathomable desires within him. But he lamented his unfortunate fate, burdened with a wife who embodied both ugliness and vice. Nevertheless, he was a man of ambition and responsibility, steadfastly refusing to allow his domestic misfortunes to affect his work. He never sought solace in the arms of other women, nor did he frequent dance halls or nightclubs in search of companionship. On occasion, he would feign interest during social engagements, but his reputation remained unblemished. He was well respected within the industry, and many peers admired his integrity. Director Huang had attempted several times to introduce beautiful women to accompany him for games of mahjong, hoping to entice him into indiscretions, yet he steadfastly resisted. He never spoke of his domestic affairs, and when others mentioned his wife, he would embellish her virtues to justify her shortcomings. Whenever his daughter was brought into conversation, he would beam with pride, extolling her qualities. To every woman he had encountered, he was the epitome of a virtuous gentleman, a devoted husband and a doting father. Yao Ling held Manager Wang in high regard, never suspecting that he harbored a secret affection for her. In her eyes, he was a commendable superior and an elder brother, and their relationship had thrived on a foundation of pure friendship for many years, which she deeply respected. Had it not been for Manager Wang's discovery of the telltale mark on Yao Ling's skirt, he would have remained oblivious to the intensity of her desires and would never have dared to entertain the notion of a romantic entanglement. Without temptation, his rationality could not have been so easily shattered by Yao Ling. He felt a profound gratitude toward Director Huang for orchestrating this opportune moment, recognizing that the sounds emanating from the hotel room were deliberately staged by Huang and Xiao Wang, their exaggerated displays of passion designed to ignite Yao Ling's longing, akin to a naive girl caught surreptitiously watching illicit footage. As the sounds from the bedroom reached his ears, he discerned Yao Ling's reaction through her expression. Perceiving her swelling desires and burgeoning emotions, when she hurried to the restroom, he understood that she was aflame with passion. Memories of Yao Ling cleaning the mark from her skirt the previous day flashed through his mind. Thus, spurred by an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, he followed her into the restroom, enveloping her in a tight embrace. As their lips met, parting and reuniting in fervent kisses, their cheeks brushed against one another, further stoking the flames of desire within them. He could effortlessly reach any destination he desired, and she offered no resistance, only fueling his abandon as he explored her body. However, just as he was on the cusp of consummating their encounter, Yao Ling suddenly pushed him away, leaving him engulfed in disappointment. He found himself unable to fathom the complexities of her emotions. As Yao Ling dashed from the hotel room, clutching her handbag, he was struck by a wave of confusion, his gaze fixated on the now closed door, his feet seemingly rooted to the floor. "Quick, go after her," Xiao Wang urged. It was only then that he snapped back to reality, his face flushed as he exited the room, but the corridor and elevator bore no trace of Yao Ling. As he despondently returned to the room, Director Huang chuckled, saying, "Brother, she was merely putting on a show for us. Women need to be courted, rest assured, she will be fine by tomorrow. I can guarantee that it won't be long before she comes seeking your affection." Xiao Wang chimed in with a cheerful grin, "Don't listen to him. After all this time with me, surely you've learned something?" Xiao Wang, playfully twisting his ear, replied earnestly, with me by your side, do you still dare to consider yourself a master? Director Huang feigns surrender, dear, you are the only one in my heart. I shall not dare again. Xiao Wang, releasing his grip, chuckled, that's more like it. Director Huang turned to Manager Wang with a helpless expression, these days, every woman seems like a fierce tigress. Can we men not afford to provoke them? Xiao Wang added, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, don't think you can shake me off. Manager Wang shivered involuntarily, pondering, what if Yao Ling becomes as clingy to me as Xiao Wang is to Director Huang? Chapter 25. Anxious countenance during work hours, Yao Ling called Xiaoli, requesting her to ask Manager Wang for a sick leave on her behalf. Upon completing the request, Xiaoli noted a look of sheer panic on Manager Wang's face. This struck Xiaoli as peculiar. She pondered, Yao Ling works in the same office as Manager Wang and their relationship has always been amicable, why couldn't she simply call him directly to ask for leave? Why must I be the intermediary? Could it be that there is something clandestine between them, she mused further. If there exists a romantic entanglement, isn't Yao Ling inadvertently confessing? With a tinge of self-mockery, she chastised herself, you have a knack for conjuring up conspiracies. What is a perfectly ordinary situation has been convoluted in your mind. Yet, recalling Manager Wang's expression when she requested leave for Yao Ling, she felt a sense of unease and chuckled to herself, let us keep silent for now and simply await the unfolding drama. Seated beside her, Zhang Jia inquired, Xiaoli, what are you munching on that has you smiling so sweetly? Nothing much, I just find it amusing that I had to ask for leave on Yao Ling's behalf. What's so amusing about that? She had me approach Manager Wang for her sick leave. Having joined the company in the same year as Yao Ling and maintaining a cordial relationship, Zhang Jia defended her, saying, what's so strange about that? Women have a few inconvenient days each month, it makes sense for you to request leave for her. Xiaoli contemplated this rationale and recalled Yao Ling's recent bout of stomach troubles in the restaurant. Blushing, she scolded herself, what a neurotic. Meanwhile, Zhang Jia had already sensed something was amiss with Yao Ling's demeanor in recent days, yet lacked the opportunity to speak with her, fearing she might cause a scene. Concerned, she resolved, out of respect for our years of camaraderie, when she returns to the office, I must have a word with her. Manager Wang, unable to remain seated in his office, was acutely aware of the reason for Yao Ling's absence. He believed his actions from the previous night had upset her, prompting her deliberate avoidance. If my momentary lapse in judgment has caused her distress, I am willing to apologize in person and accept the consequences, vowing never to harass her in any manner again, he contemplated. With this resolution, he felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety, yet, a new worry emerged, what if, after laying bare my feelings and making every effort, Yao Ling still refuses to forgive me? Perplexed by Yao Ling's thoughts, Manager Wang felt an overwhelming sense of dread. His mind wandered aimlessly, rendering him incapable of focusing on his work. As time ticked by, he glanced at Yao Ling's vacant desk, an infinite wave of guilt washed over him, as if he were awaiting a verdict in a trial of his own making. Ultimately, one must confront reality. Even in death, one deserves clarity, he mused. Consequently, he resolved to use the office phone to call Yao Ling directly. The phone rang for an interminable duration with no answer, each chime tightening his chest, the sound echoing painfully long. At last, Yao Ling answered, asking, Manager Wang, I had asked Xiaoli to request leave for me, do you need something? Stammering, he replied, no, nothing urgent, I just wanted to check if you were unwell. I'm fine, just feeling a bit down and wanting a day to rest. Is that all right? Of course, please take care of yourself, I won't disturb you further. Before he could finish, she hung up. Hearing Yao Ling's voice and understanding her reason for absence eased some of Manager Wang's burdens. Ah, the rose is lovely, yet it is beset with thorns, he mused, questioning, have I inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest? Chapter 26. Illness. Early in the morning, Yao Ling rose and prepared breakfast, urging her husband and daughter to wake up while helping her daughter get ready. She said, Xiaoya, how about letting your father and me take you to kindergarten today? Her daughter joyfully replied, it's my first time going to kindergarten with both of you. Xu Bo inquired, aren't you working today? Yao Ling responded, I plan to ask Xiaoli from the office to cover for me. I intend to spend the day at home with you. Xu Bo joked, what is so special about that? Is your husband in danger of being whisked away by someone else? Observing her daughter's exuberance, he teased, Xiaoya, you really lack ambition. At your age, still needing both parents to accompany you to kindergarten. Proudly, the daughter retorted, that simply shows how well mom and dad get along, they know how to cherish me. Xu Bo playfully pinched his daughter's nose, saying, our little princess is quite perceptive, and even knows how to flatter her parents. Yao Ling neatly folded her quilt and emerged from the bedroom, asking, "Are you two done yet? If we don't leave soon, we'll be late." The couple led their little girl downstairs. As soon as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Yao Ling took out her phone and called Xiaoli. "Xiaoli, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Could you please request a day off for me from Manager Wang?" "Of course, Tao Jie. Is your health alright?" "It's nothing serious, a day or two of rest should suffice." After hanging up, she linked her arm with her husband's and held her daughter's hand. They strolled down the street, exuding warmth and affection, their happiness drawing the envious glances of many passers-by. Yao Ling carried a white handbag and wore a black spaghetti-strap dress that accentuated her fair complexion. Shubo, dressed in a suit and a crisp white shirt, showcased his fair skin. His sparse facial hair contributed to a youthful appearance, his large eyes and prominent nose adding to his charm, though he had a few protruding teeth. Both he and Yao Ling were 30 years old, with Shubo being slightly older by a few months. Standing around 5'7" and weighing approximately 130 pounds, he maintained a fit physique, radiating a certain masculine grace. Yao Ling, being only an inch or two shorter, appeared to be taller, and together they presented a harmonious and attractive couple. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, they were greeted by Aunt Tang, a woman in her 40s, who welcomed Wu Xiaoya. Yao Ling inquired, "Where is Teacher Huang? What about Chen Bing?" "Chen Bing is ill today and won't be coming to work," Aunt Tang replied. "Do you need to speak with her?" Yao Ling explained, "I've taken a day off too, and I was hoping to chat with her since I have some free time." "Then you can give her a call," Aunt Tang suggested. Yao Ling dialed Chen Bing's number, only to hear a soft voice from the operator, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." She tried again, but the same message echoed in her ears, causing her to exclaim in frustration, "What on earth is she doing? Why does she keep turning off her phone?" Observing Yao Ling's anxious demeanor, Aunt Tang said, "Hold on a moment, I'll give you her home number, you can try that." Following Aunt Tang's instructions, Yao Ling dialed the number provided. After several rings, a man finally answered, "Who are you looking for? Is this Chen Bing's residence?" "Yes, it is." "Could you please fetch Chen Bing for me?" "One moment, I'll have her come to the phone." The man shouted, "Chen Bing, your phone call." After a while, footsteps could be heard on the line, and Chen Bing asked, "Who is this?" "This is Yao Ling. I was wondering where you had disappeared to. I heard you were unwell. How serious is it?" Chen Bing replied weakly, "It's nothing major, just need some rest." "You say it's nothing serious, yet your voice is so feeble." "Tell me your address, I'm coming over to see you right away." "Really, it's no trouble, you don't need to bother yourself." "Silly girl, we're friends, how can I just stand by when you're ill?" Chen Bing pondered for a moment. Feeling down, she thought having Yao Ling visit might cheer her up. "Aren't you working today?" "No, I've taken a day off as well, I was planning to visit the kindergarten to chat with you." "Alright then, I'll wait for you at home. Take a taxi to the entrance of Zijing Garden, and I'll come down to meet you." Chapter 27 Godmother. Since Aunt Chen Bing is not at work and has such a fondness for my daughter, why not let her take a day off as well? "We could pay a visit to Aunt Chen's home and invite her and her husband to share a meal with us," thought Yao Ling. Thus, she spoke to Teacher Tang, "Teacher Tang, may I take Xiaoya with me?" Teacher Tang smiled and replied, "Of course, you are Xiaoya's parents." Yao Ling took her daughter's hand and said, "Quickly say goodbye to Teacher Tang." The little girl waved her tiny hand at Teacher Tang and said, "Goodbye, Teacher Tang." Teacher Tang responded, "Xiaoya, be good and listen to your mom and dad while you're out." The little girl innocently nodded in agreement. As they stepped out of the kindergarten, they soon hailed a taxi. The driver inquired, "Where are you headed?" Yao Ling answered, "Zijin Garden." With a press of the accelerator, the taxi merged into the bustling traffic. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zijin Garden, Yao Ling's phone rang from her handbag. The noise of the street muffled the sound, and she didn't hear it. However, Zhubo, with his keen ears, swiftly retrieved the phone and handed it to Yao Ling. Seeing it was a call from the office, she recognized it was Manager Wang and her complexion turned pale. In a fluster, she answered the call but hung up after only a few words. Zhubo asked, "Who was on the line?" Yao Ling replied, "It was Manager Wang from the office." "But you took a day off, why would he call?" "He was inquiring if something had happened at home." "What could possibly alarm you so?" Yao Ling deflected, "I thought there might be an issue at the company that could disrupt our plans for today." "Oh, I see. It seems your manager is quite concerned for you." Although his words suggested understanding, he remained puzzled internally. Yao Ling's face flushed crimson, while Zhubo felt increasingly bewildered. Chen Bing emerged from the community, waving to their family from a distance, and Wu Xiaoya, like a little bird, rushed towards her. Dressed exceptionally well today in a checked shirt and form-fitting jeans, her curvaceous figure was alluring as she walked, her ample hips swaying enticingly. Noticing her vibrant appearance, Yao Ling playfully remarked, "You claim to be unwell, yet here you are enjoying a little world of your own? Tao Jia, please spare me from talking about my husband. He infuriates me to no end." Yao Ling was taken aback, and while Chen Bing found it difficult to explain, she refrained from mentioning her husband's unsavory behavior in the presence of Zhu Bo. The family followed Chen Bing up to the fourth floor of an apartment building, where she opened the door for them to enter. Once seated on a long sofa, Chen Bing went to the kitchen and brought out a large assortment of fruits, placing them on the coffee table. "Tao Jia, please don't laugh at us. Our conditions are modest, and we may appear somewhat shabby." Yao Ling replied, "Not at all, I think the environment is quite pleasant." She surveyed the one-bedroom apartment, noting that the sparse furniture made it feel spacious. As she toured the kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom with Chen Bing, she inquired, "Where is your husband?" Chen Bing responded, "He went to work right after your call." "He must be quite handsome, when will you introduce us?" Chen Bing asked curiously, "Tao Jia, at your age, do you still judge men by their looks?" Yao Ling laughed, "Though I may be older, you still possess youth and beauty." Chen Bing sighed, "What use is youth and beauty if a woman is burdened with a perverse man? It could ruin her life." Her expression revealed a deep melancholy. Yao Ling chose not to pry further, while her daughter Wu Xiaoya sat nearby enjoying the fruit, and Zhu Bo remained seated, gazing at the two lovely women with a foolish grin. Chen Bing playfully addressed him, "Wu Ge, I apologize for my previous demeanor towards you." "Not at all, it was my laziness that caused my daughter to be late, I was just looking for an opportunity to apologize to Aunt Chen." Yao Ling interjected, "Calling her Aunt Chen sounds so awkward. Let's simply call her Chen Bing, and let our daughter recognize her as her godmother, what do you think?" Zhu Bo modestly replied, "I have no objections, but I fear our daughter may feel unworthy." "Wu Ge, what are you talking about? It's settled then, from now on, let Xiaoya call me godmother." Yao Ling called her daughter over and pointed at Chen Bing, saying, "Xiaoya, quickly call her godmother." Wu Xiaoya looked at Chen Bing and then at her parents, and timidly uttered the words godmother. Chen Bing encouraged, "Speak louder, I couldn't hear you." Thus, Wu Xiaoya shyly called out, "Godmother." Following this, her little face flushed, and she dove into her mother's embrace, eliciting a wave of laughter from everyone present. Chapter 28. Emotions aroused by the scene. At 11:30 in the morning, Chen Bing remarked, "Please make yourselves comfortable at home for a moment, I shall descend to procure some ingredients for our lunch preparation together. As it is our first gathering as families, I believe it would be more convenient for us to dine out. Invite your husband, and let us enjoy a meal together, what do you think?" "That sounds agreeable. Allow me to treat you to a meal," Chen Bing responded. "We are family now, there's no need for such formality today, we shall host you. Decide on a venue and quickly call your husband," Yao Ling insisted. "Very well, but I must inform you that I will be the sole company for lunch today." "Why is that?" "Because I prefer not to bring him along, lest he diminish our appetites." "In that case, I shall not press the matter further. Shall we head out now?" "All right." After closing the door, Chen Bing accompanied Yao Ling's family out of the Zijing Flower Garden community. The four of them walked to the Yaoyuan restaurant, a charming two-story establishment set within a garden-like ambience. The environment was exquisitely elegant, bustling with patrons, and the restaurant thrived with business. The waiter guided them to a wooden table by the window on the second floor, allowing them to appreciate the scenery below. The lush greenery, with its varied heights and dense foliage, surrounded a tranquil pond where trees cast reflections upon the crystal-clear water, while schools of fish glided gracefully, creating ripples upon the surface. A gentle breeze swept through, refreshing their spirits and stimulating their appetites. The two lovely women seated upstairs were a sight to behold, drawing the attention of onlookers. Some paused by the pond to gaze, others frequently turned their heads, some whistled, while others serenaded with love songs. What a beautiful tableau of human life it was. The restaurant was alive with chatter, each table adorned with steaming dishes exuding delightful aromas. Some guests indulged in hearty drinking, while others feasted voraciously, and some savored their meals delicately, each manner of dining creating a dazzling spectacle. Zhu Bo and his daughter sat opposite Yao Ling and Chen Bing, captivated by the smiles of the two beauties, feeling the envy directed towards them from around the room, as if he had fallen into a heap of happiness, basking in good fortune. Once the dishes were served, they began to eat as Zhu Bo would occasionally serve his daughter, while also inviting Chen Bing and his wife to partake, all the while maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor, though he could not resist stealing glances at Chen Bing's expression. Chen Bing began to view Zhu Bo in a new light. She had never anticipated that the man who once gazed at her with such desire would exhibit such thoughtfulness towards his wife and child. The contrast between his magnanimity and her husband's selfishness was stark. Observing the harmonious life of Yao Ling's family, she felt a pang of regret for her own unfortunate marriage. A melancholic expression washed over her face, and tears began to flow. Yao Ling inquired, "What troubles you?" Wiping her tears with a napkin, she replied, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit heavy-hearted." "I sense you desire a child, don't you?" Yao Ling suggested. "Having a child brings joy to family life," she continued. Chen Bing shook her head. "Tao Jia, you truly do not understand the life I currently endure. If another child were to enter this world, I can't fathom what kind of future they would have." "So, you mean to say your life is quite unfortunate?" Chen Bing nodded. Yao Ling reassured her, "Do not be disheartened, there are still many days ahead. If life becomes unbearable, you can always consider divorce. I shall support you." Upon hearing Yao Ling's words, Chen Bing could no longer contain her emotions. She wept as if she were reunited with family. Yao Ling embraced her tightly, passing her handbag to Zhu Bo, saying, "Please settle the bill first." Seeing Chen Bing in tears, Zhu Bo's daughter approached and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Aunt Chen, please don't cry." Yao Ling shot her a glare, admonishing, "Who told you to call her Aunt Chen? You should address her as godmother." Wu Xiaoya lightly patted her back, softly saying, "Godmother, please don't cry." Yao Ling noticed the curious stares from around them and helped Chen Bing down the restaurant stairs. Feeling embarrassed by her outburst, Chen Bing wiped her tears, managing a smile. "Tao Jia, look at me, behaving like a child." Yao Ling comforted her, "It's nothing, if you feel wronged, let it out. It will lighten your heart." They found a secluded spot in a park, where Yao Ling asked Zhu Bo to take Wu Xiaoya to play finding a place to sit. Yao Ling inadvertently lifted the hem of Chen Bing's shirt, gasping, "Ah, Chen Bing, what happened to you? You recovered in wounds." Subsequently, Chen Bing recounted the harrowing tale of her husband's abuse. Yao Ling, incensed, declared, "How can such a man exist in this world? Call him out, and I shall help you exact your vengeance." Chen Bing shook her head, "I think it's best to leave it be. Matters between couples are best resolved privately. If someone else intervenes, it often backfires. Besides, how could you confront him about such a violation?" Yao Ling pondered this and, growing concerned, cautioned, "You must protect yourself. Do not sacrifice your well-being for a man unworthy of your love." Chen Bing nodded, offering her a grateful smile, "Rest assured, I will take care of myself." Chapter 29 A Retribution. A man may endure the scolding of a woman's mother, yet he cannot bear the oppressive silence that a woman can impose. Yang Jianqi had initially intended to arrive at the office later, hoping instead to soothe his wife at home. However, Chen Bing regarded him with the animosity of a sworn enemy, leaving him profoundly distressed. He endeavored to draw closer to her, yet his wife remained resolutely mute. Upon overhearing Chen Bing on the phone mention a visitor, he felt a surge of guilt, fearing that his despicable actions might be exposed before a stranger. He thought to himself, "The best course of action is to retreat. I should hasten to the office." With a stubborn demeanor, he implored Chen Bing, "Darling, please don't be angry, I'm off to work." Chen Bing did not even grant him a glance, and feeling disheartened, he donned a loose-fitting casual outfit before stepping out the door. As he wandered through the bustling streets, the discomfort of his home life faded, and he found himself surreptitiously admiring the alluring forms of beautiful women around him. Vibrantly clad young maidens and voluptuous matrons swayed past him, igniting a dreamlike haze. He lingered at the bus stop for an extended period, until a solitary woman boarded the bus, prompting him to follow her closely behind. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, he instinctively began to inappropriately touch the softness of her figure. Initially, the woman turned to glare at him, but he paid no heed. As more passengers boarded, he deliberately pressed himself against her, instinctively placing a hand on her waist. The woman struggled to break free, yet, drawing from his previous experiences, he mistakenly interpreted her resistance as shyness. The woman appeared youthful, standing approximately 5 feet tall, her figure pleasantly plump and undeniably sensual. Clad in a white blouse paired with a light denim skirt, her body's elasticity sent his heart racing, reigniting the flames of desire within him, leading him to fantasize about illicit encounters with her. He leaned closer to the woman's back, inhaling the fragrant aroma that emanated from her skin, unable to contain the surging lust that emboldened him further. Ignoring the presence of all other passengers, he quietly unfastened his belt, lost in a reverie of tender fantasies, his eyes closed, lips slightly parted, and breaths coming in heavy gasps. Suddenly, he felt a jarring emptiness in his body, followed by the sharp sting of 2 resounding slaps across his face. Upon opening his eyes, he found a clear space before him, with the woman glaring furiously in his direction, surrounded by a throng of agitated passengers, while his most private parts remained exposed. Blushing furiously, he hastily tucked himself back into his trousers. The woman exclaimed, "Have you never seen a woman before? If you can't control yourself, perhaps you should return home to indulge with your mother." A voice rang out, "Driver, stop the bus. There's a perverted lecher here, quickly, let us deliver him to the police station." Truly, wandering too far into the night often leads to encountering ghosts. Spit was hurled at him, fists rained down upon him, and shouts of outrage filled the air. Before the bus could come to a complete stop, a burly man kicked him off the vehicle. Once outside, he assessed his condition, feeling the bruises and blood that marred his body, realizing he had been thoroughly beaten. Chapter 30. Living apart. Mianqing is a heavy industrial city, akin to a dazzling jewel set within the grand tapestry of our nation. To meet the demands of urban development, Mianqing is divided into the old and new districts. The municipality's construction initiatives are numerous, predominantly focusing on the renovation of the old district and the establishment of the new one. Following the municipal planning, the old district has become the commercial and cultural nucleus of Mianqing, with all government departments slated to relocate to the new district, attracting a multitude of domestic and foreign investment enterprises, as well as property developers. Upon Director Chow's transfer from the provincial capital to Mianqing as the head of the construction bureau, his integrity, meticulous work ethic, and unblemished reputation led the municipal leadership to entrust him with all engineering projects. Vice Mayor Chen was designated as the nominal chief commander of the projects, while Director Chow assumed the role of deputy commander. Once one acquires power and influence, myriad opportunistic individuals swarm around like flies. Some officials from the province and various ranks within the city inundated him with notes and phone calls, seeking favors for their relatives and acquaintances, attempting to secure contracts through his auspices. Nevertheless, Director Chow remained steadfast in his commitment to fairness during the bidding process. To ensure both quality and timeliness, he selected only those construction firms possessing both qualifications and substantial capabilities. This stance, however, antagonized numerous bidding entities and city officials. Complaints reached the municipal leadership, and slanderous letters were dispatched to the Discipline Inspection Commission, prompting an investigative team to scrutinize his conduct. Yet, after thorough examination, no misconduct was uncovered. Consequently, his stature within the construction bureau remained exceptionally high, earning him the admiration of the public and the endorsement of municipal leaders. Since his relocation to Mianqing, he and his wife, Lu Xiaoying, had embarked on a life of separation. Though he could return home once a week, however, the demands of his work occasionally precluded his return, prompting him to express his regrets to his wife. "My dear, I won't be able to come home today. Please take care of yourself. It's alright, if you truly can't make it back, I won't insist. Work is paramount, but do call me once you finish your tasks. I'll be waiting for you." He understood that his husband was a vigorous man, brimming with desires, and if left unchecked in this era rife with temptations, amidst the splendor of the city, he might easily lose his self-control. Only through their conversations could he find solace for his loneliness and alleviate the restlessness within. One night, Director Chow returned to his two-bedroom suite at the construction bureau deep into the night. With his wife absent, after bathing and settling into bed, he clutched the soft pillow, yet sleep eluded him. The mere thought of his beloved's smooth skin and sensual form ignited the flames of desire within his soul. Just as his unquenched yearning sought an outlet, his wife called. "Darling, do you miss me?" he inquired. "I do," she replied softly. He pressed further. "Where do you miss me the most?" Lu Xiaoying teased. "Everywhere, of course." "But where the most?" he asked with a hint of urgency. "In the places you desire," she responded playfully. Such tantalizing dialogue only heightened Director Chow's fervor, and he heard her gasp on the other end of the line. "What's wrong?" he asked anxiously. "I miss you terribly, you must come back soon." Chapter 31. The banquet. The municipal government office building has now entered the substantive bidding phase. The Provincial Construction Engineering Group and Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited are the two most competitive entities, with the highest likelihood of securing the bid. However, one cannot have both fish in bare paws. Only one of these firms can be selected as the candidate for the BIDI. In the afternoon, Vice Mayor Chen visited Director Chow's office, addressing him in a tone akin to that of a superior addressing a subordinate, saying, "Old Chow, I've heard you haven't been home for quite some time. You must be exhausted." Director Chow smiled and replied, "Vice Mayor Chen, you flatter me. As long as I can successfully complete the tasks assigned by our superiors, a little hardship is nothing. You've been away from home for so long. Does your spouse support you?" "Not at all. My spouse understands my work very well. When I was working at the provincial level, I had already developed the habit of staying out late." Vice Mayor Chen, adopting an official tone, pretentiously "With a partner like yours backing you, I am certain you have a promising future ahead." Director Chow politely responded, "I appreciate Vice Mayor Chen's guidance." "Not at all," he swiftly changed the subject, saying, "but one is made of flesh, and food is as vital as steel. To excel at work, one must also dine well, right?" "Indeed, indeed." Director Chow nodded. What instructions do you have, Vice Mayor Chen? Vice Mayor Chen continued, look at me, I'm so caught up in conversation that I nearly forgot the important matter at hand. A leader from the province is visiting today, and there is a banquet arranged at the Mianqing Hotel tonight. I would like you to join us. Director Chow appeared somewhat troubled, saying, Vice Mayor Chen, I'm not much of a drinker. Do you think it's appropriate for me to attend such an occasion? What's inappropriate about it? It's a gathering to enhance our connections. What could be better? Vice Mayor Chen glanced at his watch and said, time is of the essence. I won't keep you any longer. It is settled then, we shall meet at the Mianqing Hotel restaurant at 6:30. With that, Vice Mayor Chen exited the office, and Director Chow accompanied him to the door. Vice Mayor Chen bid farewell with a see you tonight before entering a sedan with a license plate beginning with 9. After the car drove off, Director Chow pondered, it's the first time this old fellow has personally invited me to a meal. How could I possibly decline, yet, what ulterior motives does he have? At 6:30, he arrived punctually at the entrance of the Mianqing Hotel restaurant, where a waiter ushered him into an opulent private room. Vice Mayor Chen had invited Secretary Wang from the provincial government, who was accompanied by Director Li of Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited and her beautiful secretary, Xiao Li. Observing the scene, Director Chow quickly discerned Vice Mayor Chen's intentions. Of Vice Mayor Chen, with his ample belly, presided over the table, while Directors Chow and Wang were seated on either side of him, flanked by Director Li and Xiao Li. On the table were 2 bottles of Guizhou Maotai liquor. After Director Li instructed the waiter to uncork the Maotai, each glass was generously filled. Once an array of delicacies was presented, Director Li raised her glass, saying, I am grateful for the presence of esteemed leaders. Allow me to toast you all with this humble offering, thanking you for your attendance. After everyone raised their glasses and drank, they continued with 2 more rounds, followed by 3 additional toasts from Xiao Li. With several cups downed, Director Chow felt a pleasant lightness. When Director Li once more raised her glass, along with Xiao Li alternating toasting him, Director Chow could no longer hold out, exclaiming, I can't drink anymore. I will be intoxicated. Vice Mayor Chen said, Old Chow, what's wrong, you've hardly had a sip. Secretary Wang remarked, although we haven't worked together in the provincial capital, I have long heard of your commendable character. Do remember to gather again when you return home. Director Chow replied, of course, Secretary Wang holds a key position in the provincial government, and I look forward to your guidance. Upon my return, I will surely pay a visit. Secretary Wang added, I used to work in Mianqing as well, and have been longtime comrades and colleagues with Vice Mayor Chen. Director Li is my cousin, and her company has gained a small reputation in Mianqing over the years. I hope Director Chow can extend his support. Director Chow acknowledged, Director Li's contributions to Mianqing are well recognized. However, we are now in an era of market economy where competition across various sectors is exceedingly fierce. The stipulations outlined in the national bidding and tendering law are stringent. For this bidding of the municipal government office building, I will prioritize Director Li's company, provided it does not contravene national laws and regulations. Seizing the opportunity, Director Li raised her glass, stating, if Director Chow agrees to award the project to our company, I assure you we will construct the municipal government office building to perfection, making it a model project for both our company and the city. I understand your sentiments, but I truly cannot drink anymore. With the endorsements of Vice Mayor Chen and Secretary Wang, I personally would be inclined to award the project to you. However, the bidding process is not solely within my purview. He smiled and inquired, Vice Mayor Chen, would you not agree? The astute Vice Mayor Chen, caught off guard, feigned innocence, saying, Director Li, having bid your entire life, are you not familiar with the bidding and tendering law? Let us not dwell on that matter further. What are your plans after dinner? Director Li suggested, shall we go to a nightclub for karaoke? What do you think? Vice Mayor Chen replied, that sounds, I shall refrain. Secretary Wang insisted, that won't do, we still wish for you to take center stage today. Vice Mayor Chen patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to sit back down, encouraging him, you have nothing to do at home. Why not join us? Seeing the respect his superior, Vice Mayor Chen, commanded, Director Chow acquiesced and joined them at the city's most renowned venue, the Imperial Nightclub. Chapter 32 A Bounty of Wealth and Beauty. As the group settled onto the plush sofa in the private room of the KTV nightclub, a tall, impeccably dressed woman with an extraordinary presence burst in and took a seat beside Vice Mayor Chen. In a sultry voice, she cooed, Lu Gu, it's been ages, I've missed you terribly. Director Chow, perplexed, wondered, how can she address Vice Mayor Chen as Lu Gu? The mommy enthusiastically summoned a bevy of beautiful women for Secretary Wang and Director Chow to choose from. Secretary Wang, in a state of hunger, hastily selected one of the ladies to join him, while Director Chow shook his head in disapproval. Chairman Li, interpreting Chow's reaction as dissatisfaction, requested Mommy to bring in another batch, yet Chow continued to decline. Leaning in closer, Director Chow whispered to Chairman Li, "Li Dong, there's no need to trouble yourself, I'll just stay for a while and then take my leave." "That simply won't do, everyone has company, yet you remain unaccompanied. If you leave, how could I possibly reconcile that?" Vice Mayor Chen seized the opportunity to cast a knowing glance at him, saying, "Old Zhang, let us just enjoy ourselves together, don't take it to heart. There is no harm in lingering a bit longer, we're all friends here." He thought to himself, is Vice Mayor Chen inebriated? It's one thing for the ladies to miscall his name, but now he is calling others by the wrong names too? Chairman Li leaned closer and whispered, "Vice Mayor Chen is deliberately concealing your identities in this venue. He referred to you as Old Zhang, and I trust you don't mind?" Understanding the implication, Director Chow replied cheerfully, "I don't mind at all, this is quite agreeable. However, I absolutely refuse to have a lady accompany me for singing or drinking tonight." Seeing that he was adamant about not inviting a lady, Chairman Li beckoned the silent Xiaoli over and said, "Secretary Chow, I entrust Director Chow to you tonight. Please take good care of him." Afterward, he summoned his regular model, who, still in her stage attire, whispered a few words to Chairman Li before strutting into the main hall. Xiaoli confidently handed a glass of fine wine to Director Chow, who bashfully replied, "Xiaoli, I truly cannot drink anymore. If I become inebriated, I would certainly embarrass myself in front of everyone." "Not to worry. We're here to enjoy ourselves. I've only recently graduated from university and my tolerance is naturally limited. It is a privilege to share a drink with Director Chow today. Please, indulge yourself and drink this cup." Unable to decline further, Director Chow raised his glass and drank heartily with her. Meanwhile, the model had returned to sit on Chairman Li's lap, and Vice Mayor Chen along with Secretary Wang were engrossed in a game of dice, drinking, singing, and reveling with the ladies. The atmosphere in the room gradually became more convivial. Taking advantage of Xiao Li's trip to the restroom, Director Chow stole a glance at her. She stood around 1.70 meters tall, her round, expressive eyes exuding an innocence akin to a clear spring, alluring and affectionate. Her delicate nose was both graceful and striking, her crimson lips vibrant and enchanting, her smooth cheekbones elegantly defined, her swan-like neck extended gracefully, adorned with cascading ebony locks that framed her soft shoulders, and her arms were as fair as jade. She possessed delicate hands reminiscent of warm jade, a flat abdomen, and a subtly rounded backside, with long, slender legs leading to her exquisitely beautiful feet. Director Chow had seldom encountered such an ethereal and extraordinary young woman. Overwhelmed by desire in the presence of such a captivating beauty, how could he possibly remain composed? The allure of beauty is akin to a double-edged sword. While one can escape the shackles of wealth, the temptation of beauty is inescapable. Regardless of one's social standing, the entanglements of desire are relentless. Vice Mayor Chen, entirely oblivious to his official duties, was fervently engaged with his chosen companion, Secretary Wang, beaming with delight, embraced the waist of the hostess, his hand roaming towards her bosom. The model settled onto Chairman Li's lap as they sang confused love into the microphone. In front of Secretary Chow, Director Chow no longer resembled a rigid superior, but rather an aging libertine. Influenced by the atmosphere, he unconsciously placed his hand on Xiao Li's soft shoulder. She half-heartedly accepted the weight of his touch, and alcohol became their intoxicating veil, as they drank cup after cup. Director Chow's hand gradually became more audacious, transitioning from a mere touch to an embrace, culminating in a fervent gaze. As Director Chow became enmeshed with Xiao Li, intoxicated beyond reason, Vice Mayor Chen signaled to Chairman Li and Xiao Li to assist in escorting him to a luxurious suite at the hotel. After imparting some discreet instructions to Xiao Li, Chairman Li closed the door to their room. Xiao Li disrobed Director Chow, then, after cleansing herself in the bathroom, lay down beside him in her natural state. When Director Chow awoke from his drunken stupor, the light revealed Xiao Li's eyes shimmering with a lustrous glow, her skin radiant and delicate, leaving him dizzy with desire. As his hand caressed her smooth, supple skin, the unfolding of events felt entirely inevitable. Subsequently, Xiao Li became Director Chow's mistress, while Chairman Li successfully secured the construction project for the municipal government office building, and Xiao Li received a considerable bonus from the company. Director Chow reveled in both wealth and beauty, effortlessly accepting a bribe of 500,000 yuan from Chairman Li upon returning home with the money for his wife, Lu Xiaoying, to manage. She, burdened with anxiety, stowed away the substantial sum, her heart plagued with unease. Chapter 33 Waiting for a call. Since Director Chow entrusted Lu Xiaoying with 50,000 yuan to take home, he has frequently returned with substantial sums, leading Lu Xiaoying to accumulate a considerable amount of funds. Her visit to the public dance hall that day was not born out of financial hardship, but rather from a profound sense of loneliness and boredom. Upon serendipitously encountering Zhu Bo, their ensuing relationship left her yearning for him, her thoughts consumed by him day and night. Upon learning of Zhu Bo's current situation and circumstances, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy and concern for him. She contemplated, Zhu Bo is still so young, yet he spends his days idly at home. Over time, not only will others look down upon him, but so too will his partner and child. This cannot continue indefinitely. If Zhu Bo wishes to venture into business and requires capital, I would be willing to lend him some. However, it is essential to ascertain what skills he possesses beyond his experience with a computer company. She found herself restless at home, anxiously awaiting his call. Is Zhu Bo deliberately avoiding me, or could he be unwell, she pondered. If he is indeed avoiding me, then why did he take the initiative to call and provide me with his home phone number? He must be ill, she concluded. Recalling Zhu Bo's words that during working hours, his wife would not be home and he would be available for calls, she nervously dialed his number, only to be met with silence. With modern telephones featuring caller ID, he will certainly call me back once he returns home, she thought. Thus began her prolonged wait, yet she spent the entire afternoon without a single notification on her phone. As the workday came to a close, she relinquished all hope and muttered to herself, today's men are not to be trusted. They are fickle and unworthy of a woman's faith and sympathy. When her son returned from school, he found his mother gazing at the television screen with melancholic eyes, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Mom, what's wrong? He inquired. Lu Xiaoying snapped back to reality, suddenly realizing that in her daydreaming, she had yet to prepare dinner. She rose and hurried into the kitchen, her son trailing behind, asking, Mom, what's up with you today? You seem a bit off, is there something troubling you? The mother replied, You needn't concern yourself with adult matters, go back to your room and study, I will call you when dinner is ready. Mom, I'm almost 17. I am practically an adult, he protested. Off you go, stop being cheeky, in my eyes, you will forever remain my little child. Her son pouted but retreated to his own room. Since his father began working in Mianqing, he had observed his mother's declining spirits. Sometimes he even caught her sighing or secretly wiping away tears. After his father returned home, their conversations dwindled, and he occasionally noticed their awkward demeanor. At times, he saw them bickering over trivial matters. He asked his mother, What is really going on with Dad? Your father is working hard to earn money for you to attend university. You must study diligently and strive to get into a prestigious institution, she replied, evading further inquiry. Unable to extract any insights from his mother, he turned to his father, asking, What's wrong with Mom? Why does she seem increasingly haggard? His father responded curtly, Mind your own business and focus on your studies. The emotional distance between his parents was palpable. He curiously asked, Mom, did you win the lottery? With a smile, she replied, I won to tell you. His inquisitive nature took over. Did Dad get a promotion? Is that what has you so cheerful? Lu Xiaoying replied sternly, What is this fixation you have with titles? Is being an official truly that significant? If you fail to get into university, do not expect me to be lenient. Seeing his mother's unusual demeanor left him utterly bewildered, as if she had doused him with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 34 of the Laws of Marriage. Zhu Bo's family parted ways with Chen Bing rather late. At their farewell, Chen Bing, filled with reluctance, sorrowfully lamented, My husband has descended into a state of madness. He is utterly unworthy of being called a human, merely a beast. I can no longer endure this life with him, I wish to divorce. Yao Ling cautioned her, You must think this through carefully. Marriage is not a game, and it is not something you can enter or exit at will. If you believe there is still a chance for him to change, then perhaps it is worth persevering. However, if you have truly given up on him, then it is time to cut ties decisively, without harboring any illusions or feelings of pity. Chen Bing nodded gratefully, uttered a soft thank you, and vanished into the shimmering. That day, Zhu Bo's daughter experienced immense joy. Aunt Chen had suddenly transformed from a teacher into a godmother, and since her parents seldom took her out for entertainment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. They visited an amusement park, where her father took her on bumper cars, her mother accompanied her on the pirate ship, and her godmother joined her on the flying swings. They showered her with an abundance of delightful toys. While touring the zoo, the little girl observed the tigers and lions, which appeared so docile in their cages, and marveled at the adorableness of the giant pandas. She fed the monkeys and yearned to touch the peacock's feathers as it displayed its magnificent plumage. Perhaps due to the excitement of the day, the little girl soon succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep sleep shortly after lying down. Finally, the young couple had the opportunity to embrace each other freely and without reservation, lying together on Zhu Bo's bed. As Yao Ling's emotions surged, she mused softly, "Darling, no matter what happens in the future, you will not abandon me, will you?" Zhu Bo, taken aback, inquired, "What has gotten into you today, asking such peculiar questions?" Fearing that revealing her rebellious thoughts might distress her beloved, she replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just feel sorry for Qin Bing, which prompted my question." "My dear, you've been acting strangely these past few days. I guess there's something you're hiding from me," he probed. "Not at all, I merely think that life is fleeting, and we should savor our time together," she reassured him. "I must confess, I feel quite guilty towards you." Yao Ling's heart sank, fearing her husband might be unfaithful, and she asked, "What is it? Have you found another woman?" Zhu Bo defended himself, saying, "No, not at all. I mean, while I am home alone, relying on you to support our family, it must be incredibly tough on you." Upon hearing this, Yao Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her, tears involuntarily welling up in her eyes. She thought, if only he had admitted to an affair, perhaps that would have been easier to bear. Thus, she said, "Darling, please do not blame yourself. As long as our family remains harmonious, I could not wish for greater happiness." Zhu Bo embraced his delicate wife with gratitude, enveloping Yao Ling in warmth. A gentle breeze caressed the curtains in their bedroom, and the silvery moonlight softly filtered through the gauzy drapes, casting a tender glow upon their spacious, warm bed. Zhu Bo lay comfortably in his shorts, while Yao Ling pressed her face against his chest, her hand resting on his broad shoulder, her raven hair cascading across him. Zhu Bo gently stroked her beautiful hair with one hand, letting it glide down her delicate spine. What a magnificent tableau this was! Had a poet been witness to it, he would surely have immortalized the scene in exquisite verse, evoking envy in the hearts of onlookers. Thus, the moments of happiness and joy waltzed gracefully by them, passing second by second. As the curtain rose and everything was in place, they naturally embraced the roles and responsibilities inherent in a husband and wife. When passion subsided into tranquility, they drifted into a serene slumber. Yet, what kind of day awaited them on the morrow? Chapter 35. Pretending to be drunk, Qin Bing gazed from downstairs, her home's windows tightly shut, the room devoid of any light. She contemplated, didn't I open all the windows to let in some fresh air before leaving? It dawned on her that Yang Jianqi must have returned home. The mere thought of this deranged man being in the house sent shivers down her spine. Nevertheless, they were still legally married, and the reality of cohabitation was inescapable. With a heavy heart, she ascended the staircase of her apartment building. Upon reaching her front door, she steeled herself and pushed it open, only to be met with an oppressive darkness and a pungent odor of alcohol wafting through the air. Switching on the light, a blinding beam illuminated the living room, revealing a row of empty beer bottles on the coffee table. Yang Jianqi lay drunkenly slumped on the sofa, while the floor bore the evidence of his vomiting. The floor-to-ceiling curtains were completely drawn, and an unbearable stench assaulted Qin Bing's senses, nearly causing her to faint. Hurriedly, she pulled open the curtains and flung open the glass doors, inhaling deeply the fresh air until she gradually regained her composure. Glaring at Yang Jianqi, who lay fully clothed, she noticed he was covered in filth, his face bruised and battered, with dried streaks of blood adorning his forehead. His exposed skin was mottled with unsightly bruises. Recognizing his disheveled state, Qin Bing immediately realized he had been assaulted, and the injuries were severe. Despite her grievances towards her husband, the fact remained that they had shared several years of marriage, and a flicker of compassion stirred within her. She rushed to his side, shaking him vigorously, and exclaimed, "Jianqi, what happened to you?" Yang Jianqi opened his bleary eyes and, exhaling a foul breath, queried, "Who are you?" Qin Bing grasped his hand and replied, "I am Qin Bing." In a feeble voice, he remorsefully uttered, "Wife, I was wrong, I am sorry. Did you get into a fight with someone?" He gestured vaguely, muttering, "It's nothing, they hit, but they can't kill me. Why did they attack you?" He feigned confusion, lying before her, "Isn't it because of you?" "Because of me? What do you mean?" "Because you ignored me, then why did you drink?" "You weren't home, and my mood was poor, so I drank." Qin Bing was moved by his drunken ramblings and said, "Let us see if you dare to bully me again in the future." Just as she was about to head to the bathroom for a mop, Yang Jianqi seized her arm, pleading, "Wife, please don't leave me." Wang Ti he just speaking incoherently? How did he suddenly regain his clarity? She pondered. In a moment of realization, she suspected it was all an act. She forcefully withdrew her hand, retorting, "Get away, you liar, let me go." Yang Jianqi immediately rose from the sofa, knelt on the floor, and wrapped his arms around Chen Bing's legs, imploring, "Wife, feel free to hit me or scold me. As long as it brings you solace, I can bear anything, please don't leave me." To her astonishment, he broke down into loud sobs. Typically soft-hearted, Chen Bing had never witnessed her husband kneeling and crying before her. She relented, "Get up, I forgive you this time, but you must tell me clearly why you fought with someone." Yang Jianqi, still kneeling, contemplated briefly before standing and embracing Chen Bing tightly, saying, "This morning, while heading to work, I boarded a crowded bus. Among the jostling passengers, I suddenly spotted a young man pickpocketing a woman. I shouted, 'There's a thief!' The young man quickly withdrew his hand and glared at me, but I paid him no mind. When I got off the bus, that thief and several burly men followed me. They surrounded me, knocked me to the ground, and after a flurry of punches and kicks, I realized I was left bloodied and battered. A large crowd gathered to watch as I was assaulted, but since no one knew the reason for the attack, no one dared to intervene. Eventually, someone could no longer bear to watch and called the police, prompting the assailants to flee. After they left, someone asked if I needed a ride to the hospital, but I replied, 'It's nothing, just some scratches.' So, I took a few days off work and went home alone. I waited for you for what felt like ages, and when you didn't return, I took a few beers from the fridge and made instant noodles, and unexpectedly ended up drunk." Yang Jianqi spun an elaborate lie, transforming himself from a blatant lecher into his self-scripted tale of valor, coupled with his successful performance, won Chen Bing's heart, his acting skills rivaling those of renowned comedic actor Chow Charlie. Gently caressing Yang Jianqi's swollen face, Chen Bing inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Yang Jianqi exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh no, wife, it hurts terribly." Chen Bing quickly extricated herself from his embrace, scolding, "Serves you right, let us see if you dare meddle in others' affairs again." Yang Jianqi touched his head, feigning a foolish expression, and chuckled. When Chen Bing instructed him to remove his filthy clothes and toss them into the washing machine, he pretended to diligently mop the living room floor with a mop, while Chen Bing, filled with concern, urged, "You're injured. Sit down and rest, let me take care of this." As she mopped, she inadvertently presented her round posterior towards him. Yang Jianqi, relishing the moment, revealed a barely perceptible smirk. Chapter 36. Online chat. Zhubo rose late in the morning and noticed that his beloved partner, Yao Ling, had already left for work, and their daughter had been taken to kindergarten. He proceeded to check the call log on his phone and discovered that Lu Xiaoying had called him 3 times. He mused to himself, "This woman must have something urgent to discuss with me." Consequently, he dialed her number. Upon connection, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the other end, and Lu Xiaoying's voice rang out loudly, "I am at the market purchasing groceries and must hurry back to prepare lunch for my son." "Where were you yesterday? I couldn't reach you all afternoon." Zhubo explained, "My wife was off work yesterday, so our family went out for a day of fun. Is there something you need?" "Speak louder. I can hardly hear you. How about this, you focus on your tasks for now, and I will wait for you at the usual tea house at 2 o'clock this afternoon." "Alright, I shall reserve a private room at the tea house." With a decisive snap, she hung up the phone. After finishing the call, Zhubo noticed that the dining table was set with 2 poached eggs and a bottle of fresh milk, presumably placed there by his wife, who thought he might be fatigued and wanted to nourish him. Although he felt a pang of guilt for seeking affection elsewhere while his wife was so considerate, the memories of his passionate trysts with Lu Xiaoying quelled his remorse. During his midday break, Zhubo opened his computer. After logging onto QQ, a deep internet affection confidently entered the local chat room, where the wounded woman once again appeared before him. He approached her cheerfully, "Hello, it is wonderful to see you again." "Indeed, I am delighted to see you too. It has been a few days. Has your mood improved?" "I was not in the best spirits a couple of days ago, but that has passed." "Was it due to work-related stress?" "Not at all. Could you share the reason with me?" "Certainly. So what are your plans?" "What plans can one have? Just take it one day at a time. According to your QQ profile, you are only 25 years old, correct?" "Yes, I have no reason to conceal my age." A deep internet affection introduced himself again, saying, "I am 30. After marrying, my wife gave birth to a lovely 4-year-old daughter." "I remember, you mentioned that before about your beautiful wife and your enviable, warm family." "Thank you for remembering so well. Actually, I do not frequent chat rooms often. You are the only man I have conversed with in recent times." A deep internet affection felt touched and replied, "No wonder I couldn't find you online the other day despite searching for quite a while. How about this, add me as a friend, and I will know when you are online. Not if you are not, I can leave you messages. The wounded woman asked, puzzled, is that so? Of course. I truly enjoy our conversations. After pondering for a moment, the wounded woman said, then send me the friend request, and I shall accept. A deep internet affection excitedly sent the friend request, and soon his QQ displayed a new woman's avatar flashing in his contacts. Hello? Hello, thank you for accepting me. It is an honor to be your friend. I feel the same. Time flew by, and they chatted for over an hour without realizing it as Jubo glanced at the wall clock and noted that he had only a little over 10 minutes left before his. Thus, a deep internet affection bid farewell to the wounded woman, saying, thank you for spending such a long time chatting with me. I must attend to some matters now. Please remember to leave me a message if anything unpleasant occurs. I will do my utmost to share your burdens and worries. Alright, you go ahead with your matters. My work time has also arrived. Goodbye. A deep internet affection reluctantly replied, goodbye. Just as he prepared to depart, the wounded woman gracefully logged off. Chapter 37. A fortunate encounter. Lu Xiaoying donned a white qipao adorned with intricate patterns, her gait imbued with a delightful sway that lent her a certain voluptuousness. Accompanied by Zhu Bo, they strode directly into a private room of a tea house, guided by a young female attendant. Once the door to the private chamber was closed, the older woman, akin to a famished hen, eagerly pecked at Zhu Bo's face, passionately kissing him as she unfastened the buttons of his shirt. A tingling sensation coursed through Zhu Bo's body, accompanied by a warmth that was decidedly pleasurable. He cradled Lu Xiaoying's head with one hand while his other caressed her silky hair, smooth shoulders, and gracefully curved back. A series of sharp knocks on the door interrupted their intimacy, prompting Lu Xiaoying to hastily rise and take her place on the settee as Zhu Bo adjusted his shirt and called out, come in. A waitress entered, balancing 2 cups of tea and a plate of sunflower seeds on a plastic tray. Although the dim light obscured her features, it was evident that she walked with an air of discomfort. Her face must be flushed, and her heart racing, Zhu Bo mused. After placing the tea and seeds on the table, the waitress politely wished them to enjoy before discreetly exiting the room, gently closing the door behind her. As Zhu Bo settled beside Lu Xiaoying, she dove into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and exclaiming, darling, where did you disappear to yesterday? I was terribly worried. Did I not explain over the phone that I was out with my wife and child at the park? He replied. You heartless creature. While you frolicked with your family, I was at home, consumed with thoughts of you. It infuriates me. But we were only apart for a day. Did you truly miss me that much? Indeed. Without seeing you, I felt I might go mad. Is that so? Then let me see just how much you missed me, he teased. Once the atmosphere calmed, Lu Xiaoying nestled against Zhu Bo, exuding an air of vulnerability. Women inherently delight in displaying their charms before men. Despite being a decade older than Zhu Bo, old enough to be his aunt, their relationship transformed the dynamic, with her adopting a coy demeanor, emitting sweet, delicate tones reminiscent of a blossoming maiden. They willingly engaged in their clandestine affair. Lu Xiaoying craved Zhu Bo's affection, while he yearned to possess her. The term madwoman often applies to those women who, driven by desire, stray from their marital vows, a label typically stemming from husbands who, enamored with novelty, neglect to nurture their own relationships, allowing their emotional gardens to wither. Some women don the shackles of antiquated norms, languishing in a state of dullness. Others, however, venture into the realms beyond their marital confines. When a traditional woman finds physiological satisfaction in the arms of another man, she often embraces the opportunity to fulfill whatever needs she can, given the right. Lu Xiaoying inquired, what was your profession after graduating from university? Software design, he answered. She pressed further, do you wish to return to that field? After so many years away, with the rapid advancements in technology, my designs have long since become obsolete. With a serious demeanor, she asked, what do you plan to do instead? I have yet to decide. If a suitable project arises, I would be inclined to explore it. She continued, have you ever worked on an engineering project? No. Would you like to? Dear sister, are you attempting to brainwash me? Zhu Bo shook his head vigorously, saying, securing engineering contracts has become exceedingly difficult. Without connections, how could one obtain a project? Moreover, as a penniless wretch, even if someone were to offer me a project, I lack the capital to organize the necessary equipment and personnel. Lu Xiaoying cheerfully replied, you need not concern yourself with those details. All I ask is for your commitment to have the confidence to pursue it. Zhu Bo, half-jokingly, responded, of course, if a pie were to fall from the heavens, why would I not indulge? That's splendid. However, when I introduce you to others, you must keep our ambiguous relationship under wraps, presenting yourself as a distant cousin from my hometown. Zhu Bo, somewhat skeptical, replied, I can play the role of your cousin, but will you still be my lover? Lu Xiaoying burst into laughter, exclaiming, in public, you shall be my cousin, while in private, you remain my beloved. Shu Bo joined in her laughter, perplexed by the enigmatic nature of this woman before him. As long as it brings joy to my impoverished soul, I shall treat her words as a light-hearted jest, he thought. Chapter 38 Secrets. When Yao Ling entered the office, Manager Wang's eyes brightened at the sight of her. She appeared to be in much better spirits, devoid of the resentment and fury she had displayed during their parting at the hotel. Furthermore, she took the initiative to greet him with a nod and a smile. Good morning, Manager Wang. You too, he replied, his face flushing crimson to the roots of his ears. Yao Ling teasingly inquired, Manager Wang, what's the matter? Have you not seen me before? He managed to compose himself slightly and, with an awkward smile, responded, I have seen you? If that's the case, shouldn't we continue as we did before? Isn't that splendid? Manager Wang nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, we are still colleagues and friends. Yao Ling, with a playful smile, remarked, Not quite, let us not forget that you are still my superior. Human beings are inherently skilled at masquerading, and women, in particular, are true chameleons. Their expressions can shift as swiftly as the weather, transforming from serene blue skies to tempestuous storms in an instant. Their capriciousness renders them enigmatic, their whims challenging to comprehend, and their innermost thoughts nearly impossible to decipher. Should one harbor fantasies about them, one must tread carefully, interpreting their smiles as encouragement, their tenderness as flirtation, and their reprimands as motivation. One ought to seize the fleeting moments of romance shared with them, for time is of the essence. Once circumstances change, everything may vanish like smoke. As Yao Ling embraced and kissed Manager Wang, her heart captivated, she transformed into a woman overflowing with passion, an instinctive response. Yet, upon returning to her husband and daughter, relishing the irreplaceable joys of family life, she reverted to a dutiful housewife. After a brief period of self-reproach and contemplation, she endeavored to control and suppress her emotions, resolutely closing the floodgates to her feelings. She silently vowed, I shall never again act in betrayal of my husband or violate my conscience. Having cast off the heavy burden of her thoughts, her life seemed to return to its previous order, and her demeanor towards Manager Wang grew more natural. Meanwhile, Manager Wang found himself entranced by the tender moments shared with Yao Ling in the hotel bathroom. At times, he felt remorse for his actions, and at others, he took solace in his own bravery. He was pained by the thought of having brutally wounded Yao Ling's pride, yet gratified that he had finally taken the first step toward an affair with the woman he had longed for. However, as reason reclaimed its hold on him, regret began to seep in. Thus, this audacious man began to harbor a multitude of concerns. Were it not for Yao Ling's nonchalant demeanor upon returning to the office, which seemed to absolve him, this hypocrite would have remained oblivious to the length of time he would be tormented by regret and longing. Zhang Jie summoned Yao Ling from her office, and they made their way to the balcony on the top floor. Leaning against the railing, they gazed out at the cityscape, where towering buildings were artfully arranged in every corner, showcasing the unique elegance of the modern metropolis. The warm sunlight bathed the city, adorning it with an even more vibrant tapestry of colors. Zhang Jie inquired, Where did you go yesterday? I went out with my husband and daughter, Yao Ling replied. Why choose to spend time with them during work hours? I felt exhausted and wanted to relax as a family. Zhang Jie scrutinized Yao Ling with a piercing gaze, asking, Is it work that tires you, or is it something deeper? Of course, it's the work, Yao Ling insisted. I doubt that. There must be another reason, Zhang Jie countered. Yao Ling feigned innocence, widening her eyes and exclaiming, No, not at all. You share an office with Manager Wang, why not simply request a leave from him? At a loss for a suitable response, Yao Ling lowered her head in embarrassment, unable to articulate her thoughts. Zhang Jie pressed on, Has something occurred between you two? Yao Ling vigorously shook her head, fervently defending herself, No, nothing has happened. From Yao Ling's flustered expression, Zhang Jie gleaned the truth and spoke earnestly, Yao Ling, it's best that nothing has transpired. As your longtime colleague and friend, I advise you to tread carefully, do not let things spiral out of control, for it may be difficult to reverse the consequences. Yao Ling, like a child caught in wrongdoing, replied, I understand. Rest assured, I shall guard your secrets. Little Li is quite the gossip. She informed me of your leave and Manager Wang's flustered demeanor. You must never divulge your secrets to her, otherwise, if the nature of your relationship with Manager Wang becomes known, it will surely stir a tempest. Okay, thank you. Yao Ling nodded in acknowledgement, and Zhang Jie fell silent. Yao Ling stood half a head taller than Zhang Jie, who had an unremarkable appearance, was somewhat plump, and wore glasses for nearsightedness. When they first joined the company, they were inseparable friends, but as Yao Ling gained prominence and moved to the manager's office, their relationship gradually grew distant. What possessed me to have little Li request my leave? That would be an admission of guilt. Yao Ling began to regret her actions, pondering, it seems I must remain vigilant around little Li in the future. Chapter 39. Jolie. Director Chow reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, when Jolie emerged from the bathroom, clad in a delicate, translucent cream-colored robe. Her cheeks were flushed, and vapor rose from her damp hair, enveloping the air with a unique fragrance characteristic of youthful innocence. Her soft, cherry-red lips parted and closed with a delicate grace as she approached him with a radiant smile, her curvaceous figure accentuated by her dainty steps, captivating Director Chow's attention and igniting his passions. As Jolie drew near, Director Chow promptly sat up, enveloping her in his embrace, eager to explore beneath her robe with his large hand, gently caressing her smooth, sensitive skin and lovingly tracing the contours of her delicate waist. One hand ventured beneath her robe to caress her long, elegant legs. Chow Gu, do take your time. Jolie playfully protested, her shyness evident. In response, he tenderly continued to caress her, burying his face in her alabaster neck, kissing. Jolie, blushing and coy, exuded an enchanting charm, her eyes fluttering shut, her body trembling slightly at Director Chow, filled with pride, gently lifted her blushing, adorable face, leaning in to kiss her soft, fragrant lips. They became entwined in a passionate embrace for what felt like an eternity before Director Chow finally carried her into the bedroom. Jolie, a graduate of a prestigious university with a degree in Chinese literature, was widely recognized as the campus belle, pursued by countless admirers. Ultimately, she chose to date a handsome senior. One romantic evening, he fervently claimed her innocence. Soon after, they rented a modest home and became inseparable. However, after her boyfriend graduated, he moved to a distant city. Initially, they maintained frequent communication through calls and video chats, but one day, he declared, "Forget me, we can never be together." Following this, he seemingly vanished, leaving her to discover through mutual acquaintances that he had married another. Upon hearing this devastating news, despair enveloped her. A classmate advised, "It's not worth shedding tears over a heartless man, you must think of your future." Finding wisdom in her friend's words, she quickly regained her composure, reflecting, 2 years of my youth wasted. Perhaps I should seek a wealthy partner instead? In today's university landscape, it is commonplace for female students to seek the company of affluent men. Some of her peers, less fortunate than Jolie, found themselves courted by wealthy businessmen, flaunting their luxury cars at the campus gates each weekend. Watching her classmates step into these opulent vehicles stirred something within her. Eventually, through a classmate's introduction, she was taken under the wing of a businessman who compensated her generously, developing a penchant for lavish spending that became insatiable. However, with countless graduates flooding the job market, securing employment without a robust social background or specialized skills proved challenging. Fortunately, her captivating beauty, alluring physique, and seemingly innocent large eyes caught the attention of Chairman Li, who recruited her as his secretary and clandestine partner. Chairman Li hailed from Mian City, where his wife kept a watchful eye on him, preventing any overt displays of affection with Jolie. Thus, she remained his secret lover of that evening. Chairman Li reluctantly, he allowed his beloved plaything to take the initiative, successfully luring Director Chow into his web. To lighten the mood, Chairman Li feigned intimacy with the model. However, Director Chow's prowess far surpassed that of Chairman Li. With him, Jolie not only received financial support but also found fulfillment in her life. Director Chow, in the presence of such beauty, displayed remarkable generosity, and as Jolie navigated between these two men, her purse naturally swelled with wealth. Chapter 40 of the Revelation of True Feelings. After Director Chow placed Xiaoli onto the spacious bed in the bedroom, he was about to unbutton her shirt when his phone rang. "This call is truly, damn it, poorly timed," Director Chow muttered in frustration. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a number from home. He raised 2 fingers to his lips, signaling Xiaoli to remain silent, and whispered, "Darling, I need to step out to take my wife's call. Could you please wait for me?" Xiaoli feigned shyness and nodded slightly. He closed the bedroom door and hurried to the living room to answer his wife Lu Xiaoying's call. "Why did you take so long to answer my call?" his wife complained. "I'm sorry, dear, I just got out of the shower and do you still care about our family? Please don't be upset, it's just that work has been hectic lately." "I don't think that's the case, it seems your heart has been stolen away by some vixen." "That's nonsense. How could that possibly be true? Let me tell you, I have the number of that woman, so don't even try to deny it." "What, whose number do you have?" "Your little mistress, of course." "That's absurd." You re just talking nonsense. Very well then, let me ask you this, darling. I miss you, please come back quickly. I can't stand being away from you for even a day. Just thinking of you beside your wife makes my heart ache. Who sent you that message? Director Chow's face turned pale as his wife's words struck him with fear. He suddenly found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "Dear, don't misunderstand, that was simply a message sent to the wrong number." Then why didn't that person send it to my phone? Director Chow fumbled for a response, unable to articulate his thoughts. Lu Xiaoying, furious, declared, "I don't care if you have a woman by your side or not, you must come home this Sunday. I have something important to discuss with you." With that, she hung up the phone with a sharp click. Director Chow felt a tightening in his chest, pondering, "Oh no, I've been exposed. How am I to explain this to my wife?" Moonlight poured in through the window, and a gentle breeze brushed against Xiaoli's nightgown, lingering upon her smooth thighs. After finishing the call, Director Chow sighed deeply, his demeanor reflecting anxiety, which made her feel somewhat disheartened. After a prolonged silence, Director Chow inquired, "Xiaoli, did you receive a call from an unfamiliar number a few days ago from the provincial city? A woman said she had dialed the wrong number, and I wasn't concerned enough to save it." "Do you know who that woman was?" Xiaoli shook her head repeatedly, saying, "No, I don't." "Let me enlighten you. That woman is my wife." Xiaoli gasped in shock. "How is that possible? How could she have my phone number?" "She secretly found the message you sent me." Recalling the contents of the message she had sent to Director Chow, Xiaoli grew worried and asked, "What should we do?" Director Chow shook his head helplessly and replied, "I have no idea." Observing the troubled expression on Director Chow's face, Xiaoli found herself at a loss for how to proceed. Chapter 41 The scheme. Lu Xiaoying reclined in Zhu Bo's embrace and inquired, "Do you truly wish to transition into engineering?" "Indeed, but you wouldn't happen to have the confidence to secure a project." "Allow me to enlighten you, my husband is the director of the Mian City Construction Bureau, and he oversees countless projects of various magnitudes. If I were to intervene, it should be no trouble to assign you a multitude of contracts." Zhu Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that the woman with whom he was having an affair was, in fact, the wife of the bureau chief. "Could it be that my opportunity for resurgence has finally arrived?" he mused. He playfully tapped his head, jesting, "Am I not dreaming?" Lu Xiaoying playfully twisted his ear, laughing heartily, "Do you truly believe you are dreaming?" Zhu Bo winced at the painful tug on his ear and replied helplessly, No, I can assure you it hurts." "Since it is not a dream, shall we discuss our course of action?" "Of course, I shall defer to your judgment," Zhu Bo replied, lacking any initiative of his own. "Then let us do this. When my husband returns, I will invite your beloved to join us, so we may all meet and share a meal together." Lu Xiaoying's proposal left Zhu Bo utterly astounded, and he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" "I am not mad. This is the most effective way to assist you." "And how do you intend to help?" "By introducing your husband to my beloved, while you are my mistress." "My dear, you are overthinking this. How could they not be suspicious, with the four of us gathered together?" "You are mistaken. This method of introduction is, in fact, quite secure." "Why do you say that?" "Firstly, we are both from the same hometown, and I am significantly older than you. You would be Furthermore, once my husband meets your beloved, he will assume I am merely acquainted with your wife, who will likely be grateful for my assistance in your career development, and thus, she would not express any further suspicion." Zhu Bo, still skeptical, asked, "How clever of you to conceive such a scheme." "What do you call this?" Lu Xiaoying replied mysteriously, "This is what one would call killing two birds with one stone." "How did you come up with such a plan? Is it not simply for your sake, my dear adversary, that I am willing to take such risks? However, we must ensure that this performance does not go awry, otherwise, we risk an abrupt end to our endeavor, rendering our efforts futile, and potentially leading to the disintegration of both our families." "Understood, you may rest assured, my dear cousin." Lu Xiaoying playfully tapped his nose and softly said, "My dear cousin, you must promise to heed your sister's counsel henceforth." On this occasion, they did not rendezvous at the tea house. Instead, they reserved a short stay room at a hotel, where their exchange unfolded upon a spacious double bed. With their words exhausted, they did not lose sight of the true purpose of their clandestine meeting. Chapter 42 A Homecoming. On Friday afternoon, Director Chow personally drove his Buick sedan home. After parking the car in the community lot, he stealthily approached his front door. He gently knocked a few times, and upon receiving no response from within, retrieved his key and unlocked the door. Cautiously, he poked his head inside, only to find the living room empty. Gathering his courage, he slipped on a pair of slippers and ventured into the house. His wife was busy in the kitchen, and upon hearing a noise from outside, she emerged wearing an apron. Lu Xiaoying questioned, "So you remember how to come home?" He replied with a playful grin, "Isn't this my home?" With a dismissive pout, she muttered, "As long as you know," before returning to the kitchen, and he dutifully followed like a shadow. "What are you trailing after me for? Shouldn't you wash your hands and get ready for dinner?" Director Chow's tense demeanor relaxed, and he cheerfully made his way to the bathroom. After a cacophony of splashing water, he dashed into the kitchen and inquired, "Dear, is there anything I can assist you with?" "Who is your dear?" she retorted in a commanding tone. "Quickly take these dishes over and set the table. Our son will be home soon, and we shall dine together." No sooner had she spoken than their son called from the living room, "Mom, I'm back, is dinner ready? I'm starving." Director Chow emerged from the kitchen, carrying the dishes, and asked, "Son, how have your studies been of late?" Seeing his father had returned, the boy eagerly responded, "Dad, when did you get home?" "Just now." "Did you know, Mom has been nagging about you every day. I think she's close to losing her mind." Their conversation was interrupted as Lu Xiaoying chimed in, "Xiaoqiang, are you speaking ill of your mother in front of your father again?" "No, I'm not. I heard everything, and yet you deny it. You two are like two peas in a pod, you might as well live together." "I'm not living with either of you. Once I get into university, I plan to live independently after I leave. I wonder how you'll cope with your incessant nagging?" Fearing his wife's ire, the father admonished, "Is that how you speak to your mother?" Lu Xiaoying interjected, "Xiaoqiang has a point. Once he goes to university, I'll be home alone, living like a widow." Director Chow remarked, "Look at you, always speaking such disheartening words in front of our son. We should eat quickly, or the food will go cold." Their son, tired of the banter, began to eat voraciously without even washing his hands. His mother chuckled as she playfully scolded him, "You glutton, slow down, no one is going to snatch your food." Director Chow asked, "By the way, what did you do at school this afternoon?" "I played football," his son added, "I'm on the school team." Jokingly, the father replied, "Then you should consider applying to a sports academy. Imagine, we could have a football star in the family, bringing glory to us all." "Don't be ridiculous, every time I watch the Chinese football team play, I feel infuriated." "Why is that?" "The players are dreadful. After so many years of playing at school, the national team wouldn't even give me a chance. Truly, I am a talent wasted." "Then go and recommend yourself to Dewey, let us see if he recognizes your potential," Director Chow suggested. Lu Xiaoying, unfamiliar with sports programs, inquired, "Who is this Dewey? As long as your father isn't causing trouble outside, we have our support." The father and son burst into laughter, prompting Lu Xiaoying to ask, "What are you two laughing about?" "Dewey is the head coach of the Chinese football team." Lu Xiaoying casually remarked, "No wonder it sounded familiar. So it's him." Her offhand humor sent the father and son into fits of laughter, and the family found themselves gasping for breath amidst their mirth. Chapter 43, Contracting Projects. Upon returning home, Director Chow anticipated a tumultuous confrontation with Lu. However, his wife feigned nonchalance, providing him a momentary sense of relief. After the family shared a cheerful dinner, he grew increasingly anxious that Lu Xiaoying might expose his transgressions in front of their son, leaving him humiliated. Yet, she refrained from mentioning his indiscretions, continuing her routine of making him tea and slicing fruit, while they sat side by side on the sofa, watching trivial television programs. Observing his parents' affectionate demeanor, their son retreated to his study to read. Nevertheless, the more Lu Xiaoying treated him with such kindness, the more apprehensive he felt. He pondered, "When I first transferred to Mianqing, her attentiveness stemmed from my lack of affairs. During a recent period of neglect, it was due to her suspicions of my infidelity. Now that I've returned, fully aware of my indiscretions, why is she treating me so well?" After years of marriage, he understood his wife's straightforward nature. She could not conceal her feelings. Any hint of trouble would trigger her sensitivity. Her atypical behavior signaled to Director Chow that something was amiss, akin to a dormant volcano on the brink of eruption. Initially silent, yet once it erupted, chaos would ensue. How many lives would be consumed in the flames, and how many buried beneath the rubble? Embracing his wife affectionately, he asked playfully, "Darling, why are you so kind to me today? Worried that someone might steal your heart away?" "Regardless of where I am, my heart has always belonged to you." Lu Xiaoying found his attempts to placate her tiresome and felt no connection with him, yet refrained from expressing her anger due to her reliance on him regarding her lover's needs. "Save that sweet talk for a young girl," she retorted. My dear, no matter what, I will never leave you. Are you suggesting I should tolerate your mistress? He continued with flattery, rest assured, my love, there is nothing to worry about. You think I'm unaware? Men like you are all too fickle, believing that as long as the home flag remains flying, you can wave your colorful flags elsewhere, correct? You will always be the most radiant flag in my heart. After his playful remarks elicited laughter from her, she said, enough of that. I have serious matters to discuss with you. A sudden chill ran through Director Chow. He feared she would confront him about his affair with uncertainty. He asked, what is it? I wish to contract some projects through you. But you have no shortage of money. Why take on more projects? It's not for me, I want my cousin to handle it. Which cousin? A distant relative from my hometown. He has been idle in the provincial. I know how these builders operate, how many truly comprehend their work. They simply secure contracts and delegate the tasks to subcontractors. I understand that, but these days, any project is a lifelong commitment. If any quality or safety issues arise, it could lead to significant legal troubles and financial losses, potentially implicating me as well. Are you suggesting that no one dares to undertake projects? She continued, I observe those wealthy tycoons whose educational backgrounds are often limited to elementary school, some even illiterate, yet they still manage to erect tall buildings and beautify city streets. What is your cousin's educational background? He is a graduate of a reputable university with a bachelor's degree. Then why is he unemployed? Due to poor performance at his previous job, he resigned to venture into business, but market conditions were unfavorable, leading to his company's collapse and leaving him a hapless drifter. You should assist him, but he need not solely pursue construction. He could consider other ventures. Given the current economic downturn, I fear lending him money would result in a total loss. Caught in a dilemma, Director Chow found himself in a precarious position. With leverage in his wife's hands regarding his indiscretions, he feared neglecting her cousin might provoke her wrath, yet aiding him could see her cousin reporting back to her. Just as he hesitated, his wife spoke up. I know your concerns. You are afraid my cousin might expose your infidelities once he learns of them. Not at all. How about this? You arrange for us to meet tomorrow, and we can discuss it further. Director Chow recognized that his wife was relentless. He intended to clarify the complexities and stakes of the construction business to her cousin, ensuring he understood that not everyone is suited for such endeavors. As long as my cousin withdraws in front of her, Lu Xiaoying would have no reason to blame me, and my affair with Xiaoli would remain beyond her reach. Thus, Director Chow began to strategize, calculating the implications for both his wife and himself. Chapter 44 An invitation to lunch. Zhu Bo meandered through the bustling marketplace for quite some time, and after engaging in haggling with various vendors, his plastic bag was brimming with an assortment of vegetables including radishes, cabbage, scallions, garlic sprouts, chili peppers, cucumbers, and eggplants. His culinary specialties comprised braised fish, spicy chicken, stewed duck with konjac, and red braised pork ribs. As it was a Sunday, with his wife and child at home, he wished to showcase his skills in hopes of winning their admiration. Thus, he busily visited different stalls to procure fish, slaughter chickens, dispatch ducks, and chop ribs, depleting the entirety of his wife's weekly grocery budget, and he gleefully hurried home with his bounty. After washing the laundry, Yao Ling dampened a mop with the soapy water from the washing machine and began to clean the wooden floors in the bedroom. She then proceeded to the living room to mop the floor, wipe the tables, chairs, stools, coffee table, sofa, and windowsills. Before long, all the rooms were spotless and neatly arranged, yet she found herself panting and drenched in perspiration. The phone rang with a shrill ding-ding-ding, prompting her to call out, Xiaoya, come and answer the phone. While she was busy washing a cloth in the basin, her daughter, clad in a pink nightgown, dashed out of her room, picked up the phone, and inquired, Who are you looking for? Little one, is your father at home? My father isn't here. My mother is. Do you want to speak with her? Yes, please let your mother answer the phone. The little girl called out, Mom, come answer the phone. Who is it? An auntie. Is it your godmother? You must be his partner, correct? Yes, I am Zhu Bo's partner. Yao Ling. Zhu Bo has gone out to buy groceries. There's something you need to discuss with him? Not much, really. It's just that my husband has returned, and we would like to invite your family for lunch at 12 o'clock. Where shall we dine? At the Violet Room on the 5th floor of Tangchung Grand Hotel. Upon hearing the name Tangchung Grand Hotel, Yao Ling involuntarily shuddered. Memories of her past encounters with Manager Wang flooded her mind, causing her thoughts to spiral into confusion, and her hand holding the phone trembled slightly. "Are you still there?" the voice on the other end inquired. Yao Ling snapped back to attention, asking, "Could you please repeat the location? I'd like to jot it down." The caller reiterated, "The Violet Room on the 5th floor of Tangchung Grand Hotel." As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Ling hurriedly hung up the phone. The affairs of the world often unfold in such a serendipitous manner. The places one wishes to avoid seem to conspire to draw one in, and names one prefers to forget inevitably resurface in one's consciousness. After the call, Yao Ling's heart remained unsettled for a prolonged period. She pondered, "What a peculiar coincidence. The restaurant they've chosen for lunch is the very one where I dined with Manager Wang before our affair, and the private room is the same as the last time." She recalled that Manager Wang had mentioned his spouse was from the same hometown as Zhu Bo, which suddenly made her alert. Could it be that Zhu Bo's cousin is Manager Wang's spouse, she mused? If Manager Wang's wife is indeed my husband's cousin, how embarrassingly awkward would it be when we meet? The more she contemplated these questions, the more anxious she became. When Zhu Bo returned home, laden with a plethora of groceries, she was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, she exclaimed, "My goodness, have you brought the entire market back with you?" In an attempt to conceal his emotions, he quickly stowed the groceries in the kitchen and placed them all in the refrigerator, feeling a slight sense of calm wash over him. He understood the purpose behind Lu Xiaoying's lunch invitation and realized she had begun to implement their scheme. "Since the story has already commenced, I must steel myself to play the part of a good actor," he resolved. He then approached the living room and inquired, "What did you just say?" "Your cousin is treating us to lunch." "Where?" "At Tangchung Grand Hotel." "What time?" 12 o'clock. Zhu Bo glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "Shouldn't you two start getting ready?" Yao Ling, burdened with thoughts, retreated to the bedroom. After a flurry of grooming, they took their daughter by the hand and set off. "We're going to a hotel. We're going to a hotel." Their daughter chirped merrily, bouncing around with joy, while the two adults were lost in their own contemplations. Chapter 45. Guiding the way. When Zhu Bo and his family arrived at the 5th-floor restaurant of the Tangchung Grand Hotel, Lu Xiaoying's family had already been waiting in the Violet Room. Yao Ling walked anxiously behind Zhu Bo, her mind preoccupied with the imagined scenario of colliding with Manager Wang's wife. As the waiter opened the door to the private room, she felt Director Chow sat immovably in the seat of honor, exuding an air of authority. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, his son politely stood up from his chair. Lu Xiaoying greeted Yao Ling with a warm smile, taking her hand and saying, Lu Xiaoying invited her to sit beside her, exclaiming, "No wonder my cousin often praises your beauty and your ability to manage a household. Seeing you in person is indeed a revelation. You truly possess the grace of a celestial being. My cousin is indeed fortunate." "Not at all, you flatter me, sister," Yao Ling replied graciously. Once Zhu Bo and his daughter were seated, Lu Xiaoying introduced him, saying, "This is your brother-in-law, old Chow." Zhu Bo stood to shake his hand, to which old Chow responded, "There's no need for such formalities. Please, sit down." Yao Ling smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, I am Yao Ling. I hope you will look after us in the future." Her enchanting smile captivated Director Chow, who responded courteously, "We are all family here. No need for such politeness." Seeing a big brother beside her, Wu Xiaoya displayed an excited demeanor. Yao Ling remarked, "Xiaoya, look at how handsome your big brother is. Would you like to play with him?" The little girl nodded and Zhao Xiaoqian joyfully urged, "Come sit next to your brother, little sister." Wu Xiaoya shyly glanced at her mother. Yao Ling encouraged her, saying, "Go on, your brother will take care of you." After Zhao Xiaoqian lifted the little girl onto a stool, the waiter began to serve the dishes. Observing the harmonious atmosphere between the two families, it was difficult to imagine that Zhu Bo and Lu Xiaoying had any past entanglements. Director Chow and Yao Ling firmly believed them to be mere cousins, while the innocent little girl, Zhao Xiaoqiang, delighted in making faces to amuse Wu Xiaoya. When no one was watching, Lu Xiaoying would cast a flirtatious glance at Zhu Bo, celebrating their successful charade with a mysterious smile. Director Chow had initially intended to assert his authority over Zhu Bo, but upon noticing his seemingly honest and unassuming demeanor, coupled with the beauty and poise of his partner and the liveliness of his daughter, he began to feel a sense of fondness towards them. Thus, he abandoned any thought of withholding assistance. An initial meeting between the two families naturally called for a toast. Director Chow requested a bottle of Great Wall red wine from the waiter, filling the adults' goblets before raising his glass, saying, "I hope that after this introduction, our families can maintain regular contact. If any issues arise, we can support one another. Yao Ling replied, "It is indeed a stroke of good fortune to meet you here. If there are any shortcomings on my or Zhu Bo's part, I hope you and your sister-in-law will be forgiving." "Not at all, we are family, so there is no need for such formality," Lu Xiaoying interjected. "Indeed, I hear that my cousin is currently unemployed, with nothing to do. I am discussing with his brother-in-law the possibility of assisting him." Yao Ling expressed her gratitude, saying, "Is that true? It seems we have encountered benefactors." She nudged Zhu Bo's hand, saying, "Aren't you going to stand and toast to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?" Zhu Bo, holding a glass, clumsily stood up and clinked his glass against Director Chao's, saying, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Chao Xiaoqiang and Wu Xiaoya, with their glasses filled with nutritional fast-line beverage, also raised their cups for a clink. Mimicking the adults, Wu Xiaoya gulped down her drink in one go, her childish antics eliciting laughter from everyone. The two families finished their meal amid a warm and festive atmosphere. After the meal, Lu Xiaoying asked Chao Xiaoqiang to take his sister, Wu Xiaoya, to play nearby. Director Chao then called Zhu Bo and Yao Ling over to sit on the couch in the private room and inquired of Zhu Bo, "What did you do before?" Zhu Bo shook his head. Director Chao pressed on, "Nowadays, engineering quality is held to a lifelong responsibility standard, and securing contracts requires substantial funding. Do you have the confidence to manage that?" Zhu Bo felt at a loss for words, glancing at his wife, Yao Ling, and his love. Lu Xiaoying interjected, "I have already explained everything to my cousin. The key is whether you are sincere in helping him. Of course, as the saying goes, one should not turn their back on their own. If I do not assist my family, who else will I help?" Zhu Bo asserted. "In that case, you should explain how to proceed," Director Chao suggested. After a moment's thought, he added, "Alright, currently, securing engineering contracts is done through a bidding process. To successfully execute a project, you must find 5 licenses to form a bidding consortium. During the qualification review, I can give a heads up to the evaluation team, ensuring that other competitors are eliminated. The remaining steps will merely involve purchasing the bidding documents, preparing the bid, and attending the bid opening." Yao Ling's eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "We need 5 licenses, where will we find that many?" Director Chao replied candidly, "If you can't even manage that, I suggest you refrain from bidding for contracts to avoid wasting time and resources." Zhu Bo remarked, "Then we will do our best to secure the licenses." He appeared somewhat uncertain. Director Chao stated, "However, you must act quickly. I have several projects that will soon go to bid. If you wish to participate, I will do my utmost to reserve a segment for you. Before the bidding, I will have Lu Xiaoying notify you." Chapter 46. Planning. As they prepared to part ways, Director Chao offered to drive Yao Ling and her family home. However, Yao Ling, concerned about imposing on them, politely declined. Lu Xiaoying pulled Zhu Bo aside and whispered, "Just proceed as my husband suggests. I will find a way to address the funding issue. You just need to locate 5 qualified companies." "With your assurance, I feel reassured." "Rest assured, once this is accomplished, I shall not forget your assistance," Zhu Bo replied. Lu Xiaoying smiled mysteriously and said, "Are you implying that, should the endeavor fail, I may be easily forgotten?" "Not at all." After hastily bidding farewell to his family, she slipped into the car, which sped away under Director Chao's guidance. Upon returning home, Yao Ling felt a surge of joy, yet she was also struck by the abruptness and ease with which the project opportunity had materialized, leaving her incredulous. She skeptically inquired, "Zhu Bo, do you believe we can successfully operate this project?" "If my cousin's husband is involved, I suspect it will not pose much of a challenge," he replied. "What exactly is your cousin's husband's position? Does he truly possess the authority to award us the contract?" "I believe it is quite feasible. He is the director of the Mianqing Construction Bureau." "Ah, that explains his confident demeanor. So, once we secure the project, you will be commuting to Mianqing for work?" "That seems to be the case. If we wish to advance in our careers, sacrifices must be made. I cannot expect you to support me indefinitely, and besides, without any savings for our future, how will we sustain ourselves when you retire?" "Your reasoning is sound. Pursue your endeavors, and I shall support you. Truth be told, it has been disheartening to see you languishing at home. Then it seems our little you will have to work harder." "That is of no concern. You are the pillar of our family. If the pillar were to crumble, would we still remain a complete household?" Yao Ling warned, however, I must remind you to maintain your integrity and not stray in Niancheng. Xu Bo reassured her, it is not as if I am going far. It is merely 100 kilometers, returning home will still be quite convenient. He secretly rejoiced that his wife was oblivious to his relationship with Lu Xiaoying, feeling as though he had indeed encountered a benefactor, as a fortune-teller had foretold in his youth. Yao Ling had not anticipated that Xu Bo had such a warm and spirited cousin and a powerful brother-in-law. Every woman harbors a certain vanity. She had grown weary of the daily grind of commuting on public transport, enviously observing others who drove their own vehicles. How she longed to join their ranks, commuting in her own little car. She knew that many wealthy business owners had begun their journeys in construction, often starting with nothing. It was through seizing a few opportunities that they gradually. However, as Director Chow had indicated, undertaking a project necessitated substantial funding. How could a family like theirs, merely scraping by, possibly contend with more affluent and influential competitors? Xu Bo has no prior experience in construction. Will qualified companies trust him? Such is the nature of life. Opportunities that promise great rewards often require special connections to access. Some strive relentlessly to navigate these relationships, yet find themselves without the key to unlock them. Others may possess such connections but lack the means to leverage them, akin to a delectable meal just out of reach, tantalizing yet elusive, leaving one salivating in frustration. Since the opportunity has presented itself, how could one possibly let it slip away, she resolved. Yao Ling made up her mind she would wholeheartedly support her husband in advancing their career. She asked, I have heard that bidding for a project requires substantial capital. Even if your cousin's husband wishes to award us the contract, where will we procure the necessary funds? Xu Bo responded, my cousin has assured me that she will handle the funding issue. It merely depends on our ability to secure the necessary licenses. Having not interacted with the outside world for many years, Xu Bo had no acquaintances in the provincial capital, and Yao Ling, working in advertising, had limited contacts in that realm. After much contemplation, she struggled to identify a suitable person to assist them. Suddenly, she recalled General Manager Zhang from Xinyuan Real Estate Company. When General Manager Zhang handed me his company specializes in real estate development, so he must have numerous construction contacts. Embracing a tentative optimism, Yao Ling dialed General Manager Zhang's number. Chapter 47, Seeking Licenses. Hello, who are you? A voice came from the other end of the line, belonging to Mr. Zhang. Yao Ling inquired eagerly, Mr. Zhang, this is Yao Ling from Jiqing Advertising Company. I have a matter I would like to consult with you. Oh, you must be referring to our company's advertisement. We have a building nearing completion, and I was just about to call you for a follow-up. Our advertising materials are being printed overtime, and we should be able to deliver them to you as soon as possible. That's good to hear. Please expedite the process. Do you have anything else to discuss? I have a small personal matter to trouble you with, Mr. Zhang. Feel free to share, as long as it is within my capacity, I will certainly assist you. What is it that you need? I would like to ask if you could help me obtain the licenses of 5 construction companies, if that is possible. Mr. Zhang readily replied, no problem at all. There are quite a few companies involved in our construction projects, but may I ask what you need these licenses for? My husband wishes to bid for a project in Niancheng, and he requires 5 licenses to form a consortium. I understand. Please come to my office tomorrow at 10 in the morning, and I will have someone from the engineering department discuss the details with you and offer some advice. Does that sound agreeable? That works perfectly. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. In truth, after the unexpected encounter with Zizai Xinyuan Company and Yang Jianxi, Yao Ling was reluctant to engage with anyone from their engineering department. She found their mindset. His dazed eyes and suave appearance could easily captivate the hearts of young and attractive women, she thought. If I were to have too much interaction with Yang Jianxi, I might unintentionally engage in actions beyond my control. To stray from my husband and daughter would truly be unforgivable. Yet, for the sake of assisting her husband in securing her family's future, she had no choice but to confront this situation, as it was only through Mr. Zhang that she could procure the licenses. In fact, she held a deep admiration for Mr. Zhang, particularly moved by his amiable demeanor, which left a lasting impression on her. He appeared before her like a benevolent father figure. The next day, she requested a leave of absence from Manager Wang, mentioning that she might arrive at the office later than usual, to which he readily consented without question. After preparing herself, she informed Zhubo about her appointment with Mr. Zhang regarding the licenses before heading out. To avoid facing the lecherous Yang Jianxi again, she deliberately dressed in a traditional manner, opting for a long dress paired with jeans and flat shoes. She fashioned herself into a complete lady, exuding a simple yet elegant beauty. At 10 o'clock, she arrived punctually at Mr. Zhang's office door, gently knocking. She noticed Mr. Zhang was engaged in a phone call, and he gestured for her to enter. His secretary poured her a glass of water and invited her to sit on the sofa while she waited. Mr. Zhang received call after call, seemingly immersed in his work. After some time, he finally paused and approached, taking a seat across from Yao Ling. "Does your husband truly wish to pursue this project?" he inquired. "Yes, he is indeed seeking your assistance in obtaining a few licenses." "Which project is he bidding for?" "It appears to be a municipal construction project in Miancheng." "Is he confident about it?" "There shouldn't be any issues. He is in contact with Director Chow from the Construction Bureau." "You're referring to old Chow, aren't you? We are quite familiar with each other. He previously worked at the Provincial Construction Department, and I have engaged him for several matters before, so we share a certain rapport. However, we have not been in touch since he moved to Miancheng." "Is that so? What a coincidence." "Indeed, however, he is quite principled and conducts his affairs with utmost professionalism, never allowing personal sentiments to cloud his judgment." "How did you come to know him?" "He is my husband's cousin by marriage." "I see. Has he agreed to assign you the project?" "Yes. Since you are a relative of old Chow's, I will certainly lend you my support." Mr. Zhang added, "In fact, our company has numerous projects, it all depends on whether you have the necessary connections." He then instructed his secretary to summon a data clerk from the engineering department, introducing him. "This is Ms. Tao from Jiqing Advertising Company, please accompany her to the engineering department's data repository and assist her in selecting 5 qualified enterprises. Once you have made your selections, submit the names to me." The clerk was a diminutive young man with somewhat disheveled hair, wearing a pair of glasses. He bowed slightly to Yao Ling and said, "Miss Tao, please follow me to our office. What materials do you require? I can retrieve them from the computer for you, if you like." He led the way, with Yao Ling trailing closely behind. They soon arrived at the Den of Temptation office belonging to Yang Jianxi, a place Yao Ling had visited previously. Although she wished to avoid encountering Yang Jianxi, she found herself drawn to glance at his vacant cubicle, wondering, where could that man have gone today? Is he once again seeking romantic escapades on the bus? Chapter 48. Turning point. Yang Jianxi sat upon the sofa, gazing gratefully at his wife as she diligently cleaned the remnants of his previous indiscretions. The memory of his abusive actions towards her, particularly the agonized expression on Chen Bing's face, filled him with an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. In that moment, vivid recollections of their once tender and harmonious days together, as well as the romantic evenings spent under the moonlight, flashed through his mind. He longed for those tranquil nights when he would hold Chen Bing's hand and stroll along the riverbank. When fatigue set in, he would embrace her slender waist and sit by the riverside, with his beloved nestled in his arms, both gazing at the profound nights. Her voice was so soft, her smile radiant, and their kisses under the moonlight were nothing short of fervent. The enchanting figure of his wife danced before him, her once warm and inviting countenance now replaced by a frosty demeanor. After finishing her chores, Chen Bing finally heard Yang Jianxi utter a heartfelt remark, "Darling, you have worked so hard." He looked at her with a longing gaze, one that almost moved her, yet the resentment that had long been festering within her heart rendered her somewhat averse to his seemingly hypocritical display of affection. Thus, she replied, "If you are aware of my struggles, why do you continue to torment me in such a deceitful manner? Are you truly a man?" He fervently declared, "My dear, I promise you, I shall never dare to mistreat you again." The sound of water gushing from the faucet heightened Yang Jianxi's nerves as he recalled the thrill of caressing that woman on the bus earlier that day, and the humiliation he suffered when his deviant actions were exposed, culminating in being beaten and The memory of that self-righteous woman delivering him several stinging slaps and the gaze of fellow passengers as he clutched his groin filled him with an intangible sense of disgrace, leaving his face flushed and his heart racing. He silently vowed, "If I ever encounter that woman again, I shall thoroughly humiliate and torment her." Countless fine streams of water cascaded from the showerhead, washing over her pristine and alluring form, providing her with immense comfort. "What is wrong with me? Why do I feel so tense upon touching my husband's body, devoid of any sensation? Am I truly so young yet already emotionally distant?" As she dried her lustrous black hair, Chen Bing made her way to the living room. Clad in a delicate white nightgown, exuding the essence of youth, she caught Yang Jianxi's eye. His gaze widened with unrestrained desire as he stared at her, completely enthralled. Realizing his scrutiny, Chen Bing quipped, "What is there to look at? Don't try to get close to me. Go wash yourself, you reek." Thus, Yang Jianxi, with his wounded spirit, made his way to the bathroom, muttering to himself, "Ah, it is indeed time for a thorough cleansing." That night, as he lay beside his wife, inhaling the fragrant essence emanating from her body, sleep eluded him. He feared that his desires would be met with rejection and dreaded provoking her distaste once more, refraining from asserting himself as he once had. Chapter 49 Nick changed the strained relationship between Chen. Due to the numerous injuries adorning Yang Jianxi's head, face, and body, he felt too embarrassed to attend work. After requesting leave from the company, he chose to recuperate at home. Lacking any household skills, he found himself spending his days idly watching television and browsing the internet. Finding the television programs rather uninspiring, he entered a QQ chat room under the pseudonym Wanderer. It was as if he donned a pair of transformative spectacles, meandering through the local chat rooms, boasting. He asserted that if he were to participate in the super male competition, he would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10. Many fashionable girls, intrigued by his extravagant self-promotion, took the initiative to request a meeting with him. The adage, "there are no beauties on the internet," proved true, as the girls Yang Jianxi had previously encountered were either short, excessively plump, had unflattering figures, or bore complexions marred by blemishes, not to mention the heavy layers of makeup and lipstick they wore. On the rare occasion he met someone somewhat presentable, she would arrive accompanied by a large entourage of friends, expecting him to treat them to a meal at an upscale restaurant. He had initially hoped to take this online acquaintance to a secluded spot for an intimate rendezvous after their lavish meal, only for her to brazenly declare, "Big brother, we have other matters to attend to. Don't forget to invite us next time you treat us." Following this, the group bid farewell without a backward glance, leaving him feeling as though it was a matter of course for this foolish man to pay for their meal. Yang Jianxi, having lost both his dignity and financial resources, was left seething with frustration, unsure where to direct his anger. Resolving to refrain from such foolish endeavors, he still found himself unwilling to give up, tirelessly searching online for new opportunities. Yet, opportunities eluded him, leading him to lament, "Is there truly no such thing as a free lunch in this world?" One day, a user with the online alias Peach-Colored Temptation greeted him in the chat room. "Hello, sir. Are you from this city?" Yang Jianxi clicked on her profile, which revealed the following details: nickname, Peach-Colored Temptation. Notes, real name, age, 28, gender, female, country, region, China, state, province, city, local signature, "I am an open-minded woman who enjoys a life filled with excitement and thrill. My husband is also quite liberal, and we are particularly interested in playing exchange games. If you are a romantic couple, please contact me, serious inquiries only." Yang Jianxi found this user intriguing, promptly adding Peach-Colored Temptation as a friend and responding, "I am from this city. I read your profile, and your signature is quite creative." Peach-Colored Temptation replied, "Are you and your partner interested in playing exchange games? I've never tried it, but it must be quite exhilarating, right?" She sent a mysterious QQ expression, stating, "You'll know once you try. We hardly know each other. How can we attempt anything? Well, how about you share your and your partner's conditions first to see if we are compatible?" Wanderer sent a puzzled QQ expression back, saying, "Since you initiated this, why don't you introduce yourself first?" My husband is 48 years old, 168 centimeters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, and is somewhat overweight. He is a small business owner. That is our basic information. What about you and your partner?" She sent a photo of herself, her expression alluring and enchanting. Yang Jianxi found her qualifications to be exceptionally appealing and felt a strong desire to meet her in person, eagerly stating, "I am 27 years old, 175 centimeters tall, weigh 70 kilograms, and work in a real estate company. My partner is 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, and weighs 50 kg. She works as a kindergarten teacher." After sharing his details, he felt a twinge of regret, realizing that with their respective qualifications, Peach-Colored Temptation would likely accept him. However, his partner was a traditional woman who had long harbored resentment towards his peculiar inclinations. If he were to broach the subject with her, she would undoubtedly erupt in fury. The thought of his wife being taken by that older man filled him with guilt, yet the mere notion of being intimate with the woman in the photograph sent waves of exhilaration through him. Peach-Colored Temptation expressed her satisfaction with their conditions, saying, "However, you must. If we meet and I find that your descriptions do not align with reality, there is no need for us to continue this conversation. We are sincere in our intentions and do not appreciate being trifled with. Rest assured, the information I provided is entirely accurate." However, there is one matter I am uncertain about. What is it? My partner is quite conservative. If I mention that we are engaging in an exchange game, she would absolutely refuse to participate and might even berate me, causing an awkward situation for everyone. Could you and your husband collaborate in this? What kind of collaboration? Desperate to bed this model, Yang Jianqi concocted a scheme that he proposed. Before we meet, I will tell my partner that our boss and his wife are treating us to dinner. During the meal, while my wife is distracted, I will slip a few sleeping pills into her bowl. Once she becomes drowsy, we can take her to a hotel room and then proceed with the exchange. What do you think? I can have my husband impersonate your boss, but resorting to coercive methods for an exchange game is illegal, and we do not engage in such activities. Given your predicament, I believe it would be best to let this go. Upon hearing this, Yang Jianqi grew anxious and quickly replied, my partner is exceedingly concerned about appearances. Once the exchange is complete, since the deed is done, she would never dare. You need not worry, if anything goes awry, I will bear full responsibility. Peach-colored temptation hesitated before agreeing. Alright then, my name is Chen Jia. My phone number is 139. Once you have arranged a time, let's keep in touch. With that, peach-colored temptation sent a flurry of 888 messages before logging off. Chapter 50 of The Student Girl. One day, Yang Jianqi encountered an online acquaintance named Oriental Beauty in a QQ chat room. Her QQ profile described her as a 21-year-old from Jiangsu, currently engaged in temporary part-time, standing at a height of 168 centimeters and weighing 52 kilograms, with measurements of 36C-20-32, she resided alone in a high-rise apartment equipped with air conditioning and complete bathing facilities, in a refined and secure environment that evoked a sense of home for her elder brother. For sincere inquiries, she provided the phone number 134. Her QQ space chronicled various aspects of the girl's life, stirring a fleeting interest in Yang Jianqi toward this young lady. Consequently, he dialed the number 134. As the call connected, a sweet and melodious voice resonated through the phone, asking, "Brother, do you require a sister's service?" Yang Jianqi replied, I perused your QQ space, and your story touched me deeply, prompting me to call the number provided. Would you like to know me better? She inquired. Indeed, but I am yet. Add me as a friend, and I shall send you a few photographs. If I am not as portrayed upon our meeting, you are free to leave, she assured him. Very well. After adding Oriental Beauty as a friend, a young woman's QQ avatar immediately appeared in his friend list. The wanderer typed, Hello, I have added you. Oriental Beauty responded, Hello, brother. Moments later, several images of a charming young woman graced Yang Jianqi's screen. The girl depicted in the photographs appeared innocent and delightful, exuding a refreshing charm that belied any notion of being a common courtesan. The wanderer inquired, How shall I find you? Oriental Beauty replied, Take a taxi to the entrance of Taishan apartment, and once you arrive, give me a call, I shall come down to greet. A failed theft leads to loss. Upon entering the taxi, Yang Jianqi began to feel a twinge of concern regarding his recent actions. Not long ago, he had traveled for work and met a young woman online. The girl had invited him for tea, and after their meeting, he found himself quite taken with her, harboring intentions to intoxicate her with alcohol before retreating to a hotel room together. They ventured into a rather ordinary tea house where, without his consent, the young woman ordered a bottle of red wine and some snacks. Assuming that wine would not be excessively priced in such a modest establishment, he generously instructed the waiter to open the bottle. The two of them casually sampled the snacks while engaging in lively conversation about various topics. As their conversation flourished, the young woman excused herself to the restroom. After a considerable amount of time had passed without her return, Yang Jianqi grew restless and requested the waitress to check on her. To his dismay, the waitress returned with the news that the young woman had already departed. Disheartened, he asked for the bill only to be stunned by the total of 1,888 yuan, with the wine alone costing 1,080 yuan. He thought to himself, in this city, I have no friends, and I have not brought enough money to buy in this unfamiliar place. How can I possibly gather such a sum? He then summoned the waitress, inquiring, Why is your wine so expensive? The waitress retorted rudely, That is the price. If you cannot afford it, then do not order. This response left him speechless, and upon noticing several burly waiters standing at the entrance, he realized there was no escaping. A man who appeared to be a manager approached him feigning concern, asking, Sir, I am the person in charge, you may speak to me. I do not have enough money, he admitted. With a reddened face, he emptied his pockets, revealing only 1,200 yuan. That amount is insufficient. Do you not have any friends here? I do not, I am merely passing through on a business trip. The man feigned generosity, making a call. Boss, we have a customer who has spent over 1,800 yuan, but he does not have enough cash. Can we waive some of it? After concluding his call, he informed Yang Jianxi, my friend, I see that you are alone on the road, which is not easy. I have spoken to the boss and will only charge you 1,000 yuan. Please do visit our humble establishment again. After paying, Yang Jianxi hastily left the tea house. Upon visiting the wine store, he discovered that the price of the wine he had shared with the young woman was nearly 108 yuan per bottle, leading him to. Eventually, he realized that this young woman and the tea house were in cahoots, and he could only lament his misfortune, feeling as though he had attempted to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice instead. Having learned this lesson, he resolved to be more cautious in his endeavors. He pondered, if this woman invites me to her room, what if it is all a setup? He recalled a newspaper article he had once read. A man lured by a female acquaintance into her room found himself in a compromising situation when several individuals barged in, accusing him of assaulting the woman and demanding whether he preferred to settle privately or publicly. The so-called private settlement required him to pay a sum of money to compensate the wife, while the public option involving his employer or his actual spouse to secure his release. Naturally, the man opted for the private route, surreptitiously withdrawing tens of thousands of yuan from his home, only for his wife to discover the theft and report it to the police. Upon thorough investigation, uncovered the true nature of the crime, but although the perpetrators were apprehended, the money was never recovered, and his family life was irrevocably shattered. Could this woman be a bait? He had no time to contemplate further, as the taxi arrived at Taishan apartment. After disembarking, despite feeling a sense of trepidation, he reassured himself, whatever happens, if I sense something amiss upon meeting her, I can simply decline to enter her room. Summoning his courage, he dialed the young woman's number. Before long, she stood elegantly before him, asking, Hello, I am Zhao Zhao, did you call me? Upon seeing her, Yang Jianxi recognized her as the young woman from the photo. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. His gaze lingered, and he asked, You are Zhao Zhao, are you not? With a charming smile, Zhao Zhao replied, Who else could I be? Do I not resemble the person in the photo? There is one difference. You are far more beautiful in person. Brother, I did not deceive you, did I? Yang Jianxi nodded fervently, exclaiming, No, not at all. With a playful demeanor, she suggested. Initially, he felt somewhat awkward, but Zhao Zhao seemed to sense his hesitation and assured him, Do not worry, I will not bite. As he settled onto the sofa, he surveyed her two-bedroom apartment, noting its neatness. A multitude of books adorned the desk, alongside photographs of her with classmates from school. Indeed, Zhao Zhao is a student. With his concerns dissipating, he felt we charge 300 yuan per encounter, are you agreeable? Yang Jianxi nodded affirmatively, replying, No problem. They proceeded to the bathroom to share a bath. For the first time, he experienced the thrill of infidelity, and it was the physical sensations that further solidified his resolve to engage in this exchange. Chapter 52. Coping Zhu Bo escorted his daughter to kindergarten, where Chen Bing warmly greeted him as she emerged from the classroom, appearing significantly more radiant. He jestingly inquired, Teacher Chen, it's a rare delight to see you so cheerful today. Have you encountered some joyful news? Chen Bing smiled and replied, Brother-in-law, surely you are not flattering me? Not at all, I genuinely believe you look well today. Hee, it's simply because I had an exceptional. Zhu Bo, being experienced, understood well the implications of having a restful sleep. When a married woman enjoys a restful sleep with her husband, it signifies she has been nurtured. Women are indeed as capricious as the clouds. Just the day before, she was in despair, and today she suddenly has a restful sleep. Her peculiar husband must have employed quite the tactics. Though he thought this, he nonetheless said, Very well, brother-in-law wishes you joy every day. After bidding farewell to Zhu Bo, his daughter departed from the kindergarten. Most men are often enamored with novelty. A few days prior, during his rendezvous with Lu Xiaoying at a hotel, he had scrutinized the older woman's physique, finding it vastly inferior when compared to his wife's, and the feelings he once had for her during their initial encounters at the dance hall and tea house had since evaporated. He concluded that their relationship as siblings was the most favorable outcome. Lu Xiaoying, on the other hand, was different. Zhu Bo was her second man, and she devoted herself entirely to him, striving to provide him with physical satisfaction in return for his affections. To secure his long-term devotion, she sought to assist Zhu Bo in his career, hoping he would forever feel indebted to her, thus making her presence indispensable. Lu Xiaoying took great pride in her performance before her husband, feeling a sense of gratification as she caught a grateful glance from Yao Ling. Once vehemently opposed to her husband maintaining affairs, Lu Xiaoying felt that after her own infidelity with Zhu Bo, they were now even, and she refrained from reproaching him excessively. Seizing upon her husband as guilt regarding his extramarital affairs, she believed he could easily assist her cousin. Consequently, she cleverly orchestrated a meeting between their families, successfully staging a familial farce. Upon returning home, she repeatedly urged Director Chow, "Whatever you do outside is your affair, but you must treat my cousin's matters as your own, otherwise, we will have no way to explain ourselves to Zhu Bo's mother when we return to our hometown. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost." With her husband's assurance, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, eager to summon Zhu Bo for a proper celebration. That night, Lu Xiaoying lay beside her husband without feeling a thing. As Director Chow was elated to return home to face Xiao Li, he awoke the next morning feeling invigorated after a night of untroubled sleep. Early the following day, he hastened to Miancheng. Left alone at home, Lu Xiaoying began to indulge in fanciful thoughts about Zhu Bo. Assuming Yao Ling had gone to work, and Zhu Bo was home alone, she dialed his number, but the phone rang incessantly without an answer. Where could this fellow have gone so early, she pondered. After dropping his daughter off at kindergarten, Zhu Bo returned home to find the phone ringing incessantly. Recognizing it was Lu Xiaoying calling, he answered the phone, feigning ignorance. "Who is this?" "I am your sister." "What sister?" After a slight pause, she inquired, "Are you heading out for something now?" "No." "Then come over to my house, I have matters to discuss with you." Zhu Bo, understanding the implications of her request, thought a visit to her house wouldn't hurt, and replied, "I will come out to meet you." "All right." Suddenly, he heard his wife Yao Ling's voice on the line, startling him. He candidly responded, "I was just saying how chatty my cousin is." "You were on the phone with her, I see?" "Indeed, she was rambling on endlessly and even asked me to drop by her place." "Then go ahead. By the way, how are things on her end?" "She mentioned there are no issues, but some matters require face-to-face discussion. It's just a matter of when we wish to proceed." Seizing the opportunity to flatter, Zhu Bo remarked, "My dear wife, you are truly remarkable. Now you see my capabilities, do you?" "Thank you, my dear." "All right, enough idle chatter over the phone. I need to rush back to the office, however. Do remember to reward me tonight?" Zhu Bo was rendered speechless. He sighed, "Alas, today I must appease two formidable women, and I shall be in." Cousin. As Zhu Bo alighted from the taxi, he spotted Lu Xiaoying waiting for him at the entrance of the construction bureau. She was clad in a silver-gray short-sleeved blouse and a black skirt, her figure well-maintained, still exuding a hint of allure. "Why have you arrived so late?" Lu Xiaoying inquired, displaying an air of impatience after having waited for quite some time. "Didn't I come over right after we finished our phone call?" Noticing Zhu Bo's expression of grievance, she beamed and added, "Darling, I apologize. It's just that your sister missed you so much that time felt like it was dragging on. Please don't be upset, alright?" Zhu Bo pouted slightly, responding, "If a man were to get angry over such trivial matters, he would hardly be worthy of a woman." Ascending the staircase, Lu Xiaoying unlocked a security door with her keys. As soon as she closed the door behind them, she eagerly leaped into Zhu Bo's embrace. It was Zhu Bo's first visit to her home, and feeling somewhat awkward, he gently pushed her away. "If I weren't alone, would I dare to be so intimate with you?" Lu Xiaoying's demeanor grew bolder. Unable to resist her allure, Zhu Bo found himself ensnared as they embraced and ventured into her bedroom. After drawing the curtains, she swiftly removed her blouse and skirt. No longer as bashful as she had been in the hotel, she noticed Zhu Bo's flushed face and inquired, "Darling, what's the matter?" Zhu Bo replied, "I just feel a bit uneasy being in your husband's bed. My son has classes, and he'll be dining at the school cafeteria today. I've locked the living room door. They won't be able to come in, so please cast aside any lingering doubts." Her reassurance eased Zhu Bo's apprehension somewhat. After Lu Xiaoying helped him remove his shirt and tossed it onto the floor, she began to unfasten his jeans. The two became entangled with one another. However, Zhu Bo was preoccupied with thoughts of brother-in-law who was to entrust him with a project, feeling a pang of guilt for what was unfolding in his bed. "Darling, have you begun to tire of your cousin's body?" Zhu Bo replied evasively, "No, perhaps it's just nerves. I think we should refrain from doing this at your place next time. I feel it's better to be somewhere else." Alright then. Lu Xiaoying reluctantly rose. Zhu Bo hurriedly dressed and returned to the living room. Lu Xiaoying followed him out of the bedroom, asking, "Do you still need to cook for Yao Ling at noon?" "No, she is dining at the company. I'll just grab a bite somewhere on my own." "Then why not have lunch at my place today? Let your cousin prepare you some hearty dishes." "That sounds great, I'd love to sample your culinary skill," she retorted. "You men are truly something else," completely disavowing your previous declarations. "When you were yearning for me, you called me darling with such affection, but once you have me, you suddenly change your tune. When did I transition from lover to cousin in your eyes? Didn't you just refer to yourself as my cousin?" "That pertains to me alone, the term cousin should never escape your lips." Seeing her possessiveness, Zhu Bo teased, "Alright, my dear, from now on, I shall not call you cousin." "What shall you call me then? How about dear sister?" Lu Xiaoying playfully tapped his nose, saying, "That's more like it." Afterward, she instructed Zhu Bo to watch television in the living room while she went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Her culinary skills were impressive, and the food was particularly delectable. As they sat together, sharing a warm and tender meal, Zhu Bo found his appetite greatly enhanced. Chapter 54. Back to the office. There is a saying that one only believes in the notion of eternity after awakening from dreams, one only perceives attachment in the gaze following a separation, and one only comprehends loss after a farewell. I would like to add that there exists a passion that one only recognizes as aftertaste after experiencing it. After the kiss in the hotel with Yao Ling, Manager Wang found his overweight and unattractive wife utterly unappealing, his mind consumed by the enchanting image of Yao Ling. Despite his rationality constantly warning him of the dangers, his thoughts perpetually lingered on her. Days had passed without seeing Yao Ling, and each day apart felt like 3 seasons. Manager Wang longed to see her again. He arrived at the office early, yet as the workday commenced, Yao Ling was still absent. Just as he settled into his spacious desk, the phone rang. Upon hearing that Yao Ling had taken a leave of absence and would arrive late, a sense of inexplicable disappointment washed over him, and he found himself lost in thought. Time dragged on slowly, and Yao Ling's seat remained conspicuously empty. At 11:30, Yao Ling finally made her entrance. The moment she stepped through the door, Manager Wang's gaze was fixated on her round, pert posterior, the contours of her figure clearly visible through her form-fitting trousers, revealing the enticing outline of her underwear. His torment intensified. Yao Ling, with her large, round eyes shimmering, looked at him and said, "Manager Wang, I'm so sorry, look, I got caught up with something again." Manager Wang, eager to please, replied, "No problem at all. I've already marked your attendance, stating you were at Xin Yuan Real Estate Company. You needn't have said that, I actually did go to meet General Manager Zhang there." Upon hearing that she had met with General Manager Zhang, a pang of alarm shot through Manager Wang's heart. He thought, Yao Ling has just become acquainted with that old fellow, surely, they couldn't have developed a close rapport already? He then inquired, "What did you need to see General Manager Zhang about?" "I went to ask him for assistance with a personal matter." "Is it necessary for me to know?" "Perhaps it would be best to discuss it once the matter is resolved." "Did he mention anything about the advertisement?" "He did. He urged us to expedite it, as they are in urgent need." Manager Wang hurriedly called the printing factory, where Director Huang informed him that the delivery would be guaranteed before Thursday of that week. After hanging up, he relayed to Yao Ling, "You should inform General Zhang that their advertisement will definitely be delivered by Friday." Yao Ling approached Manager Wang's desk and picked up the telephone. Manager Wang, pretending to fill his cup at the water dispenser, stole glances at her elevated backside, feeling an overwhelming fervor, as if his mind had momentarily ceased to function. Once Yao Ling finished her call and noticed Manager Wang holding his teacup while watching her, his legs rooted behind her, she felt her cheeks flush crimson and asked, "Manager Wang, what's the matter?" Snapping back to reality, he stammered, nothing." "What did General Zhang say?" "He mentioned that after the delivery on Friday, he would arrange a time for us to share a meal together." "That's wonderful, dining with someone as busy and important as General Zhang is truly an honor, and all credit goes to— The credit belongs to all of us." They returned to their respective seats, but Manager Wang's gaze seemed perpetually glued to her. Yao Ling, too, reminisced about that night, feeling a flutter of anxiety in her heart. She dared not raise her head to meet Manager Wang's longing eyes and instead focused on organizing her documents. The merciless sound of the punch clock rang out, colleagues in the adjoining office erupted in cheers, and the hallway was filled with the cacophony of hurried footsteps. Manager Wang sighed deeply. Chapter 56, A Feast for the Eyes. Manager Wang had finally possessed the woman he had long yearned for, what a splendid affair it was. She embodied a rare beauty, a harmonious blend of poise and nobility, coupled with a gentle and yielding demeanor and ethereal allure that was simply unparalleled. As the two gradually regained their composure amidst their fervent excitement, Tao Ling hastily rose from the sofa, quietly donning her trousers. Manager Wang, adjusting his own attire, gently inquired, "Are you tired?" His voice resonated with a magnetic charm, enveloping Tao Ling in a warm, comforting sensation. She nodded shyly, then shook her head, retreating into his embrace. He tenderly held her close, and they sat together in tranquil silence on the sofa for quite some time. "Are you hungry?" he asked, to which Tao Ling responded with a nod. "Shall I take you out for a bite?" Again, she nodded in agreement. Manager Wang stood up and softly opened the office door, peering into the corridor to ensure it was clear before closing it again and nodding knowingly at Tao Ling. Blushing, she adjusted her attire, concerned that their departure might raise suspicions. After Manager Wang had walked a short distance, she took the elevator directly to the garage and slipped into his Citroën. She felt that Manager Wang understood how to cherish a woman even better than her husband did. Being with him filled her with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment and contentment. Once such a relationship exists between a man and a woman, their minds inevitably replay the scenes of their indulgences. The thrill of their clandestine affair in the office left them both exhilarated yet yearning for more. Manager Wang drove into the parking lot of a hotel, where he booked an hourly room at the front desk. Tao Ling followed him into the room. Upon entering, Manager Wang dialed the restaurant using the provided phone number to order lunch. They dined while embracing each other, resembling a blissful honeymoon couple. After their meal, Tao Ling excused herself to the bathroom for a hot shower. Emerging from the bath wrapped in a towel, her skin still glistening with warmth, her beautiful face flushed, and her lustrous black hair only partially dried, she appeared enchanting. Manager Wang was captivated, rushing forward to embrace her. In a commanding tone, she instructed, "You should wash up as well." "All right," he replied and dashed into the bathroom. He hastily showered, wetting his body before drying off, and quickly Tao Ling had drawn all the curtains tightly, turning on the bedside lamp, and lay back on the bed, waiting for him. Under the soft light, her skin gleamed like pure milk, leaving Manager Wang utterly mesmerized, his mouth watering in anticipation as he dove onto the bed. Tao Ling fervently reciprocated his advances, embodying the fierce passion of a lioness in heat, on the hunt. Chapter 57. Rumors. 3 hours later, they departed from the hotel room, thoroughly satisfied. The work hours had long since passed, and in an effort to avoid arousing the suspicions of her colleagues, Tao Ling intentionally delayed her arrival at the office by approximately 20 minutes after Manager Wang. To further mask her intentions, she made a point of strolling through the large office where Xiaoli and others worked. Upon entering, she observed her colleagues gathered and animatedly discussing something. As soon as they noticed her presence, they abruptly ceased their chatter and returned to their seats, stifling laughter. With a cheerful demeanor, Tao Ling approached Xiaoli and inquired, "What were you all discussing? May I be privy to it?" Xiaoli curtly responded, "You cannot." Puzzled, she asked, "We are all colleagues, why should I be excluded?" "Because the matter at hand pertains. It is merely that everyone is envious of your success in front of us." Tao Ling began to grasp the subject of their gossip, her cheeks flushed, yet she feigned composure and asked, "What success? What sets me apart from you all?" "Of course, it is different. You share an office with Manager Wang, which grants you his special attention." No sooner had Xiaoli finished speaking than the entire office erupted in laughter. Zhang Jia, indignantly rising from her seat, exclaimed, "What is so amusing? Tao Ling was nearly over half an hour late, and Manager Wang didn't mark her attendance. If you have the audacity, why not approach him for the same treatment?" Xiaoli retorted confidently, "Why shy away from admitting it?" Tao Ling thought to herself, "How could Xiaoli discover the details of my affair with Manager Wang so swiftly? Is she stalking us?" To preserve her dignity before her colleagues, she insisted, "Xiaoli, what have I done to offend you so deeply that you would I ask you, when exactly have Manager Wang and I been intimate in the office? Were you present during such an encounter, or have we even gone to a hotel together?" Her incisive remarks left Xiaoli momentarily speechless, unable to refute Tao Ling's claims. Assuming an expression of feigned anger, Tao Ling threatened, "How dare you concoct such slanderous tales? It matters not if you defame me. Should Manager Wang discover your disparagement of him, I assure you, your position in this office will be in jeopardy." Observing Xiaoli rendered mute by Tao Ling's inquiries, Zhang Jia seized the opportunity. "It was foolish of me to speak so recklessly. I feel ashamed for defaming you and Manager Wang, and I sincerely apologize." Though she uttered these words, her thoughts betrayed her. "Consider yourself lucky this time. The next time I catch you and Manager Wang in the act, you will have no excuses." After Xiaoli publicly apologized to Tao Ling, the scandal subsided for the moment. Tao Ling cast a grateful glance at her good friend Zhang Jia, only to find her Chapter 58. Enduring humiliation. Manager Wang entered the office with a buoyant spirit, whistling a popular tune. On the long sofa, where he and Yao Ling had shared tender moments, remnants of their embrace lingered. He approached and caressed the spot she had occupied, as if he could still catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance. Today, he was elated, having plucked the most exquisite flower, transforming his long-cherished dream of having her as his lover into a reality. Sitting in his office chair, it was as though he had a piece of honey melting in his mouth. He picked up a document on his desk, scrawled with his chaotic edits, and relished every passionate detail they had shared, a profound sense of happiness swelling within him. Having parted from Yao Ling for scarcely half an hour, he found himself yearning to see her again. How he longed to witness her return to the office, her eyes sparkling with unspoken affection, to have the indulgent Yao Ling gently resting in his warm embrace. It felt as though there were countless words still unspoken between them, innumerable stories yet to unfold. In eager anticipation of her return, he leaned back in his chair, unable to focus on any task at hand. Approximately 40 minutes later, Yao Ling stormed back into the office, heading straight to her seat without uttering a word. Observing her melancholic expression, Manager Wang felt utterly perplexed. He mused, wasn't Yao Ling in high spirits just a moment ago? What could have caused such a sudden change? Could she be regretting our clandestine affair? She has no reason to ignore me, her mood has shifted so rapidly, something must have transpired, he pondered deeply. He murmured to himself, I must inquire about what has happened. He approached her desk and softly asked, my dear, what troubles you? Have I been too reckless? Nothing at all. Yao Ling shook her head. I believe no one will discover our secret. Yao Ling gazed at him intently and asked, is that truly the case? I believe, after all these years of working together, stealing moments of intimacy when no one is around should not raise suspicions. Are you so confident? Manager Wang replied with unwavering certainty, of course. Well, let me inform you that what transpired at noon has already reached Shaoli, and she has been. I even had a falling out with her over this matter. If you doubt me, feel free to confront her yourself. After much contemplation, Manager Wang replied, I had locked the door at noon. She had no reason to know we were being intimate in the office. Could she have been eavesdropping outside? That seems likely, otherwise, how could she know so much? Anxiously, he inquired, how did you handle the situation with her? Yao Ling appeared somewhat exasperated as she explained, she lacked concrete evidence of our intimacy, and of course, I denied everything. However, we can no longer indulge in such behavior at the office. Haven't you heard the saying, walls have ears? It rings true. Manager Wang cursed under his breath, that meddlesome Shaoli, just wait until I find the right moment to deal with her. Yao Ling cautioned, you mustn't act on that If Shaoli discovers that we are retaliating against her, she will embellish the story and share it with your wife or my husband, leading to far more complicated consequences. He retorted angrily, wouldn't that just give her the upper hand? As the saying goes, to spare is to be spared, perhaps it is best to let it go. After all, we did engage in intimate behavior in the office, didn't we? Upon uttering those words, Yao Ling's cheeks flushed, and a faint smile broke through her usual demeanor. Manager Wang conceded with resignation, it seems we must endure this situation in silence. Yao Ling responded with a bittersweet smile, not merely in silence. We must bear this humiliation. Chapter 59. The reunited separation. As soon as Director Chow returned to Mianqing, Shaoli could hardly contain her eagerness to see him. Having not completed his homework while at home, he had accumulated a considerable reserve of energy within him. Upon hearing that Shaoli wished to meet, Director Chow felt invigorated. In his fervor to reunite with his enchanting little lover, he disregarded the numerous tasks awaiting his attention and the reports yet to be delivered. His priority was to meet Shaoli first, to bask in their affectionate exchange before returning to work. Concerned that he might be disturbed by work-related calls during office hours, he informed Shaoli over the phone that he would be waiting for her at home and promptly turned off his mobile. He parked his car beneath the residential complex and settled onto the sofa in his room to await her arrival. The moment the doorbell rang, he sprang from the sofa and rushed to open the door. Before he could even close it properly, Shaoli, resembling a docile little bird, dove into his embrace. Hearing footsteps echoing in the corridor, he hastily kicked the door shut. The two of them nestled onto the sofa, and Shaoli whispered, darling, could it be that your sister is also involved with someone else? Director Chow chided her, don't be ridiculous. Is it because she wishes to divorce you over our affair that she refrains from engaging with you? How could that be? Our son is quite grown now, and she is no longer young. What purpose would a divorce serve? Did you two have a quarrel? Not at all. Then it seems your sister remains an open-minded and agreeable person? Indeed, with our son at home, she refrains from discussing our matters too openly. On Sunday, we invited her cousin and his family for dinner. Since she had a favor to ask of me regarding her cousin, she did not delve deeply into our issues, merely alluding to them indirectly. So, does this mean I can confidently and boldly? Is it fair for you to accuse me of infidelity? I apologize, I was merely jesting. Director Chow was touched by her heartfelt words and reassured her, Shelley, rest assured, I shall treat you well. No matter what the future holds, I will love and cherish you for a lifetime. Despite the significant age difference, with Director Chow being old enough to be Xiao Li's father, they shared an attachment akin to that of inseparable lovers. Today, Xiao Li donned a semi-transparent black camisole dress, accentuating her fair and delicate skin. He reveled in the sight of this beauty nestled in his arms, his heart racing and mouth watering with desire. Xiao Li softly called out, "Darling, yes?" Director Chow snapped back to reality, carefully lifting Xiao Li and carrying her into the bedroom. Chapter 60 of The Hunter in the Mianqing Nude. The engineering blueprints have been meticulously crafted by the Provincial Planning and Design Institute. This undertaking has been divided into 3 construction segments, with groundbreaking anticipated next month and a projected duration of 6 months. In truth, these segments had long been predetermined by the city as supervising authorities. The bidding process merely serves as a formality. Chief Lu, responsible for the bidding process, had already made arrangements in accordance with Director Chow's directives in collaboration with a local bidding agency. Once Director Chow affixed his signature, the bidding announcement would promptly be published in newspapers and online. In the afternoon, as the door to Director Chow's office swung open, the young Chief Lu entered, clutching a bidding document for his review. Director Chow perused the document for quite some time before remarking, "Lu, given the brevity of this construction period, it will be quite challenging for the 3 teams to complete on schedule. I propose we divide it into 4 segments and add an additional construction team. What do you think?" Chief Lu replied. "Director Chow, are you suggesting that you have another suitable team at hand?" Director Chow chuckled and responded, "Indeed, once the announcement is released, I will arrange for that construction entity to meet with you. Each time a bidding process occurs, Chief Lu manages to secure certain benefits from the construction teams, and understanding the significance of the team arranged by Director Chow, he remarked, since it has been arranged by you, I will fully cooperate." Very well, have the Design Institute and bidding agency reallocate the segments and deliver them to me for signature as soon as possible. After Chief Lu exited, Director Chow dialed his wife's number. "Dear, have you located your cousin's license yet? I haven't inquired yet." "Then do so quickly. We have a construction project that will commence bidding next week. Ask him to submit the names of the participating units promptly so that I can coordinate the subsequent operations." Lu Xiaoying expressed her gratitude, saying, "Darling, you must ensure that this matter is well arranged. I am your husband. If I cannot manage my own affairs, how can I possibly arrange for others? Just have him confidently report the unit names." After concluding the call, Director Chow leisurely settled into his chair, closing his eyes to rest. In the past few days, Xiaoli had been entwined with him, nearly exhausting him. It was time for a well-deserved respite. Xiaoli's intent in her association with Director Chow was straightforward: to secure a construction project for the Mianqing Development Company, to extract certain benefits from it. Thus, whether for personal or professional gain, she and Director Chow collaborated with remarkable synergy. She observed that Director Chow seemed rejuvenated in her presence, as they frequently indulged in their whims, often losing themselves in a world of hedonistic pleasures. With Director Chow, however, he was, after all, in his 40s, and over time, he sometimes found himself lacking in vigor regarding matters of intimacy. Eventually, in an effort to please Director Chow, she entertained the notion of exchange. Given that Director Chow held a distinguished position, it was impractical for him to engage in such activities within Mianqing, prompting them to set their sights on the vast sea of the provincial capital. Encouraged by him, Xiaoli mustered the courage to post her QQ number in a provincial city chat room, concealing her identity and deliberately fabricating a persona to seek suitable sexual partners. Like a patient hunter, she lay in wait in a shadowy corner, keenly observing for those willing to take the bait. Chapter 61 Telephone appointment. During his convalescence at home, Yang Jianqi seemed to have transformed into a different person. Although his culinary skills were rudimentary, Qin Bing was delighted to return home each day to the unprecedented experience of dining on meals prepared by her husband, which brought her immense comfort. As she savored the dishes that were lacking in salt and flavor, she encouraged him, saying, "Darling, I truly admire your progress in cooking, keep up the good work, at this rate, we could open a restaurant in the future." When presented with Yang Jianxi's overly salty creations, she would humorously inquire, "Honey, has the price of salt dropped recently?" Yang Jianxi, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "No, it's still $1 per bag, isn't it?" Seeing his innocence, after tasting the food, Yang Jianxi spat it out, laughing, "Wife, were you actually teasing me?" Qin Bing, suppressing a smile, replied, "It's your own fault for being so oblivious, how could you not catch that?" "I'm oblivious." Yang Jianxi feigned a knock on his own head, lamenting, "Cursed foolish." However, she was completely unaware that Yang Jianxi's displays of affection were merely a facade, orchestrated to facilitate his absurd exchange game, deliberately drawing closer to her. In pursuit of hastening the realization of his exchange desires, Yang Jianxi endeavored to appear gentle and considerate, allowing Qin Bing to momentarily return to the semblance of a normal life, tasting the joys and sweetness of existence. After nearly a week of restful recuperation, Yang Jianxi's external injuries had healed, enabling him to re-enter society, impeccably dressed, to enact his perverse intentions. Once Qin Bing resumed her work, he prepared to log onto his computer for a chat with Peach Temptation. Over the course of 2 consecutive days, Peach Temptation remained offline, and he could hardly contain his impatience. Thus, he nervously dialed the number that Chen Jia, alias Peach Temptation, had provided him. "Excuse me, sir, whom are you looking for?" "Is this Chen Jia?" "Yes, it is. Who is this?" "You don't remember me?" "I am Yang Jianxi." "Which Yang Jianxi? Did you dial the wrong number?" No, isn't your QQ username Peach Temptation?" "Yes, my username is Wanderer. "Wanderer," the other party repeated. "Oh, I have a vague Has your wife thought it over?" "I haven't told her yet." "You lack the courage to even inform her. What can I say? If she is not on board, then that's that." Her impatience was palpable as she added, "I'll try my best to persuade her, and if all else fails, we'll proceed as we previously discussed, alright?" "Sir, this is actually my first time engaging in. We have no experience in this realm. I'll reiterate my conditions. First, you must not deceive me. Second, we won't engage in anything illegal. If you are sincere, we will do our utmost to accommodate you." Upon hearing her words, Yang Jianxi felt a wave of relief wash over him. "I assure you of my sincerity. Could you please arrange a time?" "Very well, I'll call you once I have the schedule sorted." Chapter 62 Good news. Yao Ling, having basked in the splendid affection of Manager Wang, felt a sweetness in her heart that surpassed honey as she went to the kinder. Her face was perpetually adorned with a smile. Qin Bing, equally intoxicated by happiness, stood beside her, and it seemed as though they had an endless stream of conversation. "Tao Tai, not only has he learned to cook, but he also understands how to care for others." "Is that so? Then you should be thoroughly congratulated." "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the more he treats me well, the more unsettled. There must be some good news on the horizon, right?" Yao Ling hesitated to admit her affair with Manager Wang and replied nonchalantly, "Recently, your brother-in-law has been preparing to take on a project in Nianqing, and do not forget, I am still her godmother." "Silly girl, do you not wish to have children of your own someday?" "Of course I do. My child is still nestled within, refusing to emerge. Don't wait until you are in your twilight years to have children, or you may find it rather burdensome." "Understood." Qin Bing joked, "Mother-in-law, how shameless. Look at you, you're." The little girl clapped her hands in delight and exclaimed, "I have a little brother, I have a little brother." As the mother and daughter laughed and chatted on their way home, Jubo had already prepared dinner. The daughter approached her father and innocently said, "Daddy, I have good news to share with you." "My dear daughter, what is this good news?" In a mysterious tone, she replied, "Godmother is planning to have a little brother for me." "Shubo, it is her duty to bear you a little brother." "Is it true?" "Of course." Observing the joyful interaction between father and daughter, Yao Ling felt a shadow pass over her mind. She was immediately engulfed and thought, "The best news I bring is that I have placed a green hat upon you." Shubo, noticing the entranced expression on his wife's face, inquired, "Yao Ling, what troubles you?" Yao Ling collected, "Shall we go eat?" Shubo carried their daughter to the washroom, and after washing her hands, he said, "Guess what delicious dish Daddy is making for you tonight?" The daughter shook her head, "I don't know." Chapter 63:2 Women dinner had yet to be concluded when the phone rang. The daughter rushed to answer, inquiring, "Xiaoya, where are your parents?" They are having dinner. Are you looking for my father or my mother? Either will do. Yao Ling asked, whose call is it? The little girl handed the phone to her, saying, it's for you. Yao Ling took the call, asking, hello, whom are you seeking? Yao Ling, this is Lu Xiaoying. Cousin, hello. Is there something you need? Indeed, today your cousin's husband called. The bidding announcement for the new construction project in Mianqing will be released next week. He asked me to inquire if your licenses have been secured. If they are ready, send them over immediately so they can make arrangements. We have already secured the licenses. We are just unsure when you need them. The sooner, the better. Then I shall promptly finalize the unit name. How about this? Once you have confirmed the unit, let Zhu Bo deliver it to me tomorrow morning, and I will personally accompany him to Miancheng. I feel quite embarrassed that you have to run an errand for us. What has to feel embarrassed about? It is a family matter. Running an errand is of no consequence. Thank you, cousin. Once this is accomplished, we will be sure to express our gratitude. No need for formalities, just proceed as I have suggested. After hanging up, Zhu Bo inquired, how did it go? The Mianqing project will. Have we completely secured the 5 licenses we need? Yao Ling nodded, replying, yes, we have secured them, but we still need to select the unit name ourselves. I think I should call General Manager Zhang first. After dialing Zhang's number on the landline, she realized no one was answering, understanding that the unfamiliarity of the number was likely the cause. Switching to her mobile, she successfully reached Zhang, who asked, Xiao Tao, what can I do for you? General Manager Zhang, I apologize for the interruption. No problem at all, please go. You can directly approach Xiao Yang from the engineering department tomorrow morning. Just the mention of Yang Jian, she felt a twinge of apprehension, asking, didn't I speak with a different data clerk last time? And remember, the company's advertisement must be delivered by Friday, and don't forget that I invited you and Manager Wang to dinner on that day. Thank you, General Manager Zhang. Such an opportunity to dine with you is something I will not forget. After hanging up, Yao Ling tossed her hand and exclaimed, darling, everything is settled. Zhu Bo, who had been listening attentively to his wife's conversation, thought, with the affectionate Lu, she replied, let us save it for later. Once you have completed your tasks, we can discuss it then. Zhu Bo was more than pleased to hear this, as he too had engaged with Lu Xiaoying earlier that morning, fully aware of his wife Yao Ling's formidable nature. Alas, caught amidst the desires of these two compelling women, he found his body struggling to keep pace. Chapter 64 of the key. Once again, Yao Ling found herself on the verge of meeting the unsettling Yang Jianxi. As she was unable to travel to Mianqing herself and lacked familiarity with the intricacies of the project, it was imperative that her husband accompany her to Xinyuan Real Estate Development Company to obtain the necessary license. She could hardly fathom the circumstances surrounding Zhu Bo's impending encounter with Yang Jianxi. The following day, Yao Ling arose early, donning a dark, elegant dress that accentuated her refined demeanor. She and Zhu Bo took their daughter to kindergarten, exchanging brief pleasantries with Chen Bing before stepping onto the crowded bus, Zhu Bo's arm securely around her. The bus was as packed as ever, and as Yao Ling prepared to meet the man who had once caressed her on this very route, memories flooded back. She leaned her supple body against her husband, who embraced her waist, and in moments of whimsy, she envisioned Zhu Bo as Yang Jianxi, at times imagining him as other men entirely, relishing the sensations that accompanied the bus's swaying and the gentle press of bodies. She felt utterly at ease when the bus reached a stop and a passenger disembarked. An empty seat finally emerged as Zhu Bo squeezed past, gently seating her before standing beside her. He was acutely aware of her flushed cheeks and the yearning glimmer in her eyes, and a wave of desire surged within him. Had they not been in a public space, he would have indulged in a passionate display of affection. Their hands remained intertwined, transferring warmth and unspoken sentiments between them. As the bus reached its final destination, Yao Ling was still lost in a euphoric reverie, feeling as though time had flown and the journey had been remarkably brief. They disembarked, their affection palpable as they mingled with the throng of passengers. Once off the bus, Zhu Bo leaned close to her ear and inquired, my dear, have you been thinking? Blushing, Yao Ling shyly nodded. Then, after we conclude our business, shall we enjoy a romantic evening together? Again, she nodded in agreement. Before they knew it, they stood beneath the office building of Xinyuan Real Estate Development Company, where the security personnel and receptionists recognized the graceful Yao Ling, greeting her warmly. They ascended the elevator directly to General Manager Zhang's office. The enthusiastic secretary informed her, Mr. Zhang is currently attending a meeting in the city. Is there anything you would like me to relay? Yao Ling shook her head, replying, "No, I merely came to have a look." After exchanging a smile with the secretary, she proceeded to Yang Jianxi's office, with Zhu Bo discreetly trailing behind. Upon their arrival, Yang Jianxi greeted them warmly, his previous awkwardness dissipated by the presence of an unfamiliar face, and he offered them seats while pouring each a glass of water. Yao Ling introduced them, stating, "This is engineer Yang Jianxi from Xin Yuan Company. This is my husband, Zhu Bo." Yang Jianxi scrutinized the man beside him, who was a half a head shorter, and a sense of pride welled within him, thinking, "I had imagined this. It seems she is but a flower sprouting from a pile of dung." Zhu Bo stood to shake Yang Jianxi's hand, bowing slightly and murmuring a polite thank you before returning to his seat. "Are they here to confront me, or has Yao Ling brought her husband to assert dominance?" Yang Jianxi pondered, sensing an oddity in Yao Ling's decision to bring her spouse along. He inquired, "Is there a particular matter you wish to discuss today?" Yao Ling explained, "When I last visited your office, you were absent, and I spoke with another staff member. Our purpose today is to request your assistance in obtaining." "Zhang aware of this?" "Indeed, it was Mr. Zhang who directed us to consult with you." Upon hearing this, Yang Jianxi called out to the office, "Xiao Wu, could you come here for a moment?" The data clerk who had previously attended to Yao Ling hurried over, nodding in acknowledgement. "Sister Tao, when do you require the materials?" Yao Ling replied, "We need them immediately, hence our visit." Xiao Wu explained to Yang Jianxi, "Engineer Yang, here's the situation. Manager Tao intends to bid on a project in Miancheng and has requested Mr. Zhang's assistance in securing licenses from several construction-qualified enterprises. Mr. Zhang initially tasked you with this, but since you were on leave that day, I assisted her instead. Mr. Izhan primarily wants you to select a few firms from those we work with and facilitate their cooperation." Yang Jianxi, eager to make amends for his previous indiscretions towards Yao Ling on the bus, readily agreed, "Ah, I see. No problem at all." He retrieved a substantial stack of construction company qualification photocopies from his drawer and handed them to Yao Ling and her husband, stating, "All the qualification documents are here. Once you've selected a few firms, I will make copies for you." Yao Ling responded, "Engineer Yang, we are unfamiliar with these companies, please help us choose a few reputable ones." "Very well." Yao Ling then directed Zhu Bo to Yang Jianxi identified 5 companies, briefly outlining each one's background to Zhu Bo and imparting some knowledge about construction practices. Zhu Bo, with his keen intellect, quickly grasped the basics of these enterprises and developed a foundational understanding of the construction processes involved. After approximately 20 minutes of discussion, Yang Jianxi excused himself to the data room to make copies of the qualifications for the 5 selected companies. Once Zhu Bo received the photocopied documents, Yao Ling rose from her seat to bid farewell to Yang Jianxi. As she departed, she bestowed upon him a grateful smile, which stirred memories of her previous enjoyment on the bus, leaving him entranced. Should the opportunity arise, I must have a proper encounter with her. After the couple had departed, he discovered that Yao Ling had forgotten her keychain. He hurried to the door, but their figures had already vanished from sight. He pocketed the keys, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his face as he contemplated, why not have a copy made of Yao Ling's keys? They may prove useful in the future. Chapter 65 of the Pathfinder. After her breakup with Zhu Bo, Yao Ling returned directly to the company office. She fumbled through her pockets for quite a while, only to discover that her keys were missing. Fortunately, Manager Wang was present in the office, otherwise, she would have been unable to enter. Reflecting on the situation, she finally remembered that her keys were left in Yang Jianxi's office. However, due to her biases against him, she had never bothered to ask for his phone number. Just as she was preparing to call General Manager Zhang, her phone rang. "Hello, Sister Tao, I have your keys here. Would you like me to bring them to you?" It was Yang Jianxi on the line. She thought to herself, how did he obtain my phone number? It dawned on her that General Manager Zhang must have shared it with him, so she replied, "No need, I'll go pick them up myself." "Not a problem. I am already downstairs. It would be quicker to take a taxi. Could you please provide me with your company's address?" With Manager Wang in the office, she felt uncomfortable discussing further. Manager Wang approached and asked, "Darling, you look utterly distressed. What's the matter? Where have you been?" Yao Ling snapped back to reality and replied, "I just visited Xin Yuan Real Estate Development. I just feel a bit embarrassed to have left my keys in someone else's office and now making them come all the way here." Manager Wang jokingly remarked, "Well, that just proves my Yao Ling his charm, doesn't it?" Yao Ling inquired, "Are you feeling jealous?" "How could I dare to be?" We should be more discreet in the future. Shall I close the door? It's working hours, and people are moving about everywhere. What's the point of closing the door? That would only draw attention to ourselves, wouldn't it? Then what would you have me do? Well, you could either hold it in or take care of it in the restroom. Manager Wang immediately made a face as if consumed by desire, causing Yao Ling to burst into laughter. After Yang Jianqi had a set of copies made of Yao Ling's office keys at a street vendor, he gleefully pocketed them. He thought, now that I possess Yao Ling's keys and know where she works, it will be easy to follow her. Once the time is right, I won't lack opportunities to make my move on this stunning beauty. A smug and contented smile crept across his face at the thought. To avoid raising Yao Ling's suspicions and to ensure he didn't delay too long, he hailed a taxi and went to. Taking the elevator up, he quickly located her office. He noticed a man gesticulating animatedly in front of Yao Ling and gently knocked on the door. Yao Ling sprang up from her chair, her face flushed. She welcomed Yang Jianqi into the office and introduced him, saying, "This is Engineer Yang from Xin Yuan Company." Manager Wang extended his hand, stating, "Your company is one of our major clients, the customer is king, and we welcome you to our company. I hope you will look out for us in the future." "Not at all, we should support each other," Yang Jianqi replied courteously. Yao Ling added, "This is Manager Wang from our company, he is the one who orchestrates all the advertising business with your company." Yang Jianqi politely remarked, "I've heard you have a good relationship with our general manager Zhang. I hope you can speak highly of me in front of him." Manager Wang prompted Yao Ling to pour him a glass of water and gestured to the sofa, saying, "No problem, please have a seat." Yang Jianqi took out a set of keys from his pocket and said, "I've come to deliver the keys to Manager Tao, so there's no need to trouble yourselves." Yao Ling called after him, "Take care, thank you." Chapter 66, An unexpected visit. A bus filled with passengers journeyed from the provincial capital to Mianqing. Lu Xiaoying nestled her soft frame against Zhu Bo's shoulder. As the bus jolted along the road, Lu Xiaoying's ample bosom brushed against his arm, igniting an impulsive stir within him. Their intimate yet sibling-like gestures drew the attention of several passengers, who occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction and whispered among themselves. "Did you ensure that Chao Xiaochuan's meals were taken care of for midday?" "Before I left a note for my son, informing him that I had gone to his father's place and that he could eat out at his leisure." "Are we returning tonight?" "That's up to you. However, if I stay in Mianqing this evening, I will certainly be with my husband. If we return together, I can come home a bit later, and we might find an opportunity for some tender moments." What do you think would be preferable? Naturally, I hope we can return together. Very well, once we disembark, let us head directly to old Chao's office. After he has settled matters, we shall return post-haste. The 2-hour journey swiftly passed, and as the bus arrived at the Mianqing station, Lu Xiaoying lingered, reluctant to stir from Zhu Bo's arms. The other passengers busily gathered their belongings, eager to alight, paying little heed to the couple's close. Upon reaching Director Chao's office, they found him seated on a sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Lu Xiaoying strode confidently to him, startling Director Chao, who, after inviting them to sit on the office sofa, reproached them, "Why did you not inform me beforehand? However, with your arrival, I ought to have greeted you at the station." "How could I trouble you, Director?" Lu Xiaoying replied with a smile, "It appears you have ample leisure, considering you are reading the paper." "You do not. Our motto is learn, and learn again. We must remain abreast of current events. Only by recognizing the correct path can we avoid missteps. Spare me the grandiloquent rhetoric. We have brought the bidding qualifications from several units. Do let us know how you wish to proceed." "Dear cousin," Zhu Bo interjected, rising to present a few copies of documents from various units, which he dutifully handed to Director Chao. The director perused the materials hastily before locking them in his drawer, stating, "I find that these units meet the requirements. The project for this bidding is divided into 4 sections. We plan to publish the tender announcement in the newspaper next week. Please ensure these units prepare their letters of introduction. When registering, have them apply for the 4th section in accordance with the tender announcement." Director Chao glanced at the clock, noting that it was still only 10 o'clock, and stood, saying, "This place is too crowded for discussion. You should wait for me in my room. I will arrange for Section Chief Lu, who is responsible for the bidding, to join us for lunch, and he will provide you with the specific details." He drove Zhu Bo and Lu Xiao. "You may watch television and wait for me. I will collect you for dinner after I finish work." Once they alighted, Director Chow hurriedly drove away. Faced with such a husband who served as a mere proxy for others' fortunes, Zhu Bo found the situation both amusing and absurd. After sharing a knowing smile with Lu Xiaoying, he followed her up the stairs into Director Chow's room. Chapter 67, turning danger into safety. As she entered, Lu Xiaoying eagerly threw herself into Zhu Bo's embrace. However, her eyes were drawn to a pair of women's slippers at the tightly shut bedroom door, causing her to hastily push Zhu Bo away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Regaining her composure, she stealthily turned the doorknob, and what she beheld inside left her utterly astonished. There lay a young woman on her husband's bed, clad in a sheer nightgown, the covers insufficiently drawn, revealing a long, slender thigh. Upon noticing someone entering, the girl bolted upright, clutching the blanket around her body, and inquired, "Who are you?" Lu Xiaoying, infuriated to the point of spitting blood, rushed at her, only to be restrained by Zhu Bo. She exclaimed, "Shameless harlot, do you even need to ask who I am?" With a strange man present, the woman remained in bed, too intimidated to rise and dress. Zhu Bo guided Lu Xiaoying to the couch in the living room, whispering, "My dear, calm down. You are jumping to conclusions without understanding the situation, and such agitation could harm your health." Observing Lu Xiaoying so enraged she could hardly speak, he attempted to soothe her, saying, "Your husband clearly knew there was a woman in the room. He even handed you the key, which suggests their relationship is quite ordinary. Perhaps she is merely a nanny he hired?" Lu Xiaoying found his words somewhat reasonable and asked, "Is that truly the case? Am I unjustly accusing him?" "Whether you are accusing him unjustly or not, we shall wait for the girl to emerge before making any judgments, shall we?" After the girl had dressed, "My father and Uncle Chow previously worked at the same establishment. I recently moved here from the provincial capital, and since our company lacks accommodation, my father arranged for me to stay here temporarily with Uncle Chow." After a brief pause, she continued, "As we each have our own rooms, I locked the bedroom door, not anticipating that I— Please do not take it to heart, alright?" Just then, Director Chow called. "Xiaoli, where are you right now?" "I am at home," she replied. Upon hearing that Xiaoli had not left, Director Chow turned pale with fright and quietly asked, "Did you not leave early this morning? Why are you still at home? Were you involved in an accident with my wife?" Ignoring his concern, Xiaoli deliberately spoke loudly, "Uncle Chow, I did not go to work today because I felt unwell. Please do not report this to my father." Director Chow anxiously inquired, "Did she strike you or scold you?" Xiaoli, evasively responding, said, "Auntie is here, so you should return home early. Would you like—" He replied loudly, "No need, I will be dining out with your aunt and the others at noon. Would you like to join us?" "I shall pass, you adults have matters to discuss, and it would be inappropriate for me to intrude." After hanging up, she, like a gracious uncle, Zhu Bo, unaccustomed to being addressed so by a young beauty, replied, "I'm Zhu Bo, just call me Uncle Wu, alright?" She handed the water to Zhu Bo, saying, "Uncle Wu, please enjoy this water." "Thank you." Zhu Bo's gaze lingered on her delicate hands. When Xiaoli emerged from the bathroom, radiant and refreshed, Lu Xiaoying scrutinized her from the sofa. What a tall, graceful young lady she was, with flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, an oval face, a smooth forehead, and skin as white as snow. Below her thick brows were a pair of profound, bright eyes, her straight nose bore a hint of youthful innocence, while her lips were beautifully shaped and soft. Her rounded chin exuded an air of vitality, and particularly when she smiled, the sweet dimples on her face added to her allure. Lu Xiaoying gazed dreamily at the stunning young woman before her and inadvertently glanced at Zhu Bo, only to find his eyes nearly glazed over. She then cleared her throat, prompting Zhu Bo to return to reality. Chapter 68, Reconciliation. Director Chow returned to the office after driving Xiaoli to her company in the morning. Thus, he naively believed that nothing amiss would occur while he encountered Lu Xiaoying and Zhu Bo at the family building, oblivious to the fact. Upon returning to his office, an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind, prompting him to call Xiaoli. The revelation that she was at home left him utterly stunned, and her nonchalant response intensified his shock. After the call, he yearned to rush home, yet fearing that his presence might exacerbate the situation, he chose to remain in the office, awaiting the outcome. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness she faced with Lu Xiaoying, Xiaoli, apprehensive that Director Chao's return might complicate, "I will go to the office to check in." Lu Xiaoying nodded suspiciously, and Xiaoli left the room with a sense of relief. Once downstairs, she promptly dialed Director Chao's number. He immediately inquired, "Didn't I drop you off at the office this morning? Why are you back home?" "I wasn't feeling well, and besides, I had no idea your wife was coming," she replied. "How did you? If she inquires about you, just say my father's name is Xiaoyu, and he is a colleague of yours in the provincial capital, alright?" "Fine, as long as we maintain the same narrative, she cannot hold anything against me." After Xiaoli, she examined the other room in their modest two-bedroom apartment and indeed found evidence of her husband's presence. Refusing to dwell on darker implications initially, she intended to share a moment of intimacy with Zhu Bo in her husband's bed, but after Xiaoli's unexpected entrance, her interest waned entirely. Upon seeing Xiaoli, a seemingly ethereal beauty, Zhu Bo found his desire for Lu Xiaoying considerably diminished, and thus he hesitated to engage in any romantic affection. Although their hands were intertwined, Lu Xiaoying reclined on the sofa in his embrace. Both were lost in their own thoughts. It was not until they heard a knock at the door that she stood up to answer it. Director Chao entered with a cheerful demeanor, asking, "Where is that mischievous girl, Xiaoli?" Lu Xiaoying replied curtly, "She went to work." "Now tell me, what exactly is your relationship with her?" "Haha, she is the daughter of Xiaoyu, my colleague from the provincial capital. What do you think our relationship could be?" "What your relationship is, only you truly know. I can swear to the heavens." Zhu Bo interjected, "Cousin, your husband has already sworn to you, so let us not delve deeper into speculation." Director Chao glanced gratefully at Zhu Bo and isn't it exhausting? "I don't care, just ensure she doesn't stay here any longer." "Why not?" "I fear your heart may be stolen away by her." "That is sheer nonsense." Despite his words, Director Chao felt a twinge of guilt. He swiftly changed the subject. "I have already briefed Section Chief Lu about the bidding process. You should arrange for these companies to register with the provincial bidding company next week." Lu Xiaoying, "Your frequent interactions might lead to misunderstandings." "Then where shall we dine?" "Of course, we will go to a restaurant outside." "Should we invite Xiaoli to join us?" Director Chao, "That girl has a strong sense of pride. Did you scold her?" Lu Xiaoying retorted, "Who made her lie in bed, causing me to become upset?" "You should not hastily criticize her without understanding the situation." "Who was it that remove your filthy hands?" Zhu Bo, observing the affectionate reconciliation between Director Chao and his wife, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Every movement he made was scrutinized by Lu Xiaoying, and to prevent her husband from suspecting any jealousy towards his mistress, she deliberately raised her voice, "Zhu Bo, why are you still sitting? I am almost starving from your flirtations. Will you not join us for a meal?" Zhu Bo obediently rose from the sofa. After Director Chao locked the door behind them, the three descended the stairs, each lost in their own contemplations. Chapter 69. Blaming Heaven and Earth. On Thursday afternoon, Director Huang called Manager Wang to inform him that the advertisements for Xin Yuan Real Estate Development Company had been printed and dispatched. Upon hearing this delightful news, Manager Wang and Yao Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Ling promptly called General Manager Zhang. "General Manager Zhang, we have sent a vehicle to deliver the advertisements to your company. Please arrange for someone to receive them." "That's wonderful. To express my gratitude, please convey to Manager Wang that I have reserved a table in the Violet Private Room at Tangchung Grand Hotel for dinner tomorrow evening at 6:30. I hope both of you can join me." "Thank you, I will certainly pass on the message," she replied politely. "General Manager Zhang, I would also like to thank you for assisting us in obtaining the license. How is your matter progressing? There should not be any issues." "Then congratulations are in order." "Not quite yet, let's express our gratitude in person once we secure the project, shall we?" "No need for thanks, as long as you all are doing well, that is enough." "Ah, thank you." Her delicate dressed in a cream-colored blouse and form-fitting leggings, Yao Ling's figure presented an alluring S-curve, her hair elegantly piled up as her slender neck stood tall, resembling a portrait of a charming siren. While she spoke on the phone, Manager Wang stood behind her, unable to suppress his fervent impulses. His right hand instinctively reached toward her back, sliding down to caress her hips. Yao Ling, while conversing, attempted to push his hand away, but as soon as she did, Manager Wang's hand reattached itself. She decided to put the phone down and whispered, "Behave yourself. There are people at the door." Manager Wang turned to glance at the office entrance, prompting her to quickly lift the receiver again, saying, General Manager Zhang, please continue with your work. I won't disturb you any longer, see you tomorrow evening. All right. Manager Wang feigned jealousy and inquired, why are you so cheerful chatting with an old man like General Manager Zhang? Don't you think it's necessary to be courteous? Manager Wang wrapped his arms around her slim waist and replied, just don't forget your old friends when you meet new ones. Yao Ling desperately tried to remove his hand, her cheeks flushed as she. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Ling hurried back to her seat while Manager Wang stood in front of his desk, awkwardly asking, Zhang Jia, is there something you need? Zhang Jia smiled and I hope I am not interrupting anything? Not at all, please continue your conversation. After Manager Wang spoke, he blushed and exited the office. The moment he left, Zhang Jia sat down on a sofa and seriously addressed Yao Ling. Yao Ling, what is going on? I could hear you flirting with Manager Wang from afar, are you not concerned about what others might say? Yao Ling defended herself, no, we haven't done anything. Still denying it, are you only willing to admit it once someone. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow. As your good friend, I must advise you to know when to stop. Before Yao Ling could respond, Zhang Jia stormed out of her office in frustration. After her departure, Yao Ling felt a sense of unease creeping in. At that moment, the landline phone rang. She had barely picked it up when the caller began speaking rapidly. Manager Tao, are you and Manager Wang free this afternoon? Yao Ling, I am Director Huang from the printing factory. Oh, I remember, what can I do for you? To celebrate our successful collaboration, I would like to invite you both out for a game of mahjong. Yao Ling recalled the scene from that day when he had misbehaved with his secretary at the hotel. Chapter 70 of the Trapping Jianxi had finally received the long-awaited call from Chen Jia. She proposed a meeting at the Chuizhu Yuan private room in the Tangcheng Grand Hotel at 6 o'clock on Friday evening, accompanied by her husband. If the atmosphere proved enjoyable, they would indulge in a game of exchange after dinner. Before returning home from work, he discreetly purchased 2 boxes of a special Japanese medicine called red spider. He meticulously crushed a few of the sleeping pills into a fine powder, carefully wrapping it in a piece of paper to keep it alongside the red spider. Upon arriving home, he discovered that Chen Bing had not yet returned, so he proceeded to prepare dinner. Soon, a steaming hot meal was laid out on the table. When Chen Bing returned, she found her husband waiting for her on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. The sight of the lovingly prepared meal filled her with uncontainable joy. How delightful it would have been to enjoy her husband's cooking before he had been injured. She gently approached him, planted a kiss on his cheek, and said, Darling, you are so wonderful. Yang Jianxi stood up, wrapped his arms around her waist, and guided her toward the table. I'll just wash my hands in the restroom. No, I wish to wait for you so we can eat together. Chen Bing pecked him on the cheek once more and said, I've noticed you becoming more childlike. Please sit down, I'll be back shortly. After finishing in the restroom and washing her hands, she returned to the dining table, only to find her husband gazing at her with a look full of affection. She inquired, We see each other every day, what is so captivating? I find my wife utterly enchanting, no matter how many times I gaze upon her. Chen Bing took the chopsticks from his hands and asked, Is that so? Indeed. My wife is nothing short of a celestial being. Stop flattering me, let us simply enjoy our meal together. Although Yang Jianxi had transformed into a smooth talker, Chen Bing found herself charmed by this new side of him. As he served her dishes while they dined, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. What are you doing? Why this sudden kindness? Are we not family? Precisely because we are family, I should cherish and care for you. More importantly, I wish to atone for my past mistakes and demonstrate my profound love for you through my actions. Let bygones be bygones, let us start anew, shall we? Yang Jianxi seemed touched by her words, deliberately wiping away an imaginary tear from Chen Bing, puzzled, asked, What is wrong? Are you going to cry like a child in front of me? No, it's your forgiveness that moves me. It's nothing, couples should understand one another. After all, we have a long journey ahead, filled with love and companionship. Yang Jianxi set down his chopsticks, enveloped her in his arms, and declared, Wife, you are absolutely right, from this day forth, Before they had even finished their meal, they began to engage in fervent embraces and kisses at the dining table. Yang Jianxi lifted her into the bedroom, where he passionately expressed his ardor upon her delicate form. After their fervent encounter, both were left breathless and drenched in sweat. Chen Bing nestled against Yang Jianxi, savoring the rhythm of his vigorous heartbeat and steady breaths, relishing the warmth of a normal married life following their intimacy. After wrestling with his thoughts, Yang Jianxi finally mustered the courage to speak hesitantly. "Darling, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it? Please, go ahead." "I fear you may not approve if I speak it aloud." "Jianxi, just tell me." "We are husband and wife, and there should be no hesitations between us. I would like you to accompany me." Just as he was about to voice his request, he hesitated. Chen Bing urged him, "Accompany you where? Please, don't keep me in suspense." Fearing that revealing the exchange game would lead to outright rejection, he fabricated a story. "On Friday evening at 6, would you join me for dinner at the Tangchung Grand Hotel with my boss and secretary?" Chen Bing, "So, it's merely dinner with your boss and secretary? What is wrong with that? Are you worried that I might embarrass you with my looks?" "Not at all, having my wife accompany me is an honor." "Stop being so dramatic." "I'll gladly join you." Chen Bing rose from his embrace and said, "I'm going to take a shower. Aren't you going to freshen up?" Yang Jianxi pretended to be weary, saying, "You go ahead." "I'll join you shortly." After disrobing, Chen Bing walked naked into the bathroom. Her flawless, radiant body, perfectly proportioned like a beautiful rainbow, shimmered before Yang Jianxi, casting a golden glow in his eyes. Chapter 71 Concerns upon discovering the private affair between Yao Ling and manager Wang. Zhang Jie unleashed a merciless reproach upon her, which served to awaken her to some extent. "If our connection continues to develop in this manner, should the truth come to light and become known to all, how shall I face my parents, my husband, my daughter, and my colleagues? My husband's career is on the verge of taking off. If he suffers an emotional blow, will he be able to thrive professionally? What if he decides to divorce me and walks away? What will become of me and our child?" A torrent of questions surged through her mind. "No, I can no longer indulge myself," she whispered resolutely. "I must exercise restraint and absolutely cannot continue this liaison." Having made up her mind, she resolved to distance herself from manager Wang for a while. However, desire is akin to a confection. Once one has savored a taste, the flavor lingers. Those engaged in infidelity resemble drug addicts. Once entangled, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break free from the intoxicating allure. When manager Wang returned to the office, casting a longing gaze upon her, her thoughts shifted once more. What is there to fear? Nowadays, there are countless men and women engaging in affairs, and although they share an unspoken understanding, their families appear to remain harmonious. She reassured herself, "As long as I manage the dynamics between my husband and my lover adeptly, there should be no chaos." Thus, she addressed manager Wang, "Darling, let us maintain a degree of decorum in the office or public spaces, shall we?" To which manager Wang replied, "As long as you, my stunning beauty, do not cast me aside, I am willing to accommodate any request." "Oh, please, I know men like you all too well. As long as you seek your own pleasure, nothing else matters." Perhaps that is true. However, I must remind you, as the head of your department, you ought to uphold the company's image and establish authority in front of your employees. You must lead by example. I understand such principles, yet I find it impossible to restrain myself emotionally. Why is that? Let me put it this way. Imagine you have traveled a great distance and have not eaten for several days and nights, starving and desperate. Tell me, how could you possibly refrain from eating? Not eating would indeed be foolish, but I am hardly a bun. You should indulge where it is appropriate and retreat where necessary. You are simply too delectable for me to resist yearning for you, you old lecher. Your words are always so irreverent. I shall ignore you from now on. Is that so? Then I shall promptly call Mr. Zhang to cancel our gathering tomorrow evening. Yao Ling picked up the phone, feigning a call, only to be halted by manager Wang. No, I was merely jesting. I could never forfeit such a rare opportunity to dine with Mr. Zhang. If you go, then I shall abstain. Dear lady, he has invited both of us. If you do not attend, who will take center stage? Just find someone off the street. I doubt any woman could possibly compare to you. Stop with the flattery, or I may just sprout wings and soar. Although Yao Ling flirted with manager Wang through their conversation in the office, she remained apprehensive about their proximity. She was aware that her good friend Zhang Jia could keep their secret, yet the gossipy Xiaoli was unpredictable. Her instincts were sharper than a dog's nose. Ever since Xiaoli had disseminated news of their scandal, colleagues had been keenly observant, scrutinizing their every move. Consequently, they conducted themselves with utmost caution in the office, speaking in hushed tones, akin to two crickets, retreating into their respective chairs as they chirped softly. Chapter 72. Insomnia. Zhubo arrived early to pick up his daughter from kindergarten. As Yao Ling returned home, her heart heavy with worry, he was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, while their daughter sat on the living room floor, engrossed in a children's television program. Upon seeing her mother, the little girl rushed over and leaped into her mother's embrace. Xiaoya, you mustn't sit on the floor like that, you might catch a cold, her mother admonished gently. In her innocent manner, the daughter replied, really, then I won't watch TV on the floor anymore. Yao Ling planted a kiss on her daughter's cherubic face and said, good girl, Xiaoya is so obedient. Shu Bo brought the finished dishes from the kitchen and placed them on the dining table. Yao Ling inquired, how did everything go? Very smoothly, I've already handed over the documents to my cousin's husband. He mentioned that next week, according to the bidding announcement, we should register at the provincial bidding agency. I'll leave everything to him. That's wonderful. Suddenly, he noticed a hint of melancholy on his wife's face and asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? Yao Ling, fearing her husband would delve into the matter concerning her and manager Wang, evasively replied, it's just that I'm not used to you being away for long. You're worried I might leave, you have to go to work, and taking care of Xiaoya alone is quite challenging. Isn't it? Yao Ling nodded in agreement. Zhubo suggested, since your parents are retired now, why not invite them to come and stay with us? I suppose that's the only solution. Let us go back to our hometown together this Sunday and ask them. Zhubo, feeling elated, exclaimed, great, I'll go to the market tomorrow to buy some supplies. It has been ages since we last visited them. I don't think we need to buy anything. They aren't aware of our situation, and my parents despise extravagance and waste. Shu Bo sighed. It's been several months since we last saw them. Xiaoya will surely be thrilled to visit her grandparents. Indeed, the city where they live is several hours away by car. It is quite inconvenient for a round trip. Their daughter, oblivious to the nature of her parents' conversation, approached curiously. Mommy, Daddy, what are you talking about? Yao Ling smiled and replied, Xiaoya, we're planning to visit your grandparents this Sunday. How do you feel about that? I'd love to. I want them to buy me lots of delicious treats. As the family gathered around the table for dinner, Yao Ling couldn't shake off her low spirits and felt little appetite. Shu Bo comforted her, saying, if you're truly tired, why not head to bed early after dinner? Honey, it's not physical fatigue, but rather emotional exhaustion. I find myself ensnared in the world of another man. Yao Ling thought to herself, if you knew of my betrayal, would you still care for me so tenderly? Even if you were magnanimous, I cannot forgive myself morally. I truly do not know how we will navigate our future. Images of Zhu Bo's face twisted in anger and anguish flashed through her mind, and as she pondered these thoughts, her vision blurred. Mommy, why are you crying? Xiaoya asked. Yao Ling wiped her tears and replied, it's nothing, just a feeling of discomfort in my heart. Zhu Bo chided gently, look at you, a grown woman, shedding tears in front of the child. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Yao Ling remained silent, and he continued, I will not let this rare opportunity slip away. If my career takes off and we save a little, you won't need to work anymore. You can focus on raising our child. Yao Ling managed to smile, I wouldn't want to be a stay-at-home mother. Once I leave, your parents can help take care of Xiaoya. What is there for you to worry about? Zhu Bo's words deeply touched Yao Ling. If it weren't for their daughter's presence, she would have longed to collapse into her husband's arms, confessing her affair with manager Wang, begging for his forgiveness. She berated herself, Yao Ling, with such a wonderful husband and daughter, how can you betray them with another man? Are you even human? That night, Yao Ling found herself unable to sleep, caught between two men, one who was considerate and caring, the other passionate and fervent. Time and again, she wrestled with her reason, only to find herself teetering on the brink of desire. In her dreams, she envisioned her husband gazing at her with a sorrowful expression, remaining silent as he packed his belongings and stepped out the door. She reached for her daughter's hand, but Xiaoya recoiled in disgust, saying, "Bad woman, you don't deserve to be my mother. I want to go with daddy." The little girl rushed forward and grasped Zhu Bo's hand, walking away with him. Yao Ling stood helplessly, tears brimming in her eyes, wanting to cry but unable to do so. The father and daughter left without a backward glance, their familiar figures gradually fading from Yao Ling's blurred vision. Chapter 73. Letting things take their course. Upon awakening, the sun had already ascended high in the sky. Yao Ling sat at her dressing table, diligently untangling her disheveled hair. In the span of a single night, she noticed her face bore the marks of fatigue, with dark circles encircling her eyes and a hint of pallor upon her complexion. Her daughter had already risen, clamoring to go to kindergarten, and upon noticing her husband's bedroom, as she prepared to leave, a sudden recollection of her evening appointment struck her, and she turned back to push open Zhu Bo's door. He rolled over in bed and inquired, "What time is it?" "It's 8:30. He abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Oh no, will you still make it to work on time? Should I take Xiaoya to kindergarten? Since we're already bound to be late, you needn't bother taking Xiaoya today." "However, there is a company function this evening, and I want to be home for dinner, so please do ensure you pick her up early this afternoon." "All right." After Yao Ling departed, Zhu Bo flopped back onto the bed, resuming his deep slumber. Not long after, the phone in the living room rang incessantly, and Zhu Bo, clad in shorts and slippers, yawned as he answered the call. "Are you still in bed?" "Indeed, who rises as early as you do?" Lu Xiaoying mocked him over the phone, "It's still early." "The sun has already risen." "But I haven't fully awakened yet." "Ha, did you go out stealing cattle last night?" "Of course not." "Then you must be too exhausted from your wife keeping you up. How could you be so bold, always wanting more?" Just don't be unfair in dividing your time between me and your wife. Who is as selfish as you?" "Because of your fierce demeanor, I haven't touched my wife in days." "How pitiful, would you like me to buy some tonics for you?" Zhu Bo joked, No, that is not a tonic. It is more like a drain. Suit yourself. I knew my kindness would go unappreciated." "Not at all, I was merely jesting, don't take offense." "That is more like it. Do you have anything planned?" "I need to visit the companies for our licensing short. I fear I won't have a moment to spare today." "And Yao Ling?" "She has a company function tonight and won't return until after dinner." "Well then, make sure to finalize everything with those. Don't go running around on an empty stomach. I'll be waiting at home for your good news." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Bo let out a deep sigh of relief. He returned to bed, not rising until noon. After preparing a quick fried rice in the kitchen, he opened his computer to go online. The wounded woman was already waiting online. Deeply in love, took the initiative to greet her. "Hello? Hello? It's been a few days." "What have you been up to?" "I've been busy enjoying family life." "Is that so? Has your life taken a turn for the better?" "Indeed, my husband is treating me quite well." "Connecting with someone is just the beginning, meeting in person is the true aim." "That depends on your intentions. If your purpose in knowing me is ill-intentioned, then our conversation is futile. I simply believe the journey from strangers to acquaintances is a natural one. As the saying goes, a friend more is a road more. If you wish to think that way, I can't stop you. How surreal the internet is. Although we inhabit the same city, sharing its night lights and air, we are unable to enjoy the joy of being together. Though we are close, we remain eternally strangers. Don't you find the internet rather dull?" I think of it as a game where strangers gather when they are bored, speaking to themselves in front of a screen. Don't take it too seriously. Will we ever have the chance to meet and get to know one another? Letting things take their course. Letting things take their course, fulfilling wishes? How could they ever let things take their course? After a moment, the wounded woman inquired, "Are you still there?" Deeply in love chose to ignore her, feigning anger as he logged off. Chapter 74. The encounter. In order to present her husband in a favorable light before his boss and colleagues, Chen Bing felt compelled to make a concerted effort to enhance her appearance. On Friday afternoon at 4 o'clock, after exchanging pleasantries with Aunt Tang from the kindergarten, she hurried home. Sitting at her vanity, she applied a light touch of makeup to her rosy cheeks, and then sifted through her wardrobe in search of the perfect outfit. As she tried on several pieces before the mirror, she found them either too conservative, too revealing, or simply lacking in taste, all failing to meet her expectations. Ultimately, she settled on a black dress that accentuated her fair complexion. In pursuit of the exchange with the Chen couple, Yang Jianqi had taken a half-day off work, feigning illness to decline an evening dinner with manager Wang and Ms. Yao, hosted by General Zhang. With a heart brimming with both trepidation and excitement, he awaited his wife's return home, yearning for the moment that lingered in his thoughts. When his wife finally appeared, radiant and beaming, he was utterly taken aback. He had never before seen her so exquisitely adorned. Captivated by her beauty, he found himself swallowing hard. Glancing at the clock, he noted that only an hour remained until their rendezvous with the Chen couple, and with rush hour approaching, should my wife inquire about the reason for the cancellation, I would find myself at a loss for words, and I would squander the opportunity to share a bed with the model. He rationalized to himself, I shall play it by ear. If Chen Jia does not meet my expectations, I can always abandon the exchange plan. Just before their departure, he feigned a trip to the restroom, discreetly sending Chen Jia a message. My wife, Chen Bing, and I are on our way. We will meet at the Tangcheng Grand Hotel at 6 o'clock. I informed my partner that you are our boss's secretary. How should I address your husband upon our meeting? Chen Jia promptly replied, we are en route to the Tangcheng Grand Hotel. My husband's surname is Zhang, so you may call him General Zhang. Yang Jianqi responded, our company specializes in real estate, shall we endeavor to steer the conversation toward that topic during dinner? Almost immediately, a reply appeared. They ascended in the elevator, heading directly to the hotel restaurant. Welcome, greeted a hostess adorned with a sash emblazoned with the hotel's name. May I ask if you have a reservation? Yang Jianqi replied. Chapter 75. Taking action. As Yang Jianqi and Chen Bing entered the room, the couple previously seated exchanged scrutinizing glances before sharing a knowing smile and rising from their seats. The man resembled the online descriptions of people. As for Chen Jia, her allure stemmed not only from her tall stature and voluptuous figure but also from her strikingly beautiful face and captivating smile, which radiated an enticing and slightly wicked sheen on her delicate skin. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Jia cheerfully remarked, please, take a seat, you truly are punctual. Yang Jianqi unceremoniously arranged for his wife to sit beside. We are practically family now. I suspect I am younger than you, so may I call you sister? In the presence of such an enthusiastic young woman, Chen Bing appeared at ease, joyfully responding. Chen Jia discreetly kicked General Manager under the table, signaling him to refrain from being overly forward. He quickly regained his composure and grinned, saying, your husband is truly remarkable, he is a rare talent in our. As the saying goes, while the lotus is beautiful, it requires the support of green leaves. Historically, heroes are often paired with beauties, and it seems you are indeed a virtuous partner to such a distinguished man. I am merely a humble kindergarten teacher, far from being a virtuous partner. We live on a meager salary, and Yang Jianqi would never dare to keep a mistress. I will need your guidance in the future, Chen Bing replied modestly. That is Yang Jianqi subtly remarked, the current society is excessively pragmatic. Some wealthy tycoons believe they can act with impunity due to their financial resources. Those corrupt officials, driven by insatiable greed, are willing to employ any means to achieve their goals. Is this truly progress or regression for society? Upon finishing his statement, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, and General Manager seemed poised to counter, but after Chen Jia discreetly gestured to Chen Bing and shot him a sharp glance, he fell silent. We seem to have strayed too far from our topic today. Let us enjoy our meal instead, Chen Jia announced, calling out, "Waiter, please bring the dishes." As Yang Jianxi gazed upon her beautiful smile and devilish figure, a sudden realization struck him regarding the purpose of their visit. He turned to General Manager apologetically, saying, "I apologize, General Manager, I became overly excited, and my words may have seemed disjointed, please do not take offense." "Not at all, we are all gathered here to enjoy ourselves, are we not?" Chen Bing reprimanded her husband. "Is this how you converse with your superiors?" General Manager interjected, "We often engage in spirited discussions, and it is not uncommon for us to debate until our faces turn red." Yang Jianxi thought to himself, "Who would argue with you?" The four of them drank heartily, and Chen Jia skillfully lightened the mood, affectionately addressing Chen Bing as sister repeatedly, warming her heart. In no time, they seemed to have forged a bond akin to that of longtime sisters, reaching a level of intimacy that allowed for open conversation. Chen Jia feigned a stomachache, suggesting that Chen Bing accompany her to the restroom. Just before leaving, she slyly cast a flirtatious glance at Yang Jianxi, signaling that the time had come for action. Enthralled by her, Yang Jianxi felt a surge of desire, longing to be intimate with her immediately. Thus, in a daze, he retrieved the sleeping pills and aphrodisiac powder he had prepared earlier, discreetly mixing them into his wife's drink. His every move went unnoticed by General Manager, who feigned ignorance. The thought of sharing a bed with the alluring Chen Bing sent General Manager into a state of elation. When they returned, Chen Jia deliberately raised her glass, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the fact that I have met such a beautiful..." Shortly after consuming the beverages, Chen Bing began to feel an unusual sensation, her cheeks flushed and an overwhelming drowsiness enveloping her, leading her to lean languidly against Yang Jianxi. Chen Jia shared a knowing smile with Yang Jianxi. The beauty of her smile was intoxicating, leaving him nearly entranced. Seeing the opportune moment, General Manager produced a set of keys from his pocket, saying, "You all should head to room 1020 and wait for us. We will join you after settling the bill." As Yang Jianxi accepted the keys, Chen Jia discreetly squeezed his hand, sending a jolt of electricity through his entire being. Chapter 76 The History of Entrepreneurship. Yao Ling, burdened with heavy thoughts, settled into Manager Wang's car. The congested traffic left her feeling agitated. As the vehicle approached an intersection, the red light. "You seem to be avoiding me, and your dinner with General Zhang appeared to leave you somewhat displeased," he inquired. "Nothing much, I just feel that continuing our secretive affair is perilous," she replied. "What danger could possibly arise from mutual consent?" he questioned. "I feel guilty towards my husband." "Aren't you worried your wife might cause us trouble?" "But I can no longer imagine my life without you, you have become an integral part of my existence." As they conversed, the light turned green, and Wang, oblivious to the honking horns behind him, only realized. Wang sighed, "Shall we simply let things unfold naturally?" "Yet I cannot seem to shed this mental burden, I feel on the verge of collapse," she confessed. "Don't overthink it, in today's society, a man without extramarital look at those wealthy individuals or officials who among them doesn't have one or two lovers, their lives seem to flourish regardless. You make a valid point, but once I become your mistress, I live in constant anxiety, as though misfortune is imminent. That is merely your... To relish our joyful moments together, try not to dwell too much on such thoughts, alright?" Yao Ling bit her lip and nodded silently. The car entered the underground parking lot of the Tangchung Grand Hotel, and they took the... As they stepped into the violet private dining room, she momentarily glimpsed Chen Bing entering another private room with a tall woman. What is she doing here, she wondered. Impossible, Chen Bing would never visit such an upscale place. Am I merely seeing things due to my recent lack of sleep? General Zhang had yet to arrive, and she sat beside Manager Wang on a stool, tapping her head lightly with her hand. Is everything all right? Do you feel unwell? Wang asked. Yao Ling nodded. He continued, then let's refrain from drinking tonight, your health is paramount. His words touched Yao Ling deeply. Just as Wang was about to wrap his arm around her slender waist, General Zhang was ushered into the room by the host. Apologies for my tardiness, he exclaimed. The two immediately rose from their seats, and Zhang gestured for them to sit down, saying, "We're all friends here, no need for formality." Once seated, Yao Ling asked, "General Zhang, did you come alone?" "Indeed. I had originally invited Yang Jianxi to join me for this gathering, but he claimed to feel unwell, not wanting to be in a raucous crowd. I decided to come alone," he explained. He beckoned a waiter over, casually ordering a few dishes before handing the menu to Yao Ling, saying, "Feel free to order whatever you desire." Yao Ling politely replied, "General Zhang, you needn't go to such expense. Anything will suffice." Zhang regarded her with a warm gaze, remarking, "I must say, you are a woman of both talent and beauty. If I were blessed with a daughter as lovely as you, I would be immensely proud." Yao Ling, "I could not ask for more. Is there anything you wish for your godfather to provide?" "Nothing at all, as long as you do not think me unworthy as your goddaughter," she replied. "How could I?" "I would cherish you, not disdain you," he said, turning to Wang. "Manager Wang, wouldn't you agree?" Wang nodded, complimenting, "With General Zhang's flourishing career and the addition of such an outstanding daughter like Yao Ling, shouldn't we? However, I am not accustomed to drinking. Let us stick to soft beverages," Zhang suggested. "That lacks atmosphere. How about we share a bottle of Great Wall Dry Red instead?" Zhang smiled and nodded, saying, "That sounds like a splendid idea. What say you, my goddaughter?" "Agreed, I shall defer to my godfather." During the meal, fueled by the spirit of camaraderie, Zhang began to recount his entrepreneurial journey. "I once was a farmer. After graduation, I worked in a machinery factory, but when the project faltered, I resigned. Striking out on my own was no easy feat. I dabbled in business, sold goods at street stalls, and collected. All these endeavors barely kept my household afloat. Once, in pursuit of purchasing a batch of steel, I invested all my savings and borrowed extensively from friends and family. To my dismay, I fell victim to a scam. The days spent adrift were exceedingly harsh," Zhang recounted, his voice tinged with emotion, and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Eventually, I managed to earn a substantial amount through labor, repaying a portion of my debts. Those who once deemed my debts irrecoverable began to see me as trustworthy, and they were willing to help. When our production team's land was requisitioned for a factory and residential development, I rallied my fellow villagers to pool funds and form a construction team. Drawing from my experience working and building elsewhere, I maintained strict. I apologize." Yao Ling responded, "Not at all, your story is captivating, and I thoroughly enjoy listening." Indeed, behind every successful man lies a myriad of bittersweet experiences, she thought, reflecting on Zhang's narrative. "My husband treats me so well, is it not unfair for me to betray him?" Manager Wang held Zhang in high esteem, aware that Zhang maintained a good reputation and had never mentioned his past in front of outsiders. He recognized Zhang as a quintessential figure akin to Li Ka-shing in the Chinese context. Though his wealth might not be enough to captivate a city, it was a beacon of aspiration for countless individuals seeking prosperity. His success served as a reference point for many men, and he was an idol in the hearts of countless. Wang mused, "Today, General Zhang has chosen to dine with us, foregoing numerous social engagements." "I must cherish this rare opportunity." Thus, he remarked, "General Zhang, I hope you will continue to support our company in the future and nurture my growth as well." Zhang, with a serious demeanor, replied, "One's path in life is forged step by step. The road to success is rarely paved with shortcuts. It largely depends on how you seize opportunities. Nevertheless, I have a favorable outlook on your company." Chapter 77. The encounter. As Yao Ling emerged from the restroom, she unexpectedly spotted. Her heart raced with a palpable thump, urging her to chase after them. By the time she reached the elevator, the doors had already closed, and she stood at the entrance, anxiously tapping her foot. She noticed the number displayed above the elevator read 10, confirming that Yang Jianxi had taken Chen Bing to the 10th floor. After several agonizing minutes, the elevator doors finally opened. She rushed inside and hastily pressed the button for the 10th floor, ascending several levels until she ultimately arrived. The 10th floor housed the hotel guest rooms, and the corridor was eerily deserted. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone and dialed Chen Bing's number, but it went unanswered. After multiple attempts, the call was abruptly terminated, and soon the phone was switched off. Oh no, Chen Bing must have fallen into the clutches of that perverse Yang Jianxi. Determined, she resolved to inquire at the front desk about the room number registered under Yang Jianxi's name. In a hurry, she turned back, and just as she entered the elevator, she collided with a man. Looking up in shock, she exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what a surprise to see you here." Director Chow awkwardly replied, "I'm here for a meeting. What brings you to this place?" Yao Ling, her cheeks flushed, stammered, "I'm looking for someone." "Have you found them?" Yao Ling hurriedly responded, "No." Director Chow, feigning nonchalance, said, "Yao Ling, please remind Zhu Bo not to forget about purchasing the bidding documents next week." The woman, upon seeing their conversation, pretended not to know him and walked away. Yao Ling found her somewhat familiar and suddenly recalled that this was the same woman who had accompanied Chen Bing into the restroom. What are these people up to? How could they possibly be associated with Yang Jianxi, and how did Yang Jianxi manage to get close to Chen Bing? Pondering for an extended time, she couldn't find any reason to connect these individuals. Arriving at the front desk on the first floor, she inquired, but the attendant informed her that there was no record of either Yang Jianxi or Chen Bing registered at the hotel. "I clearly saw them together on the 10th floor. "How could this be?" the attendant politely explained. "Unfortunately, we cannot assist you unless you can specify which room they are in. To protect our hotel's reputation, we generally do not disclose guests' whereabouts to anyone." Dejected, Yao Ling returned to the violet. Manager Wang asked with concern, "Where have you been? I had to search for you everywhere." "I just ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a moment," she replied apologetically to General Manager Zhang. We were quite worried about you. As long as you're back, that's what matters. If anything were to happen to you, I would carry the guilt for a lifetime as your godfather," he reassured her. Uncertain of the nature of Yang Jianxi and Chen Bing's relationship, Yao Ling hesitated to disclose her encounter with Yang Jianxi to General Manager Zhang without concrete evidence. "Godfather, I'm all grown up. What could possibly happen? But I do have an urgent matter to attend to, so perhaps you could let Manager Wang take you back." "No need, my driver is waiting downstairs for me." As they escorted General Manager Zhang to a luxurious, "You should return home to be with your wife." "Where are you going? May I give you a ride?" "No, I'll take a taxi." "Alright, do take care on your way." With that, Yao Ling hailed a taxi at the hotel entrance, which promptly set off towards the residence. Chapter 78, Success Room 2020 of the Tangcheng Grand Hotel is an opulent suite, featuring 2 bedrooms, each equipped with a bathroom complete with a shower upon entering. Although Chen Bing appeared somewhat disoriented, a shy smile graced her face as she gradually nestled against her husband's body and reclined on the spacious double bed. Perhaps due to the effects of the medication, her complexion was flushed. As she lay down, she wrapped her arms tightly around her husband's neck. Overwhelmed by the allure of his wife's supple form, Yang Jianxi found it difficult to maintain his composure. He was poised to remove Chen Bing's dress for an initial encounter before proceeding to exchange pleasures when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. He whispered softly in his wife's ear, "Darling, please lie down for a moment." "I shall be in the living room briefly, but I will return shortly." Freeing himself from her embrace, he gently closed the door behind him. At that moment, Chen Bing lay languidly on the bed. Chen Jia hurriedly entered the room, and Yang Jianxi inquired, "Where is Mr. Zhang?" "He encountered an acquaintance in the corridor and will be back shortly. How is your wife?" Yang Jianxi replied with a sense of pride, "She is already resting in the bedroom." Chen Jia smiled at him and remarked, "It aligns with what we described online." "What if my account were to differ?" he challenged. "Then we would merely meet to get acquainted. You wouldn't consider canceling the dinner arrangement, would you?" "Certainly not. We can simply enjoy our meal and then part ways." "It seems you are a woman of exquisite taste." "One could hardly call it taste, but my principle is this: tea should be savored strong until its aroma lingers." Paths should be trodden difficult until hardships yield to sweetness, and people should be engaged passionately until the experience is unforgettable. Yang Jianxi gazed at her, his eyes filled with desire. Upon opening the door, Mr. Zhang entered with an air of nonchalance. Chen Jia asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yes, just exchanged pleasantries with an acquaintance." He leaned in to whisper into Chen Jia's ear, eliciting a playful pinch on his backside as she Once Mr. Zhang saw them lock the door behind them, he could hardly contain his eagerness as he slipped into Chen Bing's bedroom. At that moment, Chen Bing lay on her side, one bare leg gracefully extending from beneath her black dress. Soft, rhythmic breaths emanated from her petite nose, while her rosy lips parted and quivered, as if she were murmuring something in her dreams. Chapter 79. The swift escape. Chen Jia, adorned in flat-soled shoes, appeared to be of similar height to Yang Jianxi. However, when they walked side by side, Yang Jianxi still towered over her slightly. As they entered the bedroom, Yang Jianxi swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. "Hold on, let me take a shower first." The bathroom was separated by a glass partition, allowing Yang Jianxi to observe her entire bathing ritual. Her graceful, exquisite form was laid bare before his gaze, her skin fair and delicate, her figure tall and elegantly proportioned, bringing him a sense of serene delight. As tranquility settled, Yang Jianxi began to fret over his wife's condition. Has the effect of her medication worn off? He pondered, hastily donning his clothes. He was interrupted by Chen Jia's inquiry. "Where are you going?" "I'm going to check on my wife's current state." "Wait a moment, Suddenly, they were met with the sound of Chen Bing's anguished cries and curses emanating from another room. "Get away, you beast, hurry up and bring Yang Jianxi out here." No sooner had she spoken than Zhang Zong burst forth from the inner chamber, his body. As the bedroom door slammed shut, his clothes were unceremoniously hurled out into the living room by Chen Bing. Zhang Zong hurriedly picked up his garments and donned them, exclaiming to Chen Jia, "We've encountered a madwoman. We should make our exit swiftly." Upon hearing his derogatory remark about his wife, Yang Jianxi was incensed. He stepped forward, gripping Zhang Zong's clothing, asserting, "What have you done to her? Your wife is quite formidable. What could I possibly do to her?" Chen Jia quickly interjected between the two men, saying, "Let us speak amicably, there is no need to disturb the harmony among us." She turned to Yang Jianxi, her demeanor serious. "You were the one who invited us to participate in this game. I warned you that we would not engage in illegal activities, and you assured me that all responsibility would lie with you. Are you now considering retracting your words?" Yang Jianxi softened his tone, replying, "I merely wish to know how your husband has treated my wife." Zhang Zong feigned innocence, stating, "When I entered, she seemed to be asleep. I thought I could finish my business before she awoke, but just as I completed my task and took a moment to rest, I nearly suffered irreparable damage." With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Had I known this would happen, I would have never come." Hearing this, Yang Jianxi realized the gravity of the situation, and in a state of bewilderment, he sank to the floor, cradling his head in despair. Chen Jia consoled him, saying, "Do not fret, once your wife's anger subsides, you must soothe her with kind words. A woman's heart is tender. If you admit your mistakes, she is bound to forgive you. If anything untoward happens, it will be uncomfortable for everyone." As soon as Yang Jianxi pushed the door open, Zhang Zong and Chen Jia slipped out of the living room like thieves, hastening towards the elevator. Once the elevator doors opened, they glanced back to see that Yang Jianxi had not pursued them, then they swiftly stepped inside, descending to the basement parking lot. Fearful of returning to the hotel reception for a refund, they tore up the deposit slip and Once they had distanced themselves from the city and were cruising on the highway, Zhang Zong exhaled a sigh of relief, vowing, "I shall never partake in such exchange games again." "Is that so?" Chen Jia, radiant yet hesitant. Chapter 80. The alarm. After more than an hour had passed, the effects of the drug on Chen Bing began to wear off. She awoke from her stupor, her eyes fluttering open, only to discover a man embracing her from behind. A sense of unease washed over her as she instinctively felt the contours of his corpulent form. "This is definitely not my husband." The memory of her spouse placing her on the bed before heading to the living room, Zhang and others flooded back, heightening her awareness. Could it be? Turning around, she was met with a shocking sight and let out a startled scream. Indeed, the visage that greeted her was none other than Zhang, who lay beside her, equally unclothed, cradling her in his arms. At that moment, Mr. Zhang awoke, and upon hearing Chen Bing's cry, he realized she was conscious. With a lascivious grin, he tightened his hold on her squirming form and said, "My dear, you seem to be in a deep slumber. I felt rather uncomfortable, but now that you're awake, let's have some more fun, shall we?" Chen Bing struggled against him, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Mr. Zhang, my husband is right outside, you cannot do this, please, let me go." Mr. Zhang replied with a sinister smile, "Do not worry, your husband is in that very bedroom with Chen Jia, and it was he who suggested I come to bed with you." "Please, no!" Chen Bing exclaimed in horror. "You are my husband's If word of this scandal gets out, how can you and I ever show our faces in society again? Let me clarify, we met your husband online, and prior to this, we were complete strangers. I am not his employer, and Chen Jia is not my secretary, she is my mistress. We all agreed to indulge in this one-night escapade, who would know about it? At this revelation, Chen Bing was struck with disbelief and summoned all her strength to break free from his embrace. She leapt off the bed and shouted, "What did you just say?" I said that this exchange game was proposed by your husband and Chen Jiao online, and they agreed that once we played, there would be no further contact. What do you take me for? Am I merely a plaything for your debauchery? Mr. Zhang turned pale, hastily reaching for his clothes. As Chen Bing prepared to confront him, he rushed to open the bedroom door. In a moment of desperation, she kicked him squarely on the backside, sending him fleeing into the living room. Moments later, his clothing flew out of the bedroom like scraps of paper. After being expelled from the bedroom, Chen Bing collapsed onto the bed, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, how cruel is my fate! How did I end up with a husband more despicable than a beast? Yet, he has only escalated his betrayal, allowing a stranger to treat me this way. I'm worse off than a common courtesan. How will I ever face anyone again? I wish I were dead. At that moment, Yang Jianqi burst into the bedroom, and Chen Jia, in a fit of rage, shouted, "You beast, get out of my sight, I never want to see you again." Yang Jianqi dropped to his knees, and Chen Bing's tumultuous emotions seemed to stabilize somewhat. Quietly, she donned her clothes and grabbed her handbag, preparing to leave. Yang Jianqi clutched her legs, but she forcefully kicked him away, causing him to crash to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, seizing her once more, asking, "I promise I will never engage in such absurdity again, please forgive me." The sight of his loathsome face filled Chen Bing with disgust, and she retorted loudly, "Will you let go of me or not? If you do not release me, I shall promptly call the police and report this sordid affair. You can prepare yourself for imprisonment." Upon hearing his wife mention the police, Yang Jianqi was taken aback and quickly relinquished his grasp. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, Chen Bing bolted from room 2020 of the Tangchung Grand Hotel, heading straight for the elevator. Chapter 81 Good Sisters. Upon entering the taxi, Yao Ling was met with the driver. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Zijing Garden." She attempted to call Chen Bing's landline, but the phone rang unanswered. Continuously, she dialed her mobile, yet it remained switched off throughout the journey. Her demeanor was one of palpable. However, after passing several intersections, she abruptly stated, "Driver, I no longer wish to go to Zijing Garden." The driver, exasperated, queried, "Miss, where do you intend to go?" "Back to Tangchung Hotel." Consequently, the vehicle veered down a side street and made a U-turn, returning to Tangchung Hotel. She contemplated, having witnessed Chen Bing being led into a hotel room by Yang Jianqi, what purpose would it serve to visit her home? It is far more prudent to await her in the hotel lobby. Should 2 hours pass without a glimpse of Chen Bing or any communication from her, I shall resort to calling the police. She phoned home to inform Zhubo that she might be delayed, then settled onto a long sofa in the hotel lobby, her gaze fixated on the throngs of people. Recollections of Yang Jianqi's inappropriate advances on the bus flooded her mind, prompting her to ponder, if he could behave so lewdly in public, what transgressions might occur within the confines of a hotel room. She incessantly pressed Chen Bing's mobile, which repeatedly emitted a mechanical voice, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." After 2 hours, Yao Ling had yet to catch sight of her. Just as she prepared to make one final call to Chen Bing, the latter stumbled out of the elevator, disheveled and seemingly the victim of a violent encounter. Yao Ling rushed forward, exclaiming, "Chen Bing, what has happened to you?" Upon seeing her, Chen Bing appeared as though she had encountered a long-lost relative, collapsing into Yao Ling's embrace. "What on earth transpired? Were you assaulted by Yang Jianqi?" Yao Ling blurted out, to which Chen Bing retorted, "How do you know him?" This question momentarily rendered Yao Ling speechless. She dared not divulge. Instead, she replied, "Yang Jianqi has business dealings with our company." "And how did you deduce that I was being harassed by him?" Chen Bing pressed. "I dined at this hotel. While I was en route to the restroom, I witnessed him escorting you into the elevator, ascending to the 10th floor. When I reached the 10th floor, I lost sight of which room you entered, so I waited downstairs for you." Chen Bing divulged, "That scoundrel led me into room 10. He is your husband?" "Indeed, he is the perverse husband I mentioned to you." Stunned by this revelation, Yao Ling found herself speechless for a prolonged moment. Chen Bing urged, "We must leave. I have no desire to remain here, nor to encounter that beast." "What exactly did he do to you? It is truly humiliating to speak of." Let us refrain from discussing it here, and I shall explain upon our return. Yao Ling assisted her into a taxi. Shall I take you home? I do not wish to return home. Yao Ling instructed the driver. Sir, please take us to Changnan Community. Understood. As the driver activated the meter, the taxi merged into the bustling flow of vehicles on the brilliantly illuminated streets of the vibrant city. In the midst of the throng, someone at a street-side stall picked up a microphone and began to sing, Who do you truly love? A drunken soul lamented, I long to find someone to share my sorrow, between us lies a multitude of misunderstandings. Love can no longer remain dormant, it is tragic, it is destructive, I shall weep no more for anyone having loved, I now regret, wishing to drown my sorrows in drink, there are too many misunderstandings between us. Love can no longer remain dormant, it is tragic, it is destructive, I shall not allow my heart to shatter for anyone, I beg you, grant me a chance, do not dismiss love with indifference. If love is but tears, let us confront it with sincerity, I implore you, grant me a chance, do not dismiss love with indifference, there has been too much sorrow left in its wake. Tell me, who do you truly love? Chapter 82 of The Deception. As Chen Bing burst through the door, Yang Jianqi remained foolishly kneeling on the ground. He hesitated to pursue her immediately, fearing that excessive entanglement. He understood that if his wife truly decided to involve the authorities, it would result in his utter disgrace. A man who could be betrayed by his own spouse would never earn the respect or forgiveness of others. His company would undoubtedly dismiss him on grounds of moral turpitude, effectively obliterating his future in a single stroke. Alone in his hotel room, he felt utterly powerless, thus, he dialed Chen Jia's number, hoping she might offer. However, after several futile attempts, he found her phone unreachable. Could it be that I have fallen prey to this treacherous couple? He pondered. What if my wife, in her despair, resorts to self-harm or commits an unthinkable act? He hurriedly dashed out of his room, descended the elevator, and hoped to catch up with his wife. Upon exiting the elevator on the first floor and reaching the hotel entrance, he spotted her being assisted into a taxi by Yao Ling. A sense of unease washed over him. How did they come together? He mused. If my wife learns of my indiscretion on the bus with Yao Ling, it would only exacerbate the situation. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. A thought suddenly struck him. He had not checked out of the room, and the deposit slip was in Chen Jia's possession. He approached the front desk and inquired with the attendant, Excuse me, I am looking to check out of room 1020, but I seem to have misplaced my deposit slip. What should I do? Could you please present the identification used to register the room? She asked. This room was registered under a friend's identification, he replied. And what is her name? Chen Jia. The attendant perused the registration records and shook her head. That is incorrect. Yang Jianqi paused, then stated, she registered it under the name of Mr. Zhang. Is your Mr. Zhang male or female? Male. That is incorrect, this room was registered under a woman's identification, and her surname is not Zhang. You can clarify everything and return to check out later, alright? He tried calling Chen Jia several more times, but his phone repeatedly announced, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Yang Jianqi, Bing, Zhang were mere aliases, and that they were likely seeking thrills, never to reconnect with him again. The woman Chen Jia and her phone number would soon cease to exist. He could no longer bear the thought of returning to room 1020, a place that had once been filled with passion but now brimmed with regret. Weary, he dragged himself back home. Chen Bing did not return that entire night, and he dared not call her, knowing full well that her phone was likely turned off. Even if it were not, she would refuse to answer. His head felt heavy, his heart hollow, and his blood seemed to congeal. He sensed that his marriage had reached its tragic conclusion, as if the end of the world loomed on the horizon. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the living room sofa, fully clothed, and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 83. Persuasion. As Yao Ling ushered Chen Bing through the doorway, Zhu Bo was lounging on the sofa, shirtless, and upon noticing Chen Bing's flushed face, Zhu Bo hurriedly retreated to the bedroom to don a t-shirt and a pair of long pants, emerging awkwardly to inquire, have you both eaten? If not, I can prepare something for you. Yao Ling retorted, look at the time, if we hadn't dined yet, it would indeed be a miracle if we weren't starving. Shubo glanced at the wall clock and exclaimed, wow, it's already 11:30. After settling, she insisted on waiting for your return before sleeping. I had to tell her you were on a business trip and wouldn't be back until tomorrow, and it took quite some time to soothe her to sleep. Tonight, you should bring Xiaoya over to sleep with you. Teacher Chen will stay with us. Alright, I'll tidy up a bit. Chen Bing rose from the sofa, apologizing, brother-in-law, I'm so sorry to intrude at such a late hour. Don't be silly. We are family, so there's no need for formalities. After Zhubo retreated to Yao Ling's bedroom, she motioned for Chen Bing to sit down, and they settled closely together as she listened intently to Chen Bing's tearful recounting. With a crimson face, Chen Bing whispered through her tears, Yang Jianqi brought a man and a woman to play a swap game. After they drugged my drink, they took me to a hotel room, where that man violated me, while Yang Jian, go to the kitchen and boil us some water. Shubo, understanding the cue, went to the kitchen, filled a basin with hot water, and placed a clean towel beside it before bringing it out for Chen Bing, saying, wash your face first, I'll check if our daughter is still asleep. After Chen Bing washed her face, she followed Yao Ling into her bedroom where they went to the bathroom together, and after finishing their business. Later, Yao Ling inquired, the two people you dined with, was one a tall girl in her 20s and the other a short, stout middle-aged man? Yes. Did that girl accompany you to the restroom during the meal? Yes, how did you know? I saw General Manager Zhang was dining with us in another private room tonight. Really, so Yang Jianqi has been deceiving me the entire time? Indeed, and I can assure you, that man is certainly not surnamed Zhang. Yao Ling comforted her, saying, since the incident has transpired, we ought to find a resolution. I have no means of resolving this, I simply want a divorce. I do not oppose your desire for a divorce, but you must consider carefully, what if that pervert refuses to divorce you, even if you do separate, will he not continue to haunt you afterward? If he doesn't agree to the divorce, I will take him to court. At that moment, Yao Ling felt a swirl of complex emotions. She feared that escalating the situation would be detrimental to everyone involved. After a moment's contemplation, she said, what evidence do you have to take him to court? Was that room booked in your name? Who can prove that you and your husband engaged in a swap game? If they adamantly deny the occurrence, won't you be the one to suffer the humiliation? How will you face the inevitable gossip and slander? Note, on what basis will you sue them, if you must place blame, directed at your perverse husband? Chen Bing found herself at a loss for words in response to Yao Ling's assertions. Overwhelmed by the trauma, she drifted into a hazy sleep, while Yao Ling lay awake, wrestling with her thoughts, repeatedly questioning herself, should I divulge every detail of what Chen Bing experienced today to my... Retrieving luggage at the break of dawn, Wu Xiaoya roused Zhu Bo from his slumber, inquiring, Father, did mother return home last night? Your mother came back quite late last night, which is why I did not wake you, he replied. Then why didn't he? She noticed that both Yao Ling and Chen Bing were still asleep, and she burrowed into the blankets, nestling in Yao Ling's arms, softly asking, Mother, when did Aunt Shen come? After you had gone to bed. Didn't you say we were going to Grandma's today? Why are you still in bed? Your godmother is at our home, so we want to be going. The daughter pouted playfully, saying, but I want to go. Once your godmother wakes up, we will take you out to play. The daughter's frown transformed into delight, and she eagerly exclaimed, all right. Chen Bing, hearing Xiaoya's chatter, turned over and asked, Xiaoya, you're already grown up, why are you still acting like a child in your mother's embrace? Why the formal address? Xiaoya blushed deeply, correcting herself, Godmother, welcome to our home. Chen Bing enveloped her in a hug and planted a kiss on her forehead, saying, good girl, our Xiaoya has grown up and is... She opened her phone only to find a barrage of messages from Yang Jianqi, which she hastily deleted without a glance. Just then, her phone rang. Seeing it was a number from home, she hung up. The phone continued to ring incessantly, prompting Yao Ling to remark, avoiding this ISNTA solution, you must face reality. I do not wish to hear that scoundrel's voice. You should at least answer and find out what he wants. Chen Bing covered her ears, impatiently stating, I want to answer. Once again, the phone rang, and Yao Ling picked up Chen Bing's phone. As she pressed the green button, Yang Jianqi's voice came through. A wife, where are you? I spent the entire night reflecting on my actions and regretting how I treated you, please forgive me. I cannot bear to lose you. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I would gladly toil for you. Yao Ling interrupted, is this Yang Jianqi? Recognizing Yao Ling as Let me inform you that your wife is at my home. If you still consider yourself a man, you ought to take responsibility and figure out how to resolve your issues. Has she told you everything? What she shared with me is of no concern to you. I have no interest in your trivial matters. Then please inform her that I am willing to apologize for my wrongdoings. These are your personal affairs, and I wish to remain uninvolved. I believe that the one who tied the knot should be the one to untie it. You must clarify what transpired between you two and how you intend to resolve it. Yang Jianqi urgently inquired, "Where do you live?" "I want to come find her immediately." Fearing that revealing her address to this lunatic would invite trouble, Yao Ling replied, "I think it's unnecessary, and if she wishes to see you, we'll arrange a suitable place and then call you." For now, you should stay home and wait patiently. After hanging up, Yao Ling asked, "Are you truly unwilling to meet him?" Chen Bing nodded. "What about your belongings left at home? Don't you want to?" She feared that if her husband were alone with such a man, Yang Jianqi might shamelessly recount the harassment he had inflicted upon her on the bus. Therefore, she suggested, "I believe it's best if you retrieve them yourself. If it proves too difficult, I can accompany you." "That seems to be the only option," Chen Bing conceded with a resigned nod. Chapter 85. From tears to laughter. As Yao Ling and Chen Bing were about to step out, the landline in Yao Ling's home rang. Lu Xiaoying inquired over the phone, "Yao Ling, where is Zhubo?" "He has gone to the restroom. Should I call him to the phone?" "No need, I have something to tell you." "Cousin, is there something urgent?" "Just now, your brother-in-law called from Miancheng. Has he not returned home?" She deliberately asked, "Cousin, did brother-in-law not come home yesterday?" "No, he said he was in Miancheng, tied up with numerous matters and wouldn't be returning home." "Is that so?" Yao Ling genuinely wanted to share her encounter with Director Chao at the Tangcheng. What surprised her even more was that these 5 licenses could only be procured through the initiative of General Zhang, facilitated by Yang Jianqi, who was also in need of assistance, and Yang Jianqi was currently at odds with his good friend Chen Bing. She initially intended to steadfastly side with Chen Bing, encouraging her to divorce Yang Jianqi. She pondered, "If they were to divorce, Yang Jianqi would surely resent me, and then my husband's matters would not proceed as smoothly. What then should I do?" She then thought, "Never mind, with General Zhang as my benefactor backing me, why should I fear him?" After ending the call, Chen Bing seemed to sense Yao Ling's bewilderment and curiously asked, "What's the matter? Are you coming home with me, or is there something troubling you?" "Nothing at all." "Don't hide it from me, there must be something." "Well, let me tell you, your brother-in-law is preparing to bid for a project in Miancheng, and General Zhang, with me around, he wouldn't dare to trouble you." "What about your divorce?" "Divorce, what is there to fear?" Throughout the journey, the two spoke little, and the taxi swiftly arrived at Zijing Garden. Chen Bing hastily paid the fare, and the two, arm in arm, reached her doorstep. As Yao Ling gently knocked on the door, she noticed Chen Bing's body trembling slightly, as if still immersed in painful memories. When Yang Jianqi opened the door, Chen Bing stormed into the room, heading straight for her bedroom. Yao Ling awkwardly entered their living room, where Yang Jianqi invited her to sit on a sofa and poured her a glass of water. Overnight, Yang Jianqi appeared considerably haggard, his spirits seeming rather depleted. Before long, Chen Bing emerged from her bedroom, dragging a suitcase, preparing to leave. Yang Jianqi stepped forward to block her path. "Are you trying to make me expose all your disgraceful deeds in front of Yao Ling?" Yao Ling quickly intervened, pulling Yang Jianqi aside, seizing the suitcase from Chen Bing's grasp and guiding her to the sofa. "Even if separation is inevitable, it should be done amicably. Why sulk and quarrel, inviting mockery? I have nothing to discuss with him, I am preparing to divorce him." Feeling her insults insufficient, "I truly do not understand why I was blind enough to marry such a vile man." Yao Ling, unable to bear it any longer, remarked, "Chen Bing, perhaps it would be better to temper your words?" Yang Jianqi, like a penitent sinner, stood in the living room, enduring Chen Bing's tirades. "Let her vent. If it brings her any solace, she can berate me as she pleases. Arguing and cursing will not resolve anything. I believe you both should communicate effectively. Since matters have unfolded as they have, you ought to devise a way to address the issues." Yao Ling There is no problem that cannot be resolved between spouses. As long as both parties remain calm and think positively, life can continue smoothly. Chen Bing's emotions stabilized slightly. She lowered her head and ceased speaking, while Yang Jianqi remained silent, the atmosphere in the room growing palpably. Yao Ling shifted the subject, asking, "Yang, have you confirmed the licenses I requested?" Upon hearing Yao Ling change the topic, Yang Jianqi visibly relaxed and replied, "No issues at all, I have already contacted them." "When do you need them?" "We need to register at the provincial bidding company on Monday, so please have them prepare and inquire about the registration fee. I will have Zhubo deliver it to you shortly. We can sort that out after they register." Suddenly, Chen Bing interjected, "If this matter is not handled well for Sister Tao, see if I will ever forgive you." Hearing Chen Bing's words brought a smile to Yao Ling's face, and she chuckled, "It seems there is still some emotional foundation between you two. Perhaps it would be best not to pursue the divorce." She turned to Yang Jianqi and said, "Why don't you hurry up and apologize to your wife?" Yang Jianqi approached and placed his hand on Chen Bing's shoulder, saying, "Wife, I was wrong." Chen Bing forcefully shrugged off his hand. "Who said you are still my husband?" With those words, Chen Bing broke into laughter, and the tension in the living room momentarily eased. Chapter 86 Dialogue and Reflection. In the eyes of Yao Ling, he ought to have faced moral and ethical condemnation for his momentary lapse into a perverse state of mind. However, he was, after all, the husband of her good friend Chen Bing, and particularly because he displayed an air of deep remorse for his absurd actions before both her and Chen Bing, she found herself stirred by a feeling of compassion for him. It is often said, it is better to unite a couple than to tear them apart. Given that the events had already transpired and could not be undone, and considering Yang Jianqi's genuine desire for repentance, why not extend a gesture of goodwill and facilitate their reconciliation? Thus, she consoled Chen Bing, saying, as the ancients once expressed, it takes a decade of cultivation to share a boat and a century of effort to share a bed. Establishing a family is no easy feat. We must strive to understand and care for one another. The days you will spend together in the future are still abundant. It would be wise to let go of the past and focus on the future. Chen Bing nodded. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while scandal spreads like wildfire. Chen Bing understood that if she were to endlessly entangle herself in the matter of the exchange with Yang Jianqi and resolutely pursue a divorce, while Yang Jianqi might suffer disgrace, she would likely be misinterpreted and even ridiculed in the eyes of society. Since you lack benevolence, do not blame me. If you do not regard me as your wife, do not be surprised when I no longer acknowledge you as my husband. If you can betray me, can I not betray you? She pondered. She resolved to engage in a cold war with Yang Jianqi, outwardly reconciling with him while secretly seeking an opportunity for retribution. Yang Jianqi, noticing a thaw in his wife's demeanor before Yao Ling, felt his spirits lift. He attributed this change to the woman he so ardently desired, Yao Ling, mistakenly believing that she harbored feelings for him, and began to entertain the fanciful notion of winning her affection. This was nothing short of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed, and a dog cannot change its nature. Yao Ling sensed in his eyes a flicker of the unsettling demeanor he had displayed on the bus that day, fearing that this perverse individual might uncontrollably reveal his emotions before Chen Bing. After offering a few words of encouragement to Chen Bing, she left her home, her cheeks flushed. As she descended the stairs, she felt her heart pounding wildly. What is happening to me? How can I stand by the side of the man who once harassed me, defending him? Knowing full well they are embroiled in a divorce, how could I possibly voice my dependence on Yang Jianqi? Am I not creating a dilemma for Chen Bing? Will she perceive me as a woman driven solely by self-interest? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, and she felt a growing dread. Increasingly convinced, she questioned herself, I had promised to help Chen Bing move, yet I have pushed her into the arms of that perverse man, leaving her all alone. Surely, she cannot harbor resentment towards me? She sought to reassure herself, what is there to fear? They are a married couple, it is only natural for them to reunite, why should I concern myself with their affairs? With this line of thinking, her burden felt somewhat lighter. Upon returning home, Zhu Bo inquired, weren't you? Why did Chen Bing not return with you? Yao Ling feigned reproach, saying, you men are all the same, utterly enchanted by beautiful women. Do you wish for Chen Bing to stay at our house, taking advantage of my absence to pursue her? Even if I had such thoughts, I wouldn't have the courage. Yao Ling laughed heartily. I was merely teasing, do not take it to heart. Their daughter came running in, asking, where's my godmother, didn't she? Begging after Yao Ling departed, Chen Bing furiously retreated to her bedroom, firmly locking the door behind her. No matter how persistently Yang Jianxi knocked, she resolutely refused to open it. She had not anticipated that Yao Ling would abandon her at such a crucial moment, and for her own selfish desires, even spoke favorably of Yang Jianxi. Yet upon reflection, she thought, Yao Ling is merely an outsider. The shameful affairs between a husband and wife are of no concern to others. She was acutely aware that if she continued to reside in Yao Ling's home, it would inevitably lead to inconveniences. Moreover, with Zhu Bo currently unemployed and spending most of his time at home, her frequent comings and goings would raise eyebrows, especially since everyone was dressed so lightly. The prospect of causing unnecessary trouble or misunderstandings was daunting. Returning to her parents' home was out of the question. Before her marriage, her parents had warned her that although Yang Jianxi was exceptionally handsome, he was inherently unreliable. They vehemently opposed their union, yet Chen Bing, undeterred by the reluctantly, her parents consented to their marriage, providing a substantial dowry, which enabled them to purchase a home in the Zijing Garden, where they moved in together. How could she now face them if she returned? Her parents were quite traditional. If they learned that Yang Jianxi had willingly surrendered their daughter to another man's degradation, they would surely be incensed to the point of apoplexy. Thus, she resolved to remain in her own home for the time being, determined not to allow the deranged Yang Jianxi to tarnish her body any further. Meanwhile, burdened by his own guilt, Yang Jianxi sat despondently in the living room, at a loss for any means to soothe. As each moment ticked by, he dutifully prepared lunch, and after setting the dishes on the table, he knocked on the door, urging her to eat. Chen Bing shouted from within, if you're so capable, why not find another man for me to try? Let me truly experience the flavor of another. Wife, I was wrong, please get up and eat something, he pleaded. Get lost, who would want to eat your cooking? Yang Jianxi. As dinner time approached, Chen Bing still had not emerged. Growing anxious, Yang Jianxi implored at the bedroom door, wife, please get up and eat something, you can do anything you wish to me. Just don't let your body suffer. Spare me your phony sympathy, I'm not falling for your tricks. Days dragged on painfully for Yang Jianxi as he wandered the living room. He turned on the. Finally, around 9 in the evening, Chen Bing emerged from the bedroom, her hair disheveled, and staggered towards the bathroom. Yang Jianxi, perched on the sofa, had not taken his eyes off her. Upon her return from the restroom, he hurried to support her, saying, wife, a person is made of iron, and food is steel, you must eat well to have the strength to scold me. Chen Bing struggled momentarily but ceased her resistance. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Jianxi gently pressed her onto a bench at the dining table. She sat there, listless, her body limp, overwhelmed by fatigue and in need of sustenance. Having received his wife's reluctant pardon, Yang Jianxi quickly whisked the food from the table into the kitchen, reheating it with haste before returning with a. Chen Bing took bite after bite, her tears flowing uncontrollably. The flavors of the meal eluded her. It felt as though she were a beggar, stumbling into Yang Jianxi's home in search of charity, while he, like a benevolent benefactor, was bestowing alms upon her. She sensed that she had been transported to another realm. This man before her was a stranger, and she found herself homeless, while Yang Jianxi was no longer her husband. Chapter 88. To dreams. In a secluded room in the countryside, Yao Ling and manager Wang were lost in a passionate affair when suddenly, Zhu Bo kicked open the door, brandishing a kitchen knife as he lunged at manager Wang. With a resounding thud, Wang collapsed to the floor, blood gushing forth from his body, staining the entire room crimson. In a desperate bid for survival, Yao Ling, heedless of her modesty, fled the room in the nude. Zhu Bo, wielding the bloodied knife, pursued her relentlessly. You wretched woman, how dare you betray me? I'll make you pay for this. Help, help, she cried out. After meandering through the woods for what felt like an eternity, she realized she was hopelessly lost. Glancing back, she found Zhu Bo had vanished. Wandering aimlessly, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her until she stumbled upon a lush meadow, where she resignedly lay. By now, night had deepened, and a golden full moon hung in the sky, casting its light upon a mosquito that buzzed towards her head. How unfortunate, even mosquitoes dare to torment me, she lamented, sitting up on the grass. Clapping her hands together, she produced two sharp sounds, causing the mosquito to circle around her before continuing its flight. It seemed to mock her, as if to say, "What's this? You can't catch me." Incensed by the insect's taunts, she sprang. "Just wait until I swat you dead." She leaped in pursuit of the mosquito, and after another 2 claps, it finally met its demise in her grasp. "See, I am not someone to be trifled with," she declared triumphantly. Yet, the mosquito appeared to struggle within her palm, weakly retorting, "Humans truly embody the law of the jungle, do they not?" Suddenly, Yao Ling sensed a pair of lascivious eyes watching her. Turning around, she found Yang Jianxi standing behind her, lunging at her like a ravenous wolf. She was forcefully pinned to the ground, desperately resisting as she shouted, "Get off me, you perverted fiend!" Yang Jianxi grinned wickedly, "Darling, just give in to me." "Out here in the wild, your screams are futile." Under the weight of his body, Yao Ling gasped, "Even if I die, I will never relent to you." Yang Jianxi laughed heartily, "I believe you will soon wish for a swift end." Startled, Yang scrambled to his feet, hastily pulling up his trousers and fleeing into the woods like a rabbit, quickly disappearing from sight. Yao Ling rose from the grass, her body tangled in weeds, and realized her savior was Director Chao, Zhu Bo's brother-in-law. Instinctively, she threw herself into his embrace. "Do not worry, with your brother-in-law here, no one will dare to harm you," he comforted her. Overwhelmed, Yao Ling, still unclothed, wept openly in his arms. Director Chao's hands glided over her delicate skin as if by magic, bringing her immense comfort. Unable to restrain herself, she wrapped her arms around his neck, parting her sensuous lips. Suddenly, a furious voice erupted from behind, "You are truly beyond redemption, willing to seduce any man." Their hands quickly withdrew, and Zhu Bo, like a crazed inmate, struck Director Chao down with a knife. Yao Ling found herself running for her life once more. "Please, please, do not kill me." Zhu Bo paid no heed to her desperate pleas, swinging the knife toward her head. Darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Yao Ling awoke in a start, drenched in sweat. "Am I still alive?" she murmured, patting her forehead, "so it was merely a dream?" Beside her, her daughter slept soundly, breathing evenly. Feeling parched, she donned a nightgown and ventured to the living room for water, only to discover the television still on. Turning on the lights, she found her husband asleep on the sofa. She gently shook Zhu Bo awake, inquiring, "Why haven't you returned to bed?" Rubbing his eyes, he replied, "I couldn't sleep in bed, so I came to watch TV, but I must have dozed off." "Surely you weren't dreaming?" "I was." Yao Ling. Chapter 89. Concern. Upon awakening one morning, Director Chao suddenly recalled his encounter with Yao Ling at the Tangcheng Grand Hotel. Could she potentially divulge my affairs in the provincial capital to my cousin, Lu Xiaoying? He remembered Yao Ling's husband, Zhu Bo, requesting him. Rising from his bed, he walked into the living room in his undress, and with a sense of trepidation, deliberately dialed his wife Lu Xiaoying's mobile phone using the landline. "Darling, did you sleep well last night? Goodness, it's quite rare for you to greet me so early. Has the sun risen from the west today?" "Not at all, the sun still rises in the east. I merely feel guilty for not returning home last night. As long as you recognize that." Lu Xiaoying, filled with resentment, inquired, "What brings you to call me at such an early hour?" "I called to inform you that the engineering project in Miancheng will have its bidding announcement published in the provincial newspaper next Monday. Please ensure that the 5 companies my cousin prepared are ready to register with the provincial bidding company according to the announcement." "Understood. Is there anything else?" "That would be all. Once I finish my work in the coming days, I shall return home to visit you and our son. Whether you come back or not bears little relevance to me. With beautiful women accompanying you, I suppose you've forgotten all about home," Director Chao retorted deliberately. "Look at you, once again getting jealous over a young girl. Is it truly worth it?" "Spare me that nonsense. Listen carefully. Regardless of whether I am jealous or not, you must expedite her departure. Once she finds a new place." Just as Director Chao attempted to explain, Lu Xiaoying had already hung up the phone. Placing the phone down, Director Chow's expression was one of deep concern. Fortunately, while his wife harbored some complaints, she had not mentioned Yao Ling's visit, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Darling, what troubles you?" Xiao Li emerged from the bedroom clad in a nightgown, leaning against his back and asking, "Does your wife know about us?" "She merely harbors suspicions. For now, she remains unaware." "That is reassuring. We must simply exercise caution in our words and actions before her in the future." Director Chow nodded like a child, reflecting, "Despite our utmost vigilance, once the truth comes to light, can paper truly contain fire?" Chapter 90 Tender announcement. Since Director Chow had successfully deceived his wife by claiming that Xiao Li was the daughter of his colleague Xiaoyu, he was now able to cohabit with Xiao Li without raising any suspicions. In Lu Xiaoying's recollection, there indeed existed a colleague named Xiaoyu among her husband's acquaintances, and the two families enjoyed a cordial relationship, frequently visiting one another. Xiaoyu had a lovely daughter. However, after Xiaoyu was transferred to another position, he had not brought his daughter to their home again. Time had wrought its changes, and Xiaoyu's daughter had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Although their families had once shared a close bond, Lu Xiaoying felt a twinge of unease at the thought of the mature and voluptuous Xiao Li residing in her husband's room. Nevertheless, with the affection she received from Zhu Bo, she chose not to dwell on their situation, focusing entirely on him. On Monday morning, Lu Xiaoying called Zhu Bo, instructing him to purchase a newspaper on the street. After procuring a newspaper from a nearby kiosk, Zhu Bo searched for some time and finally spotted the section titled Mianqing New District Road and Site Preparation Construction Project Tender Announcement in a rather inconspicuous part of the paper. He quickly dialed his wife's mobile phone using the public phone at the kiosk. "Have you arrived at the office?" "Yes, I'm here. Is there good news?" "Indeed, the tender announcement for Mianqing's road and site preparation project has been published." "Which news?" "Once it's settled, you can call her directly." "Understood." After finishing the call, Zhu Bo hopped into a taxi, heading straight to Lu Xiaoying's residence. Lu Xiaoying greeted him at the door. As she let him in, she smiled and said, "You're quite punctual. Did you bring the newspaper?" Zhu Bo waved the newspaper he held, and Lu Xiaoying continued, "Has the tender announcement been published?" "It has," he replied, pointing to the relevant section in the newspaper. He then handed her a copy of the enlarged tender announcement. Lu Xiaoying returned the copy to him, saying, "I don't understand these details. You handle it as you see fit." From the look in her eyes, Zhu Bo discerned a woman's desire. Recognizing his dependency on her, he resolved to surrender himself to her. Fortunately, Yao Ling had not summoned him for work the previous night, leaving him feeling quite. When Lu Xiaoying softly leaped into his embrace, he tossed the newspaper onto the floor and passionately carried her into the bedroom. But just as their fervor reached its peak, Lu Xiaoying's mobile phone rang. Zhu Bo suspected it was Yao Ling calling, and he quickly disentangled himself from her. "How disappointing!" Lu Xiaoying complained as she answered, "Please hold on while I hand him the phone." She got up, pretended to put on high heels, and clattered across the floor before calling out loudly, "Zhu Bo, come and take your beloved's call." Zhu Bo took the phone, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Yang Jianxi wants you to visit his office. He has instructed you to connect with the bidding department of a construction company." "All right. Then hurry over there. It's out the same place I took you to last. Yang Jianxi is waiting for you in his office. I'm busy at the moment, so I won't chat further. Don't forget to thank my cousin for me." "Sure." Zhu Bo replied, yet inwardly he mocked himself, "For sharing a man with you?" He quickly dressed and exited the bedroom, while Lu Xiaoying, resigned, donned her nightgown and returned to the living room. "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, the personnel from the bidding department of the construction company I'm affiliated with are waiting for me." "So they'll assist you with the registration today?" Zhu Bo nodded, and without hesitation, Lu Xiaoying dashed into the bedroom and returned with 20,000 yuan, handing it to him. "You'll take this 20,000 to register. If it's insufficient, I'll provide more." Zhu Bo hesitated. "You've already helped me immensely. I can't possibly accept your money." "Think of this as my investment," she insisted, feeling embarrassed. Zhu Bo accepted the money and placed it into his pocket, then, with heartfelt gratitude, bid farewell to Lu Xiaoying, making his way. Chapter 91 A home address. As Zhu Bo burst into the offices of Xin Yuan Real Estate Development Company, he was promptly halted by the security guard. "Excuse me, whom are you looking for?" "I am seeking engineer Yang Jianxi from the engineer." Thus, he replied, "Miss, I regret to inform you that I forgot my identification. I am here to see Engineer Yang Jianxi from your engineering department. Could you kindly notify him? What is his? We can contact him for you." Since Yao Ling had never shared Yang Jianxi's phone number with Zhu Bo, he stammered and could not provide it. The receptionist said, "I apologize, sir, but without the contact number, we are unable to reach him. Perhaps you should return. Given that I have already arrived, how could I possibly leave?" Lacking a mobile phone and finding no shared telephone nearby, Zhu Bo, with a flushed face, awkwardly asked, "Could you please provide me with Yang Jianxi's phone number?" After a moment of thought, Yao Ling replied, "Wait there, I will have Yang Jianxi come down to fetch you." Upon hearing this, Zhu Bo felt a slight sense of relief. Before long, Yang Jianxi emerged from the elevator, flashing his name tag before the receptionist and declaring, "He is our client. We have matters to discuss in the office." The receptionist responded, "Since he is a client, please have him register his home address." Zhu Bo filled out the registration form. Name Zhu Bo, gender male, age 31, home address number 4-2, Unit 1, Building 3, Chengnan Community. While Zhu Bo completed the form, Yang Jianxi stood beside him. "Once your husband departs from the provincial capital, let us see how long you can maintain your pretense of propriety before I introduce you to the pleasures of a true man." Zhu Bo followed Yang Jianxi to his office, where he presented a newspaper and a copy of the tender announcement for Yang Jianxi's review. After perusing the announcement, Yang Jianxi dialed a number on the office landline, asking, "Is this Manager Gao?" "Yes, who is this?" "This is Yang Jianxi. A few days ago, General Manager Zhang instructed me to have you assist with security. When shall we proceed with the registration?" "Indeed, the tender announcement for the road and site leveling project in Nianqing New District has been released. I will send a gentleman named Zhu Bo over to you immediately, if that is agreeable." "Certainly, have him come at once. I will be waiting in my office." After hanging up, Yang Jianxi scribbled a few notes on a blank sheet of paper and handed it to Zhu Bo, saying, "Go directly to the Provincial Construction Company number 3 on Jianxi Road to find Manager Gao. Follow his instructions. His number is noted on this paper." Zhu Bo glanced at the note, which read a Provincial Construction Company number 3, Manager Gao, phone 139. As Zhu Bo prepared to leave, "Please communicate any instructions through my wife, Yao Ling." Yang Jianxi scoffed, "You are quite frugal, aren't you? Even a mobile phone seems too extravagant for you?" "I will inform you once my card is set up." "Very well, I hope we can keep in touch." Though Yang Jianxi uttered these words, he thought to himself, "Who would want to maintain contact with someone like you? It is a sheer waste for a beautiful woman like Yao Ling to be with someone like you." Chapter 92 Registration Fee. Zhu Bo was thoroughly incensed by Yang Jian's scornful gaze. Upon arriving in front of the Xinyuan Company office building, he loudly exclaimed, "What a joke! What is so impressive about this? Aren't they just a few dogs raised by the company?" He spat towards the direction of At that moment, a crowd gathered around, and someone suggested, "Young man, perhaps you should calm down and apologize to the old man. A fine wouldn't be the end of the world." Recognizing that this entanglement would yield no benefit, Zhu Bo conceded, "All right, sir, I apologize." "How do you propose to punish me?" The old man replied, "A fine of 50 yuan. Is that really necessary? The 50 yuan is merely a lesson for you. Should you go to the security office, it could very well be more." After retrieving 50 yuan from his pocket and handing it over to the old man, Zhu Bo pushed through the crowd and swiftly hopped into a taxi. The old man shouted after him, "Here is your fine receipt." Zhu Bo poked his head out of the taxi and called back, "Take it and buy yourself some paper money." The taxi driver chuckled and inquired, "How did you get into trouble with that peculiar old man?" "I simply spat on the ground and he fined me 50. Isn't that robbery?" "Exactly." Zhu Bo expressed an air of helplessness. The taxi driver regarded him with sympathy, which eased his mind considerably. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Provincial Construction Company, a middle-aged man at the duty room asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I am here to see Manager Gao." "Did you have an appointment?" "You may go directly to him." Yang Jian ascended to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of the Deputy General Manager's office, where he found a man of similar age seated inside. "Come in." "Excuse me, are you Manager Gao?" "Indeed." He then inquired, "Did you bring the newspaper and the tender announcement?" "I did." Zhu Bo handed the newspaper to him. After scrutinizing the announcement while seated in his spacious executive chair, Gao asked, "How many sections do you plan to bid on?" 4 sections. Are you confident? Zhu Bo nodded. Gao continued, "Since this is our first collaboration, it is essential for me to clarify certain relationships to avoid unnecessary expenditures on both sides. I understand your concern, Manager Gao. I directly contacted Director Chao of the Mianqing. However, certain fees will be your responsibility." Not an issue. Gao elaborated, "Our company handles personal bids in such a manner, all expenses incurred before winning the bid are borne by the individual. After winning, you will need to organize your own. Their wages will be the responsibility of the bidding individual, and the company will charge a management fee of 2 on the project funds." After explaining, Gao called for Minister Li from the bidding department, showing him the tender announcement from the newspaper and instructing, "This is Mr. Wu, who intends to bid on the 4th section, organize 5 companies and ensure they report their names to the provincial bidding company this afternoon." Understood. Please take Mr. Wu to the finance department to handle the necessary paperwork. After bidding farewell to Manager Gao, Minister Li escorted Zhu Bo to the tender office. Following budget assessments, Zhu Bo was required to pay a registration fee and licensing fee totaling 3,500 yuan to the finance department. Once the paperwork was completed, Minister Li handed Zhu Bo the list of the 5 As long as they pass the qualification review, this project will be yours. Zhu Bo nodded, and Minister Li asked him to leave his phone number. Blushing, he signed with Yao Ling's name and phone number. Minister Li inquired, "Who is Yao Ling?" "She is my wife." "So, she can reach you at any time?" "Yes." Since he was referred by Manager Gao, before the announcement, he had learned through contacts at the bidding company that the base price for the 4th section was approximately 30 million. Yet, he found it perplexing that those typically engaged in large projects were often affluent individuals driving luxury vehicles, while Zhu Bo appeared rather impoverished in comparison. Chapter 93. A bold invitation. Zhu Bo resolutely set aside his hesitations and, for the first time, spent over 1,000 yuan to purchase a Samsung phone at a specialized store. After selecting a particularly auspicious number, he promptly dialed his wife, "Yao Ling wife, it's Zhu Bo. Which phone are you using to call me? I just bought it. Where did you get the money from?" "I borrowed it from my cousin. Have you arranged for them to sign up? They'll register this afternoon." "How much is the registration fee?" 3,500. I happen to have 4,000 here." "You should take it to register first. No need. I've already given the money to the company." "How much did you actually borrow from your cousin?" Zhu Bo hadn't saved any private money for years. Knowing Yao Ling was particular about appearances and that Lu Xiaoying wouldn't disclose the amount Zhu Bo had borrowed, he replied, 15,000. "Darling, if the project goes well, you must express your. We are in debt again, so you must strive hard." Of course, after concluding the call with his wife, he reached out to Lu Xiaoying. "Dear, everything is settled. This is my new phone number." "Wonderful, hurry to my house. Let us have lunch together." With 5,000 yuan of private funds in his possession, Zhu Bo's heart raced with anxiety. He replied, "I need to handle some paperwork at the company this afternoon. I won't be able to come over today, but I can visit you tomorrow." Alright. Could you jot down the names of those 5 organizations for registration? I'm not familiar with them. Let us wait a couple of days for my husband to handle it personally. I fear it might be too late then. Let us do this. You go to Mianqing tomorrow and deliver the list to my husband. Aren't you coming with me? I don't want to. Just seeing that little vixen in his room makes me furious. Fine, I'll visit you as soon as I return ashore, but please don't stray outside. Rest assured, with both you and Yao Ling treating me so well, how could I dare to seek affection elsewhere? That's good. You are my precious treasure. Thank you for understanding me, my dear. Haha, what dear? Dear sister, just don't think of me as an old hag. Understood. You will forever be young in my heart. Though Zhu Bo spoke these words, he secretly mused, if you were truly young, would you still associate with a pauper like me? At noon, after safely stowing the money at home, Zhu Bo eagerly returned to the internet to pursue romantic interests. When a deep internet affection appeared on the screen, the injured girl eagerly responded, "You've arrived?" Yes, I've been waiting for you online for quite some time, but if you don't show up soon, I'll log off. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude to you. For what? For beginning to care about me. Don't speak nonsense. I'm just feeling suffocated and wanted to chat with you. Is that so? What troubles you? I'm once again facing a crisis in my relationship. Why, just a few days ago, you seemed so cheerful. How did it turn into a crisis? He is not a human. He betrayed me. Betrayed you how? He sold my body. What do you mean? Did your husband sell your body? Yes, he did, under his very nose. I let an old man sleep with me. After the incident, my heart shattered. I even contemplated ending my life. Don't say that. You're still young. Never entertain thoughts of death. If it becomes unbearable, just divorce him. What do you think? But what if he refuses? What is the problem? Just file a lawsuit. How do I file? Should I say he hired someone to assault me? Exactly. If I do that, where will my dignity go? What will others think of me? That is true. People might think you're insane. Exactly. So what do you plan to do? I want to take revenge on him. How will you do that? He plays on the first day of the lunar month, so I'll play on the 15th. I want him to experience the taste of being cuckolded. That kind of thinking is perilous. Are you scared? Why should I be afraid? I still don't know what you're like. Are you implying that if I were unattractive, you wouldn't want to see me? Not at all. I mean, one must think twice before acting. We cannot plunge into another extreme. Don't you agree? What do you take me for? I wouldn't lower myself to the level of just any man. Then why are you seeking me out? Didn't you say you wanted to meet me? If you're purely meeting me to retaliate against your husband, I feel you're degrading yourself. Are you lecturing me? I don't intend to lecture you. I merely wish for us to calmly sit down and share our thoughts once you've collected yourself. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Enough with the talk. If we can't meet, then so be it. The injured woman logged off after dismissing him with the words coward. Subsequently, Jubo sent a flurry of messages, yet received no response. In the QQ account of the injured woman, a deep internet affection left her several messages. Are you still there? Are you upset? Where are you now? I'll come to see you right away. My phone number is 135. Please call me when you see this message. I'll be waiting for you. Alright, chapter 94 of the list delivery. The gentle sunlight poured over the vast expanse of land, reflecting dazzling rays of light. The golden grains in the fields had ripened, hanging heavily from the stalks, while fluffy white clouds dotted the azure sky, and birds sang cheerfully, soaring freely. Ijubo sat on the bus. He felt as though the vehicle was transporting him along a path that led to success, where he would acquire wealth in another city, transforming overnight from a frog into a prince. On the bus's VCD screen, a humorous tale played. A rural woman whose husband had been working away for 2 years without returning home. Unable to endure the loneliness, she began to seek companionship elsewhere. She collected these eggs in a basket, which she hid under the bed. When her husband returned and discovered the basket of eggs, he inquired, "Where did these eggs come from?" The wife hesitated to answer, and under persistent questioning, she finally confessed that the eggs were the result of her indiscretions. Upon counting, the husband found only 5 eggs, and thought to himself, in 2 years, with hundreds of days and nights, this is understandable. Thus, he resolved to forgive her. However, when he noticed a piece of paper beneath the eggs and uncovered it, he found it contained 5,000 yuan. He asked his wife, "And where did this money?" Blushing, she replied, "I earned it by selling the eggs." This revelation infuriated the husband. He calculated that with the market price of eggs at 50 cents each, in a fit of rage, he decided to divorce her. This tale amused everyone on the bus, but Jubo pondered the underlying truth. Prolonged separation between spouses inevitably leads to emotional detachment. My wife is so beautiful, surely she has many admirers, he mused. If I go to Miancheng and remain absent for an extended period, will she betray me? He dared not dwell on the future. His immediate concern was the advancement of his career. He was acutely aware that in today's society, people are exceedingly pragmatic. With wealth, one can accomplish virtually anything and attract any woman. After disembarking, he headed directly to Director Chow's office at the construction bureau. The door was firmly locked as Chow was in a meeting. Jubo wandered around the building for quite some time. The moment Director Chow entered the office, Jubo slipped in behind him. "You've arrived? Brother-in-law, I'm here to deliver the list of the 5 enterprises that I'd like to treat you to a meal at a restaurant." Let us not bother, I don't have much time at noon, I prefer to have a quick meal and take a nap afterward. I won't disturb you, then. I'll just grab something to eat outside and head back to the provincial capital. Director Chow seemed a bit apologetic, saying, then I won't keep you. Be careful on your way back, and please tell your sister that I will handle this matter diligently, so she need not worry. Thank you, brother-in-law. After a few polite. Not long after he departed, Director Chow also descended the stairs and slipped into a car, heading toward his comfortable abode. Since Zhu Bo's company went bankrupt, he had not spent a night away from home. The household chores, cooking, cleaning, and laundry had nearly overwhelmed him. Today, he had finally managed to step out alone, yearning for a breath of fresh air. He called Yao Ling, saying, sister-in-law's husband is attending a meeting in the city. I'll wait for him to return and probably won't come home tonight. Focus on your matters. I'll pick up Xiaoya after work, so don't worry about home. He then called Lu Xiaoying, saying, Dear, I've delivered the list to my brother-in-law. Please remind him to follow up. Great. When will you be back? A classmate has invited me to dinner, so I probably won't return tonight. I'll thank you properly when I come back tomorrow. As long as you know. After ending the call, he patted the pocket containing his secret stash of money, resolutely deciding to book a luxurious single room at the Mianqing. He wished to cleanse himself of the grime that clung to him, letting the warm waters of the hotel wash away his burdens, and allowing the dew of Mianqing to nourish his yearning heart. Chapter 95. A startling revelation. As Zhu Bo opened the door to his hotel room, he received a text message that read, Where are you now? Could we meet for tea? Aside from his wife and mistress, he had not shared his phone. Assuming it was from the wounded woman, he replied, I waited for you all afternoon yesterday and received no word from you. I thought you were upset and ignoring me. I'm not upset. I find your words quite reasonable. I consider you a trustworthy friend, which is why I invited you for tea. Are you free now? I'm available, but I'm currently in Mianqing. Shall I contact you when I return tomorrow? No, I want to see you right away. However, I still have some matters to attend to here and cannot return just yet. Are you alone in Mianqing? Yes. I'm just afraid you might not dare to come. Then tell me, which hotel are you staying at in Mianqing? I'm at Mianqing Hotel, room 508. Zhu Bo thought the wounded woman was merely jesting and, after sending the message, paid it. He turned on the air conditioning, adjusted the television channels, and then headed to the bathroom for a hot shower. Upon finishing his bath, he wrapped himself in a towel and lay down on the spacious double bed, drifting off to sleep before he realized it. He was awakened after an indeterminate period by an urgent ring at the door. Who is it? No answer came from outside, followed by another round of ringing. I'm coming, please hold on. As he dressed, he mused, who could it possibly be? Could it be a staff member checking the room? Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see Chen Bing standing there, and he hurriedly asked, Chen Bing, how did you know I was staying here? Chen Bing, equally brother-in-law, how could it be you? What brings you to Mianqing? I came to Mianqing to bid on a project. Oh, I see, is that so? The two stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned, until Zhu Bo they settled on a single sofa, where he poured her a glass of water to mask his own flustered expression. Once his emotions settled, Zhu Bo inquired, What brings you to Mianqing? Chen Bing, blushing and looking down, replied, Wasn't it you who invited me? So you are the wounded woman? Yes, and you are in this awkward situation. Zhu Bo broke the silence, asking, Don't you have work this afternoon? I don't. That morning, after Sister Tao accompanied me from your place and returned me home, I specifically took a few days off to isolate myself. After you left my house, I was puzzled as to why you suddenly chose to stay the night and even intended to return home for your belongings. Yet, Yao Ling has consistently refrained from discussing your matters with me. What exactly transpired? Didn't I mention some things to you online? You did share a few details, but I thought the internet was merely a facade. Surely, you believe me now? Zhu Bo nodded, and Chen Bing continued to weep before him, saying, Yang Jianqi is inhuman that he drugged me during a meal, forced me to sleep with an old man while he took the old man's secretary to bed. Do you think I could spend a lifetime with such a man? After hearing Chen Bing's lament, Zhu Bo reflected, one truly cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Just yesterday morning, I saw Yang Jianqi, and I never imagined he was a remorseless pervert. His anger towards Yang Jianxi had been simmering, and he had intended to berate him in front of Chen Bing. However, he reconsidered. Discussing Yang Jianxi excessively would only add fuel to the fire. To avoid exacerbating Chen Bing's pain, he consoled her, saying, "Since the deed is done and he refuses to divorce you, perhaps you should try to communicate with him more and see if he changes his mind?" I cannot communicate with him anymore. My only option is to escape from him as quickly as possible. So, you wish to find a suitable man to help you retaliate against him? Yes. Chen Bing replied decisively. Their gazes locked, leaving Zhu Bo at a loss for words, as he unconsciously turned his head toward the window. Chapter 96. Ringing the doorbell in anticipation of her meeting with a deep internet connection, Chen Bing took special care in her appearance. Departing from her desolate home, she felt a twinge of anxiety, yet upon stepping outside, a sense of liberation washed over her. The prospect of meeting a caring online acquaintance stirred a flutter of excitement within her. She found herself overwhelmed with thoughts, eager to share countless stories and grievances with him. However, as she entered the long-distance bus station and boarded the bus, a wave of hesitation began to wash over her. What if a deep internet connection isn't at the Miancheng Hotel? Wouldn't I be making this trip in vain? She reassured herself, what does it matter? If he is deceiving me, then there would be no reason for further communication. I might as well use this opportunity to escape to another place, which is far preferable to enduring the sight of Yang Jianxi's twisted face at home. Seated on the bus, she envisioned her companion as a man exuding masculinity, someone who was considerate, attentive, and empathetic, a man who sought nothing in return for his kindness. She had seldom interacted with other men and had never clandestinely met anyone other than her husband until now. She remained as pure as a crystal-clear spring. Had it not been for Yang Jianxi's betrayal and his disregard for her humanity, she would never have contemplated meeting a stranger, let alone feel bashful in the presence of familiar men. As the bus rattled along, her heart raced uncontrollably, echoing the fervor of a lovesick maiden. What is happening to me, to feel this way about someone I have never met? Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if I encounter a nefarious man who preys on unsuspecting women online? Surely not. Based on our conversations, he must be a man of integrity, she fervently reassured herself. Since I am here, I should cast aside my worries and let things unfold naturally. Chen Bing boarded the last bus from the provincial capital to Miancheng, fully aware that there would be no turning back. She intended to enjoy a meal, a cup of tea, an engaging conversation with her online friend. If the chemistry felt right, she would follow his lead, but if not, she would find her own accommodations for the night and return to the provincial capital in the morning. Upon arriving in Miancheng, it was already past 8 in the evening when Yang Jianxi's call pierced the silence. Wife, where have you gone? Where I go is none of your business. I'm not coming back tonight. With that, she terminated the call and promptly switched off her phone. After disembarking, Chen Bing hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the Miancheng Hotel. As she traversed the opulent hotel lobby and ascended the elevator to room 508, anxiety gripped her, compelling her to linger at the door for what felt like an eternity. Finally, a staff member approached and inquired, "Miss, whom are you looking for?" Embarrassed, she stammered, "Is this room occupied?" "Yes, a man checked in just this afternoon." Chapter 97. Hot pot. As night descended and the city sparkled with vibrant lights, Zhu Bo withdrew his gaze from the window and noticed Chen Bing lost in contemplation. He inquired, "What are you thinking about?" Chen Bing smiled charmingly and replied, "Nothing. After dinner, shall we explore the night scenery of Miancheng together?" "Sounds good." As they walked side by side out of the Miancheng Hotel, the streets bustled with a lively throng of people and vehicles. "What do you feel like eating?" "Anything. How about we indulge in some hot pot?" "All right." Noticing that Chen Bing appeared rather constrained, Zhu Bo gently suggested, "Chen Bing, since we have ventured into this unfamiliar city through the internet, let us cast aside any mental burdens and focus on enjoying each other's company, shall we?" Observing her silence, he continued, "Since you agree, let us follow the path we charted online. What transpires between us is a secret known only to us, so there is no need to worry about our past acquaintance or Yao Ling's thoughts, for this is our secret. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Bing smiled and nodded, saying, If Sister Tao knew about our clandestine meeting, she would surely sever ties with me. What do you think?" "Sounds great." As they chatted, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant called Little Swan, where the enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the air. The hostess warmly welcomed them inside. The restaurant was brightly lit and bustling with diners, the atmosphere lively and animated. After being seated by the hostess, another server approached with the menu and inquired, "Is it just the two of you?" Shubo nodded affirmatively, "Yes. You order." "Then I shall not hold back." Shubo marked several items on the menu: fatty beef, lamb rolls, luncheon meat, pig brain, fish heads, eel segments, chicken wings, enoki mushrooms, and sea cabbage. He handed the menu back to Chenbing, who exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, ordering so much, are you trying to stuff me to death?" "Indeed, I fear you might not be full and later accuse me of being stingy." Once the server departed with the menu, Chenbing continued to smile at him and casually remarked, "I suppose Sister Tao must have given you quite a bit of money for this outing? Are you suggesting that I am living off a woman's generosity and squandering her money?" Realizing her faux pas, Chenbing apologized, "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean it that way." Shubo chose to ignore her, prompting Chenbing to playfully pout, "Brother-in-law, I made a mistake, don't be angry, alright? It would be a miracle if you don't label me a hypocrite. I want tea, and I promise I never will." Shubo gazed at her with a smile, and she, feeling a bit anxious, extended her finger, saying, "If you don't believe me, shall we make a pinky promise?" At that moment, the patrons at the neighboring table cast curious glances in their direction, as if thinking, "What's the story with this pair of lovebirds? Why are they flirting in a place like this instead of enjoying each other's company at home? Are they deliberately trying to make us envious?" After sharing laughter and finishing their inyan pot, the emotional barriers between them completely dissolved. Chapter 98, Confession. Shall I take you to the disco for some? Let us find a tranquil place for a leisurely stroll. The taxi conveyed them to the serene shores of Mianqing Lake, a retreat from the city's clamor, where the tranquility of the countryside enveloped them. The moonlight cascaded upon the lake's surface like flowing water, while willows swayed gracefully by the water's edge, and the gentle murmur of the stream harmonized with the soft chirping of crickets hidden within the grass. Pairs of lovers strolled past them, entwined in each other's embrace. They walked silently along the riverbank for a considerable time, side by side, feeling the closeness that allowed them to sense each other's heartbeat. Eventually, they settled on a stone railing. "Wu Ge, could you share your romantic journey with Tao Jie? Where shall I begin?" "Start from the moment you met her." "I worked for a few years at a company but felt stagnant, so I resigned and established my own computer firm. When I met Yao Ling, she had just graduated from college. She was employed at an advertising agency, and since her computer was purchased from my company, I was responsible for troubleshooting any issues that arose. Through our interactions, we grew acquainted and eventually became familiar with one another. One day, I took the initiative to invite her to dinner, and she did not decline. Our conversation flowed effortlessly. After the first date, there were many more. Through frequent outings, we developed a deep connection, feeling as if we had known each other for ages, and a day apart felt like an eternity. We fell in love, and after savoring the romance, we married, and soon after, we welcomed our daughter, Wu Xiaoya. However, misfortune struck. Just as we were reveling in familial bliss, my company faced market challenges and mismanagement, leading to bankruptcy, transforming me into the stay-at-home husband I am today. Chenbing fell silent for a moment before shyly inquiring, "Is your married life fulfilling?" To speak candidly, my burdens weigh heavily on my mind. When I engage in marital intimacy, I often feel as though I am receiving charity, and my inability to let go leaves me feeling powerless. Chenbing jested, "If you cannot satisfy her, do you not fear that Tao Jie may seek affection elsewhere?" "I hope that is not the case," Zhu Bo pondered. "However, I have noticed recently that she seems somewhat peculiar, often appearing lost in thought. Her desires seem to have diminished, and she appears less interested in that aspect of our relationship. Why not inquire about the reasons behind this? Everyone deserves to harbor secrets, and spouses are no exception." "If she is reluctant to share, who am I to pry?" "True enough, but given Tao Jie's beauty, you ought to keep a close watch." Shubo playfully nudged her, saying, "Silly girl, do not worry about me. Let's talk about you instead." Chenbing sighed softly, "I have known Yang Jianxi for a long time. We have been classmates since elementary school, through middle school and high school. Later, he enrolled in a local university before long, we were married." Post-marriage, Yang Jianxi proved to be a man driven by intense desires. He often devised various ways to torment me. Initially, I thought I could gradually accept this and strive to meet his needs, only to discover Shubo, unsure of how to console her, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "Do not cry, everything will be all right." Instinctively, Chen Bing fell into his embrace. Shubo helped her to her feet and suggested, "It is getting late. Let us return to the hotel." With his arm around her slender waist, Chen Bing numbly followed in his wake. Beneath the streetlights, their elongated shadows danced on the pavement. The lights of Mianqing flickered, and in this stillness of night, how many souls were fortunate enough to slip into the realm of dreams? Chapter 99. Dizziness. Upon returning to the hotel room, Chen Bing's emotions had stabilized considerably. Shubo helped her settle onto the bed and then said, "You should take a shower first. I will go to the front desk to register for a room." "Are you looking down on me?" "Of course not. Let us not forget, who am I here for in Miancheng?" Shubo felt a twinge of embarrassment at her question and apologetically replied, "I was merely being overly cautious, please don't take offense." Chen Bing smiled, teasing, "I never expected Wu Ge to be more timid than a girl." "Aren't you embarrassed?" Shubo scratched his head sheepishly, grinning as he said, "I'm just afraid you might misunderstand. Aren't you worried I might be a wolf in sheep's clothing, ready to devour you tonight? Do you dare?" Before Shubo could react, she slipped into the bathroom. After the door slammed shut with a thud, he heard the sound of it locking, followed by the gentle patter of running water. Shubo understood she was attending to her needs in bathing. Consequently, his mind involuntarily conjured images of her unclothed form. The mere thought of her beauty, akin to that of a fish that sinks in shame or a flower that wilts in modesty, set his heart racing like a wild stallion. When Chen Bing emerged from the bathroom, she wore a long, creamy white bathrobe, loosely tied at the waist, her long hair still steaming, her face radiating a rosy glow of joy. In that fleeting moment as she stepped out, Shubo became utterly entranced, his eyes fixated on her figure enveloped in the robe, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Noticing Shubo's captivated gaze, Chen Bing shyly asked, "Wu Ge, do I look that good?" Realizing he had lost his composure, Shubo made an effort to regain his demeanor, responding, "Indeed, you are true. If you wish to see, just look, I'm genuinely inviting you. It's better to wait until you are fully willing to show me, alright?" With a playful complaint of so boring, Chen Bing dove into the Shubo struggled to suppress his desires and retreated to the bathroom. He felt a strange flutter in his heart. Hastily, he disrobed and turned on the shower, allowing the warm water to cascade over him. As he washed, his imagination wandered to the image of Chen Bing bathing, and before he could finish his shower, his desires surged, and his heartbeat quickened. If I were to possess her tonight, would she think I took advantage of her vulnerability? If I refrained from pursuing her, would she view me as inept? Let us seize the day, tomorrow's worries can wait, and food that comes to your lips should not go uneaten. He quickly dressed and returned to the bedroom, only to find Chen Bing had dimmed the lights. She lay on her side, the pristine white sheets accentuating the contours of her body, with another pillow placed beside her, a clear indication that it was reserved for him. Shubo tiptoed to the edge of the bed and sat down, realizing Chen Bing seemed to have drifted off to sleep, her breathing steady and rhythmic. At that moment, a fragrance unique to a young woman enveloped him, permeating. Chapter 100. A test of affection. Chen Bing felt fatigued. She yearned to rest beside another man. This man instilled no fear within her, rather, he provided solace and a renewed confidence in life. As she stepped into the bathroom to cleanse her flawless body with warm water, she pondered, does Shubo, like Yang Jianxi, possess no appreciation for delicate beauty? Do all men? She felt that she could willingly surrender herself to a man who understood the nuances of life's pleasures. She was aware that Shubo would not initiate any form of violation against her. Thus, while he bathed, she could confidently recline on the double bed and enjoy a restful slumber. Noticing her deep sleep, Shubo refrained from disturbing her, choosing instead to sit on the edge of the bed, attentively observing her serene visage. After a considerable time, fatigue overtook him, and he lay down fully clothed beside her, succumbing to slumber himself. Chen Bing found herself dreaming, envisioning herself aboard a grand vessel teeming with passengers. Alone, she ventured onto the deck, where the sea breeze tousled her beautiful hair. A full moon ascended from the horizon, casting shimmering reflections across the water, and in the distance, countless lights sparkled, beckoning from a magnificent city. The ship floated upon the vast ocean like a withered leaf, tossed by the relentless waves. Suddenly, ominous clouds enveloped the sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Amidst piercing screams, the vessel began to sink, and all souls aboard were consumed by the encroaching sea. As she plunged into the depths, she frantically thrashed against the water, only to glimpse a swarm of sharks with gaping maws approaching her. Panic surged through her, and she cried out, "Help! Please, someone save me!" Startled by her cries, Zhubo awoke abruptly, switching on the overhead light, his concern palpable as he inquired, "Chen Bing, what is the matter?" Roused from her nightmare, Chen Bing and "How did you end up here?" "This is the Mianqing Hotel. You were merely dreaming and speaking in your sleep," Zhubo reassured her, rubbing her eyes. Chen Bing replied, "Is that so? I thought I had fallen into the ocean." "It is merely the double bed of a hotel room." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Chen Bing hastily withdrew her arms from around him. "Why are you sleeping in your clothes? Are you not also clad in a bathrobe?" Glancing down at her bathrobe, she noticed that having heard the adage that no cat is without its appetite for fish, and that no man is devoid of lustful inclinations, she provocatively stated, "Zhubo, I realize I am drenched in sweat. It is quite warm." As she spoke, she began to remove her bathrobe. "No. Don't take it off." Zhubo's words faltered as a radiant sight unfolded before him. In the presence of such a natural beauty, he felt nearly bereft of reason, yearning to embrace her tightly and kiss her delicate, panting lips. Chen Bing closed her eyes, coyly collapsing onto the bed, her porcelain face and crimson lips grazing the pristine sheets. She eagerly anticipated Zhubo's immediate possession of her. "You should cover yourself with the blanket, lest you catch a chill." As Zhubo struggled to suppress his desires and draped the blanket over her, Chen Bing suddenly burst into tears. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Why do you despise my body so much? In truth, I find you quite appealing." "I merely fear that should we engage in intimacy, we may no longer be able to maintain our friendship." "Why is that?" "If we were to indulge in a fleeting encounter, we would both feel remorse towards Yaoling. How could we face her afterward?" Chapter 101 E-Fantasy. If the injured woman were not Chen Bing, the audacious Zhubo would undoubtedly have pursued a liaison with her. After enduring countless internal conflicts, he exerted considerable restraint over what an extraordinary circumstance it was. Yet, Chen Bing misconstrued his disinterest in her body as an affront and a lack of respect. However, after a brief moment of weeping, she regained her composure and reflected on Zhubo's words, finding them reasonable. Engaging in a one-night stand with Zhubo seemed utterly implausible. Their frequent encounters would inevitably lead to similar situations, and over time, she would become Zhubo's mistress. Should their affair come to light, their interactions would become profoundly complicated. She felt a flush of embarrassment at her own impulsiveness. Thus, she declared, "Wu Ge, you are right. I bear you no ill will. However, do not presume that I am a woman of loose morals simply because of what transpired tonight, understood? That will never be the case. You are my most cherished sister." Chen Bing's tears transformed into a smile as she replied, "Since you regard me as a sister, you must learn to cherish me from now on. Rest assured, I shall always hold you dear. Let us dress and sleep together, shall we?" "Very well." As she adorned herself with her attire and skirt, an indescribable allure shimmered in her eyes. With the room plunged into darkness, she quickly succumbed to slumber, her unique and voluptuous charm emanating an intoxicating. A vibrant, youthful vitality enveloped the space, and Zhubo lay beside Chen Bing, fully clothed, swallowing hard. At that moment, his desires began to swell. Visions of rapturous scenarios flitted through. After some time, Zhubo regained his senses and hastily employed the bathrobe Chen Bing had just discarded to wipe the sheets. At that juncture, Chen Bing rolled over, her sleepy eyes blinking as she inquired, "Wu Ge?" Chapter 102 Calm reflection. In recent days, Yao Ling had consistently evaded manager Wang's intense gaze, which left him in a state of agitation. He confronted her, asking, "Is there something I have done wrong? I merely believe that we should take some time to reflect calmly." "Are you having second thoughts?" "There is nothing to regret. Everyone must confront reality and bear the consequences of their actions. I simply suggest that we sit down and contemplate for a while." "Very well, I respect your opinion." It seemed as though they had rekindled the camaraderie aside from their encounters at work, They had not seen each other outside of the office. The gossip within the workplace had temporarily subsided, allowing Yao Ling to walk proudly among Zhang Jie and Xiao Li in their office, while those gossipmongers found themselves bereft of scandalous news, as if a topic of interest had vanished from their lives. Consequently, they shifted their conversation to the Olympics. One day, as Yao Ling entered the adjacent office, she overheard Xiao Li asking, "How many gold medals do you think our country will win at the Olympics?" Zhang Jie, Lu Xiang will undoubtedly triumph in the hurdles on home soil, and we have formidable competitors in weightlifting, canoeing, women's hockey, and volleyball, among others. Certain events have also seen I believe our gold medal tally will exceed 60. You sound almost prescient. If that is the case, our national Olympic team might also secure a gold medal. Seeing their spirited discussion, do you think that's possible? Yao Ling replied, our sports scene has always favored women over men. If the men's football team were to win a gold medal, I would wake up laughing in my sleep. Xiao Li added, exactly. But Chinese men do possess one significant flaw. Zhang Jie inquired, what flaw? They all seem to enjoy frolicking outside their relationships, engaging in extramarital affairs. Don't we have living examples around us? Is your man truly a philanderer? Even if I lent him all the courage in the world, he would not dare to betray me. In that case, shouldn't you refrain from generalizing that all Chinese men are unfaithful? Yao Ling felt that Xiao Li had crossed a line and stormed out of their office, prompting Zhang Jie to chase after her, saying, if one remains upright, there is no fear of shadows. Let bygones be bygones. As long as you can maintain your composure, others will find it difficult to speak ill of you. Yao Ling nodded in agreement, and Zhang Jie smiled knowingly. The two friends appeared to have found a sense of relief. Zhang Jie then asked, has your husband found work recently? Yes, he has. He is currently bidding for a project in Miancheng. Is he confident? I believe the prospects are promising. If your husband becomes successful and you become a wealthy woman, don't forget about me. Oh, don't worry, if I ever become a wealthy woman, the first thing I'll do is treat you to a lavish meal. Wonderful. I've been waiting for that invitation. They exchanged smiles, and Zhang Jie pondered, with a man by your side, you stray. If he works in another city, your virtue may be compromised. Should I rejoice for you or worry? Chapter 103. The bar. Yang Jianxi called his wife, only to engage in a brief quarrel over the phone, during which she informed him that she would not be returning home and subsequently hung up. A sense of impending crisis washed over him. Could she be leaving me for someone else? He pondered. Ever since he conspired with another to deceive his wife, resulting in her loss of innocence, Chen Bing had chosen to live separately from him upon return. He found himself utterly perplexed by her thoughts and was uncertain whether she would contemplate divorce. Days had passed without any semblance of a marital life, and a profound sense of yearning began to envelop him. He had initially planned to speak sweetly to his wife that evening, begging for her to grant him intimacy. If that failed, he considered resorting to her, for in his mind, there should be no lingering grudges between spouses. Once they were intimate, all past grievances could gradually dissipate. However, to his utter dismay, his wife had vanished without a trace. Where could she have gone? He began to interrogate Chen Bing's friends one by one, ultimately narrowing down. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before she finally answered. Yang, is there something you need? Not really, I was just wondering if your husband has taken care of his matters? Yes, thank you. Is he home now? Yao Ling casually replied, he went to Miancheng today and might not return until tomorrow. Almost immediately, Yao Ling regretted divulging this information to this obsessive man and quickly asked, Yang, do you have any other matters? Yang Jianxi hesitated before saying, there's a small favor I'd like to ask. Yao Ling grew wary. I called her, but after a few words, she turned off her phone and hasn't returned home yet. Is that so? You really should try to find her. That's precisely why I'm calling. If you see her, tell her I'm waiting at home. Alright, I will certainly relay any news I receive. After hanging up, Yao Ling anxiously awaited her friend Chen Bing's call. Her daughter approached her after dinner, asking, Mom, why haven't you gone to eat yet? Yao Ling inquired, Xiaoya, have you seen your godmother in the past few days? No, Aunt Tang mentioned that Chen Bing auntie was ill and hadn't come to the kindergarten. Hearing this, Yao Ling began to worry for Chen Bing. Where could she have gone? Perhaps she went to her parents' home? However, she didn't have her in-law's phone number, leaving her in a state of agitation at home. Yang Jianxi waited at home until 9 o'clock that evening, yet there was still no call from Chen Bing. Her phone remained off, and unable to sit still any longer, he hastily consumed some leftover food from lunch before heading out. The city's neon lights flickered with alluring brilliance, and he mindlessly hailed a taxi. Once inside, the driver asked, "Sir, where would you like to go?" "Anywhere is fine." "Are you looking to dance or sing?" "Take me to a place where I can dance with a partner." "Certainly." Dexia is a bar where there are at least hundreds of dancing partners, 5 yuan per song, and you may choose as you please. Intrigued, Yang Jianxi alighted from the taxi and headed directly to the second-floor dance hall. After purchasing a ticket for 5 yuan, he stepped inside. The dimly lit hall was brimming with people dancing, and he noticed countless elaborately dressed partners surrounding the dance floor. Some men, like cattle herders, pulled. Once on the floor, the couples pressed tightly against each other like magnets, with some men ravenously exploring every inch of their partners' bodies, who in turn displayed expressions of pleasure. He thought, the actions I perform on the bus pale in comparison to what these individuals are doing here. He selected a tall, voluptuous woman among the partners and pulled her into the crowded dance floor. Once there, her hands became restless, causing him to feel a jolt of surprise. Typically, I'm the one taking advantage of women, but today I find myself at the mercy of one. How delightful. Thus, he danced with this woman for nearly Wasn't he at 5 yuan per song? Indeed, but perhaps you didn't notice, we VE danced for 20 songs. I counted, and we VE barely danced for 10, it should be 50 yuan. The woman pulled him to the side of the dance floor and shouted, "Are you trying to cheat me?" If you can't pay, don't play. A burly security guard approached and inquired, "What is going on here?" The woman pointed at Yang Jianxi, declaring, "This man danced with me for 20 songs and refuses to pay." The guard bluntly replied, "Sir, you should just pay her. It's not easy for them to earn a living here." Realizing he was surrounded by several security guards and feeling countless eyes upon him, Yang Jianxi pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and fled the dance hall like a thief. Chapter 104. The stray dog. Yang Jianxi emerged from the dance hall, darting through the streets like a lost dog. He attempted to call Chen Bing, but her phone was turned off. He then dialed the landline at home, hoping his wife would be there, yet the ringing persisted for what felt like an eternity without anyone answering. A surge of inexplicable anger engulfed him as he ground his. The mere thought of Yao Ling's voluptuous figure ignited a fervor within him that he could scarcely contain. After consuming several bottles of beer at a night market stall, his courage swelled. Didn't Zhubo leave their home address at my company's reception? Why not seize the opportunity while Zhubo is absent and infiltrate her home, compelling Yao Ling to engage with me? The address is 4-2, Unit 1, Building 3, Southern District, he muttered to himself repeatedly, affirming. Upon arriving at the entrance, he glanced at his phone, which read 12:30. Seizing the moment when the security guard was distracted, he slipped inside. He wandered through the compound for quite some time before After a moment's hesitation, he approached Yao Ling's door. Anxiously, he inserted the key into the lock, and to his surprise, it turned effortlessly. The room lay cloaked in darkness as he gently closed the door behind him. After standing nervously in the living room for what felt like an eternity, he noticed that both bedrooms were locked. He stealthily made his way to the door of the master bedroom. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone showering in the bathroom. Deducing that it must be Yao Ling. Quietly, he ventured into the other bedroom, only to find it empty. With the assurance that Zhu Bo was not home, he felt a wave of relief. Cautiously, he opened the door to the master bedroom, slipping inside to discover a young girl sleeping soundly on the bed, her breathing steady and rhythmic. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open. He hurriedly concealed himself behind the floor-to-ceiling curtains. Yao Ling, mindful not to disturb her daughter's slumber, had left the bedroom lights off. Unaware of his presence, she approached the bed in her unclothed state. Just as she reached for the bedside lamp to turn it on, Yang Jianxi lunged from behind the curtains, rushing to her side. "Ah!" Yao Ling gasped, about to scream, but Yang Jianxi swiftly clamped his hand over. Yao Ling's beautiful eyes widened in terror as she fought against him, but no amount of struggling could prevail against Yang Jianxi, the deranged predator. As Yao Ling struggled, Yang Jianxi found himself parched in his sense. At that moment, the little girl sleeping nearby was awakened by the commotion, her eyes wide as she witnessed her mother desperately resisting under the weight of the man. She began to cry out. Yang Jianxi bellowed, "Stop crying, or I will kill you both." The little girl cried even harder, and fearing that her cries would disrupt his plans, he leaned close to Yao Ling's ear and whispered, "I am Yang Jianxi. If you do not scream and let your daughter go to another room, I will release you, and I promise not to harm you. If you agree, just nod your head." Yao Ling, her eyes wide with fear and helplessness, nodded slowly. Yang Jianxi finally eased his grip on her mouth. What, how is it you, how did you get in here?" Yang Jianxi held her tightly, a lewd smile spreading across his face, remaining silent. Exhausted, Yao Ling gasped for breath before breaking free from his embrace and rushing to her daughter. "Xiaoya, I need to speak with this uncle for a moment. Go away." Chapter 105. Breaking into a private residence. After her daughter exited the room, Yao Ling hastily enveloped her body in the quilt. She flicked on the bedside lamp and shouted, "Yang Jianxi, what on earth are you attempting to do? Who permitted you to come to my home?" With a grin, Yang Jianxi replied, "Why, you invited me, didn't you?" "When did I do that?" "During our phone conversation last night, you mentioned that your wife, so I thought I would drop by for a visit and keep you company." Yao Ling's face flushed crimson with anger as she retorted, "Scoundrel, your wife isn't even here. Who divulged my address to you?" "Your husband, of course." "He shared your address with me when he visited my company a few days ago." "You rogue, how could my husband ever disclose our address to you?" "When he came to my office's reception area, he wrote down Qingnan Community, Building 3, Unit 1, 4-2 in the visitor log." "Is that not your address?" "You're despicable." Yao Ling exclaimed in exasperation, "How did you obtain a key to my home?" "You gave it to me yourself, remember?" Yao Ling, astonished, asked, "When did I ever do that?" "During your last visit, when you left the key in my office, I secretly made a copy." "Aren't you afraid I will report you for trespassing?" Unprincipled. Yang Jianxi, with a smirk that belied his words, replied, "What is so unprincipled about me? Have you forgotten our exhilarating moments on the bus?" The mere mention of that incident filled Yao Ling with humiliation, prompting her to bellow, "Get out!" "Leave this instant, or I will call the police." Fearing her shouts might disturb the neighbors, Yang Jianxi lunged forward, flinging the quilt aside and pinning her down on the bed. Gradually, she felt her strength wane, almost suffocating beneath Yang Jianxi's weight. Her resistance weakened to mere token writhing, despair enveloping her completely. When Yang Jianxi finally removed his hand from her mouth, Yao Ling, breathless, Yang Jianxi lunged once more, tossing the quilt aside to restrain her. "Release me, you cad!" No sooner had she spoken than Yang Jianxi silenced her with his mouth, the pungent odor of alcohol invading. Realizing that any struggle would be futile, she shyly closed her beautiful eyes, resigning herself to Yang Jianxi's unrestrained assault upon her body. Suddenly, the bedroom door was kicked open by several police officers. "Everyone, get up," one officer shouted. Someone dialed 110, reporting a robbery at this residence. "The cost," Yao Ling exclaimed, summoning all her strength to push Yang Jianxi away. In a flurry, she wrapped herself in the blanket to conceal her body. As Yang Jianxi attempted to rise from the bed, he stumbled and fell onto the bedroom floor. A police officer barked, "Hurry up and get dressed." Yao Ling sobbed beneath the covers. The officer raised his voice again, "Stop crying, you too, get dressed and cooperate with our investigation." After donning his clothes, Yang Jianxi was. One of them turned to the still shaken young girl seated on the sofa and gently asked, "Little sister, there are police uncles here, so don't be afraid. Please tell us, you called 110 to report a robbery at your home. Was it him?" The little girl nodded. "Do you know him?" Wu Xiaoya shook her head, replying, "No. I don't know him." At that moment, Yao Ling emerged from the bedroom, her hair disheveled and clothes hastily put on, as Wu Xiaoya rushed into her embrace. The officer inquired, "Do you know him?" Yao Ling nodded affirmatively, saying, "I do." "How did he come to your house?" Yao Ling shook her head ambiguously. Yang Jianxi interjected, "Have you forgotten, you were the one who opened the door and let me in?" His words She had initially intended to downplay the incident before the police, to trivialize the matter, but the memories of the humiliation she had endured at the hands of this deranged man, along with her friend Chen Bing's suffering, ignited her fury. She declared, "He stole a copy of my house key and, while my daughter and I were asleep, he sneaked into our home and assaulted me." The officer asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" As Yang Jianxi attempted to defend himself, a police officer, "Once we finish taking your statement, we will return you home." Yao Ling quickly turned to her daughter, saying, "Xiaoya, wait for me at home, I will accompany the police uncle and be right back." No, it is good for her to serve as a witness. Thus, the mother and daughter left with the police. By this time, the area outside their apartment building was teeming with onlookers, unaware of the. As Yang Jianxi was led to the police car, they assumed he was merely a thief, but they were astonished when Yao Ling and her daughter boarded the vehicle. Someone inquired with concern, "Ms. Tao, what has happened at your home?" With her face flushed, she struggled to respond, as the car pulled away with a long wail of the siren, leaving the crowd whispering among themselves. What could have happened? After a period, upon arriving at the South City police station, Yao Ling and her daughter were separated from Yang Jianxi, each placed in a different room to give their statements. Yang Jianxi was secured to a chair, and after the officer inquired about his name, workplace, and home address, he stated, "Our policy is to encourage honesty with leniency and to deal harshly with deceit. Please explain how you came to Ms. Tao's home?" "Once, she accidentally dropped her house key in my office, and I secretly had a copy made. My wife is a good friend of Yao Ling's, and today I thought she might be at her house, so I came over and used the key to enter." "And why did I have long harbored feelings for her?" After the police gathered the facts from Yao Ling and her daughter, they instructed her to place her fingerprints on the statement, leaving her home and mobile phone numbers. The officer said, "We will escort you home for now. If anything arises, we will notify you by phone." Once Yao Ling and her daughter were returned home by the police, it felt as though they had just awakened from a vivid nightmare, both still trembling with. Following his interrogation, Yang Jianxi was promptly taken to the detention center, where he would face the consequences of his perverse actions. Chapter 107. A return to the city. In the early morning, Chen Bing awoke to the radiant light filtering through the floor-to-ceiling curtains, realizing that dawn had arrived. Xu Bo, still fully clothed, lay sleeping beside her. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, she felt a tinge of embarrassment despite nothing untoward having occurred between them. She sensed an involuntary twitch in her eyes, attributing it to insufficient sleep, and gently rose from bed, donning the disposable slippers provided by the hotel as she made her way to the bathroom, hoping. After freshening up, she returned to the bedroom where Xu Bo was already seated on the bed, smiling as he inquired, "Have you awakened?" "Yes," she replied. "Did you sleep well last night?" Chen Bing, her cheeks flushed, nodded shyly. "Shall we explore Mianqing today? As long as mistakes are rectified, forgiveness is possible. I believe you should have a candid conversation with Yang Jianxi upon your return and discern his attitude. Wu Gu, if you were in my position, you would feel heartbroken too. However, since the events have transpired, we cannot undo them." As the saying goes, spilled water cannot be gathered again. Let us view everything in a positive light. There is no problem that cannot be resolved. Very well, I shall heed your advice and return home to assess the situation. Yang Jianxi went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and rinse his mouth. After both had tidied themselves, they enjoyed a breakfast wrap in the hotel dining area before checking out at the service desk. Zhu Bo was meticulous in his actions, and Chen Bing found herself quite fond. She envied Zhao Ling for having such a thoughtful and rational husband. They sat closely together on the bus back to the city. Throughout the journey, Chen Bing found herself unable to appreciate the scenery beyond the window, her thoughts consumed by the process of how she and Zhu Bo had come to know each other. From their initial encounter at the kindergarten gate, through their online exchanges, to the serendipitous meeting in Mianqing, their relationship was marked by dramatic twists. In Zhu Bo's yearning gaze, she perceived the depths of his inner world, yet she had not. He regarded her like a protective older brother, gently patting her shoulder as he asked, "Are you tired?" "No, I merely wished to lean on your shoulder." Chen Bing was overcome by a sensation reminiscent of being in love, while Zhu Bo wrestled with conflicting emotions. Any problem can be solved together, all right? "All right," she nodded, her eyes fluttering shut. Most of the passengers were engrossed in the VCD playing inside the bus. Zhu Bo stared at the screen, yet found himself. As the bus sped along the highway, he wished fervently for the journey to continue indefinitely, without an end in sight. Upon disembarking, they arrived at a city bus stop, and Chen Bing reluctantly prepared to part ways with Zhu Bo. "Wu Good, do we have time for a private out?" He inwardly berated himself. Alas, I truly am a coward. Chapter 108. Understanding. The following day, Yao Ling chose to remain at home to care for her daughter, Wu Xiaoya, instead of attending work. Xiaoya, how did you? In a moment of quick thinking, she rushed to the living room instead. Didn't my teacher at kindergarten tell us to call 110 if we encounter bad people? She recalled. Thus, she picked up the landline and dialed 110. How may we assist you? Upon hearing someone on the line, Xiaoya burst into tears, exclaiming, Auntie, a bad man has come to our house, please hurry and save me and mommy. Calm down, little girl. What is your address? I live in the Changnan community, don't panic, what is your house number? Wu, I don't know. After completing the call, Wu Xiaoya opened the door to her room and curled up behind it, weeping. The on-duty officers quickly traced the registered address through her phone number and promptly notified nearby patrol officers to rush over. With the assistance of the community as security personnel, they swiftly apprehended the deranged Yang Jianqi. The police contacted Yang Jianqi's company, advising the management to visit the Changnan police station for further information. Upon learning that Yang Jianqi had invaded his foster daughter Yao Ling's home and assaulted her, General Manager Zhang was incensed. He had never imagined that Yang Jianqi was a morally depraved individual and immediately ordered his dismissal from the company. To reassure Yao Ling, he made a special call to her. I need to consult with my foster father. General Manager Zhang felt a sense of guilt, believing that his arrangement for Yao Ling to meet Yang Jianqi at the company had contributed to the latter's audacity. He remarked, this is a consequence of my lax management of subordinates, and I owe you an apology. Foster father, this incident is not your fault, however, I am feeling quite unsettled and need you to make a decision for me. I have already terminated Yang Jianqi's employment. Since he has violated you, we shall proceed according to the law. Thank you, foster father. How about this, once I finish my current workload, I will find time to visit you. Please take care of yourself. All right. Meanwhile, when Chu Bo and Chen Bing joyfully returned home after parting ways, their daughter rushed over, complaining, Daddy, you're back. Upon hearing that Yang Jianqi was Chen Bing's husband and had illegally entered their home to assault his wife, Chu Bo erupted in fury. Yang Jianqi is truly inhumane. Not only does he torment Chen Bing, but he also, we must not let him go unpunished. How do you know he tormented Chen Bing? Chu Bo realized he had let slip too much, hesitant to disclose the events that transpired in Mianqing to his wife. I noticed it when Chen Bing stayed at our house that day. Darling, since this has happened and my body is no longer pure, remember, we are husband and wife, as such, we must understand each other and face adversity together. After uttering these words, he felt a sense of confusion, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or to his wife. Chapter 109. Informed upon returning home, Chen Bing found that Yang Jianqi was not there. She presumed he had gone to work. After tidying up the room, just as she was about to retire for the night, her phone rang. Something serious has happened. Chen Bing's heart tightened as she mistakenly thought that Yao Ling had discovered their secret. What has happened? She inquired. Yang Jianqi has been arrested by the police. When? Last night. After all, they had been married for several years. The news of Yang Jianqi's arrest filled Chen Bing with concern. What could possibly have happened? Could it be because I was away and he got into a fight with someone else? Did you know? I did not. Chen Bing feigned ignorance, asking, what was the reason for his arrest? Chen Bing, I can't discuss this over the phone, you should come to my house. No, we need you to come in for questioning. Why? Your partner was involved in a case of breaking and entering with intent to commit sexual assault last night. We require family cooperation for the... Is this true? Yes. Which wretch has he harmed this time? You'll find out when you come to my house. Could you give me a hint? No. Fine, please wait for me at home. Once I clarify the situation, will you accompany me to the police station? Upon entering the room, Wu Xiaoya approached her. Godmother, what brings you here? Xiaoya, why aren't you at kindergarten? What's the point if you're not here? Even if I'm not, Mommy needs to talk to your godmother. Yao Ling quickly ushered her daughter away, while Zhu Bo shot a resentful glance at Chen Bing before retreating to the bedroom with Xiaoya. With a woeful expression, Yao Ling remained silent, prompting Chen Bing to urgently inquire, Tao Jia, what on earth has happened? This is all you're doing, you've ruined my reputation. What have I done? Acceptance of investigation. Yao Ling recounted to Chen Bing the details of how Yang Jianqi had secretly obtained the keys to her residence, his method of infiltrating her home, the manner in which Wu Xiaoya reported the incident, and the circumstances. Upon hearing Yao Ling's lamentations, Chen Bing was rendered speechless with rage. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Yang Jianqi is truly despicable. Tao Jia, what should we do? Yao Ling, filled with agitation, replied, he is your husband, and you are well acquainted with his name. What do you think we ought to do? I believe he should be brought to trial and face the punishment he deserves. And if he is imprisoned, what will become of you? I intend to. Can you truly let that go? What is there to hold on to with such a perverse individual? Once they reached a consensus, Chen Bing inquired, the Changnan police station has requested my presence. Will you accompany me? I shall not go. I cannot bear to face the piercing gaze of the police during interrogation again. Then shall I go alone? Not so fast, I will have your brother-in-law accompany you. Yao Ling called out loudly towards the bedroom, Zhubo, come out for a moment. Zhubo emerged and asked, what is it? Please accompany Chen. Previously, they had never anticipated such events would transpire. Am I not clandestinely meeting with Yang Jianqi's wife, Chen Bing? Why should Yang Jianqi face imprisonment while I escape legal repercussions? He reassured himself, in truth, there is little distinction between consent and violation. It is merely a matter of perception in specific circumstances. As Zhubo pondered these thoughts, he found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Yang Jianqi. He questioned himself, as men, having committed nearly identical acts, why do our fates diverge so drastically? Conversely, if he evaded prosecution, he might only be detained for a maximum of 15 days. Reflecting on the torment Chen Bing endured, the humiliation of his wife following her violation, and the condescending demeanor of Yang Jianqi, he resolved firmly to see him brought to justice. Chen Bing's thoughts were fraught with conflict. On one hand, stood her dear friend, and on the other, her husband. Despite their tumultuous relationship, marked by quarrels and Yang Jianqi's despicable actions, a part of him still loved her. No matter the reasons behind a marital separation, it invariably inflicts profound pain and trauma upon both parties, yet it should not lead to harboring resentment that results in imprisonment. However, Yang Jianqi had transgressed by assaulting her close friend, and she felt powerless in the matter. Deep down, she recognized that her earlier words to Yao Ling were tinged with a sense of spite. She mused, though I have not been unfaithful with Zhubo, I have betrayed him in spirit. If Yang Jianqi is imprisoned, I cannot help but feel some guilt. They boarded a rickshaw, swiftly arriving at the Changnan. Upon stating their purpose, a female officer took her statement and inquired, are you Yang Jianqi's spouse? Indeed. Your name? Chen Bing. The officer added, you need only respond with yes or no. Yes. Let me inform you, your husband infiltrated the home of a woman named Yao Ling and committed assault. Chen Bing remained silent, displaying a remarkable composure, while Zhubo, standing nearby, felt a flush of embarrassment. The officer glanced at him and asked, who are you to Chen Bing? To avoid scrutiny, Zhubo refrained from disclosing his identity as the victim's husband, stating instead, I am here to accompany her for your investigation. After completing a brief statement, the officer requested Chen Bing to affix her fingerprint and then asked, would you like to see your husband? No need. After squeezing out the response through clenched teeth, she dashed out of the police station. Zhubo followed closely behind, calling out, Chen Bing, where are you going? Chapter 111 Controversy. As the adage goes, good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. The distressing incident of Yao Ling being assaulted, some cast sympathetic glances her way, while others regarded her with disdain. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. She brought it upon herself, who told her to invite trouble into her home. Who knows if it was an affair or an assault? I heard they were quite familiar with each other and had a good rapport. After the daughter reported the incident, the police apprehended him, and out of embarrassment, she claimed it was rape. By your reasoning, doesn't that make the assailant a victim of circumstance? Why must Yao Ling be so striking? When Yao Ling ventured outside, some deliberately inquired in a mocking tone, Ms. Tao, I heard your home was robbed, I trust you are unharmed? Others bluntly stated, that assailant is despicable. You must ensure he pays for his crimes. Though some spoke to Yao Ling directly, they always pointed and gossiped behind her back. In no time, Yao Ling's assault became the subject of fervent discussion. Wherever she went, it felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing her, leaving her feeling utterly exposed. For several consecutive days, Yao Ling confined herself to her home, seldom stepping outside. All errands, such as grocery shopping and dropping off Xiaoya at kindergarten, were entirely managed by Zhu Bo. Noticing his beloved's persistent melancholy, Zhu Bo began to feel anxious. "How about you take Xiaoya to your parents? Perhaps it would be best to wait until your matters are settled?" Fearing to say the wrong thing in front of his wife, Zhu Bo acquiesced to her wishes. After a few days of silence, manager Wang grew restless, his concern for Yao Ling mounting as he remained unaware of the reason for her absence. He decided to call her. "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing serious, just feeling unwell and wanting to stay home for a while." "Is it because we have difficulty interacting that you are deliberately avoiding me?" "You are overthinking." "My issues have nothing to do with you." "Then what exactly is bothering you?" "Some matters are better left unspoken. Given our past, we should. If my husband discovers our relationship, it would be disastrous. My heart is already in turmoil." "Then please, share with me." "Fine, I'll tell you. I was assaulted at home." "Who did this?" "I should not have allowed you to handle that advertisement, otherwise, you would not have encountered him, and this would not have transpired. This matter is unrelated to you. What are your plans?" "He has caused me immense harm. I intend to sue him." "Very well, I support your decision." One day, General Zhang visited their home in the capacity of a godfather, bringing along various supplements. "Although Yang Jianxi is a valuable asset to my company, his morally reprehensible actions warrant appropriate punishment. However, you must not let his transgressions lead you to self-destruction. My child, life is fraught with unforeseen challenges. You must find a way to come to terms with what has happened and figure out how to. What she needs now is your understanding and trust. You must show her care, love, and compassion." Zhu Bo nodded in agreement. "By the way, how is your project coming along?" "It should be nearing completion." "That's good to hear. I've heard you graduated from a reputable university. If you find yourself at a loose end, consider joining my company." "Thank you, General Zhang." After bidding farewell to the kind-hearted elder, yet, despite Zhu Bo's efforts to console and support Yao Ling, she remained shrouded in sorrow. In the face of Zhu Bo's patience and understanding, Yao Ling felt an overwhelming sense of either indebtedness or guilt. Chapter 112. Life in prison. After Yang Jianxi was taken into the detention center by the police, he found himself confined in a room with a dozen other criminals. A burly man inquired, "Hey, buddy." A short, stout fellow shouted, "Did you hear that? The big guy is asking you a question." Yang Jianxi cast a glance at him but remained silent. The plump man, infuriated, bellowed, "Are you looking for a beating, or what?" Someone chimed in, "Ignore him." "I heard he was locked up for assault." The burly man asked, "What?" "He's an assaulter," came the reply. The man expressed his outrage. "I can't stand men who bully women. Brothers, handle this as you see fit." The stout man landed a punch. A crowd encircled him, delivering a flurry of blows and kicks, sending him sprawling on the ground. A guard approached, shouting, "Let him go. Do you want to incite a rebellion?" He urged Yang Jianxi to rise and inquired. The burly man remarked, "Buddy, you're decent enough not to betray us. However, try to refrain from being a coward, otherwise, I'll have to teach you a lesson." Yang Jianxi nodded submissively. Confined in the detention center daily, Yang Jianxi not only lost his freedom but also endured the incessant bites of mosquitoes. He began to long for his wife, Chen Bing, hoping fervently for her to visit him. Yet, as days turned into weeks, his wife never came. Instead, he faced interrogations, court proceedings, and ultimately, a verdict, when he pressed his fingerprint on the judgment sentencing him to 3 years in prison. Indeed, shortly after entering prison, he received a divorce decree from the court. After reluctantly signing it, he was engulfed by despair. Before he stepped into Yao Ling's home, his mind wandered back to their encounter on the bus, where she had feigned resistance, clearly enjoying the moment. He thought, Yao Ling displayed such passion on the bus, she must have feelings for me. If we become intimate, it will seal our bond, and once she has savored the sweetness of our union, she will surely submit to my will. Due to a moment of reckless impulse, he had destroyed his family and ruined his future, and now he felt profound regret. However, faced with the iron bars of his existence, what options remained for him but to sigh in resignation? Initially, he found it exceedingly difficult to adapt to life in prison, feeling as though his life had reached its conclusion, teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Gradually, through the patient guidance of the staff, he began to regain his composure. He yearned for Chen Bing to visit him, yet he feared the encounter, uncertain of what they would say to one another. Memories of their joyful moments together intertwined with recollections of her anguish from his torment filled him with unending pain and remorse. He lamented, "How gentle and loving I once was, I have obliterated my own happiness." After Yang Jianxi entered prison, Chen Bing seemed to vanish into thin air, never once visiting him, yet he bore no resentment towards his ex-wife. He held on to the hope of reforming himself during his time in prison, eagerly anticipating the swift passage of his 3-year sentence. 3 years later, he would emerge as a transformed Yang Jianxi before Chen Bing, seeking her forgiveness. Chapter 113 Heaven. Chen Bing was not a woman devoid of feelings or virtues. When she emerged from the police station that day, she took a taxi to the riverside dock, a place she and Yang Jianxi frequented during their courtship. The expansive river surged with a swift current, swirling eddies abounding. Colossal vessels, with their long, resounding whistles, were poised to embark from this very spot. A magnificent suspension bridge soared above the water's surface. The edifices lining the riverbanks stood tall and imposing. Some were fishing by the river, others strolled leisurely, while many bustled past. Sitting on a stone step by the river, Chen Bing gazed at the receding waters, her emotions surging like the tide, memories vividly replaying in her. Back then, they were still in high school. During an evening study session, Yang Jianxi had slipped a note into her backpack, inviting her to see the night view by the river. Yang Jianxi, handsome and charming, was the object of affection for many girls in their class. Driven by vanity, Chen Bing acquiesced to his invitation. They both requested a brief leave from their teacher, shouldered their. At that moment, the city's neon lights flickered with dazzling brilliance, casting their glow upon the rushing waters, creating a myriad of radiant reflections. They settled in a secluded spot, exuding a pure and innocent aura. Yang Jianxi took the initiative to embrace her slender waist, his hand gradually slipping beneath her clothing, caressing her delicate skin. When Chen Bing brought Yang Jianxi home to meet her parents, his boastful demeanor and as discussions of marriage commenced, her mother anxiously inquired, "Are you truly going to marry him?" "Yes," the daughter nodded. "But your father and I believe that while he may be handsome, his words and actions lack sincerity. We cannot approve of this union. Mom, since this is my choice, please do not interfere. You must think carefully, you may come to regret this. Mom, rest assured, I will never blame you for my decisions. This money, though modest, shall serve as your dowry. After your marriage, you and he can purchase a home together and live a good life." After the wedding, Chen Bing used this money to secure a mortgage on a 1-bedroom apartment in Zijing Garden, and the couple began their mundane life together. Initially, their lives seemed harmonious, but it wasn't long before Yang Jianxi's aversion to household chores manifested in his loud outbursts directed at Chen Bing, adopting an attitude of entitlement that exacerbated familial discord. Recently, the constant bickering had diminished their intimate life, and Yang Jianxi's mindset twisted into a disturbing aberration that Chen Bing found intolerable, particularly after he engaged in the exchange game at the Tangchung Grand Hotel. He inflicted significant psychological. Yet, Yang Jianxi showed no signs of remorse. The night before Chen Bing was to meet Zhu Bo and Mianqing, she awoke from a nightmare to find him binding her ankles with a rope, her fragile body restrained at either side of the bed. Once Yang Jianxi untied her, she erupted in tears, berating him, "You beast, you are utterly inhuman. I'm sorry, I love you too much. Get out." Reflecting on these events filled Chen Bing with despair. She had completely lost faith in Yang Jianxi. If he treats me this way, how monstrous must he be towards Yao Ling? As the wife of a rapist, how will I endure the scorn of others, and how shall I face Yao Ling's family? She sat numbly, staring at the relentless waters flowing eastward, when a voice whispered, "Jump in. Paradise lies here. Once you enter heaven, all your pain and humiliation will vanish." She felt as though she could see hands reaching out from paradise, beckoning her. "Come, this is the land of bliss. Here, you shall be the most beautiful princess." Thus, Chen Bing rose from the stone step, taking deliberate strides toward her celestial escape. Chapter 114. When she arrived at a stone step by the riverside pier and sat down, Zhu Bo positioned himself a short distance behind her, keenly observing her demeanor. For a man of dignity, the reality of his wife's violation was an unbearable truth, one that subjected him to the scornful gazes of others and the weighty burdens of societal judgment. Though Zhu Bo had betrayed Yao Ling on a physical level, his affections for her remained profound. Unbeknownst to his wife, their bond was still deeply rooted, and their domestic life appeared remarkably harmonious. Following Yao Ling's assault, Zhu Bo had intended to confront her with accusations and questions, yet upon witnessing the helplessness etched across her face, his resolve softened. Thus, his anger transformed into compassion, and, despite feigning understanding and trust towards his wife, an undercurrent of doubt lingered within him. What if Yao Ling had not flaunted her charms before Yang Jianxi? Would he have so easily appropriated the keys to our home and entered our sanctuary? Why was he so eager to assist her? How could Yang Jianxi have known I was away, allowing him to trespass into my home and take advantage of her so effortlessly? If our daughter had not reported the incident, would the police have apprehended Yang Jianxi? A multitude of suspicions had taken root in his mind, leading him to believe that Yao Ling was concealing something from him. Though he recognized Yang Jianxi as the principal perpetrator deserving of legal retribution, he felt a profound sense of imbalance within himself. That night, although he had glimpsed the pristine form of Yang Jianxi's wife, Qin Bingjie, in the Mianqing Hotel, and had betrayed Yang Jianxi in spirit, Zhu Bo had not engaged in any tangible act of possession with. He understood that Qin Bing had developed feelings for him. If he were willing, she would likely welcome him into her bed. However, the complexities of such an entanglement weighed heavily on his mind. After the tumultuous events involving Yang Jianxi, Zhu Bo's thoughts began to shift subtly. If you can toy with my wife, can I not indulge in a dalliance with yours? He yearned to experience the thrill of vengeance, yet questioned, now that Yang Jianxi is. Suddenly, he observed her rise and take deliberate steps toward the riverbank. This is not good. Before he could utter a word, she had leapt into the water. Without hesitation, he sprinted after her, plunging into the river and grasping her hand. Thankfully, Zhu Bo possessed a knack for swimming, and the waters where Qin Bing had jumped were relatively calm, preventing them from being swept away. After bringing Qin Bing to the shore, she recognized him as her rescuer and forcefully pushed him away, her emotions spiraling into a cacophony of despair as she cried out, "You are all liars!" Both drenched, as Zhu Bo attempted to reach out to her, she vehemently shook off his hand, exclaiming, "Let go of me, I no longer wish to live." Zhu Bo implored her, "Qin Bing, please, calm down. Let us discuss this back home, do not act foolishly." At that moment, a crowd gathered, each person offering their own words of encouragement. An elderly man lamented, "My dear, while we may not know the reasons behind your leap into the river, do not let a moment of despair destroy your life." A middle-aged woman added, "If you were to take such drastic action, your parents and loved ones would suffer eternally. You should return." Someone dialed emergency services, and soon after, a patrol car arrived. After ascertaining the situation, they transported the two to the southern district for the. At that moment, the process of her acquaintance with Yang Jianxi flickered through her mind like a film. She recalled the thrill and pleasure she experienced when Yang Jianxi's hands roamed over her body on the crowded bus, a sensation. The awkward scene of their second encounter in General Zhang's office still made her heart race. Yao Ling was acutely aware that the possessiveness embedded in Yang Jianxi's fervent gaze and his yearning expression was a harbinger of. When Yang Jianxi entered her bedroom, she never considered that it was due to a momentary lapse on her part, allowing him to gain access to her home and learn her address. As he forcefully claimed her, she felt a profound sense of pain and humiliation, yet, in spite of herself, she instinctively experienced a physiological thrill from his actions. It was utterly unexpected when her daughter called the police, catching her and Yang Jianxi in the act. The memory of the officer's stern gazes and commanding expressions still left her face burning with embarrassment. If my daughter hadn't reported it, would I have pursued legal action against Yang Jianxi? I am a woman, I would certainly not expose the incident of Yang Jianxi's intrusion. If Yang Jianxi were to escape punishment, how would I navigate the relationships between Zhu Bo, Yang Jianxi, and Chen Bing in the future? A whirlwind of questions flooded her mind, leaving her dizzy. She chose to close her eyes, striving to suppress her emotions and resist dwelling on these matters, yet the fragments of their life together relentlessly invaded her soul. Thoughts of her husband surfaced. Since their marriage, Zhu Bo had always cherished her, from his graduation and entry into the workforce to his resignation and the establishment of his own company, which eventually fell into ruin. They had weathered hardships together. No matter how arduous life became, their family had consistently thrived in love. At all times, her husband had shown her care and understanding, especially after Yang Jianqi had violated her. Zhu Bo's increasing. The reason she avoided Manager Wang's visits was to alleviate her own suffering, attempting to present a semblance of peace of mind before her husband. Chen Bing was not only her daughter's kindergarten teacher but also a dear friend. It was unfathomable that she had been violated by the husband of her closest friend. Although there were elements of coincidence in their encounter, the events had undeniably transpired, and with such abruptness. Some even mocked her, while others distanced themselves from her as if she were a plague. If the neighbors hold such an attitude, how would my colleagues perceive the situation if they learned of my involvement with Yang Jianqi? With this thought, she sighed, Yang Jianqi, although we have no deep-seated enmity, it is your actions that have wronged everyone. To protect my own dignity, I have no choice but to bring you to court. Chen Bing, I am truly sorry, I am also a victim of circumstance. Suddenly, her daughter burst into the bedroom. Something's wrong. Chapter 116. Engaging a lawyer. As Zhu Bo assisted Chen Bing back to her home, the two stood before Wu Xiaoya like drenched chickens. Dad, what happened to you? Quickly, go call your mother. Okay. In a flurry of concern, Wu Xiaoya knocked on her mother's door, and Yao Ling emerged, her voice raised in alarm. Chen Bing, what is the matter? First, help her to the bathroom for a warm shower, then fetch her some clean clothes to change into, Yao Ling instructed. She stepped forward and guided the disheveled and soaked Chen Bing toward the bathroom in her master bedroom. Once disrobed of her drenched garments, Chen Bing collapsed into Yao Ling's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Sister Tao, with a scoundrel like Yang Jianqi in my life, I no longer wish to live. Yao Ling patted her back, offering comfort. Do not. I have endured much worse. What reason do you have to feel despondent? She released Chen Bing, turned on the shower, and began rinsing her off, remarking as she did so, look at you, covered in dirt, like a foolish child. I have brought you trouble. It is not you who has committed wrongs. What do you have to apologize for? If it weren't for me, Yang Jianqi wouldn't have been so brazen. Just focus on your shower for now. Do not dwell on anything else. We will discuss everything after you've finished, alright? Chen Bing nodded. After Yao Ling lathered her with soap and prepared to scrub her back, Chen Bing shyly protested, Sister Tao, please go about your business. I can wash myself. Very well, but do come out once you are done. I will be waiting for you in the bedroom. After Chen Bing finished her shower, Yao, rest a while. Shall I prepare something for you? There is no need to trouble yourself. I just need a little sleep. Silly girl, you cannot come to my house and go hungry. Once Chen Bing was settled, Yao Ling closed the bedroom door and ventured into the living room. At that moment, Zhu Bo emerged from another bathroom, freshly bathed. Weren't you with Chen Bing at the police station? How is it that you both returned soaked? After being questioned by the police, Chen Bing was. If Yang Jianqi was not imprisoned, her own life would become increasingly untenable. This conviction only bolstered her resolve to take legal action against him. Just then, her phone rang. It was Manager Wang calling. Initially reluctant to answer, she felt compelled to do so with her husband present. Yao Ling, how are you holding up? Yao Ling deliberately responded, I wish to take a few more days off. No problem, I'll manage things at the company, and I've assigned your workload to Zhang Jia, please rest well at home. Yao Ling glanced at her husband and asked, Manager Wang, is there anything else? There is something important I wish to discuss with you. What is it? I have found you the best lawyer in the city. I have briefed him on your situation, and you may reach out to him if needed. I will send you his contact number shortly. All right. After hanging up, Zhu Bo inquired with curiosity, Was that manager Wang on the line? Yao Ling nodded. Zhu Bo pressed, what did he want? He found me a lawyer. How did he learn about what happened in our home? Yao Ling blushed and stammered, I told him. Moments later, a message arrived on Lawyer Deng, mobile number 139. To spare Qin Bing from further distress, Zhu Bo and Yao Ling decided to keep the lawsuit against Yang Jianqi from her knowledge for the time being. Chapter 117. Returning to one's parental home in the evening, after Zhu Bo had prepared a delectable meal, he roused Qin Bing from her slumber. Upon awakening, Qin Bing appeared significantly rejuvenated. Once Yao Ling learned of her motives for attempting to end her life, she feigned ignorance of any prior incidents, and the group gathered around the table to commence their dinner. Godmother, will you stay at our home and tell me stories? Of course, as long as Shaya behaves, I shall regale you with tales every day. Then may I inform my preschool friends that you are part of our family? Her words rendered both Zhu Bo and Qin Bing somewhat uncomfortable, prompting Yao Ling to intervene, saying, silly girl, your godmother is a guest in our home, how can she be considered family? If she is not family, then how can she live with us every day? Wu Xiao's innocent and naive remarks plunged them into contemplation. Zhu Bo mused, if Qin Bing resides in my home, I shall have intimate knowledge of her pure and alluring body. Seeing her daily, can I truly guarantee that I will not harbor ulterior motives? Yao Ling pondered, if Qin Bing stays here, my husband and she will be in constant proximity, and over time, feelings may develop. What if they were to betray me during my absence? Would I not be inviting danger into my home? Qin Bing reflected, if I were to live with them long term, witnessing their affectionate interactions, would I not feel a pang of jealousy towards Yao Ling? After a silent dinner, Qin Bing, seated on the living room sofa, solemnly addressed Zhu Bo and his wife, I am grateful for your care and the understanding you have shown me. It is something I shall cherish for a lifetime. I intend to return to my parents' home for a while. Once I have resolved matters with Yang Jianqi, I wish to pursue a different way of life. Yao Ling feigned concern, saying, if you return to your parents and they inquire about your reasons for coming home, how will you explain? I shall have to be honest, the fault does not lie with me, and I believe my parents will not blame me. Zhu Bo expressed his concern, you should contemplate this carefully, if you feel it would be difficult to explain to your parents, perhaps you should consider staying with us for the time being. Yao Ling interjected, what parents do not understand and forgive their children? Since Qin Bing wishes to return home, we should not hinder her. If Yang Jianqi ends up in prison and Qin Bing divorces him, her parents will inevitably learn the truth. It would be far worse to face them later without having clarified the situation. Qin Bing gazed at Yao Ling with astonishment, thinking, how could you predict that Yang Jianqi will end up in prison, or that I would divorce him? Have you been plotting all along? She perceived Yao Ling as exceedingly hypocritical and selfish, nurturing a deep-seated resentment towards her. She inwardly cursed, I see you are no better. If you had not sought to entice Yang Jianqi, would he have so easily trespassed into your home and violated you? Zhu Bo is such an upright and honest man, yet he remains oblivious to the numerous betrayals you have orchestrated behind his back. At that moment, Zhu Bo sat in silence before them, appearing rather foolish, which elicited a pang of pity. That night, Yao Ling and Qin Bing lay side by side in bed, each contemplating their own thoughts. They spoke little yet found themselves unable to sleep. The following morning, Qin Bing bid farewell to the entire family, her heavy heart dragging her back to her own home. After hastily packing her belongings, she returned to her parents. Upon her return, it felt as though she had awakened from a nightmare. When she disclosed to her parents the reasons for her return and her intention to divorce Yang Jianqi, her father comforted her, saying, my child, the journey of life is long. Encountering setbacks is quite normal, what matters is that you rise again and learn how to face them. Her mother reassured her, dear, choose your future path wisely, your father and I will always support you. Chapter 118 of the lawsuit. After Zhu Bo communicated his partner's situation to lawyer Deng over the phone, Deng scheduled a meeting for them at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the Hongda law firm. After dropping their daughter off at kindergarten, they arrived punctually at the firm, located in the city center. Lawyer Deng was a man of medium build, in his middle age, and his spacious office was adorned with an array of legal texts. He warmly invited Zhu Bo and his wife to sit on a long sofa and addressed Yao Ling, saying, "Manager Wang and I have been old friends for many years. He briefly informed me about your situation over the phone. It was my daughter who called the police while the incident was happening in our living room. The patrol officers arrived and apprehended him." "So, this incident took place in your home?" "Yes." Yao Ling nodded, her cheeks flushing. "In that case, the details of this case are quite clear. Are you considering granting us full authority to represent you in this matter?" "Yes." After Yao Ling signed the power of attorney and the lawsuit documents prepared by Lawyer Deng and paid the litigation fees, her emotions were a mixture of relief and heaviness. Upon returning home with Zhu Bo, she claimed to feel unwell and went to her room to rest. At that moment, the telephone in the living room rang, and Zhu Bo answered it. "Zhu Bo, where have you been these past? Your phone has been off, and no one has answered at home." "I've been feeling quite down lately, primarily because of an incident concerning Yao Ling." Lu Xiaoying asked, "How could such a thing occur?" "It was on the night I went to Mianqing. The perpetrator broke into our home and attacked her." "Was the assailant caught?" "Yes, he has been apprehended and is currently in detention. We have already engaged a lawyer to file a lawsuit, and the trial is expected to commence in a few days." "Shall I come over to your house?" "No need, Yao Ling is under significant You should stay on top of the bidding situation. I just spoke to Lao Chao yesterday. He mentioned that the qualification review results won't be out until next week. I don't really understand, so you should turn your phone back on." "You might receive a notification at any moment." "It's fine, I left Yao Ling's phone number with the affiliated unit." "Ha, you turned your phone off to avoid me, didn't you?" Zhu Bo hesitated. "I've been in a state of distress these past few days. I hardly have the capacity to think about anything else. I simply forgot to charge my phone." "Hee hee, I was just joking with you." "Alright, take care of Yao Ling's matters first, then come find me." "As you wish, but please don't bring up that you know about Yao Ling's situation in front of her." "Understood." After hanging up, Yao Ling sat up in bed and embraced Zhu Bo tightly. "Zhu Bo, will you come to resent me in the future? What are you thinking? With a wife as beautiful and gentle as you, how could I ever resent you? But you know my body is no longer pure." "Silly, it wasn't your choice." After gently laying her back down, Zhu Bo softly closed the bedroom door. He hurried toward the kindergarten, fully aware that Chen Bing had taken a leave of absence and was not working there today, yet he still hoped to catch a glimpse of her and learn about her current state. Her phone remained off. On the bustling streets, with people and vehicles in constant motion, one wonders how many extraordinary stories unfold in this vibrant city each day. Chapter 119. Soon thereafter, she received the verdict sentencing Yang Jianjia to 3 years of imprisonment as a family member. A few days later, encouraged by her parents, she resolutely submitted a divorce application to the. Upon receiving a blue-covered divorce certificate, Chen Bing sold her house, resigned from her position at the kindergarten, and moved back in with her parents. She yearned to escape the facade of her previous acquaintances and, consequently, she changed her phone number, and Zhu Bo and Yao Ling could no longer reach her. Yao Ling considered it a blessing to be distanced from Chen Bing, fearing that their interactions might inadvertently evoke memories of Yang Jianjia, and worrying that Zhu Bo might develop feelings for Chen Bing, leading to a potential emotional shift. Zhu Bo dialed Chen Bing's number countless times. Initially, it was turned off, and eventually, it became a non-existent number. Since Yao Ling was at home, he clandestinely ventured to an internet CAF, logging into his QQ account to leave messages for the wounded woman Chen Bing, hoping for a response. Yet, each time, Chen Bing was offline, and his messages vanished into the void. One day, unable to contain himself any longer, Zhu Bo feigned concern to Yao Ling about Chen Bing's whereabouts after leaving her job at the. Upon hearing this news, Yao Ling grew increasingly anxious about Chen Bing. As they were unaware of Chen Bing's parents' address, she decided to take Zhu Bo to her former residence in search of her. They discovered that the house was under renovation, which piqued their curiosity. Upon inquiring with the workers, they learned that Chen Bing had sold the house, and it was soon to be occupied by another family. Thus, Chen Bing vanished from Zhu Bo's life like a beautiful angel, leaving no trace behind. That night at the Mianqing Hotel, a romantic evening, would forever be etched in his memory as a poignant regret. As the saying goes, regardless of the suffering one endures or the calamities faced, whether in poverty or affluence, life must carry on. No one can escape the mundane necessities of existence, the essential income required for survival. Shortly thereafter, Yao Ling regained her composure and returned to the office. Manager Wang had never reproached her. Indeed, he had no grounds to do so, as he was acutely aware that his own actions mirrored those of Yang Jianjie, albeit with different implications. He continued to regard Yao Ling with concern, while she averted her gaze from his longing eyes. "Rest assured, no one in the company is aware of your situation?" "How so?" "I have not disclosed it to anyone, nor have they ever broached the subject." "How can you be so certain they are unaware?" "By intuition. Ordinarily, if such a significant event occurred in the company, there would be some whisperings, yet now, everything remains tranquil. And if someone inquires about my whereabouts these past few days, how should I respond? Manager Wang handed your work over to me, and I've been utterly swamped." Yao Ling replied perfunctorily, "I took a trip back to my hometown." Zhang Jia inquired with concern, "Is everything alright?" "Yes, my father just felt unwell, and I needed to having you by his side will surely expedite his recovery." "Yes indeed, what's the matter? Why are you speaking so hesitantly? This isn't like you." "Oh, it's nothing much, I just feel that working away from home." Ordinarily, he would have excused himself, but today, he stayed to observe Zhang Jia's demeanor and ascertain if anyone in the company was aware of Yao Ling's circumstances. Upon hearing their exchange, he felt considerably relieved. Thus, he feigned focus on organizing advertising materials on his computer. Zhang Jia was engrossed in casual banter with Yao Ling, completely oblivious to Manager Wang's presence. Suddenly noticing him, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Manager Wang, I apologize for not seeing Yao Ling for several days. It feels so comforting to reconnect, I hope you don't mind?" "Not at all, continue your conversation." "With a superior present, how can we?" Manager Wang queried, "By the way, have you completed the task I assigned you?" Zhang Jia placed the folder in her hands on Manager Wang's desk, saying, "This is the initial draft of the advertisement for Huafeng Group. Please review it." "Just leave it here for now, I will notify you once I have reviewed it." "All right." Zhang Jia left the advertisement draft behind and made a face at Yao Ling before exiting. Chapter 120 Pre-bid negotiations. The road and site leveling construction project in Mianqing New District has now entered a substantial bidding process. The provincial bidding agency has selected 7 expert panelists from its expert database to participate in order to secure a competitive edge for the 4th bid section. Director Chao personally drove from Mianqing back to the provincial capital, specifically hosting General Lin of the provincial bidding agency in a luxurious private room at the city's most opulent 5-star hotel, the Sheraton Grand Hotel. Accompanying them were his wife, Lu Xiaoying, and her cousin, Zhu Bo. Once seated, Director Chao introduced General Lin to the others, saying, "This is General Lin from the provincial bidding company." Seizing the moment, Director Chao added, "And this is my beloved wife, Lu Xiaoying." General Lin, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bore a resemblance in age to Director Chao but was slightly leaner. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, he exuded a shrewd and capable aura, clearly someone adept at navigating the intricacies of business. He greeted Lu Xiaoying warmly, saying, "Sister-in-law." General Lin humbly remarked, "I hope you can kindly speak a few good words on my behalf to Director Chao, so we might extend more support to our company and to me personally." Director Chao responded courteously, "General Lin, we are all friends here, so there is no need." In preparation for this bidding competition, he has registered the 4th section under the licenses of 5 different companies, so I ask for your understanding, General Lin. Zhu Bo bowed respectfully. General Lin replied modestly, "Since the esteemed director has spoken, what more can I say? However, certain industry norms must not be violated during the bidding process, we must adhere to them." Director Chao assured him, "Feel free to speak your mind. There are no concerns." General Lin continued, "During the expert review, it is customary to provide each panelist with a red envelope. With Director Chao overseeing, the final 5 selected will be yours. When it comes to purchasing and preparing the tender documents, you may set your bid price to determine your winning company." Zhu Bo asked, "How many companies have red?" "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield, the competition is fierce." Director Chao reassured, "Rest assured, General Lin, if the company my cousin registered wins the bid, they will not neglect you." During the meal, they shifted away from the topic of bidding and instead engaged. Lu Xiaoying asked, "Your wife must be quite virtuous, I presume?" "Generally speaking, she cannot compare to how tender and considerate sister-in-law is towards Director Chao." Oh, not at all, old Chow often says she is unfairly accusing me. Ignoring her husband, Lu Xiaoying continued, do you have a daughter or a son? A daughter. How old is she? After dining, Lu Xiaoying suggested that Director Chow accompany General Lin for a while longer over tea, while she and Zhu Bo headed to a nearby bank to withdraw 50,000 yuan. Once she had wrapped the amount in a black plastic bag, she handed it to Zhu Bo, saying, please personally deliver this 50,000 yuan to General Lin, asking him to assist you in greasing the wheels for the evaluators. Moved, Zhu Bo placed the money in General Lin's hands, saying, General Lin, everything relies on you now, please take this 50,000 yuan to help us with the evaluators. Mr. Wu, a sum of 35,000 is sufficient for the evaluators. There is no need for so much, General Lin stated. Lu Xiaoying interjected, General Lin, please do not be so modest, the remainder can serve as your transportation fare. General Lin protested, sister-in-law, once we secure the project, we shall express our gratitude. Very well, I will accept it for now. As General Lin spoke, tucking the money into his briefcase, Director Chow re-entered the room. Chapter 121, the tender document. A few days later, the results of the qualification review were announced. All 5 licenses submitted by Zhu Bo were successful. Minister Li called Yao Ling's mobile phone. Yao Ling was engrossed in translating the Chinese advertisement draft for Zhangjia into English for Huafeng Group when she picked up the phone and placed it to her ear. May I ask if you are Mr. Wu's spouse? Yes, and you are? I am Minister Li from the tendering department of the Provincial Construction Company No. 3. Hello, Minister Li. Zhu Bo is not with me at the moment. Is there something you would like me to convey? Please inform Mr. Wu that we have just received notification from the provincial bidding company that the 5 companies we submitted have successfully passed the qualification pre-review. He needs to bring 10,000 yuan to our company. We will assist you in purchasing the tender documents. Minister Li, do we have a hopeful chance in this bidding? All 5 companies that passed the qualification review are ours. This project will definitely be secured. Thank you, Minister Li. I will have Zhu Bo contact you right away. At that moment, Zhu Bo was haggling with farmers in a bustling vegetable market when his phone rang, revealing it was his wife calling. Wife, I'm currently buying groceries. Is there something you need? Minister Li from Provincial Construction Company No. 3 has asked you to bring 10,000 yuan to purchase the tender documents. Do you have enough funds? Yes, I have just the right amount left from I'll head over immediately. Zhu Bo hurriedly returned home with his groceries, stowed them in the refrigerator, and then took a taxi to Provincial Construction Company No. 3 with the money in hand. He went directly to the tendering department, where Minister Li warmly welcomed him. Mr. Wu, congratulations. Thank you. I also appreciate your support, Minister Li. No need for formality, it is my duty, only, however, we still need to purchase the tender documents. Based on the contents of the tender documents, we will prepare your bid proposal. Each tender document is priced at 2,000 yuan, so please proceed to finance to pay for the documents. We will purchase them from the provincial bidding company this afternoon. Understood. Minister Li led Zhu Bo to the finance department, where Zhu Bo exchanged 10,000 yuan for a receipt. He then went to Manager Gao's office. Manager Gao was busy with his tasks when Zhu Bo gently knocked on the door. Come in. Upon seeing Zhu Bo, Manager Gao warmly ushered him inside, offering him a seat on the sofa and pouring him a cup of tea. Mr. Wu, you certainly have quite the ability. Not at all, it is Manager Gao who has guided me to a company with solid qualifications. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Without some under-the-table dealings, success is nearly impossible. However, having passed the qualification pre-review means our work is only 80% complete. Every penny spent now is well worth it, and you should be prepared for further financial outlay. Approximately how much? You should prepare at least 50,000 yuan. After winning the project, the performance bond from the owner is set at 10%. Thus, for the 30 million yuan project in Section 4, should you manage the logistics of machinery and personnel effectively, you will need to prepare at least 3,500,000 yuan. Zhu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. So much? Manager Gao chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, securing projects is no easy feat. Our company will not easily overlook such a significant undertaking, however, we will need to negotiate further on the terms of collaboration. What is your company's collaboration model? You will not need to pay us a management fee, but the project department's expenses will need to be shared with our company. Shubo pondered for a moment before responding. That sounds agreeable, but how can I express? Would it be acceptable if I set aside a percentage from my share of the project for you? That would be too much. Not at all. I hope you will continue to assist me in the future. May I treat you ministerly to a meal? Manager Gao replied, no need to be so formal. Once we secure the project, we will have plenty of time. You should focus on preparing the funds for your bid proposal. Understood. As Zhubo stepped out, Chapter 122. A reunion. After a long period of separation, Lu Xiaoying, dressed in her nightgown, eagerly pulled Zhubo into the living room, burying herself in his embrace and playfully exclaiming, Darling, I've missed you dearly. Zhubo, momentarily taken aback, instinctively wrapped his arms around her and began to explain, I came here to. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xiaoying swiftly covered his mouth with her hand, insisting, My dear, let us not say anything right now. Just accompany me to the bedroom, shall we? Mechanically, Zhubo followed her into her bedroom. Once there, she turned back to wrap her arms around his neck, and seizing the moment, Zhubo gently pushed her down onto the bed. They entwined like two eels, rolling upon the pristine sheets. Given the considerable financial and material investments Lu Xiaoying had made for Zhubo, he felt a pang of guilt and thus exerted himself passionately during their intimate encounter. Afterward, he hesitated to linger on Director Chao and Lu Xiaoying's bed for too long. He hurriedly dressed, rushed to the bathroom for a quick rinse, and then settled himself on the sofa in the living room. Lu Xiaoying took a hot shower to wash away her fragrant perspiration and emerged before Zhubo, impeccably dressed. How is the progress on your bidding? She inquired earnestly. Zhubo replied, The 5 companies I registered have passed the qualification pre-review, and the provincial construction company number 3 has already procured the bidding documents for me and begun preparing the bid proposal. Do you have enough funds? Zhubo, blushing and fidgeting with his hands, hesitated to respond. Lu Xiaoying urged him, Don't hold back, you can speak freely in front of me, can't you? Zhubo stammered, The money you lent me last time was just enough to purchase the bidding documents. But there is no more left for the proposal expenses. How much more do you need? 50,000. Not a problem. You can go and hand over the money shortly, just ensure they are meticulous while preparing the proposal. Zhubo said, My dear, your kindness overwhelms me, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. My darling, you needn't feel like an outsider. It is only natural for me to assist you in times of need, just don't overthink it. However, when you achieve prosperity, do promise you won't forget me? Zhubo, with tears in his eyes, declared, Let us simply enjoy the joyful moments we share, without affecting our respective families. When Lu Xiaoying returned from the bedroom, handing Zhubo the 50,000 yuan, he was rendered speechless by the gesture. Lu Xiaoying encouraged him, saying, Take it, if it's not enough, just come back for more. Zhubo, trembling as he held the substantial sum, felt a surge of apprehension, while Lu Xiaoying affectionately saw him to the door. Be careful on your way, she cautioned. Yes. As he mused, a wife may be as cold as ice, her words may sometimes chill, yet she steadfastly stands by your side. A lover is like fresh snow, ever able to perceive your virtues and unwaveringly offering support and encouragement. Chapter 123. Saving money. It had been many years since Zhubo had encountered such a substantial sum of money. He placed several stacks of red sun bills on the coffee table, unable to resist the urge to. Suddenly, a story came to mind. A woman, carrying a basket of eggs, walked along the path home, dreaming to herself, I shall hatch these eggs into a flock of chicks. When they grow, they will lay countless eggs, which I can again hatch into chicks. The cycle continues, chickens produce eggs, and eggs produce chickens. Eventually, my home will be filled with a multitude of chickens and a bounty of eggs. Each day, I can sell the eggs at the market, converting them into cash, and whenever I crave it, I can slaughter a chicken for a. Suddenly, she tripped over a stone in the road, and the eggs in her basket shattered into pieces. Reminded of this cautionary tale, Zhubo became exceedingly careful regarding the storage of the 50,000 yuan earmarked for the bidding documents. This money is my lifeline for the latter part of my life. I must not lose it and must ensure its safekeeping. Where would be the most suitable place to keep it? Should I just keep it at home? That won't do. Individuals like Yang Jianxi have a key to my house, and it's likely that others do too. Then perhaps I should deposit it in the bank? But I might need to hand it over to the company preparing my bid within the next couple of days. Constantly withdrawing and depositing would be quite cumbersome. How about placing it in the drawer of my writing desk? That's not advisable. If a thief breaks in, they would undoubtedly pry open every desk drawer. Once satisfied with his arrangements, he called Yao Ling to ask if she would pick up their daughter from kindergarten. Yao Ling suggested that he stay home to prepare dinner while she went. With that, aside from heading to the kitchen, Zhu Bo did not leave his home even once. When Yao Ling returned home holding their daughter's hand, Zhu Bo had already set the steaming dishes on the table. The moment Yao Ling entered, she asked, "Honey, how did everything go?" "Very smoothly." "Did you pay for the bidding documents?" "Yes, I did." "What did they say?" "They mentioned that the project is already mine and instructed me to prepare the next steps." "What else needs to be prepared?" "I still need to gather 50,000 yuan for the bidding expenses." Yao Ling immediately "My cousin has already lent me the money." "Really?" "Yes, I've kept the money at home." "Your cousin is so good to you, we must repay her kindness in the future." "Indeed, indeed." Upon uttering these words, Zhu Bo felt a rush of embarrassment, but Yao Ling was, "You should deliver it to the company tomorrow to avoid any potential complications." "All right." With Zhu Bo's work situation finally stabilized, Yao Ling felt a sense of relief wash over her, as if she were emerging from the shadow of Yang Jian's assault and stepping into an entirely new environment. Women, by their very nature, possess a penchant for vanity, particularly those who are beautiful. They yearn to reside in a life of abundance, desiring to don luxurious attire, adorn themselves elegantly, and appear even more captivating. They relish being the center of attention in any setting, basking in the admiration and envious gazes of others. Chapter 124. A reward. This evening, Yao Ling intended to take advantage of Zhu Bo's good mood to lavish him with affection. After enduring numerous trials, it had been quite some time since she and Zhu Bo had been intimate. She wished to lull her daughter to sleep sooner, yet ever since the last fright from Yang Jianxi, the little girl had become inseparable from her mother, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity. Whenever Yao Ling rose to use the restroom, the child would awaken, expressing her fear of sleeping alone and insisting on accompanying her mother to the bathroom. In her attempts to reach Zhu Bo's bedroom, Yao Ling had already gotten out of bed 3 or 4 times, only to be halted by her daughter each time. Once she lay back down, Wu Xiaoya would inquire, "Mama, where are you going?" "Mama can't sleep," she replied. "Then tell me a story?" "It's quite late, you should go to sleep. You have kindergarten tomorrow, and if you doze..." "Why hasn't she come to kindergarten? Can you find her?" "Your godmother has gone far away, Mama can't find her for now." "Mama, will I ever see her again?" "Yes, you will." Deep down, she understood that Chen Bing had left for her own sake. To soothe Xiaoya to sleep, she felt compelled to weave a comforting lie. Countless times, she had questioned herself, where could Chen Bing possibly be now? She must despise and resent me deeply. After much coaxing, her daughter finally fell silent, and it was only at 1 in the morning that Wu Xiaoya sweetly drifted into slumber. Yao Ling quietly closed the door and stealthily slipped into Zhu Bo's bedroom. After shedding her nightgown, she slipped under the covers beside Zhu Bo, who, sensing a chill enveloping him in his dreams, suddenly awoke, turned on the light, and found his wife, Yao Ling, beside him. Taking the initiative, Yao Ling caressed her husband's body, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Darling, have you forgotten? It's been ages since we last completed our homework." Zhu Bo preferred to sleep in shorts, and Yao Ling's tender advances immediately After their intimate encounter, Zhu Bo lay back on the bed, lost in thought. My wife is so indulgent. Was she the same with Yang Jianxi in bed? Did he truly violate her? Noticing Zhu Bo's silence as he lay with his back to her, Yao Ling asked, "Darling, what are you thinking about?" Zhu Bo turned over and replied, "Nothing, dear. It's getting late, you should rest early." At that moment, 2 crystalline tears streamed from Zhu Bo's eyes, and Yao Ling, startled, asked, "What's wrong?" It's nothing, perhaps just a bit overwhelmed." Thus, Yao Ling quietly took a tissue and gently wiped away the traces of sorrow from her husband's face. Chapter 125. Bid opening. The following day, Zhu Bo delivered the 50,000 yuan he had obtained from Lu Xiaoying to the provincial construction company No. 3. Manager Gao and Minister Li regarded this individual as honest and trustworthy, and accordingly instructed the bidding department to Typically, the process of bidding for construction projects is initiated by the owner commissioning a bidding agency to conduct a public tender. Subsequently, the bidding agency organizes a qualification pre-assessment. Following this, the bidding entities prepare their bid documents in accordance. The bidding entities must then open their bids at the designated location and within the stipulated timeframe as specified in the tender documents. Post-bid opening, experts and the owner determine the candidates for the bid and publicly announce the shortlisted candidates, typically for a period of 3 days. During this announcement period, entities that have not been awarded the bid may lodge complaints or appeals with the Disciplinary Inspection Department. Once the announcement period concludes without any objections, the owner proceeds to notify the successful candidate for. After the winning entity pays the performance bond, a contract is formalized between the winning entity and the owner. Following the contract's execution, the winning entity mobilizes personnel and equipment to the site. Upon the arrival of the personnel and equipment, the owner commissions the supervisory department and the construction unit to conduct a review of the drawings, and subsequently releases an advance payment to the construction unit. The construction unit then prepares a construction organization design in accordance with the progress requirements and commences on-site construction. The construction unit strictly controls the project's progress and upon completion within the contractually stipulated timeframe, the owner, alongside supervisory personnel, conducts an on-site acceptance inspection until the project is ready for use. A metaphorical comparison is drawn between matchmaking tender announcement introducer bidding agency in-laws owner passing the in-laws test qualification pre-assessment bride price bid security deposit passing the friends test public announcement dating period announcement period establishing a relationship confirm lifelong commitment in accordance with the tender documents. The road and site leveling construction project in Mianqing New District was duly opened at the Provincial Construction Trading Center. Director Chow, General Manager Lin, a disciplinary inspector, and 2 personnel in uniform from representatives from 20 qualified entities submitted their sealed bid documents, each stamped with their official seal, to the staff at the podium, while the representatives awaited the announcement of the bid results in the hall. The first bid to be opened was for the first section, where each entity's quotation was announced on the projection screen. Once the personnel from the notarization department declared the bids valid, Director Chow announced the candidates for the bid, after which the attendees dispersed, followed by the Finally, for the fourth section, 5 representatives remained seated, with Zhu Bo and Minister Li sitting together, their nerves palpable. As the staff opened each entity's bid, the quotations from the 5 entities were displayed prominently on the large projector. When the personnel from the notarization department proclaimed the bids valid, Director Chow finally declared in a resounding voice, the winning bid for the fourth section of the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Construction Project is 2,328,000. After Director Chow took his seat, General Manager Lin stood up and announced, the bidding for the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Construction Project has concluded. Any inquiries during the announcement period can be directed to the relevant departments. At this moment, all representatives were well aware and began to rise and exit in succession. Zhu Bo looked gratefully at Director Chow and General Manager Lin, preparing to approach them to exchange pleasantries, yet they feigned not to recognize. To avoid drawing attention in the public eye, they left the Provincial Construction Trading Center with the personnel from the notarization department, walking with an air of nonchalance. As they descended the stairs, Minister Li smiled and said, "Congratulations, Boss Wu." Zhu Bo tightly grasped Minister Li's hand, overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly expressing his gratitude with fervent thank yous. Chapter 126 A family. Upon receiving the splendid news from Zhu Bo, both women were overwhelmed with joy. Yao Ling exclaimed over the phone, "We ought to express our heartfelt gratitude to your cousin and her husband. Could you possibly arrange for them to join us for a meal?" Lu Xiaoying, upon answer, "Just tell Zhu Bo to ensure that during the organization of personnel and equipment for the construction, the quality, safety, and progress of the project are maintained without blemishing my reputation." Yao Ling, since his wife had already made up her mind, it would be ungracious to hinder her sincere intentions. He thus replied, "All right, wait for me at the entrance of the construction bureau after you finish work. I will pick up Wu Xiaoya, and then we can head to your cousin's house together." He hurriedly informed Lu Xiaoying about their plans to visit her that evening, and after hanging up, she went to the market to purchase. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Chao Xiaoqiang returned home from school and, noticing his mother bustling about in the kitchen with an abundance of dishes laid out, inquired, "Mom, why are you preparing so many dishes? What occasion are we celebrating today?" "Take a guess," she replied. "Is it your birthday?" "Silly boy, my birthday is at the end of the year. Have you forgotten your mother's birthday? Then what is the joyful occasion? Guess again." Zhao Xiaoqiang scratched his head, regrettably stating, I still can't figure it out. I'll tell you. Wu Xiaoya and her family are coming to visit us. Which Wu Xiaoya? The little girl we took to dinner with Dad at Tangcheng Grand Hotel last time. You mean your cousins? However, since he is not here, they decided to come visit us instead. I don't understand the matters of adults, I only know that we should treat my little cousins. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Yao Ling, who was smiling and holding her daughter, with Zhu Bo standing behind them carrying a large bag. Xiaoqiang called out, Auntie, you're here. Please come in. Yao Ling urged Wu Xiaoya, quickly greet your brother. Wu Xiaoya, blushing, called out, brother. Xiaoqiang pulled her inside, saying, little sister, it's been a while since we last met. Do you still remember me? Lu Xiaoying emerged from the kitchen, donning an apron, and upon seeing the gifts in Zhu Bo's hands, remarked, you could have just come without bringing anything. Yao Ling smiled and replied, cousin, we have caused you so much trouble. It is only right to bring a small gift. As the saying goes, a light gift carries a heavy sentiment, please do not think poorly of our humble offerings. Oh, you need not worry about that, Lu Xiaoying said. Don T take it to heart. Yao Ling, oblivious to their exchange, encouraged her husband, indeed, your cousin is family, there is no need for such formality. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoqiang took Wu Xiaoya by the hand and approached the dining table, proclaiming loudly, Mom, we're absolutely starving, whatever you need to discuss can wait until after dinner, alright? To celebrate Zhu Bo's successful project bid, I prepared a simple meal for everyone to enjoy. Yao Ling, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, cousin, you've already put in so much effort, it is truly unnecessary for you to go to such expense. Oh, what are you saying? Lu Xiaoying laughed. Didn't you just say we are family? Are we not family? Zhu Bo thought, we are indeed family. Chapter 127. In celebration banquet. On the evening when Zhu Bo and his family visited Director Chao's residence, he had not actually departed from the provincial capital. Instead, he was at the Wangjiang International Hotel, partaking in a celebratory banquet hosted by Chairman Li of the Mianxing Construction Development Company, Ltd. In this bidding process, Mianxing Construction successfully secured the first segment of the road and site leveling construction project. To express gratitude for the favor shown by Vice Mayor Chen and Director Chao, Chairman Li and Xiaoli specifically arranged for Vice Mayor Chen to be brought from Mianxing to the provincial capital, where they had reserved a room for them at the Wangjiang International Hotel and arranged for a private dining room in the hotel's luxurious restaurant. Due to Secretary Wang of the provincial government having other engagements that evening, he could not attend the celebratory banquet for his cousin. Once the four individuals had settled at their respective places, Vice Mayor Chen commenced the proceedings with an opening address. Congratulations, Chairman Li, on your successful bid. Once the project is completed, you will again be making a significant contribution to the people of Mianxing. Not at all, this achievement is entirely due to the care and attention of both leaders. The primary reason lies in the formidable strength of your company, we merely lent a helping hand. It is precisely because of your assistance that our company has achieved such glorious success. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you both, and as is customary, we shall proceed accordingly. Chairman Li stated. The customary procedure he referred to involved allocating approximately 3% of the winning bid as a token of appreciation to the two leaders, meaning that both Vice Mayor Chen exchanged knowing glances with Director Chao, and they both smiled at one another. Director Chao remarked, I suppose there is no need for elaborate expressions of gratitude, let us simply enjoy this celebratory feast, shall we? Chairman Li instructed the server to open a bottle of Maotai, and Xiaoli personally poured the exquisite liquor into their small cups, instantly filling the private room with a rich aroma. In this circle, it was no secret that Xiaoli had become Director Chao's mistress. While pouring wine for Vice Mayor Chen, he glanced at Xiaoli and said, Old Chao is indeed fortunate to have met such a flower-like beauty as Xiaoli. She is the pride of Mianxing, yet, after so many years in Mianxing, I remain a solitary figure. Little Xiao, if you come across any suitable candidates, do not forget to introduce one to me, will you? Xiaoli replied, it's primarily because Vice Mayor Chen has such high standards, fearing he might look down upon girls like us. Director Chao interjected, Vice Mayor Chen, you must act swiftly. Among the leaders in your municipal government, who besides you is without a mistress? Vice Mayor Chen laughed heartily, such matters are not my forte, I hope to receive further guidance from everyone in the future. Xiaoli yet he shamelessly claims that seeking women is not his forte. Does he not feel any shame? Chairman Li remarked, Vice Mayor Chen is preoccupied with numerous affairs, leaving him little time to contemplate matters of the heart. Little Xiao, why don't you assist Vice Mayor Chen in this regard? Xiaoli set down the bottle and cheerfully replied, certainly, certainly. The atmosphere of the gathering was exceedingly harmonious, with far fewer formalities than on previous occasions, replaced in as they enjoyed one drink after another, having consumed 2 bottles of Maotai. Vice Mayor Chen finally suggested, "Shall we find another venue for our drinking?" Chairman Li responded, "I have already reserved a private room at the Let us dine and then proceed there for some entertainment." Chapter 128, Inebriation. As they exited the Wangjiang International Hotel, a few of them were already in a state of mild inebriation. Chairman Li instructed the driver, who had been waiting in the parking lot below, to bring the car around, intending to invite Director Chow to accompany them. However, Director Chow insisted on driving his own vehicle. Concerned for Lao Chow's well-being, Jolie decided to ride with him. After just a few intersections, Director Chow was pulled over by a traffic officer for running a red light. Upon requesting his driver's license and vehicle registration, the officer discovered that he was driving under the influence. According to traffic regulations, anyone caught driving while intoxicated must be detained. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jolie hastily called Chairman Li, who had just arrived at the base of Causeway Bay. After receiving Jolie's call, Chairman Li contacted his cousin, Secretary Wang, to explain the circumstances. The Secretary Wang promptly informed the traffic police chief, who then instructed the officers to release Director Chow. Upon receiving the chief's directive, the officer bowed respectfully to Director Chow, saying, "I apologize, Director Chow, I was unaware it was you and have inconvenienced you." "No problem, young comrade, your diligence in your duties will surely lead to a promising future," Director Chow replied graciously. The officer immediately rendered a salute, exclaiming, "Thank you for your kind words, Director Chow." The matter was resolved in a mere 10 minutes, a testament to Secretary Wang's efficiency in handling affairs. Once back in the car, Jolie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon their arrival at the Causeway Bay nightclub, the hostess guided them into the Heaven on Earth private room, where Vice Mayor Chen inquired with genuine concern, "Lao Chow, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Director Chow responded. Chairman Li complimented, "Director Chow is truly blessed and will undoubtedly turn this predicament into an opportunity." Aware of the implications behind those words, Director Chow felt a twinge of embarrassment as Jolie pulled him down onto the sofa beside her. Vice Mayor Chen and Chairman Li were accompanied by exquisite beauties, hand-picked models from the Madam of Causeway Bay. As he gazed at the enchanting women, Director Chow felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. Jolie playfully whispered in his ear, "Are you tempted? Would you like to have one for yourself?" Director Chow feigned seriousness, retorting, "Nonsense. Don't be shy." Vice Mayor Chen, noticing their whispered exchange, approached with a glass of liquor and asked, "What secrets are you two sharing that can't be discussed at home?" Director Chow raised his glass, and they all drank heartily. With beautiful women by their side, Vice Mayor Chen's spirits soared. Bathed in soft lighting and amidst the ambience of song and dance, they indulged in the company of the lovely ladies, consuming glass after glass of liquor. Following his encounter with the traffic officer, Director Chow's mood had soured, but he soon loosened up and drank heartily. By the time the festivities began to wind down, he was already intoxicated. Jolie assisted him downstairs, directing Chairman Li's driver to take them back to the Wangjiang International Hotel. They used their room key to access room 1214. Once inside, Director Chow promptly expelled the contents of his stomach onto the floor. Jolie hurriedly guided him to the bathroom, giving him a quick rinse before leading him into the bedroom. Fortunately, this was a luxurious suite, with a living room outside and the bedroom within. Otherwise, the air in the bedroom would have been unbearable. After Jolie summoned a staff member to clean the mess, she retreated to the bathroom for a shower. The water gushed from the faucet like needles, splashing everywhere as Jolie immersed her bare body in the warm stream. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, prompting her to rise and answer it. Chairman Li stumbled in, inebriated, and asked, "How is Director Chow?" She softly replied, "He's fine," he returned, "was sick, and has gone to sleep in the bedroom." Gazing at the stunning beauty before him, Chairman Li lost all restraint under the influence of alcohol. Impulsively, he pulled Jolie into an embrace, to which she hastily pushed him away, saying, "Chairman, he's in the bedroom, you mustn't do this." "What are you afraid of? You are mine after all. Had it not been for his presence, it would be me spending the night with you." Jolie shushed him with her finger to her lips, signaling him to lower his voice. Stealthily, she closed the bedroom door behind her. Chairman Li's eyes, smoldering with desire, pierced through her, leaving Jolie feeling as if she were being lashed by a whip of longing. They entirely disregarded Director Chow's presence in the bedroom, forgetting to retreat to Chairman Lee's room. After a while, Chairman Lee lifted Jolie's limp form and carried her to the living room sofa, where the fervor of their desires overwhelmed all else. Chapter 129. The Revelry. Director Chow was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. Feeling dizzy and parched instinctively, he reached out to touch the familiar presence of Xiaoli, who usually shared his bed, only to find the space beside him empty. As he opened his eyes, the reality of his surroundings became clear. He was in a hotel room, his mind still lingered on the vivid memories of his drinking escapades with Vice Mayor Chen and Chairman Lee in Causeway Bay, yet he could not recall how he had arrived at the hotel. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a woman mewling in the living room, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiaoli's voice. "Why is she still awake?" he muttered to himself, giving his head a light thump in an effort to clear his mind. Feeling somewhat more alert, he stumbled out of the bedroom and into the living room, where the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. He beheld Chairman Lee entwined with Xiaoli on the sofa, her arms draped around his neck. "Ah!" Director Chow, now fully awake, could not help but exclaim. Xiaoli, startled by his presence, widened her sultry eyes and hastily pushed Chairman Lee off her, who, fumbling with his trousers, turned to see Director Chow and stammered, "Chow." "Director Chow, you're up?" Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Director Chow replied, It's fine, you may continue." Xiaoli quickly donned her nightgown, her cheeks flushed, and sat in silence on the sofa, her head bowed. Director Chow shot her a furious glare before retreating into the bathroom without a backward glance. Once inside, Chairman Lee, sensing the tension, muttered something to the still-dazed Xiaoli before making a hasty exit from their room. When Director Chow emerged from the bathroom, his anger palpable, he found that Chairman Lee had already departed. He approached Xiaoli furiously and delivered a sharp slap across her face, bellowing, "You wretched harlot, keep your distance. I never wish to see you again." Still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked her hard. Provoked by his actions, Xiaoli sprang to her feet, her voice rising in indignation. "Who the hell do you think you are to curse and hit me? I'll hit you and curse you as I please." "What of it?" he retorted. "What am I to you? You have no right to dictate my life." Director Chow lunged at her, intent on striking again. This time, Xiaoli resisted, and the two began to grapple fiercely in the living room. Their tumultuous struggle drew the attention of Vice Mayor Chen, who, accompanied by the model he had brought from the nightclub, hurried to their door and knocked. "Old Chow, as a man, you should show a bit of restraint towards Xiao Chow. What's the point of escalating things? Surely, there's a better way to resolve your issues. Ask this vile woman what she has done before me." Director Chow barked, while Xiaoli continued to wail, her head buried in her hands. The model attempted to console her, saying, "Sister Chow, please stop crying. Brother Chow has probably had too much to drink, don't take it to heart." Realizing the gravity of her actions and unwilling to mention her indiscretions with Chairman Lee in front of the model, Xiaoli ceased her tears and retreated to the bedroom to sleep. Vice Mayor Chen, oblivious to the underlying tensions, offered Director Chow some words of caution regarding public perception before leading the model back to his own room. Chairman Lee, understanding the cause of the altercation between Director Chow and Xiaoli, chose to remain absent, fearing his presence would only exacerbate the situation. "I'll explain things once Director Chow has calmed down," he thought. "What can one say in such a predicament? The best course of action is to remain silent and observe how events unfold." Chairman Lee stayed hidden until he heard Vice Mayor Chen's attempts to quell the commotion next door, at which point he nervously took a hot shower and went to bed. Director Chow, however, sat in the living room, unable to close his eyes throughout the night, the marks left by Xiaoli's nails still stinging on his skin. And since becoming involved with her, he had fallen deeply in love, even contemplating divorce to be with her exclusively. He had intended to purchase a home in the provincial city in her name once he received the funds from Chairman Lee, but never did he anticipate that Xiaoli would betray him so brazenly beneath his very nose. Her actions had dealt a severe blow to his pride. If it had been another man instead of Chairman Lee, would she not have bedded him too, he pondered. With such a significant age difference between us, if she can betray me now, what might the future hold? This woman is far too treacherous. It is best that I distance myself from her. After much contemplation, Director Chow concluded that the women outside were unreliable, and that his loyal wife was the better choice after all. Yet, he was troubled by the thought of returning home with the marks left by Xiaoli's claws. How could he possibly explain that to his wife? Chapter 130 of The Mediator. The following day, Xiaoli emerged from her bedroom with swollen, red eyes, her body still bearing the bruises from Director Chow's violent outburst. She approached him nonchalantly, a hint of sorrow in her voice as she inquired, "Darling, why haven't you returned to the bedroom to rest?" "Who are you calling darling?" he retorted. "I understand you're speaking in anger. It is not as if I haven't been in your presence with others before. I know that time was mutual consent, but this time, I was in the wrong. I vow never to betray you again. Spare me your words, Jolly. I've made up my mind, we shall part ways. Gently, Jolly pushed him, pleading, darling, please don't jest with me. Director Chow removed her hand firmly and stated, I speak the truth, we shall no longer have any dealings with one another. Is that really so? Indeed. With wide eyes, Jolly asked, you wish to rid yourself of me? It is not about ridding myself of you. It is that I believe there is no longer a need for our relationship. Could you truly be so heartless? It is not a matter of heartlessness, it is that your behavior has been excessive. Having never witnessed such seriousness from Director Chow, Jolly burst into tears, lamenting, after all this time together, you say you will cast me aside just like that? It is not so simple. What do you intend to do? Jolly ceased her weeping and declared, since you have made your decision, a separation is acceptable, but you must compensate me for the loss of my youth. And how much do you seek? 500,000, not a penny less. What if I refuse to pay you? You may refuse, but I implore you not to regret it later. Director Chow, taken aback by Jolly's brazen demands, retorted, you lascivious and greedy woman, let me make it abundantly clear. Do not expect to receive a single cent from me. Having said that, Director Chow finished his grooming in the bathroom, closed the door, and exited room 1214 of the Wangjiang International Hotel, leaving Jolly in a state of shock. When Chairman Li entered, Director Chow had already departed the hotel. Driving back to Mianqing alone, Jolly recounted to him in detail the events that transpired after Chairman Li left their room. After listening to Jolly's account, Chairman Li inquired, if Director Chow insists on ending things, what do you plan to do? Jolly clenched her teeth and replied, I will make him pay. You should reconsider. You are still young. Do not let a moment of impulse ruin your future. His actions are so ruthless, and he seems indifferent. What have I to fear? Chairman Li urged her, please, think this through. There is nothing left to contemplate. Observing Jolly's resolute demeanor, Chairman Li sensed the gravity of the situation. Unable to confront Director Chow directly due to the potential repercussions for himself and Vice Mayor Chen, he decided to involve Vice Mayor Chen in the matter. He entered Vice Mayor Chen's hotel room and asked the model to step out to allow for a private conversation. Once she had left, Chairman Li hesitated before saying, Vice Mayor Chen, I require your assistance with a matter. What is it? Speak freely. It pertains to the altercation between Jolly and Director Chow last night. What does their fight have to do with you? Actually, this situation is a consequence of my actions. Chairman Li struggled to articulate his thoughts, prompting Vice Mayor Chen to press, just say what you mean. There is no need to stammer. His face flushed, he confessed, in truth, Jolly was once my mistress. It was only due to the municipal government's office building project that I reluctantly let her go to Director Chow. And what of it? Last night, having consumed some alcohol, I lost control and ended up in the living room of Jolly and Director Chow's suite. You were caught by Director Chow, weren't you? Chairman Li nodded, mortified as he admitted, we thought he was deeply asleep. Little did we know he caught us while on his way to the restroom. Say no more, I understand everything. Upon learning the truth, Vice Mayor Chen scolded him harshly. Your actions in this matter are utterly disloyal. As the saying goes, one must not wrong a friend's wife, especially when you have a request of Director Chow. How can you expect me to mediate this situation? Chairman Li lamented, I am a fool. I truly am. Regardless of your past with Jolly, you should never have engaged in such behavior in Director Chow's room. It is akin to slapping someone in the face. What man could endure such an affront? Vice Mayor Chen, given that the deed is done, is there any way to remedy this? I do not know. I will speak with Director Chow and hope he prioritizes the greater good. He pulled out his phone and promptly dialed Director Chow's number. Old Chow, where are you now? I have returned to Miancheng. Please wait at home. I have matters to discuss with you. Are you referring to Jolly? Not entirely, there are certain things best discussed in person. Very well, I shall await your return. After paying the model in Vice Mayor Chen's room with a fee of 1,500 yuan for the night, Chairman Li hastily checked out. On the way back to Miancheng, the three sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. As the driver remained present upon arriving at Director Chow's dormitory, Vice Mayor Chen instructed Chairman Li and the driver to wait downstairs while he took Jolly to Director Chow's room. Director Chow was asleep at home when he heard a knock at the door. He quickly arose and opened it. Vice Mayor Chen entered the living room, with a blushing Jolly closely following. Director Chow warmly ushered Vice Mayor Chen to the sofa, while Jolly, albeit reluctantly, prepared a cup of tea for him. Vice Mayor Chen, what brings you here? One does not visit without purpose. I have come to return someone to you. Thank you for your trouble, Vice Mayor Chen. Old Chow, young people make mistakes, it is nothing that cannot be forgiven and Jolly is a good girl. You must cherish her. Director Chow nodded vigorously, yes, yes. In earnest tones, Vice Mayor Chen addressed Director Chow, a boat can carry both passengers and cargo, you must tread carefully. Vice Mayor Chen, your criticism is valid. I shall certainly reflect on our relationship. As the saying goes, couples should not harbor grudges overnight, you two should have a proper discussion. Vice Mayor Chen glanced at his watch and remarked, it is getting late. I shall not impose further. After Vice Mayor Chen departed, Director Chow shot Jolly a fierce glare before retreating to his room to sleep. Through this incident, Director Chow came to a stark realization. Jolly was merely a pawn in Chairman Li's game, a ticking time bomb placed beside him, capable of detonating at any moment and endangering his very existence. Chapter 131. A man's pride. On that fateful night at the Wangjiang International Hotel, Jolly not only brought humiliation to him but also inflicted wounds upon his pride as a man. Particularly, her audacious demand for 500,000 as compensation for lost youth left him disillusioned with her. Her brazen enlistment of Vice Mayor Chen on her behalf further exposed her shamelessness. He resolved to gradually distance himself from her, extinguishing any lingering illusion she might harbor. Thus, apart from attending social gatherings, he dined out alone each evening, remaining in his office until late before returning home, and made it a point to visit his provincial home every week. He maintained an icy demeanor towards Jolly. Despite her captivating beauty, he never laid a finger on her. Should she venture into his room seeking intimacy, he would reprimand her with disdain. Get away, you shameless creature. Do not come seeking me again, better return to your old lover. Initially, Jolly took his outburst as mere anger and chose not to confront him, but as time passed, she sensed the gravity of the situation. One evening, she confronted him, her voice raised. What do you truly mean? Do you really wish for me to leave? Do you think it necessary for us to continue living together? He replied coldly. You may manage as you see fit. Jolly insisted. I reiterate, if you refuse, you shall pay for your actions, and do not say I did not warn you. Director Chow retorted indifferently, it is I who would regret living with a woman like you. Disillusioned with the older man, Jolly packed her belongings in a fury and stormed out of his room. Fearing repercussions from this young woman, Director Chow had recorded their conversation on his mobile phone. After Jolly exited, she called Chairman Li. What do you want? He inquired. I have moved out from Director Chow's. Then you should return to the single dormitory for now. Do you think I can go back to that place and become the subject of ridicule? What then? Your actions have directly led to my breakup with Director Chow, and you must take responsibility for this. How do you expect me to be responsible? At the very least, find me an apartment where I can stay for the time being. If you live alone in an apartment, what will the other employees think? Please do not put me in a difficult position. As the company president, you surely have the authority to allocate an apartment? I do, but what? Chairman Li deliberately diverted the topic, dismissively stating, I am currently very busy. We can discuss housing matters later. Is there anything else you need? Infuriated by Chairman Li's dismissive tone, Jolly hung up. In truth, Chairman Li's words were calculated. He feared offending Director Chow and recognized Jolly's cunning in her declaration of making him pay the price. He understood that maintaining an ambiguous relationship with her could lead to complications, as the more she knew, the more vulnerable he would become. Aware that Jolly had lost her utility after parting from Director Chow, he adopted a demeanor of cold indifference towards her. With her suitcase in hand, she wandered aimlessly through the vibrant streets, amidst the bustling crowd, until fatigue overcame her. She hailed a taxi, and the driver asked, Miss, where would you like to go at this late hour? Just find me a hotel, she replied. Certainly. The driver took her to the Mianqing Hotel, where a young attendant helped her with her suitcase, checked her into a room, and escorted her directly to her accommodations. Jolly lay fully clothed on the hotel bed, her mind in turmoil, her head buzzing, and a dull ache in her heart rendering her unable to sleep. She reminisced about her arrival at Mianqing Construction Corporation after graduating from university, how she had aided Chairman Li in expanding his business, and how he had willingly handed her over to Director Chow to secure the relocation project of the municipal government office building. She recalled how Director Chow had fervently professed his willingness to sacrifice everything for her in bed. Now, all their vows had transformed into lies, and she repeatedly questioned herself, are all men in this world so hypocritical? Having endured the pain of being abandoned by her boyfriend, Jolly now tasted once more the bitterness of being toyed with. At that moment, the duplicitous faces of Director Chow and Chairman Lee alternated in her mind, filling her with revulsion. She felt as though she had squandered her youth in the hands of these two older men, a notion that left her filled with regret. Rising from the bed, she opened her suitcase and retrieved a savings book, relieved to find over 100,000 yuan in savings, money she had extracted from both Chairman Lee and Director Chow. It seems I can no longer remain in Miancheng. I must seek opportunities along the coast until I find suitable employment. This money will sustain me for quite some time, she pondered. No, these wealthy and powerful men are not to be trifled with. If I depart quietly, won't that be too lenient on them? I shall not let them off the hook. I will ensure that these corrupt officials face justice. Thus, Jolly took pen and paper from Chapter 132 Whistleblowing in the Miancheng New District. Following the successful bid for the fourth section of the earthworks construction project, Zhu Bo promptly collaborated with manager Gao from the Provincial Construction Company No. 3 to finalize a contract for the undertaking. In accordance with the pre-bid agreement, Zhu Bo secured approximately 16 million yuan for the construction without having to remit any management fees to the company. Under the unified arrangements of the project manager from Provincial Construction Company No. 3, he swiftly organized personnel and machinery to enter the site. Upon receiving the advance payment for the project, Zhu Bo disbursed 150,000 yuan to fulfill his promise to manager Gao. Consequently, the project Zhu Bo undertook garnered substantial support from Provincial Construction Company No. 3, and the progress was remarkably smooth. To facilitate business communications, he also allocated over 100,000 yuan from the advance payment to purchase a domestically manufactured Hyundai sedan. One day, after ensuring that everything on the construction site was in order, he returned home to pick up Yao Ling and their daughter, driving to Yao Ling's hometown to bring her parents back to the provincial capital. Upon understanding his intentions, the elderly couple felt immense joy to witness their son-in-law finally making strides in his career and willingly agreed to come to the provincial capital to assist their daughter and granddaughter. Yao Ling's parents, having surpassed their 70s with graying hair, were inherently kind-hearted. Among their 4 children, Yao Ling was their third, cherished as their prized possession, and they had showered her with affection since childhood. With Zhu Bo's departure, their daughter enjoyed the comfort of having her parents drop her off and pick her up from kindergarten, and she could relish her mother's home-cooked meals, which naturally alleviated her burdens. Zhu Bo left 100,000 yuan at home as a reserve, lifting any financial strain from Yao Ling. Although she appeared carefree on the surface, her heart felt an emptiness due to her accustomed daily life with her husband. In gratitude for Lu Xiaoying's kindness, Zhu Bo occasionally drove back from Miancheng to rendezvous with her. He had prepared several times to return her money, yet Lu Xiaoying always insisted, "Your project isn't completed yet, and there are many expenses to cover. I am not in need at the moment, let us discuss it again once your project is finished." Zhu Bo felt deep appreciation for this understanding lover, vowing, "Regardless of how my future unfolds, I must repay her kindness." The only way he felt he could reciprocate was through physical satisfaction, thus he exerted himself during their encounters at hotels or her residence. Recently, Director Chow had been returning home every Friday afternoon without fail, displaying an unusual concern for his wife, and at night, he would insist on intimacy with his wife, leaving Lu Xiaoying perplexed. What has come over old Chow? He used to be indifferent, but now he is so fervent. Whenever this occurred, Director Chow merely chuckled foolishly. However, the more he behaved this way, the more guilt Lu Xiaoying felt. She pondered, "My husband works so hard, yet I am betraying him. This is profoundly unfair." Thus, during their moments of intimacy, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to him. Nevertheless, as a man nearing 50, Director Chow's desires, however strong, could not rival the vigor and energy of the youthful Zhu Bo lying beside her husband. She often compared him to Zhu Bo and found her experiences with Zhu Bo to be more exhilarating and pleasurable. Desire is a peculiar beast. It lingers around your body, responding to your summons, yet can also be dismissed at will. When you do not seek it, it retreats far away. Desire knows no shame or hierarchy. When one is famished for it, it ignites like a pile of dry kindling, fueling a more fervent blaze. Thus, infidelity or extramarital affairs may arise. In our era, rife with temptation, the ethical and moral standards between men and women have lost much of their weight. A man can become corrupt with wealth, while a woman can attain riches through her moral decline. People have gradually become accustomed to a lifestyle and societal structure that laughs at the poor but not at the courtesan. Chapter 133. Double regulation. One day, the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission received a signed letter of accusation from a woman named Xiao Li. The contents of the letter are as follows: Esteemed leaders of the commission, my name is Xiao Li. After graduating from university, I took up a position at Miancheng Construction Development Company, Limited, where I serve as the secretary to Chairman Li. Shortly after joining the company, Chairman Li, abusing his power, At the end of last year, in order to successfully bid for the Mianqing City Government Office Building construction project, Chairman Li, through the introduction of Deputy Mayor Chen of the city government, became acquainted with Director Chow. While we were singing at the Dihao nightclub, he instructed me to seduce Director Chow of the construction bureau. After Director Chow succumbed, he exploited his position to award the project to Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited, receiving a kickback of 500,000 yuan. From that point on, I became Director Chow's mistress and moved into his residence. 2 months ago, during the bidding process for the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Construction Project, Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited secured the first segment of the project. The fourth segment was awarded to Zhu Bo, the cousin of Director Chow's wife, who bid under the license of Provincial Construction Company No. 3. After winning the bid, Chairman Li invited Deputy Mayor Chen to join him in celebrating with Director Chow, who was in the provincial capital for the bidding. They gathered at the Wangjiang International Hotel for a celebratory feast. During the banquet, Chairman Li told the two leaders to follow the usual practice, which meant providing each of them with a kickback of 50,000 yuan. That very night, taking advantage of Director Chow's inebriation and deep slumber, Chairman Li attempted to assault me, but was interrupted by Director Chow. Following a confrontation, Director Chow vented his anger on me, ejecting me from his abode. The aforementioned events are entirely truthful. Should any part of my account be found to lack veracity, I am willing to bear legal responsibility and submit myself to the scrutiny of the disciplinary inspection authorities. Whistleblower Xiao Li. Date month year 2008. In response, the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission immediately organized a special task force to Mianqing and instructed the Mianqing Disciplinary Inspection Committee to cooperate with their investigation. Director Chow was placed under double regulation, and Deputy Mayor Chen underwent a preliminary inquiry, his position also hanging by a thread during the investigation. Chairman Li adamantly insisted that his relationship with Deputy Mayor Chen and Director Chow was purely ordinary, dismissing any allegations of economic dealings or bribery as utterly preposterous. Director Chow, aware that the accusations were penned by Xiao Li, vehemently denied any personal connection with Chairman Li during the inquiry. When questioned, "Did you receive 50,000 yuan from Chairman Li of Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited during the bidding process for the city government office building?" he replied, "No." After Mianqing Construction Development Company, Limited successfully secured the first segment of the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Construction Project, did you and Deputy Mayor Chen partake in a celebratory feast at the Wangjiang International Hotel hosted by Chairman Li? That was not a celebratory feast. It was merely a dinner arranged when Chairman Li came to discuss work with Deputy Mayor Chen. At that time, did Chairman Li mention following the usual practice, implying he was prepared to provide you with 50,000? What usual practice? I am unaware of such. Seeing his steadfast denial, the investigators shifted the topic, asking, "Are you acquainted with a woman named Xiao Li?" "Yes, she is Chairman Li's secretary." "Did you cohabit with her?" Director Chow retorted, "Is this kind of private matter within your purview? We are merely inquiring casually. Due to her unit lacking housing, she temporarily resided with me." "Why then did she move out?" After a moment of contemplation, Director Chow responded, "It was because she attempted to extort me. When I refused, she chose to leave." "You claim she extorted you. Do you possess any evidence?" "Indeed." "Where is it?" "In the recorded audio on my phone, you may verify it." The investigators opened his phone, and the following conversation played. "Do you think we still need to continue living together? If you believe there is no need for further development, when will you return my money?" "What money?" "The 500,000 yuan for my lost youth?" "I have already stated, I do not owe you a single cent." "Do as you see fit." "I reiterate, you may refuse, but you will pay for your actions. Do not regret it when the time comes." Chapter 134 of the Transfer of Illicit Funds. Upon learning of Director Chow's predicament, Zhu Bo hastily informed Lu Xiaoying, cautioning her, "Should anyone inquire about me, you must absolutely deny our acquaintance, and refrain from mentioning that I am associated with you." Lu Xiaoying, filled with concern, asked, "Is that really necessary?" Zhu Bo replied, "In today's society, honesty may lead to leniency, but ignorance can lead to severe consequences. You must swiftly transfer all cash and savings accounts to Yao Ling for safekeeping. If anyone questions whether Director Chow has taken money to your home, you should respond affirmatively, stating it was merely his salary. For all other matters, feign complete ignorance." Not long after hanging up, Yao Ling called. "Has something happened to Director Chow? How did you find out?" "Your cousin informed me, mentioning she would soon transfer her money and savings accounts to me." I instructed her to do so. Please ensure you safeguard her funds. If anyone asks if you know Director Chow and his wife, deny it. Alright, but you must exercise caution as well. Rest assured, I can manage the situation outside. Once everything was settled, Zhu Bo remained remarkably composed when questioned by the investigators. What is your relationship with Director Chow? Which Director Chow are you referring to? Do not try to obfuscate. There are several directors Chow in Mianqing, surely you must know that? Are you speaking of the director of the construction bureau? Indeed, what is your connection? Zhu Bo shook his head, stating, he does not know me, but we are both acquainted with him. Then how did you acquire the contract for the fourth lot of the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Project? The fourth lot of the Mianqing New District Road and Site Leveling Project was awarded to the Provincial Construction Company No. 3. I am merely a labor subcontractor under them. I hardly possess the capability to undertake such a significant project. Why then did they subcontract the project to you? I have consistently worked as a labor subcontractor for them and have signed a labor contracting agreement. After presenting the labor contracting agreement signed with Provincial Construction Company No. 3 for the investigators' review, he added, if you doubt my words, you may inquire with Manager Gao of the Provincial Construction Company. He has also signed it. As the investigators found themselves unable to extract any information from him, one remarked, I will thoroughly investigate your case, I hope you are speaking the truth. Then I kindly ask you to conduct a diligent investigation. After escorting the investigators away from the construction site, Zhu Bo called both Lu Xiaoying and his wife to reaffirm their arrangement. During his conversation with Lu Xiaoying, fearing his phone might be monitored, he deliberately used a public telephone booth. When the investigators arrived at Lu Xiaoying's residence, she had already followed Zhu Bo's instructions to transfer her funds. The investigators conducted a meticulous search of her home but found nothing. Director Chow had been detained at the provincial prosecutor's office for nearly 2 months, confined to a room with no freedom beyond basic necessities. His phone had also been confiscated, severing his connection to the outside world. During the 2 months of his detention, the work of the Construction Bureau was temporarily overseen by Section Chief Lu. Despite extensive inquiries, no financial misconduct on Director Chow's part was uncovered. Furthermore, with Chairman Li's cousin, Secretary Wang, active in the province, and the absence of any witnesses, the investigation was hastily concluded. However, due to his long-standing cohabitation with Xiao Li, which raised personal conduct concerns, Director Chow was dismissed from his position as head of the Mianqing Construction Bureau and returned to the Provincial Construction Department as an ordinary civil servant. Feeling wronged, he submitted a resignation letter to the Construction Department, which was promptly approved by the leadership. Shortly after the resolution of Director Chow's case, the Provincial Organization Department issued a transfer order, appointing Vice Mayor Chen to serve as acting mayor in another city. Not only was he not demoted, but he was also promoted a level higher. Following her submission of a report to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Xiao Li promptly traveled south to Shenzhen. However, she could not have anticipated that her decision to report Director Chow and others would result in her own downfall. After reconciling, Director Chow and Chairman Li utilized the recorded conversations between Xiao Li and Director Chow, along with her submitted report, to file a lawsuit against her for false accusation in the Mianqing Intermediate People's Court. The court swiftly accepted the case, and the police soon apprehended Xiao Li in Shenzhen. When the court sentenced her to 1 year and 6 months for false accusation, she fainted in a fit of rage. She attempted to appeal, yet each time her appeal was rejected, upholding the original sentence. Is there any justice left in this world? This delicate flower of a woman wept in despair, her spirit utterly shattered. Zhu Bo and his wife returned the 50,000 yuan in cash and 150,000 yuan in savings accounts, which Lu Xiaoying had entrusted to them, to her, leaving Director Chow filled with gratitude. As they parted, he grasped Zhu Bo's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Thank you, you are truly our savior." Zhu Bo replied, "You flatter me, without you, I would not be where I am today. We ought to be thanking you." Witnessing this exchange, Lu Xiaoying was moved to tears. Since their encounter at the Tangcheng Grand Hotel, Yao Ling, though lacking fondness for Director Chow, felt her eyes moisten. After Director Chow's resignation, the couple resumed their previous life. One day, after a tender moment in a hotel, "We can no longer continue this clandestine affair, will you always be mine?" Zhu Bo, with tears in his eyes, replied, "I will." As they parted, they embraced tightly, each shedding tears. Soon, Director Chow's family purchased a new apartment in the provincial city, moving out of the construction department. In an effort to quell her dormant desires, Lu Xiaoying did not disclose their new address to Zhu Bo, nor did she share her new phone number. Thus, the two families lost all contact. Chapter 135 Longing. A philosopher once remarked that one can never step into the same river twice. Having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce, Jubo has thoroughly experienced the vicissitudes of human relationships and the harsh realities of life. He profoundly realizes how arduous his journey to this point has been. At this pivotal moment in his life, he must seize the opportunity to carve out a successful path for his future. As the saying goes, when a person leaves, the tea cools, and historically, there has been the adage, it is pleasant to rest beneath a great tree. Although Director Chow's great tree has fallen, Jubo must. The only way forward is to work diligently and conduct himself with sincerity and integrity. Jubo immerses himself wholeheartedly in the construction project, rising early and toiling late alongside the workers. Whenever he receives the project payment, aside from organizing the regular material expenses, he distributes every last penny to the laborers. His reputation on the construction site is exemplary. He is a man of his word, humble in demeanor, and possesses a kind-hearted nature. Having just embarked on a new industry, he must start from scratch. In terms of technical knowledge, he humbly learns from the on-site technicians. In management, he diligently follows the unified directives of the project manager from Provincial Construction Company No. 3. He maintains an amicable relationship with the on-site supervisors assigned by the owner, occasionally engaging in a game of mahjong with them, not only to alleviate the monotony of his time in Mianqing but also to foster camaraderie that may afford him leniency in measurements and inspections. Outside of regular social engagements, Jubo never frequents places of ill repute such as dance halls or nightclubs. He believes that succumbing to temptations of the flesh would undoubtedly jeopardize the hard-won prospects of his career. Shortly after Director Chow's departure, Director Liu was appointed as the head of the Mianqing Construction Bureau. During Director Chow's tenure, Jubo had previously gifted him 100,000 yuan after securing the fourth bid section, establishing a connection between them. Though Director Chow is gone, Liu still extends his patronage to Jubo during festive seasons. Jubo purchases extravagant gifts for Director Liu. After tasting the benefits, Liu begins to view him with newfound esteem. Thus, Jubo has never faced any difficulties regarding project funding from Provincial Construction Company No. 3. Before long, Jubo earns the respect of owners, supervisors, and company leaders alike, and his career begins to flourish. With a stable routine and financial security, his health improves, and his vitality is renewed. Yet, as the saying goes, humans are not mere plants, who can be devoid of emotion. In the stillness of the night, he cannot help but reminisce about his wife, his lover Lu Xiaoying, and his kind-hearted sister Chen Bing. Now, both women have vanished from his life, and his wife Yao Ling no longer stands by his side, leaving him engulfed in profound loneliness. He feels an enduring sense of guilt towards Lu Xiaoying, who had invested her deep affection and lofty hopes in him. For his sake, Lu Xiaoying willingly sacrificed over 100,000 yuan to support his endeavors, yet before he could express his gratitude, or even repay her a single penny, she had already distanced herself from his life. I cannot bring her happiness, so I wish her eternal joy and bliss instead. With no knowledge of Lu Xiaoying's whereabouts, Jubo can only pray for her silently within his heart. At times, he suddenly recalls Chen Bing, repeatedly calling her name from the depths of his heart. Chen Bing, where are you now? Are you well? Do you know that I hope to see you before my eyes every day? Let me tell you, I have successfully taken on the Mianqing engineering project, and I am thriving here. Please bless me. Come to Mianqing. Do you realize how I long for that romantic night we shared at the Mianqing Hotel? Each time Jubo awakens from his dreams, he finds his eyes damp with tears and a sense of wistfulness enveloping him. He wonders how long this feeling will linger and whether he will ever cross paths with Chen Bing again in his brief existence. Thus, he searches ceaselessly online for traces of the wounded woman, perhaps because she has ceased to be wounded, finding happiness in distancing herself from their world. In the illusory realm of the internet, he hopes for a serendipitous encounter, yearning for a beautiful reunion. He longs to dial her number, to feel her distant breath in a strange city. When her radiant smile flickers across the mysterious computer screen, her delicate fingers dance upon the familiar keyboard, and those trembling words have long melted his restless heart. In the solitude of the night, he watches over the dreams that have infiltrated his slumber. Upon waking, he realizes he is adrift in a desolate room. He attempts to sprout wings and soar, to share the joy of meeting her atop the clouds. If distance were to vanish and cities became no longer remote, he would carry his longing for her amidst the vast sea of humanity, seeking a collision of souls. As Jubo completes the verses of his poem, Fulfilling Dreams, his eyes brim with tears. Chapter 136 The Fox Borrowing the Tiger's Might. The advertising draft for Huafeng Group, meticulously crafted and completed by Zhang Jia and Yao Ling of Xiqing Advertising Company, was entrusted entirely to the printing factory overseen by Director Huang. On the day of delivery, to express gratitude for Manager Wang's generosity, Director Huang once again extended an invitation to him and Yao Ling to partake in an evening of revelry at Tangcheng Grand Hotel. Yao Ling, apprehensive that visiting such a place might rekindle the memories of her initial clandestine rendezvous with Manager Wang, deliberately declined, stating, "I have prior commitments this evening and shall not be able to join your gathering." Manager Wang, puzzled, inquired, "Director Huang has specifically requested your presence. You wouldn't want to disappoint his earnest intentions, would you?" Yao Ling was acutely aware that beyond dining, drinking, and playing mahjong, Director Huang's intentions included a substantial kickback of at least 10,000 yuan. However, her circumstances had shifted significantly, with her husband Zhu Bo earning a considerable income. Such a sum had become trivial in her eyes. Thus, she replied, "Please convey to Director Huang that I appreciate his thoughtful gesture, but I truly cannot attend this evening." Manager Wang pressed on, "Did not your husband go to Mianqing for work? Your daughter is under the care of your parents. What compelling matter could possibly prevent you from attending?" After a moment's hesitation, Yao Ling candidly confessed, "To be frank, the mere recollection of our foolish antics that night at Tangcheng Grand Hotel fills me with guilt, and I feel terribly remorseful towards my husband." "Shall we consider an alternative location?" he suggested. "I believe that Zhang Jia deserves recognition for her contribution to this advertising draft. We ought to include her, and Director Huang should provide her with a token of appreciation." "Let me first discuss it with Director Huang," he replied. "Very well." With that, she approached her desk, inserting a set of keys into the drawer, when she heard Zhang Jia calling her from outside and stepped out of the office. As she conversed with Manager Wang, her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her snow-white nape, her elegant silhouette swaying gently, while her glistening calves peeked out from beneath her dark ensemble. The black high-heeled sandals, with their delicate straps, accentuated her perfectly formed feet, the smoothness of her ankles and the sheen of her toes rendering Manager Wang entranced. It had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to indulge in moments of intimacy with Yao Ling. After her departure, Manager Wang swallowed hard, returning to his seat, where he seized a teacup and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of tea. "I must rekindle our past this evening, no matter the cost." With his resolve firm, he grasped the landline phone and dialed Director Huang's number. "Old Huang, I think we should change the venue for dinner tonight," he proposed. "Why is that?" Yao Ling mentioned she feels constrained at that place. She also intends to bring along Zhang Jia, who assisted with our advertising campaign. "That is not an issue. How about we go to Wangjian Hotel instead?" "That sounds acceptable." "Then it's settled. We shall meet at Wangjian Hotel's restaurant at 6 o'clock, and I expect to see you there." After hanging up, he glanced at the clock, nearly 5 o'clock, fearing traffic delays, they needed to set off immediately. In another large office, he found Yao Ling, Zhang Jia, and Xiaoli engrossed in conversation. Upon noticing Manager Wang's approach, they fell silent, and the office was enveloped in an awkward hush. Without hesitation, Manager Wang pointed at Yao Ling and Zhang Jia, declaring, "Both of you, please call home and request a leave of absence. You are accompanying me to a dinner engagement." Xiaoli interjected, "Manager Wang, am I not invited? The advertising materials for Wanlong Group are urgently needed. You must work overtime tonight to finalize the drafts and deliver them to me by 10 tomorrow morning." Feeling slighted, Xiaoli retorted, "Manager Wang, you are quite biased." Ignore. Once the three had departed, Xiaoli muttered indignantly, "What is so grand about it? It's merely a dinner with others." She knew it was entirely Yao Ling's suggestion to involve Zhang Jia in the dinner with clients, and inwardly she cursed, "Yao Ling, do not flaunt your borrowed authority in front of me. There will come a day when I will see you both brought low, just wait and see." Chapter 137. The dinner party. They arrived at the Wangjian Hotel restaurant in Manager Wang's Citroën. Director Huang and Xiao Wang had been waiting in the private room for quite some time. Upon seeing Yao Ling enter, Xiao Wang feigned a very cordial demeanor and complimented her, saying, "Sister Tao, it's been ages. You are becoming more and more beautiful." "Oh, not at all, I'm still the same," she replied, taking Xiao Wang's hand and introducing, "Let me introduce you to my colleague, Zhang Jia." Xiao Wang graciously extended his hand to shake Zhang Jia's, saying, "Sister Zhang, hello. I am Xiao Wang, I look forward to your guidance." Zhang Jia nodded with a smile, replying, "Miss Wang, no need for formalities." Once everyone was seated, Director Huang began to take orders. As they perused the menu handed to them by the waiter, they were unsure of what to choose. After a moment, Director Huang simply passed the menu to Xiao Wang, saying, "Xiao Wang, why not let you take charge?" Without hesitation, Xiao Wang ordered an extravagant feast. To Zhang Jia's astonishment, the table was laden with an array of exquisite dishes. They shared 2 bottles of red wine, and due to Zhang Jia's presence, Director Huang and Xiao Wang did not exhibit the same familiarity as last time. After a few glasses, Yao Ling appeared more radiant, while Zhang Jia's complexion turned a shade of purple, losing its previous luster. After indulging in their meal, Xiao Wang retrieved 2 red envelopes from his bag, distributing one to Yao Ling and one to Zhang Jie. Director Huang remarked, "This is a small token of appreciation for your support of our printing factory." Zhang Jie hesitated to accept the envelope, feeling a bit embarrassed, but Yao Ling urged her with a glance, saying, "Since it's Director Huang's kind intention, you should accept it." Reluctantly, Zhang Jie tucked the envelope into her bag. Next, Director Huang arranged for Xiao Wang to book a room at the hotel, inviting everyone to play mahjong together. Generally speaking, those who flourish in love often falter in gambling. This evening, Yao Ling's luck was dismal, losing several hundred yuan within just 2 hours, while Zhang Jie fared much better, pocketing at least 1,000 yuan. Manager Wang broke even, while Director Huang and Xiao Wang incurred slight losses. With a smile, Xiao Wang inquired, "Sister Tao, why didn't you bring your cleaver tonight?" "Ha, I let my husband take it to the construction site." The moment the words left her mouth, laughter erupted around the table. As Zhang Jia was a devoted housewife and professional, she rarely dined out for business. By around 9 in the evening, she expressed concern for her children at home and hurriedly left the mahjong table. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Ling reminded everyone that they had work the next day, and could not linger for too long. As the mahjong game concluded, Manager Wang drove the 2 women home, while Director Huang and Xiao Wang remained at the hotel to engage in their own activities. After dropping Zhang Jie off, Manager Wang said, "It's been quite some time since we've been alone together. Would you accompany me for a stroll?" "Perhaps not, I no longer wish to indulge in such emotional games." At that moment, the car passed by their office building, and Yao Ling unconsciously patted her pocket, realizing her keys were missing. "Oh no, I forgot where I put my keys." "Don't worry, think carefully." After a moment's contemplation, Yao Ling recalled that her keys were on her office drawer. Relieved, she said, "I've remembered, the keys are still in the drawer of my desk." "Shall you go retrieve them now?" "It's quite late, I'll wait until tomorrow to get them." "It's not too late, perhaps Xiaoli is still in the office working overtime." Then, recalling the matter of Yang Jian's duplicate keys for her home, he jokingly remarked, "Aren't you afraid I might also get a copy of your house key?" This remark struck a nerve with Yao Ling, causing her face to turn pale. Manager Wang quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Given your comment, I think I ought to be a bit cautious. How about you drive downstairs and hand me your keys while I go up to get mine?" "All right." Manager Wang turned the car around and drove directly to the office building. At that moment, the city was aglow with lights, transforming the bustling streets into a spectacle of illumination, while a row of colorful flags fluttered in the wind before the imposing office building. Yao Ling took the keys from Manager Wang and swiftly entered the office building. Upon reaching her office door, she noticed that the lights in Xiaoli's office next door were still on, indicating she was still working late and hadn't gone home yet. To avoid disturbing her, Yao Ling quietly opened the door to her own office. Chapter 138, Rekindled Affection. As Yao Ling stepped through the door, Manager Wang appeared behind her like a specter, startling her when she turned around. Staring at him in disbelief, Yao Ling inquired, "Why are you here too?" Manager Wang gestured for silence, indicating that someone was next door, urging her to refrain from speaking. He gently closed the office door. Yao Ling raised her voice, asking, "What do you intend to do?" Manager Wang swiftly moved forward to cover her mouth, saying, "Xiaoli is working late, keep your voice down." Yao Ling removed his hand from her mouth, parting her rosy lips. "Manager Wang, let us not do this. We should both head home. It wouldn't be good if Xiaoli saw us together at this hour." The alcohol had flushed her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring, and Manager Wang gazed at her with a dazed expression. Noticing his gaze fixated on her lips, Yao Ling remarked, "What are you staring at? You shouldn't look at someone like that." Manager Wang, entranced, murmured, "You are simply stunning, truly." "Manager Wang, we are all married individuals. Please refrain from uttering such nauseating words, all right?" A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, her delicate hair brushing against her face, and her soft, trembling body sent waves of exhilaration coursing through Manager Wang. Boldly, he grasped her slender hand, resolutely pulling her closer. Yao Ling had no time to react as her supple form fell into Manager Wang's broad embrace. Seizing the moment, he enveloped her tightly, his lips tenderly pressing against her. It had been ages since Yao Ling had felt such an embrace from Manager Wang. Facing her former lover, she gasped nervously, her heart racing with rekindled desire. In a haze from the alcohol, she lightly struggled, her cherry lips whispering, "No. Please, we cannot betray our husbands again." Manager Wang held her firmly, responding to her every word with fervent kisses. As her warm, soft body quivered and shivered in his arms, his primal urges intensified. With one hand holding Yao Ling's, he wrapped the other around her delicate waist, gradually leading her toward the long sofa where they once shared passionate moments. Just as the fervor reached its peak, the shrill sound of a mobile phone ringing from Yao Ling's bag on the coffee table startled the entwined couple. "Let go of me, quickly, get up." Manager Wang, lost in desire, remained atop her, reaching for her bag to retrieve the phone, indignantly exclaiming, "What a buzzkill! Who is interrupting our moment?" Upon seeing it was Zhu Bo calling, Yao Ling's expression shifted to one of hesitation, as she whispered, "It's my husband." Manager Wang encouraged her, "Answer it, just tell." Yao Ling took a deep breath, steadied her emotions, and after gathering her composure, pressed the answer button. The music ceased, replaced by the voice of her husband, Zhu Bo. "Darling, where are you?" "I'm at the office working late." "Why did it take you so long to answer?" "I just went to the restroom. I left my phone on the desk and didn't hear it." "Why are you so busy today?" "Yes, there has been a lot of work lately." "What is going on with Manager Wang, making you work so late?" "Please don't say that, darling. Manager Wang often works late himself. Today is the first time he asked me to stay." "Alright, then, carry on. I won't disturb you further. Just take care of yourself and come home early, okay?" "Alright, dear, I need to get back to work. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Before Zhu Bo could finish his sentence, Yao Ling hastily ended the call. She exhaled deeply and shot a glare at Manager Wang, still perched upon her. "See, this is all your fault." Manager Wang could. After Yao Ling hung up, Manager Wang, still yearning for more, prepared to engage her anew, when suddenly, the office door was forcefully kicked open. Chapter 139. Suspicion. In recent days, Manager Wang's spouse found herself restlessly confined within the four walls of their home, plagued by an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if some momentous event were on the horizon, though she could not articulate what it might be. The persistent twitching of her left eye led her to mutter with unease. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye signifies calamity, while a twitching right eye heralds fortune. Could it be that something significant is about to occur? For a time, she noticed that her husband returned home with a buoyant spirit, as if he had indulged in sweet dates, yet displayed no interest in their intimate moments. One evening, as they prepared for slumber, she boldly approached Manager Wang, seeking his affection, but he turned a blind eye to her advances. Confusion clouded her mind, prompting her to inquire, "Are you having an affair?" "That's preposterous," he retorted. "Have I struck a nerve?" "Do not feign innocence. Please, stop your baseless accusations. Why would I feel guilty? If you are not guilty, then why do you treat me so indifferently? When have I treated you with indifference? Why do you show no concern for my physical well-being? At our age, one cannot expect the same fervor as in our youth. If you find me unattractive or aging, just say so. Spare me these excuses, but let me make it clear, should I discover that you are involved with another woman, I will not let you off lightly. You had better watch yourself. Think what you will. I can't be bothered to engage with you." Subsequently, Manager Wang turned his back to her, remaining silent throughout the night. The thought of Yao Ling's tenderness juxtaposed with his wife's obstinacy ignited a smoldering frustration within him. One day, she received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was a woman on the line. "Are you Mrs. Wang?" "Yes, and who might you be?" "Who I am is inconsequential, but I have some alarming news to share." "What news?" "Your husband is involved with a woman named Yao Ling from his office." Stunned, she asked, "What? Please repeat that." Just as the caller was about to elaborate, the line went dead. She was acquainted with Yao Ling, having encountered her at company gatherings where Manager Wang had brought her along. The alluring and sensuous young matron, Yao Ling, incited a deep jealousy within her due to her devilishly captivating figure. She had always harbored fears that Manager Wang would one day succumb to the charms of this vixen, which led her to confront him about Yao Ling frequently. "What do you and Yao Ling discuss in the office daily?" "Work-related matters, of course." "Do you never discuss personal affairs? Unlike you, who sits at home concocting wild fantasies?" "What wild fantasies? Isn't it obvious that you're conjuring all sorts of absurd thoughts?" At times, jealousy can lead a woman to irrationality, and hatred can cloud her judgment. "What if that siren, so stunningly beautiful and sharing an office with my husband, ensnares his heart?" Yet, lacking concrete evidence, she dared not dwell upon it further. When Manager Wang returned home from work, his wife confronted him, her voice laced with fury. "Aren't you and Yao Ling supposed to be above reproach?" A sense of dread gripped Manager Wang. He sensed trouble brewing. After a brief pause, he feigned calmness. "Indeed, what of it? Do not play coy with me. Someone has informed me that you two are involved." Involved? That's utter nonsense. Someone even called our home to divulge your disgraceful affair. Who would stoop so low? Manager Wang pondered, yet to placate his wife, he felt compelled to deny any wrongdoing. Do not be so paranoid. Yao Ling is a married woman, a respectable person. Do not tarnish her reputation. Are you implying that I am slandering you? Believe what you will, there is nothing to it. Where there is smoke, there is fire. So explain why someone called? What is there to explain? I must have offended someone at work, and they seek to retaliate. Stop with the excuses. I have long suspected that Yao Ling is no good. So you truly have entangled yourself with her? How dare you speak like that? Why shouldn't I? Are you feeling guilty? So what if I am? She is undeniably more attractive than you. Then why not pursue her? Do you think I lack the courage? Fury coursed through her veins at her husband's words, rendering her ashen-faced. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Manager Wang, seizing his shirt and shouting, "You shameless scoundrel, I toil like a servant at home while you cavort with other women, that if you one t allow me peace, I shall ensure you do not find solace either." In a bid to escape the confrontation, Manager Wang shouted, "Let go. I refuse to release you. Let us see what you can do." With a swift motion, Manager Wang shook her off, sending her crashing to the floor. She quickly regained her footing and lunged at him once more, wailing, "If you dare strike me, I shall fight back." Manager Wang hastily retreated to the bedroom, ignoring her relentless pounding on the door. For several days thereafter, they exchanged no words, nor did they share a bed burdened by his own guilt. Manager Wang chose not to engage further, steadfastly refusing to acknowledge the issue. His wife was left powerless against him, and the tumult in their household seemingly subsided, yet her dissatisfaction lingered, compelling her to seek answers. Let us see if she can still be called beautiful thereafter. In a fit of rage, she procured a bottle of sulfuric acid from a chemical supply store, intent on exacting revenge on the woman who threatened her marriage. She trailed Manager Wang outside his workplace for an extended period, but when she observed no signs of intimacy or misconduct between the two, her heart momentarily eased. Chapter 140 Disfigurement. After Manager Wang, Yao Ling, and Zhang Jie departed, Shelley found herself seething with anger in the office. Following a bout of silent frustration, she suddenly remembered that she had to work overtime that evening. Thus, she called her husband to order a bento box and plunged herself into the proofreading of advertising materials for the Wanlong Group. The last time she had spread rumors about the scandal involving Yao Ling and Manager Wang to her colleagues, she had faced a vehement reprimand from both Yao Ling and Zhang Jie, leaving her utterly humiliated in front of her peers, a true case of losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. After this incident, she silently vowed, "I shall catch them in the act and expose them before everyone." In her quest for revenge against Yao Ling, she made an anonymous call to Manager Wang's wife, inciting a fierce argument between the couple. However, after some time, she felt disheartened as her efforts yielded no results. This tactic had inflicted no harm on Yao Ling. Since Manager Wang's wife does not believe me, I shall compel her to witness the betrayal herself. She mused. Recently, Manager Wang and Yao Ling had seemingly settled into a prolonged period of calm. During this time, Shelley had found no traces of their affair, leaving her feeling somewhat disillusioned. Yet, perseverance bore fruit, and at last, an opportunity presented itself that very evening. As she was preparing to lock up and head home after her shift, she noticed the lights on in Manager Wang's office. Eavesdropping at the door, she discovered the two engaged in a passionate affair. Seizing the moment, she discreetly called Manager Wang's wife. "Your husband is currently in an illicit rendezvous with Yao Ling. You ought to come and see for yourself." Upon receiving the call, Manager Wang's wife momentarily felt dazed. Just as she was about to inquire further, the caller abruptly hung up. After a brief moment of confusion, clarity struck her. Nervously clutching the bottle of sulfuric acid she had purchased previously, she summoned a taxi and rushed to Manager Wang's office. Upon hearing Yao Ling's raucous cries of ecstasy, her fury reached a boiling point, and her vision blurred with rage. She kicked the door open, and the scene that unfolded before her left her utterly speechless. She beheld Manager Wang, bare from the waist down, atop Yao Ling, who lay sprawled on the sofa, her arms wrapped around Manager Wang's neck. "Ah, someone's here," Yao Ling shrieked, and the two half-naked bodies recoiled from each other as if electrocuted. Manager Wang stood frozen, staring at his wife, while Yao Ling hastily sat up, pulling her skirt down to cover herself. As Manager Wang fumbled to don his trousers, his wife lunged forward, frantically delivering two resounding slaps to Yao Ling's sweat-soaked, disheveled hair. Subsequently, she seized Yao Ling by the hair and, in a fit of rage, poured the sulfuric acid onto her face. "Ha ha ha! She cackled maniacally, "You filthy whore, let us see how you lure men in the future." After receiving the slaps, Yao Ling, just regaining her senses, felt the searing liquid on her face and suddenly realized her skin was burning. Hearing the hissing sound of the acid, she instinctively touched her face, only to find her fingers scorched by the sulfuric acid. She screamed, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. After Xiaoli completed her phone call to manager Wang, she lingered in the office, reveling in the anticipated chaos. 20 minutes later, she heard the sound of manager Wang's wife kicking the door open, followed by maniacal laughter and Yao Ling's desperate "Help, somebody, please." Realizing that things had taken a dire turn, she hurriedly exited. The door to manager Wang's office stood ajar, and as she rushed forward, she was taken aback by the horrific scene. Yao Ling lay on the floor, grievously burned by the acid, writhing in pain. Oh no, this could lead to a fatality, she thought, having intended merely to teach Yao Ling a lesson through manager Wang's wife, not anticipating such severe consequences. If a life is lost, both the Wang couple and I will be implicated, she mused, promptly dialing both emergency services and the police. Once manager Wang had dressed, he was taken aback by the sight of Yao Ling struggling on the floor and immediately rushed to help her sit on the sofa. "What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance at once." As manager Wang's wife mechanically reached for the office phone, Xiaoli interjected loudly, "Manager Wang, I have already called for an ambulance, they will arrive shortly." She continued, "Yao Ling has been severely injured by your wife. It seems she may be disfigured. Given the gravity of the situation, we cannot handle this ourselves, so I also contacted the police." "Disfigured, you called the police?" This phrase echoed in Yao Ling's mind, and she gritted her teeth against the pain, glancing at her burned fingers. Instantly, a horrifying vision of her own disfigurement flashed before her. If people discover I was caught in an affair with someone else's husband and ended up disfigured by his wife, how could I ever hold my head high again? The recollection of her brutal assault by Yang Jianqi flooded her thoughts, along with the police's relentless questioning, the scornful gazes of others, and her husband. "Last time, I was at the police station due to being assaulted, but this time, it's for adultery. How will I explain myself if the police come? What will become of me if this is exposed? How will my husband, daughter, neighbors, colleagues, friends, and parents perceive me?" Despair washed over her, leaving her mind blank as the police arrived. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, she leaped from the 13th floor. Manager Wang's wife, in a daze, managed to grasp only the corner of her clothing. A crowd gathered at the window, hearing a dull thud as Yao Ling's body struck the ground below. In that instant, a ringing in manager Wang's wife's ears erupted, her nerves unraveled, and she began to flail about the room, exclaiming, I flew. A police officer swiftly apprehended her, placing handcuffs on her wrists. Let me go, he, I flew. Several officers escorted them down to the police car, while others rushed to the scene of Yao Ling's calamity, finding her sprawled on the patterned floor tiles, blood pooling around her, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. On the street, all vehicles came to a halt, causing a traffic jam as people disembarked to gawk. Some pointed towards the high-rise, discussing animatedly, while others expressed their sorrow. What a wonderful girl! Why did she choose to jump? The police car blared its sirens as the ambulance transported the barely conscious Yao Ling to the emergency room of the Provincial People's Hospital. Chapter 141 is self-reproach. At the moment of parting, Yao Ling sat in manager Wang's car, while Zhang Jia felt an unsettling anxiety, yet, out of respect for manager Wang's presence, she refrained from alerting Tao. Even as the vehicle was engulfed by the relentless flow of traffic, she remained rooted to the spot. The city's neon lights illuminated her short, plump figure as scattered pedestrians hurried past her. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her husband calling. Wife, when will you be home? I am already downstairs. I thought you would return later. I have already put the child to bed. Don't worry, your wife is not one to be lost. After concluding the call with her husband, her concern for Yao Ling began to mount. With Yao Ling's husband away, and the two of them alone together, could Yao Ling possibly rekindle old flames and resume an illicit affair with manager Wang? Unconsciously, she retrieved the red envelope that Director Huang had instructed Xiao Wang to give her, counting its contents beneath the glow of the streetlight. Wow, so much, an entire 10,000 yuan, she nearly exclaimed. She pondered, Yao Ling, is it the lure of manager Wang's wealth that has led to this affair? Can I accept such ill-gotten gains? She tucked the money away into her pocket, deciding to withhold the information from her husband for now, opting instead to observe Yao Ling and manager Wang's reactions the following day. Upon her return home, her husband lounged in the living room, engrossed in the television, while their son was already tucked in bed. "Why are you still awake? Isn't it because I'm waiting for you? What is there to wait for? With a wife as unattractive as I am, what man would dare to set his sights on me? Well, you certainly have a good sense of self-awareness. Shut it, it's late, go to sleep. I am off for a shower first." By the time Zhang Jie finished her shower and climbed into bed, her overweight husband was already fast asleep, occasionally snoring lying beside him. She found herself unable to drift off, her mind plagued by worries about Yao Ling's breakup. She had intended to call Yao Ling, but was uncertain about what to say to in her haze. She seemed to see Yao Ling appearing before her, dragging a bloodied body. "Yao Ling, what has happened to you? Help me, I'm dying. What has brought you to this state?" "I've been murdered." Though she was so close, she could not discern Yao Ling's face. She felt Yao Ling's agonized moans and reached out, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not touch Yao Ling's body. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the phone jolted her awake from her nightmare. She sat up abruptly in bed, drenched in sweat, donned her nightgown and slippers, and made her way to the living room. Her husband languidly remained in bed, grumbling, "What time is it? Who could be calling at this hour?" She picked up the phone and heard Xiao Li's frantic voice. "Zhang Jia, why is your phone off?" "My phone ran out of battery." She queried in confusion, "Why are you calling so late? What's the matter?" Xiao Li cried out, "It's terrible, Yao Ling has committed suicide by jumping off a building." "What, say that again?" Zhang Jia felt her head pound with disbelief. "Yao Ling has committed suicide. I need to go to the hospital." "What did you say?" Her husband sprang up from the bed as if electrocuted. "Yao Ling has committed suicide. Is she dead?" "We don't know yet, I'll find out." "Shouldn't I accompany you?" "No, the child is at home. You stay and take care of him, wait for my news. If anything happens, I will call you." "Alright, just be careful." "Okay." After Zhang Jia left, she quickly hailed a taxi downstairs and arrived at the City People's Hospital in no time. Xiao Li stood outside the emergency room, flanked by 2 police officers. Upon seeing Zhang Jia approach, Xiao Li rushed towards her as if she were a savior. "What happened?" Zhang Jia asked. "Yao Ling was disfigured with acid by manager Wang's wife and then jumped to her death." "How did you find out?" "I was working overtime in the office." "How did manager Wang's wife find out they were at the office?" Xiao Li, her face flushed, looked down and said, "I called manager Wang's wife and asked her to come over." "And where are manager Wang and his wife?" "They've been taken away by the police." "I warned you long ago not to meddle in Yao Ling and manager Wang's affairs. Now look at the mess you've caused." Xiao Li, blushing with guilt, replied, "Sister Zhang, I was wrong." Zhang Jia shot her a fierce glare, anger boiling within her. "What good is it to realize your mistake only after such a tragedy has occurred?" At that moment, Yao Ling was wheeled out by several nurses, and Zhang Jia rushed forward, asking, "Nurse, how is Yao Ling?" "Who are you to her?" "I'm her colleague." "I'm sorry. We did everything we could. You should notify her family to handle the aftermath." Zhang Jie uncovered Yao Ling's face, which was grotesquely marred by acid burns, and she broke down in tears. "Xiao Li, did you call Yao Ling's husband?" Xiao Li also wiped her tears and said, "I used Yao Ling's phone to call him. He should be here from Jincheng shortly." When Xu Bo rushed into the hospital and heard the dreadful news of his wife's death, he frantically lunged towards the body draped in white cloth, wailing uncontrollably. 2 police officers had to exert all their strength to separate him from his wife's lifeless form. Chapter 142 Elegy. Yao Ling has departed, leaving this world with an ardent longing for a beautiful future. Throughout her brief existence, although she never experienced the material comforts that affluent women often enjoy, she found joy and fulfillment both spiritually and physically. With her exquisite form, she portrayed a passionate and romantic tragedy of life to the world. Over 30 years ago, her parents bequeathed her a stunning visage and a kind heart. Like a proud Snow White from a fairy tale, she approached us with graceful strides, singing joyous nursery rhymes. In her childhood, the family survived on her father's meager salary. Due to their humble circumstances, she yearned for the most delightful dolls and the prettiest dresses. During her school years, her academic performance was proportional to her beauty. Her enchanting appearance and elegant demeanor attracted many suitors, yet, the man of her dreams remained elusive, as her ideal prince was to be talented, suave, and strikingly handsome. After entering the workforce, she scrutinized the vast sea of humanity until one day, Jubo impulsively barged into her life, prompting her to redefine her expectations of a partner. I do not seek superficial charm. Rather, I hope for an extraordinary demeanor. In love, she was enveloped by happiness and joy, grateful for the faithful bond forged with Jubio. At the onset of their sweet marriage, they envisioned a future together, hand in hand. When their little one arrived, she poured all her love into her partner and child, deeply understanding the essence of a blissful family. As her husband's career faced a downturn and finances grew tight, she courageously shouldered the burdens of domestic life. Through it all, their harmonious household remained a sanctuary of joy and warmth. Without her unwavering support, Jubo would never have achieved his present success. She steadfastly believed that her husband would one day rise to prominence. Now, the joyful days and blissful years Yao Ling shared with her husband have become mere memories. Having departed with the deep affection of her parents, husband, and daughter, we should not cast blame upon her, but rather allow her to rest in peace. Manager Wang's wife has descended into madness, destined to spend her remaining days in an asylum. This acerbic, loathsome woman has finally received her just desserts. Manager Wang's daughter has graduated from university and secured a good job in another city. Upon learning of her father's infidelities, she has never returned to visit the man she once loved dearly. Cracked with moral and ethical guilt, Manager Wang now leads a life filled with regret. Colleagues in the office hold little respect for Xiaoli, the gossiping busybody. Unable to bear their disdain any longer, she ultimately resigned from the company. Zhang Jie feels profound sympathy and regret for her dear friend Yao Ling's untimely demise, often chastising herself. How could I have been so foolish? Knowing full well that Yao Ling was avoiding Manager Wang, why did I allow them to be alone together? When General Zhang of Xinyuan Real Estate learned of his goddaughter Yao Ling's tragic leap, he was heartbroken, lamenting, why did she leave us so abruptly? Without a mother, what will become of her daughter? He urged Jubo to nurture the little girl into a talented individual, much like her mother, and requested that Jubo consider joining his company once the Jincheng project was completed, provided he had no other endeavors to pursue. Chapter 143 Commemoration. On the night of Yao Ling's tragic demise, Jubo had only conversed with her for a brief moment before receiving a call from his wife. Elated, he answered the phone, inquiring, "Darling, have you finished work?" After a brief pause, the voice on the other end asked, "Are you Yao Ling's husband?" Upon realizing it was not his wife's voice, Jubo was taken aback and queried, "May I ask who this is?" "I am Xiaoli, a colleague of Tao Jie." "You need to come back quickly, something has happened to Tao Jie." Jubo, startled, asked, "What has occurred?" To alleviate Jubo's worries, Xiaoli downplayed the situation, saying, "It's nothing grave, she has already been taken to the provincial people's hospital. You'll understand when you arrive." After hanging up, Jubo hastily drove back from Jincheng, his heart racing with trepidation. Upon rushing into the hospital, he found that Yao Ling had already succumbed. "My dear wife, how could you bear to leave us behind?" he cried out, collapsing in grief by the stretcher that bore her lifeless form. The two officers who had escorted Yao Ling to the hospital struggled mightily to separate his hands from her body. On the day of her cremation, as he watched her remains enter the incineration chamber, tears eluded him, leaving only a hollow sorrow. Memories flooded back. The arduous days and joyous moments they had shared together shattered his heart. He wished fervently to join her in the next realm. Despite knowing that her departure was due to her betrayal, he felt no resentment, only reflections on her virtues. He firmly believed that her infidelity stemmed from his neglect. Why, knowing Yao Ling's fervent desires, did I not return home more often to fulfill her needs? He constantly chastised himself. Upon returning home, Jubo found Yao Ling's parents packing their belongings. With tears in their eyes, they said to him, "Jubo, we are deeply sorry for raising such a disappointing daughter. We can no longer bear to stay here." "Mom and Dad, please do not say that. Yao Ling was a wonderful wife. If there is a next life, I would choose to marry her again. You should remain here. Xiaoqian still needs you. You will always be my beloved parents." After this exchange, they all embraced, weeping bitterly. When Wu Xiaoqian returned from kindergarten, she asked Jubo, "Daddy, where did mommy go? Why hasn't she come home yet?" Jubo comforted her, "My child, your mother has gone to a very far-away place, and she will not be returning." Jubo purchased a grave plot at Taishan Cemetery, where he laid Yao Ling to rest amidst the embrace of verdant pines, allowing her to gaze upon the azure sky and listen to the songs of larks, resting peacefully alongside those who had departed from the world. One day, when he visited his beloved's grave, he noticed a vibrant bouquet of flowers before the headstone, alongside many unburned joss papers still emitting wisps of smoke. Kneeling before the grave, he silently inquired, "My dear wife, who came to visit you just now?" He fancied he saw Yao Ling smiling mysteriously, her expression radiating happiness and tranquility. "I am a fox that has cultivated for a millennium of solitude. In the stillness of the night, Can anyone hear my weeping? In the dim light, can anyone behold my dance? I am a fox that has awaited for a millennium of solitude, in the tumult of the world, who planted the seeds of love's curse, in the vast sea of humanity, who drank from love's poison. When I loved you, you were impoverished, toiling in your studies. When I left, you had achieved success, celebrating in a grand chamber. Could I dance one more time for you? I am the white fox you released countless years ago. Do you see the fluttering of my garments? Vows of eternal love have dissolved into nothingness. Could I dance one more time for you, if only to catch a final glimpse as you bid farewell? Do you see the fluttering of my garments? Eternity has faded into nothingness. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the ashes of my burning hopes. Jubo followed the direction of the paper ashes and, not far away, suddenly glimpsed a familiar figure. It's her, a startled exclamation escaped Jubo's lips. Chapter 144 Anews. The Earth, a sphere adrift in the vast cosmos, revolves around the celestial bodies of the solar system, giving rise to the cycle of day and night, a perpetual interplay of darkness and light. It is adorned with oceans and landmasses. The underwater realm, resplendent and enigmatic, is a tapestry of vibrant colors, while the terrestrial landscape boasts rivers, towering mountains, sprawling grasslands, and lush forests. Fertile soils and barren dunes cradle life in every corner of the earth, each organism thriving and reproducing within its own ecological niche. Carnivores prey upon herbivores, herbivores graze upon grasses, and the excrement of predatory animals nourishes the verdant meadows. Among all creatures, humankind reigns supreme, often regarded as the most cunning and ruthless of animals. The presence of humans has instilled a sense of unease within the animal kingdom, as their intellect has led them to consume these creatures, subsequently confining the remnants within enclosures for public exhibition, aptly named zoos. Within these confines, one may observe oversized rodents, four-legged ducks, fish that drink from bottles, melodious birds, talking monkeys, and a plethora of other peculiar beings. Recently, a report surfaced in the provincial evening newspaper, detailing a disconcerting phenomenon in a village not far from the city. Swarms of locusts inundated the villagers' abodes, frogs leapt from the earth, congregating in a vegetable patch while croaking loudly, serpents slithered en masse across the roads, halting the passage of vehicles, countless rats fled towards the mountains. An army of ants lined up to relocate, and wildcats howled in the night, echoing the cries of grieving children. The publication of this news sparked a fervent response among the citizens, with some asserting, the animals, witnessing their kin in distress, have emerged to demonstrate against humanity. Others proclaimed, today's society is rife with nefarious individuals. Corrupt officials hoard all the sustenance meant for these creatures, prompting their exodus in search of food. Yet more suggested, this portends an ominous catastrophe. The earth may soon face a calamitous disaster, leaving countless souls without refuge. Some even ventured, this is the work of malevolent spirits. If we can find a means to ward off their influence, we may avert disaster. Such a cacophony of chaotic interpretations left the populace in a state of trepidation, many citizens restless and anxious. It is said that a wise sage resides in a temple atop the western hills of the city outskirts. Adept in the arts of divination and exorcism, the long-awaited savior in the eyes of the townsfolk had finally emerged, akin to a lifeline, prompting long. Consequently, the once quiet temple became a bustling hub, enveloped in a haze of incense. That evening, after watching the news broadcast, Chen Bing's father, donned with spectacles, sat languidly on the sofa, idly flipping through a newspaper. Suddenly, he began to read aloud. In a village not far from the city, swarms of locusts have overtaken the villagers' homes, frogs have leapt from the earth, gathering in a vegetable patch and croaking loudly. Serpents traverse the roads in droves, obstructing vehicles, thousands of rats flee towards the mountains, ants march in unison to relocate, wildcats howl in the night, resembling the lamentations of children. His mother, seated beside him, turned down the volume of the television in astonishment and inquired, "What scripture are you reciting, dear?" This is news published in the paper. She took the newspaper, scrutinizing it closely, and after reading, exclaimed, "Bing Bing, come here, something grave may be afoot." Chen Bing, engrossed in a computer game, replied nonchalantly, "Do not heed such sensational news. Some authors deliberately publish outrageous stories to gain notoriety. Do not be so dismissive, this is a legitimate urban evening newspaper. We must not take it lightly, it is wiser to err on the side of caution." Chen Bing, absorbed in her game, grew impatient with her mother's concerns, retorting, "Rest assured, the sky will not fall. Life will continue as usual. I advise you both to carry on with your activities and ignore these absurd tales." Her mother, exasperated, rebuked, "Your father and I are of an age where we can do little else. Unlike you, who, in your youth, only knows to sleep and play computer games, why do you not aspire to do something meaningful?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bing's anger flared. "Have you begun to resent me? If that is the case, I shall move out tomorrow." She forcefully closed her computer screen, flung the mouse aside, and stormed into her bedroom. Her mother watched her retreating figure in disbelief, exclaiming, "Dear husband, is this truly our daughter?" I scarcely recognize her. The father reproached, My dear, when will you cease to be so easily swayed? The child has grown, your temper should temper itself, and your manner of speaking ought to be more considerate. With a sigh, the mother lamented, Oh, how I worry for her. Ever since her divorce and the loss of her stable job, she seems to have transformed into a different person, idly passing her youth at home. What have we done to deserve this? The father, with a serious countenance, replied, Do not speak thus. To me, Bing Bing has always been a dutiful child. Her unfortunate marriage has wrought considerable emotional turmoil, and since resigning from her job, she has sought employment in various places, yet found nothing suitable. It is a blessing that she remains at home without falling into further troubles. What else could she do but sleep and surf the internet? The mother conceded, You are right, we must devote more time to understanding and caring for her. Then why not check on her in her room? The mother set down the newspaper, rose from the sofa, and gently pushed open Chen Bing's bedroom door. She found her daughter cocooned under the blankets and attempted to pull them away, asking with concern, Bing Bing, what troubles you today? Chen Bing offered no reply, sulking and turning her back on her mother. The mother turned her daughter back towards her, noticing tears glistening in her eyes. My child, I was wrong, please forgive me, she said. Chen Bing buried herself in her mother's embrace, weeping profusely. Her mother tenderly stroked her back, soothingly whispering, Dear one, I understand your heart is heavy, let all your grievances flow through your tears. Chen Bing looked up and asked, Mother, I realize I should not be a burden at this age, but I have tried my best. It is perfectly acceptable to be temporarily unemployed. Simply stay at home, you are a piece of my flesh, which mother would ever disdain her own child? Then I shall visit the job fair tomorrow? Do not rush, finding a good job requires a positive mindset. What do you say? Tomorrow, I will accompany you for a stroll to lift your spirits. How does that sound? Chen Bing nodded, and after her mother laid her down and covered her with a blanket, she quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 145 Dreaming of Mother. After her mother's departure, Chen Bing tossed and turned in her bed. She reminisced about her youthful days, when she was a girl brimming with dreams, innocent and gentle. Her senses awakened only upon touching the windows of her imagination. She possessed a naturally pure quality, akin to a refreshing breeze, an irrepressible vitality and a fervor yearning for freedom. She was always drawn to bright yet profound melodies, appreciated simple and fluid art, and pursued deep and subtle ideals. She yearned for tranquility, harmony, and security, desired a pleasant environment that could ignite her imagination, while a melancholic atmosphere or a dreary room would envelop her in an unbearable sense of oppression. She delighted in transforming her abode into a sanctuary for nurturing the soul. Deeply enamored, she often found herself oblivious to who truly captivated her heart. It was only after enduring an unfortunate marriage that she became acutely aware of her existence and pain amidst passion, disappointment, and tears. Were it not for the sudden onset of inexplicable sorrow, her temperament would have been tender and delightful. She merely wished to bring joy and happiness to her loved ones. A gentle breeze wafted through the open glass window, caressing the milky white curtains of her bedroom, while the pink glow of streetlights spilled in, casting shadows that danced about, reflecting a dim light in the mirror atop her vanity. The pale walls seemed to harbor countless phantoms wandering within. Chen Bing dared not open her eyes, tightly cocooning herself in her blanket. Suddenly, a wave of heat engulfed her, and sweat soaked through her nightgown. She decided to shed her night attire and venture out from beneath the covers, curling her body into a tight ball. After a while of calming her mind and spirit, feeling suffocated, she left a small gap in the blanket, poking her nostrils out into the open air, and instantly experienced relief in her breathing, yet she still refrained from opening her eyes. Memories of happiness, sorrow, pain, and joy flickered before her like a film. She recalled the entire process of her divorce from Yang Jian, after his violent act against Yao Ling led him to prison. It had been a considerable time since she had resigned from her job at the kindergarten, severing all ties with her previous friends, and she had lived in her parents' home, yet it no longer felt like childhood, where she could indulge in childish whims before them. Those innocent, carefree days were lost to her. Often, amidst her mother's ceaseless chatter and sighs, she felt the weight of being a guest in her own home, and she began to feel immense guilt and self-reproach for her hasty marital life. Even in the environment she once knew intimately, it felt alien, as the natural generational gap between her and her parents became increasingly apparent over time. How she longed for a home of her own, a confidant with whom she could share her loneliness and sorrow. How she wished for the thoughtful care of a considerate man. Before long, enveloped in extreme fatigue and sorrow, she unconsciously drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she sprouted a pair of beautiful. She flew over vast mountains, traversed the deep blue sea, and passed through a lush forest, arriving at an expansive meadow. Here, fields of blooming rapeseed flowers stretched endlessly, while bees busily collected nectar and birds sang sweetly from the. She settled upon a patch of grass, utterly captivated by the fragrant embrace of nature, lying back to gaze at the drifting white clouds against the cerulean sky. Suddenly, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "Chen Bing, is that you?" Chen Bing sat up from the grass and beheld a familiar figure approaching her, exclaiming in delight, "Sister Tao, what brings you here? My home is just ahead," she replied. "Isn't your home in Unit 4-2 of Building 3 in the Southern District?" "I moved long ago. What about your husband and my goddaughter?" "I don't know. I haven't seen them in a long time." Her words astonished Chen Bing, who stood up with wide eyes, asking, "Have you divorced your husband too?" "Who said I divorced him? There are matters you will learn about later," Yao Ling responded to Chen Bing. "I wish to ask you for a favor. Could you help me as Sister Tao?" "What are you saying?" "Don't forget, we are forever sisters. Your matters are my matters, and I will do whatever I can," she urged. "Quickly, tell me, what is it?" She hesitated before saying, "Promise me you'll find time to visit your brother-in-law and my daughter, will you?" Yao Ling's face suddenly turned pale, causing Chen Bing to feel something was amiss. "Sister Tao, rest assured, I will make time to visit." Yao Ling offered a faint smile, saying, "I have one more request of you." "Sister Tao, what else do you need me to do? Just say it. Promise me you'll take good care of them from now on." Chen Bing found Yao Ling's words increasingly peculiar and asked, "Sister Tao, what has truly happened between you and your husband?" Yao Ling shrugged helplessly, replying, "I can't tell you right now. You'll understand once you meet them." She seemed to see tears streaming down Yao Ling's face, reaching out to grasp her hand, which felt icy. Yao Ling gazed at her with gratitude. Suddenly, she noticed Yao Ling's hand melting in hers, her body swirling away with a gentle breeze before vanishing without a trace. Upon awakening, Chen Bing found herself drenched in sweat, one hand still resting outside the blanket, and she involuntarily shivered.